on Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the set and the pitch. A swing and a liner over third. It's a fair ball. Down the line. Here comes Osuna. He's in to score. Danny Jansen has won it for the Rangers. 6-5. The first Ranger walk-off win of the year. And Jansen is mobbed out at second base as the Rangers stream out of the dugout. It's pandemonium here at Globe Life Field as the Rangers blew the lead in the top of the ninth and came back to win it with 3 in the bottom.
A night of comebacks. That's the way we start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Pay running the fan cam, the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube as the Texas Rangers deliver with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel on the call. Crazy.
Very crazy. A lot of stranded runners out there. It was a crazy night. And then you get a blown save all thrown into it, which I think we all could see coming a mile away.
Could you see it coming with the lights in your face?
I'm having to blind myself so I can't look at Shaw. There's a spotlight right behind me. But
yeah, we have new lighting in the studio.
But look, it
Thanks,
was
G-Bag.
Yeah, get us some of those Chiafalo sunglasses.
G-Bag makes every afternoon look like the Blair Witch Project. I think Wolchuk is telling a story with a flashlight being held up to his face. And now Chiafalo is really going to need his Ray Charles glasses.
It does look like Wolchuk's just like on a dark and stormy night whenever they're interviewing anybody.
It's like you guys have been up.
all day.
Like it's been bright out for a while. And they got it turned down, and then the bosses brought in these 4 spotlights. 2 people from 1080 KRLD came over and said, "You'll need sunscreen."
Yeah,
where's the sunscreen?
These things. We're baking under these things. It's not even hot. There's no. It's just
Bobby's
UV.
been complaining about the humidity before. Wait till now.
It's just straight UV.
Look at this, Sean. It's 71 degrees with 50% humidity. That's just unacceptable.
Is that high humidity? I have no idea.
That's high for what the studio should be. It's normally like 38.
But you get Rocker out there who was stranding runners left and right. He allowed a lot of guys on. He was able to get out of a lot of jams, which is good. So he stranded a ton of guys. I think he had 8 of the guys that were left on base. But
Arizona left 13 on
total, yeah, for the whole night. And I mean, the Rangers went deep, and I do mean deep into that bullpen to find a way to win this game.
Latz effect.
The Latz effect was real. He did not have a lot of bite on his off speed, and then his fastball didn't have that late giddy up to really kind of get anybody out. They were fouling off 2 strike pitches in that big inning, that 9th inning where they scored the 3 runs, take the lead. It was just not his night, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that was his 4th inning in 4 days. He had 1 day off in there, but he still threw an inning the night before. Shouldn't have, because it was a 7-1 game, and he threw 2 innings on Sunday.
Down 2, heading into the 9th. Josh Young gets on. Zeke Durant, who I called the second best hitter on the Rangers yesterday, right behind Josh. He delivers big time after falling down early in the count. Then you get Berger tying it with 2 outs. He had 3 hits the night before. And then you heard Nate Dell with the call of Jansen. First pitch with the new reliever.
Yeah, it's something where if they're down 5-3 in a game, that might as well feel like 10-0 to me most of the time. And that was something where you're going into the 9th and you've blown this lead, and it feels like, okay, this is probably going to be it then. What are we going to get? Typically, Rangers will go out there. It'll be maybe you get a walk or something, but otherwise you're going to go down in fairly quick order. That's what's typically happened with the Rangers in those situations. But they had guys step up and getting, the big hit from Berger there at the end, and then Jansen, you get Young to start off. Like, it was such a opportunistic night for them. In terms of when they get a couple guys on, Berger homers earlier, and then you get the 9th inning like that. It was just so unlike them in so many ways. The whole game, where the bullpen's having trouble holding things down. Rocker actually doesn't allow any runs, even though he was all over the place.
All over the place.
It just was a very uncharacteristic game all the way around for the Rangers.
And you won the series, most important thing, with this brand new stretch following the first 40 games with, again, the easiest consecutive, the most opportunistic schedule layout that I have seen consecutively in our 15 years of doing this, just looking ahead. And you get the Armpit next, who are 10 games under 500. They have the worst run differential in the division at minus 43. So go ahead and take advantage of Houston.
Yeah.
But you get the Arizona series win.
To this point,
back of my neck is starting to get hot.
It's an SPF 30.
Yeah, to this point, they've had the fifth toughest schedule in the sport. To this point. In terms of strength of schedule. And then, what that does, I mean, obviously, it's only about 40 games in, but, what that does is that does mean you're going to have a easier road moving forward, and they do, and it's a long stretch. I mean, it's going to take them to the All-Star break, and they've got to really kind of this is the time to make a move. Not a move trade-wise, because nobody's available right now, but this is the time to make a move standings-wise.
Can I make a snotty comment based on something we talked about yesterday? If Corey Seager's going to start letting ground balls go under his glove as well, like just very basic ground balls, then I'm going to start getting more irritated much more quickly with his.
He's not in the game. He's not in.
He just looks totally out of things right now.
He's not in. I mean, he didn't even know he struck out last night.
That ground ball, that was the most routine ground ball I've ever seen somebody let go right under his glove.
He struck out, and then he just stays in the box and looks at the umpire and was like, oh, am I out?
There's like a bigger problem.
He's mentally
something's messed up with him.
Maybe he should try listening to like an actual team hitting coach.
They go swarm the field last night after Jansen gets the base hit, and Seager's just kind of like lollygagging behind up to the rest of the group, and it's like, I'm just not liking the body language now. Like, and I know that's always been a criticism, but I can look past it when he's hitting 280 with 30 home runs.
Have to get Sandler to check on the personal life. It got Dak, it got Luka. Who knows? I don't know. It could be something else behind the scenes. One does not know. But a scary proposition heading into the ninth. Turns around for the Rangers, getting their first walk-off win of the year, down 2. The Cleveland Cavaliers were down 9 with 2.5 left.
Right side Mitchell. Don fakes the 3, steps left, shoots it, buried it! Donovan Mitchell! Oh my goodness, he hit it from Ann Arbor, and now a steal by Strus. Bounce to Mitchell, laid it up and in! Strus on the loose with the steal!
Man, that guy, he had all the nifty calls ready. Cavs radio as Cleveland completes the comeback to stun the Pistons in Detroit, and they're going back to the land with a 3-2 series lead. They get the win in overtime.
Unbelievable. 9 points with 3 minutes to go. You're up
2.5.
2.5, really. I see some Piston fans complaining about the call at the very end of the game. You're never going to get that. You're just not going to get that.
Yeah, I would have hated for it to be. To me, that was incidental contact. Jared Allen running it. The announcers were actually advocating for a call.
Yeah, they were.
You agree, Bobby? Did you see it?
Yeah, it was incidental, but I mean, it was.
Like, to me,
I think
a foul in the second quarter?
I think that's the thing. Sure. I think they might call that if it's the second quarter. They might be like, all right, you're playing a little too rough. But, I mean, I don't want the game ending right there.
There was a weird call on Tobias Harris before that. It's going to totally get lost. But I was looking for the replay because I was like, this is a humongous call here because there's going to be 2 free throws here for the Cavaliers. I thought that was a weird whistle on Tobias Harris. I need to go back and check and see what the foul was actually for. But, yeah, Jared Allen at the end, the Detroit Pistons offense completely crumbling and falling apart. I'm trolling Reetma the entire time with the text messages. And look, he's got a very complicated legacy. And you can make fun of him, and he's been called a playoff choker in this series. But down the stretch, they got it in the hands of the Beard. And James Harden with a humongous night. 30.
Big night. He is one of the all-time great losers, one of the favorite losers. But here he is.
Where is he compared to like Chris Paul on the RJ loser list?
Ooh, I mean they're 1 and 1A. I just got to figure out who's number 1.
Okay.
All right, because I do have more respect for Harden's career.
Yeah. 38-6 for James.
Yeah, this is if they lose this series, if Detroit loses this series now, then it's exactly what we talk about every single year at this time with like an ascending team like that, they got to learn to lose. Because this is a young basketball team that's going up against like a Donovan Mitchell, James Harden led team that's been through the playoffs a ton. And it's just, this is what happens to inexperienced playoff basketball teams. We see it routinely where they come in here with 60 to 62 wins. Thunder had to do it. You've seen every team basically go through this process of the growing pains in the postseason of learning, like, all right, you're going to have one just soul-crushing defeat, and then the next year you generally, all right, you learn how to play postseason basketball and you advance a little bit. And so that may just be where Detroit's at right now. Detroit's better than Cleveland. Like, there's no doubt about it to me. But Detroit's also just a lot more inexperienced, and you see it in stuff like that where it's 9-minute lead with 2:24 or whatever it was to go, and having them not being able to make a shot. I mean, their last bucket came with like 3 minutes left.
My problem with the Pistons that I've been doubting throughout this fantastic turnaround of theirs is who's the two? Who's the clear-cut number two? It took a while for everyone to figure out the name Jalen Williams in Oklahoma City. I still forget his name a lot of times, especially when he's hurt so much in the postseason. Who's their two?
Toby.
Yeah, and that's not good. That's not good when Tobias Harris is your number two. As Choppy will tell you, 20 points a game in the regular season, but when the offense breaks, it was, here, Cade, bail us out every single time it felt like.
Yeah, which that's also, again, when we're talking about the inexperience of play, that's oftentimes how they crumble too, is that it's usually here Shea, here Luka, here who, like, and they don't know how to play down the stretch, and it becomes, one-man basketball, and you end up getting beat by teams that know how to play in the postseason.
So a baseball comeback, a basketball comeback, but the craziest one of all on the ice?
Natchez, far circle, Natchez. One-timer, Kulak! He scores! This series is over! Brett Kulak with a bomb!
Wow. Avs radio with the call. They're down 3-0 in a cocaine heartbeat. Yep. The instant comeback, overtime. Avalanche eliminate the Wild.
And the game-tying goal by McKinnon was such a sweet goal.
With flippers on?
Yes, absolutely. Such a sweet goal, man. And on the power play, just top shelf. You're nicking the helmet of the goaltender. Such an awesome goal. And then the Avs win, and the Avs win the series, and they move on. And
while switching goaltenders.
Right.
Multiple times, back and forth.
Yes, and, so it's Blackwood and Wedgwood who have been going back and forth, in net for them.
A lot of wood.
And a lot of wood. Lot of wood.
Small wood.
Now, we still have it. We still have the Avs-Canes final potential, which is, as these playoffs have gone on, clearly the two best teams in the sport.
That's San Antonio and OKC.
Yeah, it's that's the NBA's version of that. So we're still on track.
There's 63, 17, and 11 now when you include the postseason. Colorado is, which is just an absurd record. And Money Puck said they deserved to win yesterday, Sean, by 79%, 79-21.
I thought that we discredited that already. That's the PFF of hockey.
You've tried to discredit it for a long time, but the math is the math, and you can't fight with that. The fact that it says 79%, that should tell you.
Shut up and
tell you. There's a light directly in front of me. I don't need to look at that one.
Stare into this light, then, and blind yourself. RJ PGA Championship getting underway.
Yeah, it's underway. They are on the course.
You found it on the TV?
I did find it. It's on the apps, the ESPN Plus. I can't see it.
It'd be funny if this light blew out the TV. They overheated it.
It's blinding the TV. There's a glare. I don't even know.
How is this what we resort to in a brand new studio and setup with these? Someone's going to throw a hissy fit in here and knock one of these lights over and break these things.
Yeah.
We can't get them in the ceiling. We can't get them embedded into the walls. We just got these 4 stand-up situations.
So I believe that they're eventually supposed to go into the ceiling,
like the clock up there.
Yeah. So it's on the punch list somewhere.
All right, so there it is, Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Thank you, G-Bag, yet again here on DFW Sports Station. Man, this Cowboys Kool-Aid keeps getting sweeter and bluer as more and more people are jumping on to a Super Bowl run. We take you inside the Star on schedule release day on Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us, part of the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy promo.
on the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do it on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, where throughout the day, the previews, the predictions, and then tomorrow when we are at the Firehouse Tour in Rockwall, the full recap of the official schedule. It is NFL schedule release day. This is Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Which I don't know about timing yet, but I may be over at Russell Manor by that time.
Where's that?
I don't know. You got to send me the address. You haven't sent it to me yet because I'm having a sleepover at Peyton's house tonight.
What?
We only have one bed. You know, this is going to get dicey.
Oh, it's going to get all Charlie and the Chocolate Factory in there. We're going to be like the grandparents.
We're going to have to preview that in the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. You know, I used to schedule release day to me, okay, whatever. It's kind of like tipping the picks on draft night. I hated that, and I stay away from social media. We already know the opponents. The most interesting thing about tonight is the way that the teams do it,
right,
with their skits,
and
their themes.
The little bits. You know, the Cowboys had used they used Taylor Sheridan in the past, right? They used him with like the Yellowstone theme. We've seen. The Chargers did
Chargers usually dominate, right?
They usually do a good one. They did a Game of Thrones one year, which is pretty cool. Maybe that was the Falcons. So there's some good ones out there. That's really
Cowboys have always lagged in this area. I feel like pretty bad.
They don't have to. See, the teams that like have the
everybody has to. Everybody's got to come with something strong, and they don't always.
Yes, but like the thought is that like the teams that have to have a great elite creative social media team are the ones that don't have the great promotion from being the superstar team, like the Lakers, the Cowboys, the Yankees. Like they don't. The thought in the organizations is like, we're above that. Leave that to the Sacramento Kings.
What is the theme of the preview that they put out?
I don't know.
Look on their
a cult ritual. They're about to. I don't know what the hell's going on in that video.
It's got to be some show or movie we're not aware of.
They threw Tyler Guyton in it. That's probably got to be good prospects for him heading into training camp.
Was he wearing his wedding outfit? Was he playing? Was he on the right side? I thought he was on the right side of the screen. That could mean he's playing right tackle.
That could very well be. No, he had the. It's like three of them. It was like the big hoods over there, and they were swinging. I don't know. They looked like they were about to do
Harry Potter thing.
Something.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Y'all, let us know in the fan text.
It looks like they're about to drink the Kool-Aid, like they're in a cult ceremony.
What a segue.
That's what it is.
To you.
There we go. Rich Eisen, one who I would not say is generally prone to wild, like hot takes, or he'll have his own little different takes sometimes, and usually the way he likes to drop it is he'll go, you know what I think, you know, and he'll try to like just drop it as like a quick thing. He doesn't want to make a whole bunch of waves. But yesterday he was going through his top teams in the NFL. He's running through the top 10, and his producer, I cannot remember the guy's name right now. His producer is like a massive Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
And so they talk about the Cowboys on there a lot, and they're always, you know, messing with him and poking him about like, oh, you know, Cowboys, what are they going to do? Well, Rich Eisen apparently is now a big believer in the Dallas Cowboys, putting them in his top 5.
Number 5.
Go ahead, say it. No, come on.
I believe in him.
No way.
I'm putting the Dallas Cowboys in the top 5. Oh yeah.
Wow.
I think they've
winning
nailed
the
it.
Offseason.
I think that's where it is
for
the middle of the
championship
offseason.
season.
Like we are right in the middle of the offseason that they have been winning. That defensive line, I know they coughed up Odigizua to San Francisco, by the way, but Rashawn Gary,
yes,
Kenny Clark, Quentin Williams, the kid they just drafted, Malachi Lawrence, overshown, my guy Jay Sean Barham out of Michigan, who they drafted, Caleb Downs on the back end. I think they have checked some defensive boxes, man.
Whoa.
And offensively,
whoa, it was already nice.
There is one. How do you not have them as maybe a top 5 offense in the NFL?
7th best odds to win the NFC.
Okay.
Those people don't know everything.
These are my power rankings. I'm putting the Cowboys 5.
Ooh, not just putting them 5, leading off with all these points about look at these pieces they have on defense. How intriguing is it? Oh, and yeah, I mean, I guess their offense is top 5 too. It's wild, the lapping up of the Cowboys Kool-Aid that's going on nationally right now. I don't remember nationally there being this much buzz about them as like, oh yeah, that's a team that's really going to do something this year.
It's getting uncomfortable now.
They did a lot of things right in the draft. I mean, they didn't.
We think.
We don't
know.
We don't know.
We've had some bad draft classes here recently. Bad.
It could just be that Michigan connection that Eisen always loves anybody with a Michigan connection.
That's right. But yeah, it's just like, the right pick, whether he works out, but the right pick was Caleb Downs. They didn't screw it up. They couldn't have screwed it up. It was impossible to screw it up at that point. The only way they could have.
Thieneman might be better. Who knows?
He might be. But on that draft day, unequivocally, Downs the better player.
Yeah.
So
I'm being a smartass.
Yeah, they made the right picks. There's something to be bullish about. They made the right decision. We think again on defensive coordinator. This was an off season they couldn't have screwed up, and they didn't.
817 says low hanging fruit from Rich. He's better than that. See, I agree. Rich does not go for low hanging fruit stuff like that. That's why I think he genuinely probably feels this way. Is that and that's why it is surprising to me that there's so much buy-in nationally, and maybe it's just because
everyone's following this formula. Offense is really good. Defense was here. We think the defense can be here, and that means you're in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean maybe Christian Parker doesn't get talked about like this if he's hired in Arizona to be the defensive coordinator.
Yes.
But now all of a sudden everybody's dropping his name. He's got to be the most spoken name defensive coordinator in the NFL this offseason on like national media. And it's he's this up and coming star. And it's the Dallas Cowboys and putting all that together and like how bad they were. And so I guess it's just a perfect storm for looking at him as like, man, here's a test case. But this is the star.
It's the power of the hype. Mm-hmm. And nobody knew who Christian Parker was a week before he was hired. No, nobody did. And now you come here and you get this profile and you get hyped up and you get covered like this. And the Cowboys are a top 5 team according to Rich Eisen. But here's CBS Sports to bring us back down to earth. Spike, the roofie, the Kool-Aid.
Man, talk about right there, roofie the Kool-Aid. So they did their tiers of who they would bet on to win the Super Bowl. Now, granted, this is just, is there any value? Right? Is there any value in betting on these guys?
Okay.
All right.
Win it all?
To win it all. So the tiers, there are 8 tiers. Tier 8, no thanks at any price. That's the hell no. And then the number 1 tier is like your contender tier. And the bottom ones are your usuals, right? Your Jets, your Dolphins, Arizona. The guys all the way at the top, again, usual suspects, the top 3, the best bets, Kansas City, again, value, because you're getting 16-1. And then Seattle, and then actually they have Philadelphia at 18-1. And I was like, all right, let's just see where they have the Cowboys, because everybody has been hyping up the Dallas Cowboys. Tier 2, the contenders. Denver at 20-1. Jacksonville at 25-1. Chargers at 16-1. Lions at 17-1. Bears at 25-1. Rams at 7-1. And basically what they're saying is there's no value on the Rams, so we're not going to place a great bet on them at 7-1. Packers at 20-1. All right, deep sleepers. Minnesota 55-1.
Oh, I know we're in this class at least.
Giants 70-1. Atlanta 80-1. Let's head on over to Tier 4. Still nothing.
Stop. Who made this?
CBS.
RJ White.
RJ White.
It's an RJ. It's a betting RJ.
Not quite sleepers.
Another whore. It's another media whore for attention.
Houston 20-1.
Houston is behind name the group right above them.
Atlanta, Giants, Minnesota.
Okay.
But again, like they're looking at the value for the return on your money.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because the Giants are 70-1.
Okay.
Right? Houston's 20-1.
So the Cowboys are going to have such low value because they're so loved.
Yes.
They're not going to be higher up.
1,000%. San Fran.
Apologize. for the whore.
San Fran at 16-1. Cincy.
Just a skank.
Tier 5. You can make a case. Washington. The Titans at 175-1. Indy and the Bucks at 40 and 45-1. How about this? Tier 6 is your favorites at awful prices, which means the odds are too low. Buffalo at 10-1. Ravens at 10-1. And then you get to Tier 7. Not enough value to consider. Pittsburgh, New Orleans, Cleveland, Carolina, the Raiders, and at number 29, the Dallas Cowboys at 22-1. And the write-up is the Cowboys in particular are a strange case. Love the Downs edition. Defense is so bad. Can't understand why the market is so bullish on them, though, to give them better odds than the Bears and the Jaguars and put them within spitting distance of Philadelphia. So basically saying Vegas has so overcorrected on them. They've ruined any value they have.
It's 22-1 bad value?
It's not great. It's not great because
that's improvement.
You know, we've compared them to Cincinnati a lot in a lot of respects. Good offense, just a terrible defense. You know, Cincinnati's 25-1.
I put down $20. The Cowboys win the Super Bowl. I have $440. That to me is not bad value.
This dude's got. I'm looking through his history now. Now I got to look and see what other dumb stuff he said.
Please.
So he said that the Seahawks were the 8th best value to win the Super Bowl out of the 12, 14 teams that were in there going into the postseason. He said what you should have bet on heading into Week 18, throw some money down on Ravens versus Bears or Jaguars versus Bears. That's where the value is. He thought the Jags were the best value in there, and even the Rams. And there were 2 teams that had better odds than the Seahawks that he had as better betting values.
So there's your Vegas.
You should replace that RJ as a bet analyst.
There's your Vegas. Well, they just replaced our RJ as a betting analyst.
Right.
Somewhere.
Does Sandler do betting too?
He's not.
Shots fired at Peyton Russell. No more baseball humping. And get the Waymos out of here. Waymo is way gone in DFW. It's Thursday at 6:40. That means it's the payload after this.
But let's get you at Trust and Will. If you have not
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Zach Bigley, and me. Our coverage of tomorrow night's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. It is time for the payload every single Thursday at this time, 6:40 on a Thursday. And once again, people at this station, other shows want to throw some shade at someone at the morning show. Sometimes it's Sean, sometimes it's Bobby, RJ a little bit here and there. This time it's Mr. Duke / Texas A&M / Mr. Bad Attitude on Monday, Sean. One Kevin Hagelin, who yesterday heard my promo that I was just trying to do a nice thing. The bosses brought up in the meeting. It's like, hey, you're going out to the Firehouse tour in Rockwall. You'll be joining the guys, Sean, RJ, Bobby. Do a promo. Make it funny. Put it 30, 40 seconds long. That's about as long as Hagelin's teases are sometimes. And Hagelin yesterday was not a fan of it. He heard the promo, and this is Hagelin's reaction to what I thought was a good promo yesterday.
Do you think more people are excited to see Alec at the card show or Peyton finally being released into the world tomorrow at the Firehouse tour in Rockwall?
See, I think it's Alec because Peyton went too far in his promo. Because I was with Peyton on his promo, but then it felt like they were like, hey, man, you need to talk like 10 more seconds. And he was like, seriously, though, I'm in the world. You should come see me. And I'm like, nope, we should just wrap this thing up.
Mm-hmm. But
you have access to play that promo?
I can find it.
Yeah, see if we can find it. And I want you to hear it.
Give him any suggestions on other things to say?
Yeah, I wasn't there when they recorded it. I just want to know if you think that is an unfair presentation.
I thought you said you were there with him.
No.
And my thought here is, I understand why you didn't give him any advice.
Yeah,
I didn't invite us to his wedding.
Take one of the other roads and don't get caught on the bridge. Yeah, this is called a receipt for that.
Yeah. You didn't get invited us to the wedding?
Yeah. It kind of feels like we helped get him that job.
You like Alec more anyway?
So my contention is that he was done talking. And they're like, we need 7 more seconds. I think he would have been fine just wrapping it up before that last part.
Does it come off a little desperate?
Yes. Ooh. That's exactly what I think. Yeah. So that's why I need y'all to show up, because they're not sending him anywhere.
Look, it's too late in the week. I don't need Larry, Moe, and Curly to be throwing shade at me over there, the midday show. Emphasis on mid, by the way. Midday show. Bunch of mids over there. I don't need this, Hagelin. Come on, we're too close together. You're in crosstalk every morning. We're right there. We talk. I don't need this.
You used to touch hands through the glass.
Yeah, and then he stopped that. I don't know if it's because we're at the new station, but yeah, he stopped touching hands with me. So
So how are they?
They probably figured that glass too thin it would break.
How are they responsible for you getting this spot?
So, because I guess, there was a time where, Reggie was moving up to the Knights, and then he had gotten a job somewhere else. And so there was a time period where it was like I was the next guy in line. And if Reggie moved on from being the producer of KNC, I would be the next guy. Troy then left soon after, and so then I was joined with you guys. But there was about a month-long period where Kevin thought I was their next producer. And he was like, look, we've had you on. I was doing shows every Monday because Reggie would host at Nights on Mondays during some parts of the year. So, that's kind of where it was. And
so that's it. Kevin
Sour grapes.
You thought you were going to be the producer, and you weren't.
Yeah, and I was not.
And just Kevin's brilliance of thinking you were worthy of it got you hired in our spot.
Yeah, he's like, who do you think's more excited to see, Alec or Peyton? It sounds like Kevin was more excited to have Peyton as his producer, and he ultimately just didn't get his way. He got his bridesmaid.
Yeah, if Kevin could wrap things up 10 seconds sooner, maybe they could make a break on time. What? Every once in a while. But I've been thinking about how to incorporate Peyton tomorrow at the Rockwall Firehouse. His
Jaws of Life.
920 Rockwall Parkway.
And I'm thinking I'm gonna schedule the show out for the topics and everything, and I'm thinking about just having Peyton bring it in to set up each topic.
It'd be amazing.
That'd be great.
Just to begin it. Because I don't want to throw it to him for like the fourth opinion on a topic. I know we want him to do some of the firehouse drills and all that stuff. I don't know if we're going to do an extra payload or anything like that. I almost think like we have him like lead the show.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him a script. He calls the plays.
There you go.
What do you think?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I like it.
I think that could be entertaining enough.
I have home field advantage, too. I mean, this could be a great thing.
I'm predicting 20 extra people to come out to see Peyton.
Yeah, for sure.
It's his hood.
It is.
How many times have we had people show up to the firehouse and go like, where's Peyton? Does Peyton come out here? And then they find out he can't. Why didn't you go after Corey the same way you went after Hagee, though? Because Corey was definitely taking shots.
And he was the one that brought up the whole wedding.
Yeah, he was the one going like, don't you think it's this? Don't you think it's it? He was like pushing Hagee.
Because it bothers me more with Kevin that and this type of person drives me insane. They want the invite with zero intent of attending. Kevin Hagelin does not want to go to Peyton's wedding. He just wants the invite. And that person drives me insane. It pisses me off. And Kevin always moans and groans about that type of stuff. Oh, you guys got together for this? You guys got together for that? Where was my invite? I guess I didn't know. You don't want to go. You're antisocial. That's fine. You've been much better on the roads for these road trips.
He has been better on the roads.
Kevin does not want to go get a suit and show up. His wife, no. Just send her by herself. She's very entertaining. She's very social.
Straight.
Kevin just wants the invite.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go.
I'm saving you money, Kevin and Corey. You don't have to buy a gift or anything, buy a suit. Like Sean said, so you know what? You should be thanking me for this. And I kind of do feel bad with the whole, I invited some people from the fan. I couldn't invite everyone. It came down to numbers thing, which I know is generic and it's a basic excuse. But, I do feel bad not being able to invite everyone. But, it's a numbers thing.
You could just replace their invite with anybody who complains about having to buy the suit.
Bye, Tim.
Next Monday's Ming. And isn't Casey Masterpiece like a barbecue sauce or something? So the show is named after a barbecue sauce. I don't know. Nice, guys. Yeah, real cool. All right, is the payload every single Thursday at this time. Everyone loves a good celebration, right? You had the Randy Moss acting like he was mooning the Green Bay Packers fan base, in the playoff game many years ago. You have the Gronk smash. But what about humping your own teammates? Seems a little odd, right? I have this up on the fan cam Twitch and YouTube right now. So these are it's outfielders for the San Francisco Giants who, after a win in Los Angeles this week, all three of the players huddled up and started thrusting at the same time. And I need to find out, whose idea this was, first of all. Was it left, right fielder, center fielder? Whose idea was this?
It was the left.
But this one is unique. But maybe it stays kind of a locker room celebration. We don't need this out here. You can see it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Guys being dudes there. So
this happened where?
In Los Angeles. This was the Giants. So this was right. I think it was after Monday night's win.
It doesn't take a rocket science if you follow college baseball to know that Drew Gilbert was all over this. This was his thing.
Yeah,
sword fighting.
This was Drew Gilbert's thing.
He from Tennessee?
He is. And he was part of that whole.
Yeah.
We had those celebrations, and we were very, very hated. And this does not take a rocket science to figure this Drew Gilbert. I love this. This is my celebration. I have a lot of my boys.
Why don't you and Peyton celebrate like that at the firehouse tomorrow?
Yeah, Peyton and he's too young. I feel there's too much of an age discrepancy there. It's a little Leo.
He's Sarah's age. What are you talking about?
Sarah's age.
Chopstein over here.
Yeah, it's a little bit too young. A little bit too young for me.
I need the chop thighs.
If I'm gonna hump a guy, he's got to be older.
So, for the fan cam audience, I think you three need to replicate what you saw there with these three guys. Give us a little, in studio.
Just do your segment.
Okay. Right. Sean's out of it. I love you, Sean.
Do your segment.
That's why we got the lighting in here for you guys.
Yeah.
And this celebration backfired quickly, though, as the three outfielders were told no more humping celebration by the coaching staff. So you know what they did the next night after beating the Dodgers?
I don't want to know.
They all got together and they just bowed. They all got in center field. They bowed to the crowd. Kept it PG, but I really wish they would have turned around and did like the backwards thrust, kind of butt to butt.
This is the Gallo. This is like the Gallo Odor thing they used to do, where they just like they'd hit a home run, they'd walk over, and then they just do a little cupping.
Kike Hernandez does this after a home run. He'll like go, but it's 1-on-1.
Cup check you.
He's cup to cup. Bam.
Inappropriate. Can't be doing this with the kids. Can't be doing this to the kids in the crowd. I understand. It's funny. It's entertaining. I'll be the old man on the porch. I'll be Rob Manfred. Do something else.
Go be Chiafalo.
Must be a California thing or something. But all right.
Second time that joke was made. Third time.
It's a good joke. It's an easy joke. You can't just lower the pinata and not let me swing.
Last story here, guys. The Waymos are about to be way gone. Nearly 4,000 Waymo robo-taxis were recalled this week due to a dangerous software glitch. Bobby sent us a video this week with the Waymo that ran a pretty busy red light, I believe, in Dallas, and he said there isn't an amount of money out there that could get him to ride in one. Bobby, you're out on the Waymos.
Hell yeah, I would never get in one of those. And now that I've said I wouldn't get in one, and now that they're like, oh, it's so safe, just watch it. And now they're saying this is a dim light. Oh, it's just hard to see the light.
Just come in this studio.
Right, so, it was a dim light, so it just it ran right through it. It couldn't recognize that it was red. Well, okay, well that's a huge problem if you can't recognize it.
So why is this technology different from a Tesla? Like
the self-driving Tesla thing? Does Tesla do that? Like where it will turn? You could just drive. Like my understanding of it is you have to still be monitoring the vehicle.
So I mean, yeah, you can be looking.
I wouldn't get in that either.
You randomly touch, but that's not my point. You randomly touch the wheel to let them know you're there, or like you're active or kind of paying attention. But self-driving mode, that's why we made my dad get one at 90 years of age. It's still taking you there. And I know we've had a Tesla incident here and there, but it feels like this Waymo one it did blow up to the degree where they're like recalling them.
Yeah.
I'm like, let me know, Tesla people. What's the difference?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I've had on some rental cars I've had where it'll have a self-driving, but it's only on the freeway.
Yeah, my wife's has that.
Okay, yeah.
The Traverse will maintain the speed and it'll shift lanes.
Yeah.
But it's not taking me to the destination. It's not like GPSing it.
Sure. So I don't know what the difference is.
But Peyton said next show bet, blindfold, you have to ride in this.
Blindfold, yeah, no chance.
We pick a destination, the three non-losers of the morning show bracket, March Madness. We pick a random destination, and then you have to go there blindfolded.
So, like, if we went to San Fran,
they're all over the place at San Fran,
and you would not have gotten in one then at the Super Bowl.
I didn't. No, I was like, now San Fran's different because like you can't go very fast. You're going like 8 miles an hour, right? I might feel a little bit safer about that, but I also feel like, what are my odds of this thing locking the doors from the inside and just never letting me out of the vehicle?
Self-destructing or something like that?
What are the odds of that?
I mean, we got self-driving 18-wheelers on I-45 now. So
what?
Yeah, there's self-driving 18-wheelers that have been test piloted. They had a driver in them in case anything went wrong, but like I think it was a couple months ago, this company started running self-driving 18-wheelers on I-45.
And Waymo has already suspended the robo-taxis in San Antonio and other parts of the country. So you're starting to see these driverless cars come to a halt until they can figure out their stuff. And I mean, one fatal crash because of a Waymo ran a red light or something, crashed into someone. I mean, that lawsuit will wipe Waymo off the map. It's a good idea. I like it, but it's something that needs to be 100% perfect to be on the busy streets out here.
There's no amount of data you could give me of like, look at the success rate that I would ever get in one.
That was a very entertaining payload. Maybe Peyton should run the show tomorrow. Let us know your different Peyton Russell ideas in Rockwall for the Firehouse Tour, continuing on Sean and RJ. LeBron James, unhappy with the Lakers. Was his Laker tenure a success? And RJ Choppy's PGA Championship preview, all coming up here on DFW Sports Station. But yesterday, I got the text message from Brandon Hurtado. Of course, if we're talking about it on the home of the Rangers, he's like, what did Choppy say?
KC Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
So here's Berger with 2 on and 1 out. Jake Fly to left his first time up, facing Nelson for the first time tonight. Pitch to Berger is swung on, hit deep down the right field line. It is slicing deep in the corner, and that ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Jake Berger. He hit it the opposite way, right down the line. And it's 3-0 Texas in the 5th.
That right field line again.
With the roof.
With the roof open. Nadell with your call on your home for Rangers baseball. He had a 3-hit game the night before. Last night, Jake Berger with a 3-run homer. Sandler points out team leading 8th multi-RBI game. Jansen wins it in the 9th, and the Texas Rangers with a thrilling walk-off come-from-behind victory.
Yeah, I don't know that Berger ball gets out of there with the roof closed. Maybe it does. It seems like it carries. Like you mentioned yesterday, down the right field line, it seems like it carries.
It's like an inside-out home run.
Yeah, it really was. But that's a really, it's a solid win from a come-from-behind perspective, when you had already given up the lead. But that was kind of depressed. There was for a moment there because the bullpen, which has been so good all year, best bullpen in the league by like a half a run. Really just,
Well, they were good except for Latz.
Except for Latz. I mean, it was going to be a big stain on it.
Who got worked unnecessarily the night. Well, it should have been unnecessarily the night before.
Right, because a 7-1 game, you never should have to bring your closer in a 7-1 game. But all of a sudden, the bases are loaded, nobody out, and you're going to have, you're a couple of batters away for the tie and run. You're going to have to bring him in, and they had to bring him in, and that's why he had thrown at that point 3 innings in 3 days. Now 4 innings in 4 days. It's a lot.
Day off today.
But yeah, there was clear no bite on his off speed. He had no giddy up on his fastball. There was just nothing. He was not fooling anybody. They had to get him out of there.
Jake Berger also with his first career game-tying plate appearance in the 9th or later. And that caps off a career high-tying 4 RBI night. And then it sets everything up for Duran. You have Duran and you have Jansen. And the Rangers take a series as they have to capitalize on this easier schedule.
Yeah, I will take, Chop was just saying solid win. Like, to me, that's one of the better wins of the season in terms of how it happened.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's not the way that they're able to win games normally. I mean, 1 run feels insurmountable at times in the 9th inning with this Rangers offense. 2 runs felt impossible.
Every single night through 5 innings feels like a 1-0 or 2-1 game.
Yeah.
Every night. First 5 innings, bet the under.
Somebody texted in earlier, and it was like 6:20, and they were like, wait, what? Rangers won last night? I went to bed after the top of the ninth.
Right.
Because that's it. You think the game's, if it was going to go into extras, that was going to be over quick, I would imagine. That's the...
I mean, they start off on second.
I know, and so I'm saying Texas would give it up, and then they would probably lose in extras. But the entire way that they did it in terms of we've recently run into this issue of they get on base to start an inning and then somebody's thrown out or somebody grounds into a double play. They are taking guys off bases so fast in recent games, and for them to be able to just keep stacking hits on hits and just really solid at bats, that's so unlike them. That's encouraging. You hope that they can do more of that.
While that was taking place, so was this NBA comeback.
Strus into Mitchell. Buzzer sounds. Cavaliers win. Cavs win Game 5 here in Detroit, and the Cavaliers are heading back to Cleveland with a 3-2 lead in this series.
Absolute shock in Detroit. It was a 9-point lead with 2.5 left, and the Cleveland Cavaliers force overtime, and they go back to Ohio with the 3-2 lead to threaten the 1 seed and RJ Choppy's betting slip.
Yeah, I had the
microphone.
I got the 50-1 June 2025 bet on Detroit in there, and I was feeling pretty good. They were going to advance, because it was going to be a 3-2 series lead, and they were going to win this game. They were going to win. They had it. You're up by 9 points with a couple of minutes to go, and you blow it. You blow the game in crushing fashion. I mean, you scored, I think they were outscored, they scored 10 points in the final 9 minutes. Can't make a 3. Couldn't make a 3 at all. Bad loss. Bad loss for the Pistons.
This is such there's so much weird about that game last night, or bad for Detroit. This is the weirdest thing. Have you seen the Dean Wade box score for Cleveland the last couple games?
No.
Last 2 games, he's played 46 minutes. He has 0 points, 0 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks, 0 free throws taken, 1 field goal attempt, 1 turnover, 2 fouls. The only thing he has more than one of on his box, he's got 11 rebounds too. But you're talking about 46 minutes and a guy has 0. He's not doing anything really negative, but he's also not doing. I've never seen somebody just get zeros in a box score for a full game length time.
Meanwhile, LeBron fallout in Los Angeles as all the Laker beat reporters are now dishing out that dirt that they've been hanging on to throughout the season.
Yeah, that he was disrespected after not getting the game ball. Following the win where he set the wins record for, topping Kareem. You know who got it that night? It's J.J. Redick for his 100th coaching victory or something.
To be fair, the way McMenamin positioned it was not that LeBron wanted the game ball. LeBron said there were other things that happened that night. Rui Hachimura had a career scoring goal that he hit. Luka had one that he hit. And they just made a big presentation about it in the locker. And then Pelinka takes the game ball and goes, "Here you go, JJ." And that's what LeBron said. He was mad that the players weren't acknowledged.
And the players weren't acknowledged?
Not like by Pelinka with the game ball. JJ Redick had just made the speech noting everybody's accomplishments. And he was upset that Pelinka then went, "And game ball here," and wouldn't give it to Rui, Luka, or LeBron for that.
Okay. I get that, but my thing is the coach is supposed to do that. The GM is the guy who's
the presenter.
The presenter for the coach.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I'm not saying.
No, I know. I'm not saying.
I think it's LeBron BS. It's LeBron BS. My teammates didn't get there. Shut up. Get out of here. He stormed out of the arena without talking to the press. He just left.
Yeah. So this is.
I blame the NBA. I blame Adam Silver.
Isn't this where it turned with Rodgers and the Jets too? Wasn't it the game ball issue with Woody Johnson in the locker room, and that's where he was like, "I'm done with the Jets"?
There's not enough basketballs in the NBA like football.
That's right.
Everyone gets multiple game balls.
Yeah, you get an offense, you get a defense, you might get a special teams game ball.
Yeah, coach gets one.
Yep.
How many?
I did not know they gave out game balls in basketball, by the way, physical balls.
I didn't either. Giannis, remember he fought for that one? He got in a fight with someone? How many game balls are there technically for each NBA game?
I think there's in the G League when I was there, they had 3, right? There was 2 that were kept on the scorers table as backups.
Yeah.
But
So anyway, LeBron's irritated over again something kind of silly, and Choppy asked, I thought, a really good question that a lot of people are also echoing throughout the sport was if it ends, which it's not because he needs the attention for an announcement of a retirement tour. Was LeBron's Laker run a success?
Yeah. That all just comes down to the question of how much do you believe in the bubble title? If you believe in that and you don't, and I think it's complicated and it's it's such a weird thing. You can't put an asterisk next to it, but we think differently about it.
Yeah.
But as long as you accept that as that's a legit title, which I do, then it was a success. Especially because they did raise that IST banner.
They did raise the IST banner. They did win the title during the bubble. And look, they played over 60 games in the regular season that year. It's not like it was a 30-game regular season like Major League Baseball.
I don't dismiss that title.
I dismiss the Dodgers title more than that one. But, they still gave a trophy out.
Players will there have been a number of players that have said that they felt like that was the most competitive, purest form of basketball they played because it was nobody could do anything but play basketball.
And
they weren't
more
allowed to go
difficult because of the isolation.
Isolation, no crowd, nothing like that.
But I think this is Choppy's take. I did expect more.
Yeah.
The Lakers,
more.
When have they been the next threat for LeBron and the Lakers during his run? Did they get swept Western Conference Finals by Denver?
Yeah, it was the Denver title year.
I expected a little bit more.
I can't believe, and I know it was just 4 years in Miami, but I can't believe it's been that long in LA now. He's played more.
8 years.
He's played 200 games more for the Lakers than he ever played for the Heat. That's nuts to me that he's that far. He's more than halfway to his Cleveland total at this point.
He played more. So this is his most consecutive years with any one team.
Which it seems like he got there 2 years ago.
I know. So he's played 8 years. He played 7 with the Cavs the first time, then 4 with Miami, 4 with Cleveland, and now 8 with the Lakers, which just seems insane. But if you look at the last 8 years, all of which he was 33 years old or older, he has as many rings in that same time as Joker and Giannis. And those guys were in their prime. Now, Joker he's got like 4 MVPs in that same time frame, but if you're going to just keep score with titles, I mean, I can't say this is not a successful run. I did expect more. I'm not going to lie. It's the Lakers.
Yeah.
I do expect more from them, but I think it's still successful.
You want to hate me a little bit more than you do normally?
Yeah.
I reading that article a little bit last night, and just it was a overdramatic article, but reading it and thinking about like LeBron being, I was starting to get the slightest hint of sentimentality over LeBron. I was starting to be like, he's starting. This is
I don't hate you for that.
This is coming to an end. I
always like to ultimately respect greatness.
I do too, and that's Kobe was the biggest change for me on that when I was watching basketball as a kid, because I remember I hated him as a Mavericks fan who would always put up 70 on him or whatever. But I remember as it got near the end of Kobe's time, I was like, why have I wasted watching Kobe this whole time on just hating him? And there's a little bit of that reflection with LeBron now, too, of just like, he is so great, and he's been so great for 20 years. It's been basically my entire basketball existence.
RJ Choppy with a PGA Championship update as golf's next major is underway.
It is underway. They are on the course. It's a rainy day in Greater Philadelphia. That's what they're playing this thing at. The feature group on the course right now.
There's no such thing as Greater Philadelphia.
That's right. Is Jason Day, Gary Woodland, Sam Burns are all even par through 2 holes right about now. That's
brother.
right. We're about to get Bryson and Ricky Fowler and Ludwig Oberg all to join, to get on the course. Koepka, Schauffele, Hatton, they get on in about 15 minutes. Rory a little bit later on, along with Jordan Spieth and John Rahm. So some good feature groups here in the early going at the PGA.
Have you made your picks yet? I need you to make all the underdog picks and send it to me so I don't have to go through it all like I did last time.
All right.
I need you to send it to me so I can just use these picks.
Okay, I could do that.
'Cause I did it for the last one. I did it for a lot of guys making the cut. And then I flexed it so I didn't need to hit every single one.
Yeah, so I try to stay away from, when I'm betting golf, I try to stay away from like Rory and Scheffler, because there's just not enough value there, right? You got 156 guys in this tournament. This is the deepest field of any major. Okay, so the Masters has less than 100 golfers, and only about 20 can win. The U.S. Open has 160, but a lot of them are amateurs. This is the deepest field on the PGA of any event. This is the players. So you have a really strong field. Anybody can win this thing. So I got 6 guys, all whose odds are 50-1 or worse.
To win it all?
To win it all.
Okay.
All right. So let's go with Chris Gotterup at 50-1, second in strokes gained adjusted on the tour. I got Keegan Bradley.
Heard of him.
All right. He won here before. He's like 60-1. He won here at the BMW in 2018 at this very course. I got Brooks Koepka at 35-1.
Heard of him.
Much better at the Masters, really sucking it up at the majors, but he chews up Northeast golf courses. This is one of them. I've got Adam Scott at 70-1. Career resurgence.
The actor.
Third on tour in strokes gained approach. Third from 150 to 175 yards out. Second from 175 to 200 yards out. How about a guy named Songjae Im at 160-1. Top 5 last week in a loaded Truist field. And then a local guy, Jordan Spieth. 65-1. It's the best he's played in a long time.
Set it up, please. Send me the link. Tweet out the link so we can all copy for some great value bets with golf. Underdog, and do it before one of them surges up that leaderboard and the value drops. We're about to go commercial free in the expressway on DFW Sports Station. Why this NFL legend says the Cowboys don't need to be in prime time, and RJ is not happy that all of your Thanksgiving week is now ruined by the National Football League. That's next in schedule release night after this. And this is GiveMeTheVin.com. They are here to
Thanks, Tolos. You've made us the #1 sports station in DFW. They said it couldn't be done, but together we proved them wrong. Thanks for choosing 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I got to give a shout out to little Zayn, 5 years old, and hopefully he's in the car right now. His pops, Z, said, can you guys say a little prayer for my boy? Tomorrow he's going through a 6-hour surgery for scoliosis.
Oh, God.
He was born with hemivertebrae. Thank you. So, Zan, you're going to be all good, my man. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, and let us know how everything goes. All the best for tomorrow. So that's from Tolo Z. We are commercial-free in the Expressway. Coming up at 7:40, Neighborhood Watch, the Bobby Peyton sleepover. We have College Kegger at 8. NHL coaches are getting fired. Bobby's career day audio with an Adolis Garcia fight breaking out at 8:20. And Steve Berline, former Pro Bowl quarterback and Cowboys national analyst, will join us at 9:20 as we talk about schedule release day.
And whether or not the Cowboys are overexposed at night. See what I mean?
I thought you were going to add something to Berline, but you're taking the segue. Go right ahead.
All right.
I looked like you were thinking about a Berline thing.
I was going to add something about Berline.
I was thinking about
I'm glad we apparently, I found out yesterday, stole him out from under KNC.
Well, don't talk trash about Peyton.
Exactly. Yeah. As a talk S get hit.
Next we'll get Sean Merriman and the gum chewer from the card show.
There you go. Are the Cowboys...
Who was an awesome guest, by the way. She's great.
Are the Cowboys overexposed at night?
You're on the Fan Cam, Bobby.
I know.
What are you playing for?
And you're much better seen on the Fan Cam with these lights.
Well, this is our... I can't even look at you. I really can't. Like right here.
You know, honestly, I'm going to bust the boss's balls as I always do. It's not as bad as I thought. Like,
No,
it's
it
not,
doesn't
it's not
look better.
It's not in my eye.
Right.
Like it's not blinding me.
No, it's not.
Is this one blinding you?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
They'll tighten them up on the roof like they did at the old
Do
place.
the eye patch.
I should. Yeah, I'll go with the old.
And
Kramer.
how long is this Chiafalo sunglass thing going to happen?
What happened to
and
him?
what happened?
So I don't know. He had something happen with his eye last week. So even in the dark room, he was wearing sunglasses for a little while. And yeah, I guess he's transitioned away from wearing them. But yesterday when the lights came on, it was like, it was burnt. Because they look prescription level dark with how dark these sunglasses are.
Well, what did he have done?
I don't know if it was like he had a procedure done. I think he got like hit in the eye or something.
I haven't heard from Eric in a while. I'm not getting show texts. I sent him some Wild Fork beef ribs. I'm getting no barbecue updates. Nothing.
There's a whole, like, Wolchuk asked me the other day, he's like, hey, when are you going to play that? There's a bit that we've been working on, Eric and I, on Broadus interrupting people. And it's like, he's like, when are y'all going to play that bit you sent me? I was like, that wasn't mine. That was Eric's. Like, Eric was supposed to play it. And so Eric's got like 3 bits that he's just sitting on that he hasn't dropped yet either. So I don't know. Maybe he's just going through it.
From the 3-2-1, he ran out of eye drops for red eyes. Could be. Never know.
I don't understand.
I don't know what the procedure is. I have no idea. Those are dark glasses, though. They look at the fake ones that you just get at the for free.
Jim Nance, friend of the show.
Jim Nance, friend of the show, says...
As much as Florio these days.
Yeah, you missed me and Florio fighting. And you just fake laughed the hell out of that because you have no idea what he was talking about. Well, you just fake laughed that.
Hang on, the Florio's been a nemesis for about a year now.
Okay, you were assuming it was your beef.
Yeah, I assumed that. I did not know about the new beef.
Sean's the new #1 beef with Florio.
No.
Yeah. I'll tell you later.
All right, very good. Jim Nance says the Cowboys, not just the Cowboys, but we got to get out of this idea that we need to play more night games. That's why the Cowboys are always put on at night.
The article was it's time that this game
real quick. They're talking about Kansas City Buffalo. They're talking about Kansas City Buffalo and whether that game is going to be on night or on CBS.
The article was it's time that this game go to Sunday night so that there's a bigger audience. Not true. Not even close to being true. In fact, it's almost a 30 to 40% drop off. That is real. Those are real numbers. And that is
So
not being
425 does 30% better than 8 o'clock at night on Sunday?
Look it up. And it's time that people quit misrepresenting that. I'm advocating here for Fox just as much as I am for CBS. And I'm not making up spinning numbers. It's 100% true. The 425 window last year, whether it was on CBS or Fox, was undefeated versus the Sunday night game rate.
Wow. Jim Nance saying the afternoon Sunday game is better and bigger than Sunday Night Football, and I'm guessing Monday Night Football.
It's very unlike Jim Nance to question the powers that be.
I know.
Very unlikely.
Usually he's always just bowing down.
Absolutely. So I went and looked.
Carrying the bag for them like Augusta. Tim is so pissed right now. Tim is Nance's boy. That's the number one thing I think Michael Irvin remembers from me. Maybe the Jerry thing, but he called me right after the Nance thing, and he's like, how was it? I could not believe you were going that great. Jim Nance like that. Sorry, Choppy, you can have your impression back. I could not believe that.
It's not quite 30%. I went and looked it up. It's so the late afternoon window gets about 25.8 million, and the primetime NBC window gets 23.5 million. So it's a little bit more. I'll tell you, I think, do we all agree? I prefer the 3:25 game over the 7:30 game.
Yeah, because we wake up at 5.
Yeah, but I think fans do too. I don't think any fan wants to go to a night game. You're not getting home till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so I mean, just myself, back when I didn't have to be up at 5, and it was just I preferred watching the Cowboys in primetime. I like it.
It feels bigger with them playing primetime.
It feels like
bigger.
It feels special. You get the whole NFL day to just kind of take it in, and then it's like, yes, it all led up to this moment where it's just the game I want to watch.
It definitely feels bigger. There's no doubt about that. I'm just saying, if I'm going to a game,
game.
Yeah, if you're going to the game, I think you would rather the 3:25 game.
Yeah, but that's not Nance's point. Nance's point is which one is which one do people watch more? And he's saying it's a 30% increase in the afternoon than night.
Yeah, which I was pretty surprised by that.
I am too.
Pretty surprised.
Because I remember yesterday in studio commercial break, Hagelin and Corey were talking about Big Bang Theory versus How I Met Your Mother, and whatever show has Sheldon.
Big Bang.
That is the one that I just can't get this out of my mind that either matched or beat Sunday Night Football for a little bit, because Sunday Night Football was number one, has been number one, dominates television ratings.
Yeah, and
so to hear this from Nance, a little surprising.
And so it's not, and again, it's not quite 30%. It's not even.
So Jim's trying to say when the Cowboys get announced tonight with 6 primetime games, or the maximum amount of primetime games, we should really be looking at it as who gets 325.
Who gets 325
on CBS and Fox.
On CBS and Fox. Now, also, when he says that window gets more, does that mean, because 325 is not a standalone game.
Right.
There's 2 or 3 other games at the same time that are just on the other network. It's standalone on CBS.
Yeah.
But Fox will have 2 or 3 games at 3 o'clock, right? They're the 3:05 kicks, not the 3:25 kicks.
Right.
Are those counted in it? Are those counted in the afternoon window? Because if they are, then he's wrong.
Maybe he is talking about, I don't know, the only way I can figure this 30%, maybe he is talking about due to a split audience that 25 million in an afternoon window compared to 23 when you are the only show in town for football. It's a...
Right, it's 25 million watching Kansas City Buffalo, and then the Chargers against the Broncos.
Yeah, when
it's
it's scaled, this game is beating Sunday Night Football, and there's another game that's going against.
You guys on the fan text 877-881-1053. The 940 says that's because the 325 slot always has Dallas or Kansas City in it. 972, I kind of agree with Nance. Another 972, some of last year's Sunday night games were duds. 940, I agree. I need some sleep at night.
All right, so NFL schedule release day, commercial free in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ, and Choppy. You just keep getting more and more upset with the NFL scheduling takeover.
I mean, first of all, they're taking my games off of over-the-air TV. I do believe the NFL is a public service.
Yeah.
All right.
You missed us the other day.
I did.
It's a public service. Okay. It's the tax exempt.
You think it's like a public utility, basically?
Yeah. I think the NFL is a public utility.
Okay.
I think it should be for free. I think it should be freer than hospitals. Okay? All right? I think the NFL is a public service.
He's arguing for universal football over universal
football care. They're just making up holidays. They are going to have, and they have started a 5-year package with Netflix for Thanksgiving Eve. Thanksgiving, whatever the hell that is.
Biggest party night of the year.
Yes. Rams, Packers. See, the problem is that's a good game. If you're going to make Thanksgiving Eve, make it Jets-Titans where nobody has to watch. But they're going to make up a holiday. Nobody asked for them to make up a holiday. The biggest party day of the year. Just give us one day. Just give us one day. Because what happens on Thanksgiving Eve?
You got Tuesday now.
The only thing that you should be doing on Thanksgiving Eve, if you are a single 28-year-old man, is putting your Tinder match down to about a half mile from where you grew up. And you can just shoot fish in a barrel of all the girls you never had the guts to talk to in high school.
Yeah.
That's what you should do on Wednesday night before Thanksgiving. Not sitting on the couch watching Rams Packers.
I love when I used to be able to go back home on Thanksgiving Eve to go out. I just seeing all the old connections.
Put the flag in the ground, put up a tent, and say open for business.
Well, I'm not saying to go sleep with everyone, but just seeing old faces and people being like, "Is that you?"
Yeah. Now, look, as we age, we were home more. Right? We enjoy being at home more.
Yeah.
So it's different, but...
So Warren Sharp tweeted out, say goodbye to your family before Thanksgiving, the most deadly serious Thanksgiving slate I've ever seen. This is ridiculous. Green Bay, Rams, Wednesday night. On Thursday, Bears, Lions, 12 o'clock on CBS.
Ooh.
Why aren't you in the 3 o'clock game, Nance?
Right.
3:30, Eagles, Cowboys with Brady. Chiefs, Bills, Sunday night, 7:20, and then the Black Friday game, Denver, Pittsburgh on Amazon.
I mean, that's a hellacious slate.
Except for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a
Drew Howley's mechanics are getting fixed. They're going to be good.
That's a monster.
It really
schedule.
is. It really is. And I mean, look, you're gonna watch them all. You're really forced to watch them all because they're so good. It's a monster, baby.
Right? So there it is. The National Football League coming up with even more holidays.
They're testing it. They're testing that oversaturation theory. It's the Cuban thing. What does he say?
Hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah,
or whatever.
the whole hogs get slaughtered thing. They're not there yet, but the more they start encroaching on Friday night with high school football like they've done recently, the more they're encroaching on late season college games, and now they're just starting to throw Wednesday. I do think they are going to risk it at some point. It hasn't found it yet, but at some point I do think they're going to risk oversaturation.
They would say that college encroached on them, not the other way around, when college made the playoff, because the NFL had already been playing on Saturdays that weekend.
Yeah, but it's still it's one of those things of the expansion, and it's your feeder program and everything else. Draw on the line of nope, Saturday, we're taking this. It seems unnecessarily territorial.
College football kegger coming up at 8 o'clock with a Lane Kiffin apology here on Sean and RJ. Audio from Bobby, career day at 8:20. Steve Berline, Cowboys national analyst at 9:20. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Flower Mound PD, I'm coming for you. You better believe it. Let's talk about it here in Neighborhood Watch, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing. Trust your next vehicle to the fine folks from DFW's own D&M Leasing, dmautoleasing.com. Yeah, I got an issue. Let's start with something happy. Let's start with something positive. So we had talked a couple weeks back about the esports team that was going on in Crowley ISD after some good fine Tolos over there had invited us out to hang out. So they made sure to send me this note that just recently, a couple weeks ago, Jordan Connolly from North Crowley High School was named the 2026 Madden esports champion nationally. So Congratulations to Jordan Connolly.
Congrats.
And they got the belt already posted up there that he won over at North Crowley High School. So congrats to Jordan over there. So yesterday I was driving to career day, which again we'll talk about at 8:20 a little bit. I was driving to career day, and it's largely a success. I was back in my hood, back in Flower Mound, as we moved to Louisville recently, and I'm driving. I'm getting ready to turn into the school parking lot. I'm going, okay, cool. I'm here. I made it on time. Was able to beat traffic. This is great. I was supposed to be there at 10:10. Or 10:10 was the start of it. I was supposed to be there at 10. I was like, all right, cool. It's 9:55. I made it here on time. This is good. As I'm pulling into the school.
So you left the show early for nothing.
No, because I got there when I was supposed to.
No.
Like right when I was supposed to. So I pull in and it's that whoop whoop. And I look behind me.
Police are on their way, mofos.
And I see the flashing lights. And I ended up parking. I was like, all right, what is this for? I don't even know what I did. I wasn't speeding. I didn't do anything else. I always in my head for some reason just start going like, do I have an unpaid ticket I don't know about and I'm about to get pulled over for a warrant or something?
And this is like one of the only times where I think about running from the police. When you get pulled over, I think that's a bottom 3 worst place to get pulled over in a school parking lot where everyone sees you, and then you're going to have to go into that school for a function. Like when I drive by my kid's school and I see someone pulled over, I'm like, oh my gosh, what a nightmare.
Yes.
It's almost worth it to pretend like you had no idea and go up another half mile to get out of the school vicinity.
So,
like your work parking lot, everyone's pulling into work at
they're looking at you waving. Hey!
Oh, yeah.
So especially if you have a recognizable vehicle that everybody knows.
Yes.
I was looking at it and I was like, I wasn't speeding. I don't think I ran a stop sign. I didn't do anything. And so.
Because you're a self-proclaimed perfect, great driver.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen it. So I was sitting there and I was like, okay, what's this going to be about? So the officer walks up and right out of the gate, I'm like, oh gosh. Because I had grabbed my stuff, rolled down my window. I forgot, and because I parked, I unbuckled my seatbelt. So when he walks up to the door, he goes, were you driving with your seatbelt off? Like, that was the first thing he said.
Why'd you unbuckle it?
Because I was just, like, reaching over to grab something, so I unbuckled it and just forgot, so...
2 mistakes. Number 1, reach to grab, and then 2...
because my wallet was on the ground. I had to get my wallet.
I would wait for him to tell you.
Well, I know. He hadn't come up to the door yet. He was still in his car. And so I reached over, and so then he was like... keep it buckled until I tell you. And I was like, okay, all right. Okay. I was like, sorry, forgot. And I was like, he said, do you know why I pulled you over? It's like, no. I don't know why they always got to start with a riddle. Like, you can just tell me why you pulled me over. You don't have to ask me if I know. Like, you want me to confess to something.
They want to catch you in a lie.
Yeah, it's like my dad when he's here, like, is there anything you want to tell me? No, I didn't have anything. You're fine. Go ahead. And he just wanted me to confess to something. So I was like, no, I don't. And he said, your registration's out. It's like, oh, crap. I didn't even realize it. It expired apparently like a month ago. And so I hadn't seen it yet. I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, didn't even know it. My bad. Sorry. He goes, yeah, you've been pulled over for that before? It's like, no, I didn't know. That's the first I've seen of it.
A month ago.
Yeah. And so he goes, what are you doing here today? I said, I'm doing career day. I got to go inside and talk to the kids. He goes, okay. And he walks around the front and he sees my bumper, the front bumper. And he goes, what happened here? Like, what are we doing? Why do you want to know what happened? I was like, I got a fender bender a year ago. And he's like, okay. He goes, yeah, the registration's out. I'm just going to, I'll give you a warning. I'm going to go back to my car, just run everything, make sure everything's correct.
Oh,
and I was like, okay, cool.
Very nice of him to tell you that the warning, usually it is the 5-minute wait of anticipation and worry until they come back to tell you what the verdict is going to be. Yep. He told you up front.
Yeah.
That was cool.
And so at that point I was like, okay, cool. He came at it with a little bit of aggressive energy early, but cool, that's fine. So he goes back to his car and he's back there for like a while, I feel like, for a warning, where I was just like, he knows I got to go in there because I told him I got to do career day in like 2 minutes.
Did you drop your little, importance, your little fan title?
No, I was wearing the fan hoodie though, and no, that was not on purpose.
That's great.
And he was like, what do you do for work? I was like, I work in radio. And he was like, you work at the Fan? And I was like, yeah. And so it's because I'm sure he saw that. But he called it the Fan. He didn't say you work at 105.3 the Fan.
Yeah.
So he wasn't just reading. He knows the station.
Right.
So you're lucky he wasn't a 78-year-old that listened to the tape.
Right. So he ends up going to the back. When he finally comes back, he's like, okay. And I can tell his energy is already different. He's like, so, like I said, I'm going to give you a warning, but we've ticketed you twice for this. And I was like,
wow.
I was like, what? I was like,
you got 2 tickets in the last month for this?
And I was like,
for years
past? I was like, wait, are you talking about in my life? How many times have I been pulled over for registration? And I was like, I thought you meant, have I been pulled over for this registration? So I said no. That's why I said it's been out for a month. And he goes, well, no. I was asking if you've ever been pulled over for it.
What?
I was like, that is unreasonable.
It is. I do not.
That's
I would not
unreasonable
remember.
expectation.
I would not remember.
I mean, I remember I got 2 tickets in Flower Mound for this.
Yeah.
But I also lived in Flower Mound for 10 years. It happened twice in 10 years.
It's like having a busted rear view light.
Like a tail light, yeah.
And you get it fixed, and then it gets busted again.
Yeah.
They pull you over. You've been pulled over for this? No. I didn't realize it was busted.
Not this time.
Yeah, not this time.
Right.
That's weird.
Yeah, I never would have guessed that was what that's what they meant.
He was like, it was like, and it was almost like the way he said
heard
it.
him.
Well, the way he said
hurt.
it, the way he said it was almost like, if I had known this before I already told you were getting a warning, then you would have gotten a ticket. It was almost kind of like the tone he was hitting at.
When did it expire?
April 1st was when it needed to be renewed. It's been 5 weeks.
Okay, so yeah, I think
I didn't even know. Like I said, I didn't even notice it was out.
According to the Fantex, by law, you have 10 days into the next month.
Yeah, I'm past that.
Right, so you missed it by a couple of days.
Yeah, and so I mean, yeah, like 40 of them. But
no. You have all of it expired April 8 and 4.
No, it expired March.
Oh,
so I'm saying March was the last one. So April 1st, I needed to get new tags,
Yeah.
and I hadn't done it yet. So I'm owning that I needed. Like, if he wanted to give me a ticket, I would have been like, all right, that's fine. I should have gotten a ticket. But unreasonable expectation to me, like when you pull somebody over.
Yeah.
For like, yeah, it's like whenever you
when
pull
you ever had your permit, was this an issue?
Like when if I've got a brake light out and you come and be like, have you been pulled over for this before? Does he expect me to go, okay, so yeah, when I was 19, I had a brake light out, I fixed it, like, and so he's like, all right, so here's a warning, just get that done, and he just like kind of stomped off. I was like, dude, this seemed like unnecessary energy from you the whole time. Maybe he was a ticket listener. Maybe that is why. Maybe that's why he came at me with an aggressive energy. So it was. I thought it was a little over the top, a little aggressive. But
But he let you off with a warning still.
Yeah, he let me off with a warning. So I'm appreciative of that. There's nothing. I've never had. There's only one other time where I've had a weird interaction with a police officer like that, and it was when I was 19 and I was driving somewhere, and dummy early on driving, I used to, if I was going to make a turn and I pulled into somebody's driveway, I would turn off my headlights because I didn't want to shine into their house at night.
Right.
But that looked really suspicious to some cops that were behind me one time when I did that, because they're like, why were you turning off your lights to roll up into somebody's driveway and then immediately pull out? So they thought I got scared and saw them, which is fine.
DFW security.
So I was trying to explain to him, like, yeah, this is why I did it. And he goes, so what were you doing tonight? I was like, I was going for a drive. 19, you go for a drive. He goes, I just don't understand why you do.
No, you don't you go for a drive at 39.
No, this was me and my buddies. Like, we just went out, we went to Wendy's, and then we just went driving around. And so he goes, I don't know. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of anybody just driving. It's like, what are you talking about? You've never heard of this?
Drive all the time.
But it was usually I'm very, very polite and charming at the traffic stop. I was not yesterday. I wasn't able to charm him any.
You got a warning.
No, I know, but that was just of his own, like, benevolence.
Okay.
It wasn't anything I did. It wasn't like I sweet talked him down to it, is what I'm saying.
What is the process now? Like, how long? How long are you going to go?
No, Kristen told me today, she's like, leave the car for me. I'm going to go get it inspected tomorrow. But I'd forgotten. I took the car this morning.
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday in the commercial-free expressway here on 105.3 The Fan. This ignited a humongous youth baseball debate and drama for R.J. Choppy's life over the baseball snitch, apparently, in Grapevine. Did anything come of that?
Yeah, well, some of the things have come of it.
Like, did people get mad at you for talking about it on the radio?
Yes. Some people did.
Well, besides your ex-wife.
Yes, some people did get mad at me for talking about it.
Was it uncomfortable for you, like, showing up to the next game?
No, it wasn't.
Has a mafia hit been put out on me that you guys are so worried about?
The guy who is who's really the ringleader of
from El Chopper baseball chopper,
the capo,
the ringleader for the guy who was basically recruiting all these players. The chances are he's going to leave Grapevine. Again, the person I always felt bad for was the child of the snitch, because he's a really good kid. And I know.
So what I misunderstood about the story originally is the snitch snitched on their own team.
Their own team.
I thought they were like exposing the other cheater. They turned in their own team.
Yeah, it was the parent. It was the parent of a Grapevine player.
Chapo. My bad.
Yeah. It was the parent.
I'm with El Chopper.
This is a little, though, like Kevontae Turpin, like, snitching on George Pickens so that he can get some playing time.
Yeah. Chopper, I understand.
Well,
if you need me, I'm here.
This kid's probably better than Turpin, though.
It's not follow
he can judge a fly ball better.
It's not follow the money. It's follow the playing time.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what it was. It was somebody who was just kind of sick and tired of their child getting passed over from 4, 5, 6, 7 kids, and it was only 4 in this situation that were there, I guess you could say, illegally. So it was a parent of like a JV player, and that I felt bad for the kid, the son of the snitch, because he doesn't need to deal with the bullying that he got, and trust me, he got a lot of it.
Yeah.
The next couple of days at school.
Well, now it's hit Grapevine. We're going from Grapevine to Duncanville. This is Bryson Kennedy. He is a very highly recruited player for the 2029 class. So he's going to be a sophomore this fall. He previously was at Little Rock Central. Oh,
local school.
What local school is that?
That's not a local school. So he was
you've told us that Arkansas is local.
Arkansas Razorbacks are local. Yes, absolutely. Because they got a lot of players, a lot of students that go there from DFW. So that's local. But
good tap dance.
He's been deemed by the UIL to be ineligible. Why? Because apparently he went on a podcast and said, "This move is great for me as a football player." Basically made this move for football. His dad is like, "We moved here. I spent like $15,000 of my own money just to move my family here. And now he all of a sudden is deemed ineligible. He is heading back to Little Rock." And this is a big, big story because this was going to be a really special football player for Duncanville to get. And
this kid looks like Byron Leftwich size.
He's massive.
Good Lord.
He is massive. So it's a man, keep your mouth shut. You don't need to go on a podcast. But I also find it a little strange that we allow kids to transfer for academic reasons. Hey, I want to go to this high school. It's got better chances for me academically to improve myself. But we have a problem when they say this is a better chance for me athletically to improve myself. I do find it.
That's interesting.
It's like, all right, I get it. Academics are more honorable, quote unquote, than athletics.
Right.
But some people's athletics is their way to improve themselves.
Yeah, that's interesting. What's your answer to that on the fan text of whether it should be accepted the same at 877-881-1053? Academics or athletics?
Yeah, and he could, if he wanted to, he could stay, but he has to sit out a year, play like JV. But or he could go to private school here, and then once you go to private, you can go back to public without sitting out. You just can't go public to public, and then moving here. The UIL does have rules that you can't move just for sports.
And what if on the podcast, there's no podcast audio that has been found or still exists, I guess. But what if, because the dad is like, the full context of what was said has not been released. It's just being clipped. What if the dad moved for a job and the kid was like, yeah, my dad moved here, and coincidentally, this will be a better opportunity for me as a football player? Or did he say we're only moving for football?
Yeah, the way I understood it was like it's a better opportunity for me as a player.
You got podcast snitching out there, stream snitchers.
Yeah, stream snitchers. But it's very possible that it could be both. Like the dad could have moved here for a better job. I would think jobs in DFW are pretty valuable nowadays.
The problem is they're saying it like that's the reason why it's the whole little like it's for academics or the whole transfer idea. They're just not saying what the reason is a lot of times why they're transferred. There's so much that goes on in the shadows with high school athletics and the way things move.
Yeah, like what if there's the dad?
He just said out loud what others have done. They've just found a different reason to call it that.
But like if the dad legitimately, let's say the dad got a $50,000 pay raise with a company that has nothing to do with Duncanville High School, like that's a reason to move.
Samuel Jackson in Frisco.
Well, in Southlake.
Southlake.
Portraying as it being Frisco.
Oh.
So Frisco King is Samuel L. Jackson's new show with Taylor Sheridan.
Okay.
They have been filming this for a couple of weeks now in Southlake Town Square. And they are shutting down Southlake Boulevard, parts of it, between Davis and, so if you look at that area between Davis and basically Southlake Town Square.
Wow, the Southlake people are going to have to helicopter into their homes.
I know. and if you go in Town Square, there's roadblocks everywhere. Now, there's no parking there to begin with. Parking's awful. It's like Shops at Legacy, right? Parking's terrible there. And now, because it's shut down, Southlake residents are like, come on, all right, guys. It's been like 3-4 weeks. We got Grape Fest this weekend. You know, let's tap dance around this thing a little bit. But they're also changing signs.
Yeah.
When you go into Town Square, you're like, oh, I'm going to go to Williams-Sonoma, but now it's B&B, and because they've changed the marquee of the signs for what these buildings are to make it look like it's whatever the storefront is in Frisco King.
He may have been in, by the way, Tulsa King. We're like almost done with season 2 now. There's 3 seasons. It's a great show. It's really, really good. So I'm excited to see what Frisco King's going to be. But while he may be in Southlake for the filming, he's actually eating in Everman because he went to Medea's Down Home Cooking and was in there. There have been a couple different times.
I gotta say it like that.
What did I say it like? Yeah. Did I code switch? What did I say?
Yeah.
What did I say?
You're like Peyton, or who's the last one who did that? You're like Mark Elfenbein.
Oh, Peyton did it on the. Peyton did it on his little TV show, right? Peyton did it on his
rep it on the radio. Rep on the radio.
No, but they went to
PP on the radio.
It was there have been like 3 different restaurants I've seen now share photos of like Samuel L. Jackson just hanging around town eating. So it's if you're eating over in Southlake or Tarrant County area, you may see Samuel L. Jackson at dinner.
Through your radio.
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday, commercial free in the Expressway. Thanks for being a Total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. DFW Sports Station. Are you buying this Lane Kiffin apology? It's the college kegger and then audio from Bobby's career day after this.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
What do you make of the Lane Kiffin apology?
The first of many.
Is it the first of many?
Hell yeah. That dude's going to be apologizing all the time at LSU.
He's not going to apologize a lot because that is beneath Lane.
He's giving him too much credit. Ole Miss is beneath Lane. Yeah, he apologized for it.
He had a comment obviously last week over the weekend about Ole Miss and the diversity or the lack thereof within the community and how things are just so much better at LSU.
People don't want to send their kids to Oxford.
People do not want to send their kids to Oxford. He said he had grandparents or players say, my grandparents told me I cannot go and play for you at Ole Miss. Even the name Ole Miss was bringing up some ick for some of the kids.
100% believe that was his experience too. Like, I'm sure he did hear that.
That's what I was getting to.
Yeah.
Like, are we not paying enough attention to what was actually said and the hurdle that was there for recruitment and the stereotype?
It's 100% a real thing. I think given how things ended there and everything that happened, Lane's best play would just be any subject that's Ole Miss, just be polite and pass, basically. And he couldn't do it. He had to go, oh, you know what, let's get into some details here.
Yeah, I'll say, I'm sure.
At least he didn't say he was misquoted. Normally, people in this situation, when they get burned like this and lit up, they're like, reporter got it wrong.
Sark took a bigger shot, technically, at Ole Miss than Lane did when he said, you can go do basket weaving.
Yeah, because he didn't say he was misquoted, but he did say it wasn't calculated. He says, I really apologize if anybody at Ole Miss or in Mississippi was offended. In a 4-hour interview, I was asked a lot of questions. Ole Miss has been wonderful to me and my family.
Yeah, that's the cover that he had for it. Was the he had to? It's an apology.
My brain was so fried from the interview.
Well, and also I think there's a few different things there he's implying. One, yeah, he's so fried. It was 4 hours. You know, just I'm sorry, one momentary slip up. That's all you got. I talked for 4 hours. If that's all you could find in there, that should tell you something about how nice I was. But also the other aspect of it, I felt like he was saying in a 4-hour interview, those guys over at the New Yorker or wherever he was talking to, Vanity Fair. Those people at Vanity Fair chose to clip that out. So I had 4 hours worth of nice stuff I said about Ole Miss that they didn't put in there. So really, it's the media's fault.
He also said this was a narrative. He said this was a narrative they battled from out-of-state black parents and grandparents not wanting their kids to go there. He said it wasn't calculated by me bringing it up.
Now he's lying. Now he's lying when he's going like, oh, I got to adjust. It was the out-of-state parents who brought it. Okay, no, you didn't imply that at all with what you had said before.
Right, he was always going to bring it up.
Yeah,
he knew they were going to ask about the divorce and the new marriage with LSU.
Like, let's not just forget that who wins a majority in the last 30 years. A majority of the national championships have been won by states that surround Mississippi.
Who's the last Weasley type dude that is kind of must see and must follow like this? Just like, is Calipari? Did he generate this amount of venom towards him?
Lincoln Riley.
Calipari was
Lincoln. Lincoln's done a great job.
Lincoln takes all the credentials from people to cover him, though, so you don't get to cover him and follow along.
Say it again. I couldn't hear it.
I said Lincoln will always take people's credentials at USC for silly things, though, so you can't cover him and follow along with the things that he says. But the Calipari, I always felt like there was some villain to him, but to me, he's so charming when he starts talking. And then there's so many things about Calipari that Lane doesn't have. Lane's not charming. Lane comes off like kind of a jackass. I can't think of
Lane doesn't.
Gundy was pretty must-see.
Because Lincoln doesn't voice himself the same as Lane to generate the hate. He just does these things and his moves.
He wants to seem above it, and that's what makes it worse. Herman at Texas was pretty. The whole cool, hook 'em to the Ohio State people, line. And him making fun of. Who did he make fun of on the sideline?
It was Drew Lock.
Drew Lock. He did the Drew Lock celebration and was taunting him from the side. Tom Herman was was a pretty big, look at me guy when he was at Texas.
Kegger here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. You brought up Mike Gundy. Let's talk about Mike Gundy.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
That's right. The Drew Mestemaker enormous NIL deal at Oak State.
By the way, I dislike Mike Gundy way more than Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
I can't stand Mike Gundy.
Yeah, they're pretty close for me, probably. I dislike them in different ways. Like, they're different categories of me disliking. I dislike both of them really intensely.
I loved Gundy for a while. Then it was like, all right. The I'm a man, I'm 40 was funny. That was
How
funny.
long ago?
A long time ago.
About 40 years ago.
That was about 40 years ago.
I mean, there was somebody, I was talking to somebody at a Cowboys game one time who used to cover Gundy, and they were talking about how they used to have a lot of respect for him, and then they saw him pull something behind the scenes about just the way he threatened media down there and stuff. Yeah. And it was like, oh, you're not the authentic guy I thought you were.
Small fishbowl bully.
Yes.
So Mike Gundy was talking about last year he was really kind of railing on Oregon, saying Oregon spent $40 million on our roster. We haven't. That's 5 times more than what we have spent in the last 3 years combined. So he was talking about spending on NIL about $7 million, which is exactly what Drew Mestemaker's reported NIL deal is worth over the next 2 years. So what has come of this is basically the way coaches are finding out they're getting fired or about to get fired now is that they stop getting NIL money. Because for Oklahoma State to go from giving zero money at all, like giving $7 million to get a new coach, and all of a sudden you have a $20 to $25 million recruiting class, that's like, oh, the boosters were like, we've lost faith in you. The money is dried up. Time to get a new coach in here. You get a new coach in here, and holy cow, look at this. I just sold some stock, and I got all this money to spend, and I'm going to give it to the the football program.
And give it, it's a lot of money to spend on Denton players. So for their rural school, you don't like their job.
Absolutely. So they're getting over $20 million. To me, the NIL is showing it's a greater sign that you're going to get fired than attendance dropping, than record. The moment the NIL starts to dry up,
that's going to your buyout.
That's going to your buyout. That's exactly right. That's going to your buyout.
We can't take from the buyout fund. Sorry, dude.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I think college football is making a little bit of a mistake. Week 1 in college football, the NFL has not started yet. So Sunday is completely wide open. You can play all the games that you want on the Sunday before Labor Day, and they are going to put 2 games on at night, and that's it. I think it's a huge miss on their part. They can own the entire weekend. You can put good games on Saturday and good games on Sunday, but they're choosing not to. You could put Clemson LSU on Sunday night. Be a pretty good game. When
are you saying to start this?
Well, so week 1 for college football.
Yeah, week 1, you want it to be Memorial Day weekend?
It'll be Labor Day weekend.
Labor Day weekend.
So they're going to start anyway. Week 0 is the week before. And then Labor Day weekend is like that next week, right? And historically, college football, has not put a ton of games on, so they've only put a couple on Sunday. But this is a situation where they have an open weekend, their last open weekend without the NFL. And you know what happens once the NFL starts? It gobbles everything up.
Yeah.
I mean, how much? If there was great games on the Saturday before the NFL starts, versus say great games on a Saturday 4 weeks into the NFL season, how much is that different? Divvying up your time because you want to hang out with the fam. That's a Saturday, right, during the NFL season. But in this situation, they have Sunday available. They could put some games on Sunday. They're deciding not to.
Whenever I see something like this, though, and everybody's free, I always wonder, okay, well, if it's so obvious to everybody else and the networks who are always in it for a buck aren't doing it, then that just makes me wonder, is there something in their TV contracts that says, it doesn't matter that there's no NFL that weekend, we're not allowed to by that date or something like that where we're not allowed to put games on Sunday?
And maybe, some teams don't want to play on Sunday because you got school the next day. I mean, who knows what that may be. The Texas Rangers have changed college football.
How so?
Texas Live. That's how. So a lot of these college programs saw what happened here with Texas Live, what happened in Atlanta And what happened in St. Louis. All three of those places, those baseball stadiums, have these Texas Live type entertainment districts. And these schools are so desperate for NIL money that they're starting to build these entertainment districts around their stadiums on campus. And they're getting this done basically for free. Oklahoma, Kansas, Tennessee, Florida State, Wake Forest, Iowa State, they're all getting these entertainment districts outside their stadium that someone else is paying for. They're basically paying for the parking and the infrastructure. Well, they get all the money from the parking. This is going to create $5, $10, $15 million of NIL money each year for some of these programs. Like a school like Oklahoma, who is constantly competing for the same recruits that Texas A&M is competing for. They see how big of a hit it is at Texas Live and at the Braves one, that they're going to build these things. And there's about 20 schools that are building these entertainment districts. And you absolutely know that every school is going to have one in the next 5-10 years. These arm races that these programs are doing for NIL dollars, and maybe Texas doesn't need it because what did you say their program's valued at like $50 million a year of NIL? Their NIL's valued at like $50 million this year.
Yeah, and Sark's trying to change that. He's trying to nip it in the bud and remove all the NIL spending now, it looks like. But no, Texas has been able to benefit in a huge way from all of that spending and the expansion of all those budgets.
Last one here. What should happen? Virginia Tech softball. We don't talk softball much on this program.
No.
We've talked about softball a decent amount over the last couple of years, actually.
Bobby Keller.
Yep.
That's right. So their softball team was not given a home regional in the College World Series, the Women's College World Series. They believe, Virginia Tech believes, and the NCAA has told them as much, that there weren't enough hotel rooms to accommodate because graduation happens at the same weekend, the same week. Imagine if this happened. Imagine if the University of Oklahoma was about to host a college playoff game, and they said, nah, not enough hotels in the area because you also have graduation that same weekend, so now you guys are going to go on the road and play Notre Dame.
We have to change the home venue? Like they have to become the road team?
They would have had to become the road team. Virginia Tech in this situation is becoming the road team. They're not going to get to host a regional.
So whose side are you taking? Are you taking the athletes' side over the graduates?
Oh, I'm saying it shouldn't matter that there's not enough hotels.
Okay.
Like
so where are they going to stay?
Yeah, well, that's a good question.
You're the one. Yeah, I mean, you travel for some of these things.
Yeah,
long distance. Where are people going to sleep?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that, but like,
you gotta have to have the answer.
Did the team not earn the home game, regardless?
Yeah, okay, they earned it, but like, first off, the graduation is more important. With the families all flying
absolutely
in, scheduled for a year out, probably, or 9 months or 6 months. So they have to get priority over the people who are trying to book in the last week or two.
Oh, I totally agree. I totally get it.
It sucks to be the home team.
Yeah, it sucks, but it's also like
tough.
We all acknowledge this sucks. There's no solution either, or no easy solution. So it's just going to have to suck.
Yeah,
like that's just kind of where it falls down. Yeah,
so they're going to wind up
sleep in your cars. Yeah. Everyone should be like, you guys, how much do you want it? Yeah, are you willing to go and sleep in your cars overnight? Set up a little tent. Get someone to do an RV tent sponsorship.
Man, those things are.
Bring in a tray. Bring in the RVs. How much of that?
Get some fifth wheels in there.
Get a Fire Fest going.
Those RVs are expensive.
Those little tents they had or whatever.
A whole little camp out.
Didn't Jacksonville bring in cruise ships for the Super Bowl for hotels?
I mean, they probably brought in
Nothing
cruise
has happened
ships.
on a cruise ship.
Find a way to get a cruise ship.
Those hotels
to
in Jacksonville are
Blacksburg,
condemned,
Virginia,
I think.
through the mountains. Let's go.
Are you willing to get the Hanta for the high fives? College Kegger with RJ Choppy here on 105.3 The Fan. Below the bell coming up at 8:40. Steve Berline, Cowboys national analyst, former Pro Bowl quarterback at 9:20. NHL coaches are getting picked off. And we have audio of Bobby Belt's career day. Did he help or hurt the kids after this?
After we get you over to...
personal injury lawyers. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Natchez, far circle, Natchez. One-timer, Kulak! He scores! This series is over! Brett Kulak with a bomb!
Wow, a night of comebacks. Rangers, Diamond Cavs coming up at 9 after their first walk-off win of the season, down 2. Then you had the Cleveland Cavaliers down 9 with 2.5 left, but I think the craziest one of the evening was the Colorado Avalanche coming back from being down 3-0 to eliminate the Minnesota Wild in overtime. This is Sean and RJ with audio. Bobby Belt educating the youth from his career day coming up here on the Fan. Below the Belt at 8:40. Steve Berline at 9:20. Avs advance.
Yeah, I think that question you've asked a couple times, we got the answer now. Did the Wild just save you from the Avalanche? That probably looks like it was the case. That's just a juggernaut.
Yeah, that would have been 5.
Yeah,
at best.
Yeah, it's exactly what the Wild went through. That's what you were probably getting.
And coaches are getting taken out across the National Hockey League.
Yes, not Chuck, but his long-lost cousin, maybe, Chris Knobloch at Edmonton.
Nice reference.
Thank you. He has been fired. There's talk that they're going to go try to get Butch Cassidy.
And the Sundance Kid.
That's right. Bruce Cassidy, not Butch.
Oh.
But from Vegas, who was fired. How about this? I don't know. Tell me, Bobby, if this happens in the NFL.
Don't ask him a hockey question.
He was fired.
Money Puck doesn't have answers for this.
He was fired with like 8 games to go. Edmonton had to ask permission to interview him.
I hate this.
And he was fired with 8 games to go in the regular season, and Vegas said no.
Fired. It shouldn't matter if, like in the NFL, it doesn't matter if you're fired. You're fired.
Do coaches have non-competes?
If you, I wonder if it just may be.
If they fire us here today, can they stop us from interviewing somewhere else tomorrow?
So yeah, did they?
I don't know.
I wonder.
Can we
if
just go work for Crown Global tomorrow?
I wonder if we could do that now anyway. I wonder if buying out, like if there's something about if they bought out the contract and it's like, no, we paid you for the contract terms. And so you have to, like, we have control over you because you've been paid for it. Like, I wonder if he was just paid out for the season or something, so they've got control.
Until the end of the league year?
Yeah, something like that.
That's possible. That's possible. It could happen.
So Edmonton, Toronto, gone.
Yeah, Toronto fired their head coach as well, Craig Berube.
Love him.
But this is a pretty wild story. Did you hear this audio?
Yeah, we're not playing it again. We spent a lot of time on it last week.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right. I didn't know.
The new GM.
The new GM, yeah. So it's just a wild story going on in Toronto.
They owe him money on that, you know.
They do.
As you said, they're letting this new little... Seems like a punk in the National Hockey League. Just go ahead and burn the money existing on the contract.
And so, like that's that. So they got this new GM there,
and they got the number 1 pick, which hockey people are trying to compare to the Mavs' rigged selection of flag because Toronto's going to get 1.
Toronto was they were pretty good. Going into this season, they were thought of a team that could make some noise. And they lose Marner. But they still had Austin Matthews.
Yeah.
But that's still a pretty good team.
I got Austin Matthews trade odds. I got Hellebuck trade odds. I got McDavid trade odds. I'm hoping that this is an insane NHL offseason in terms of movement.
Might be, because, the Stars are like one of those teams that has a major decision to make, a major contract to hand out to Jason Robertson. And then they also want to get back to the conference finals at least the following year.
While the Canes are rolling everyone like OKC, will Carolina go undefeated in the playoffs? I got the Bet Online numbers. It's crazy. I'm like watching even more hockey because of Underdog after the Stars were eliminated.
Hell yeah.
Will the Hurricanes go undefeated in the postseason? 20-1, yes. So it's a 4.8% chance they go undefeated as they're rolling. Their over-under for total playoff losses is 3.5.
Oh.
Will Carolina win the East? 70% chance, yes, a -240. Will they win the Cup? No. minus 210. They have a 32% chance of winning it all at plus 160, even after going undefeated like this.
What's the chance at?
Yes is plus 160. No is minus 210.
Wow. So Colorado's still the odds-on favorite. Okay, I mean, I get it. Colorado's really, really good, but the Canes are playing great hockey.
All right, so there it is. Jimmy Shapiro just sent, as we're talking, next NHL coach fired. Nashville. Detroit.
Had a bad year.
There's no star, so you can breathe. No. I'm like disappointed. Going after
we fell
you going after
short. We fell 2 rounds short.
All right, let's see if Bobby fell short. Speaking at career day.
Spoiler alert, I did. So this one, this was, I mean, here's the thing. It went well. Okay. So we had, after I got, accosted in the parking lot. This is the fourth graders. After I was accosted in the parking lot, I went in for career day and I had I brought in some Tolo stickers, which went over great. Everybody loved them. In fact, the kids, as they were taking them, they were all saying like nonstop. There was like this one little girl. She took it and she's like, I just like the way that sounds. Tolo, Tolo, Tolo. And so they were all saying it like walking out of the classroom. So we're building up the next generation here. But it was
Ben Rogers' copyright fee.
It was a very engaged fourth grade audience. A lot of them did know the station, or like they ride in the car and they hear their dad play it, or different things like that. But I was up there and I was like, all right, let me make sure I'm prepared. So I had all these different bullet points of how I was going to go through like the process of, all right, I'll go to this and this and this, and then I'll just turn it over for questions. And so I prepared myself for that. What I didn't prep for was how to speak to them like they're fourth graders, though. And I realized it about halfway through when I was talking.
Yeah.
And I realized some of the way that I was describing things. I was like, this sounds like a LinkedIn job posting.
Like what?
So I would start talking about, I'd say
the microphones, the new mics that we got in.
No, when I was talking about like the things we would talk about, I'd be like, so anything in DFW sports, if there's anything in the pop culture landscape or the Metroplex, and I start talking, I'm like, I don't know if they're like, does pop culture landscape even register with them what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I don't know if they know what pop culture is.
Think.
No, they know what pop culture is. I don't know if they would, hearing that term, know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because
versus just saying an artist.
Yeah,
or
versus
show.
saying like, if something happens with Drake, we'll talk about Drake. Like I didn't talk to their level of how they consume, and so I was like, they're kind of giving me some blank looks. I think that this is problematic, but to their credit, they were very engaged, very excited to ask questions, all of them.
We thought you were going to nervous talk too fast, way too fast up there with them.
I heard you say that. And so I heard you say that as I was getting pulled over. And so I was...
so just as you were doing your breathing to calm down, the heart rate went back up after the police officer.
Exactly. And I was like centering myself. So I don't think I went too fast. I don't think that was the problem. I think I was talking to them not on their level or anything else. And so I ended up...
Just like you're talking ball with us.
Right? Yeah, I was starting to... I could catch myself, and I think I started like stammering a little bit because I was like, how do I say this in a way that they're going to get? And it started throwing me off. But when we got to the Q&A portion, the kids were all... Immediately, they did not ask how much I made, Chop, like you said you thought they were going to.
I thought they were.
They launched right in with, do you know Dak? Do you know CD? Do you know this person? Somebody else was like, does anybody over there like
this?
Dak
won't talk to you?
No, I did not. I said I tried.
Did you see Dak posted with that girl yesterday, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, it's hilarious. Did you see it, Pepe?
I did not.
It looked like they were there at a golf event, and
I did see him posing with Pittman.
Yeah, Ross was there, our engineer, tomorrow. Ross was there at that tournament. He posted a picture.
Okay.
Unless you were talking about that picture.
He's going to be.
Dak was like hands behind, as far away as from this brunette
as like
as possible.
The Keanu Reeves like hover hand where he wants. Yeah.
So, if that's a real pick.
So I ended up just kind of turning over for them for questions, and this is a little bit of their Q&A interaction with me, more their questions, but kind of went a little all over the place. I have manipulated their voices because I did not ask anybody for permission to so their voices are pitched a little bit, so you're going to hear it a little funny. But this is just like a clip of how some of the interaction went.
I have been on a radio station.
You have? What radio station? Do you remember?
I don't, because it was a really long time ago.
No. What were you on there talking about?
I don't remember. So you probably know my dad. He's Kent.
Mm-hmm.
He probably asked for a bunch of shout-outs. Do you think the Texas Rangers should have traded Adolis Garcia? He took steroids in 2023.
Whoa. Hang on a second. Wait. Now, this is real audio.
This is real audio.
So one kid is like, have you heard of my dad? He asked for a lot of shout-outs?
Yeah, which I do know his dad.
Okay.
And so he does listen a lot.
And then Adolis started catching strays?
Yeah, so this, it gave off the sense like they had argued about it before, these two kids, about Adolis. And so this one kid just wanted to know, should they have traded Adolis?
Do you think the Texas Rangers should have traded Adolis Garcia? He took steroids in 2023. No, he did. Why do you think he got so much more? Okay, one last.
How do you think he got so much more buff?
No, man.
Sounds like an Astros fan there.
Wow.
He's an Astros fan.
No, he's not. He is a rabid Rangers fan, because I couldn't get, the audio wasn't clear. He asked me something earlier. He's like, so today, would you have talked about how good Mackenzie Gore pitched?
We should simulate LeBron's barber shop by doing the playground.
Yeah.
Because for them, they started arguing.
Yeah, they were ready to go.
We should go and just be like, Dak, go.
Yeah.
I get 5 minutes of audio.
They're ready to do sports talk. So now that was kind of broad questions. I knew there were some listeners there in the group, and so I wanted to give them a little bit more of a VIP experience. Like, all right, look, if you hang around after this little session here.
Oh, it's like the walk-off with Schottenheimer.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the walk-off.
Here, guys.
And in exchange for your lunchbox dessert, you can come sit here, and I will have a Q&A session with you as bigger listeners of the station. And so I was able to get some pretty good audio of that Q&A. All right, pile in. Wow, this is a lot of you. Everybody have their NDAs?
Yes.
Yeah. Are they signed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then we can get started.
Is RJ choppy into some weird things?
Yeah. I think you've got him pegged.
Are Kevin and Corey actually friends?
Oh, yeah. No, they're very, very close. That's why they work together to push Mike Bassick out.
Oh.
Do you think sometimes Brian Broaddus interrupts people?
Hey, hang on, kid. Hang on. I'm getting a call. Hold on. Hello? Yeah, hey, Brian. I'm talking with some kids right now. I can't talk right now. Okay, bye. Sorry, who's next?
Do Choppy and Wolchuk like each other?
No, they do not.
What about Dawson and Sandler?
No, they do not.
Do Fred and Reetma hate each other?
No. God, no. Reetma's fine with Fred. Fred hates Reetma.
Hey, where can I catch up on all the latest Dallas Stars updates this offseason?
That would be Spits and Suds, wherever you download your podcasts.
What's wrong with the Rangers offense?
Hold on. There is nothing wrong with the Rangers offense. Chris Young has done a phenomenal job. I have never been party to or heard rumors of Chris Young doing anything detrimental to the Texas Rangers offense. All right, kids, look, this has been fun, but I got to book it. I've got a busy afternoon of making AI videos of Mike Leslie in some compromising positions, but I've left you in good hands.
Dallas Stars. Otters better. Yes, let's talk hockey. I'll see you at the PNC Plaza playing hockey with the kids.
So it was a good conversation.
Wow.
The ending got a little out of control for them, but I'm sure Jake was fine.
Absolutely phenomenal. How AI is taking over your NFL Sunday. Next in Below
the Belt.
Right here on Sean and RJ.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
The AI takeover has already been in swing for the NFL schedule. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. Before we get into NFL schedule, which the schedule release is later tonight, we'll have lots of reaction for that. We've also got the Reliant Home Run Derby tonight, so we should be getting player quotes.
Can't wait for that.
How did you not keep getting invited back to? Were you ever given an opportunity to defend your title?
Too busy winning.
That's what it is. When did you do that? Like 17?
I did it a couple times. I did not win.
We emceed it.
Yeah.
We used to MC it.
Yeah, COVID paused it for a couple of years. They started it up again, and I did it one more time, or two more times. And then Pat Doney won it one year. That made me want to quit in its own right. Yeah, but I haven't been invited back.
It's like Zeke Duran winning a home run derby.
You know, I got beef.
got on the side.
I got beef. You know, I'm tired of the disrespect.
Beef with who?
Well, they haven't invited me back to that for a couple of years. Okay, and you know, the Colonial, one of my favorite places. They have not. I haven't got a media round invite. You know, before the tournament, they do the media day.
Yeah,
they usually do that.
Well,
every
as
year.
I've learned with you, you can't get any golf rounds, so
I know.
Not surprising.
I'm a little miffed. I'm wondering what's going on. You know, I put Mac Engel on the scene. I said, dude, let's go. Let's investigate. They allowed some TV guys out there.
I know why they would
Your
block
boy Jonah
Mac.
was
I don't know
out
why
there.
they would block you. Mac probably wrote some scathing article about them or something. All right, before we get to that, though.
Too busy reviewing like a Paul Abdul concert.
We've got the first look. Maybe Mac will be here today for this. We've got the first look at the newly named Dallas Stadium, which is not allowed to be called AT&T Stadium, because we are 30 days out from the first World Cup match. That was the first question I got yesterday, by the way, at the career day. Was some kid had asked me, very first question when it turned over to the kids was, he said, do you guys talk about soccer at all?
Oh.
And so, but no, so here's your soccer talk for you right here. But they're having media coming today, so we'll be getting like photographs of what AT&T Stadium or Dallas Stadium, quote unquote, looks like for the World Cup coming up, because they're going to allow people in today.
So the AT&T is off the top of the building?
I'm guessing because they said it is a rename. They're renaming it Dallas Stadium for this, and that I assume they got to take down all the signage. So it would be, or I know they hate doing this. They're going to have to put shades over it, something.
Oh.
That's what you'd have to do. But
Shades.
Going to get a look at that later today.
I got it.
They are going to be posting photos from that, I would imagine, later this afternoon, so you'll get a chance to look at that. Okay, so The Athletic had a really interesting article up, I thought, yesterday, and we know the NFL schedule release is typically we've heard about how they make the schedule. I've heard them talk about, you know, they've got their rotating games, like, you know, this division plays this one and this one. And so, you know, some of it's already filled in. Okay, but what about the dates and how all those specifics work? I just figured they had people in there on their payroll at the NFL office who this was kind of their job. Like, I've heard people talk about in the 90s, it was part of their job, was to help with the schedule. And so I figured, all right, this is all the league does with it. No. I did not realize the league outsources a great deal of this to an analytics company, an AI company called Recentive Analytics. And they've been doing this for a while. So this is some of the write-up. It says, formulating the NFL's 272-game schedule has grown more complex as the league continues to add streaming partners, international contests, and holiday features. But an underrated element to the schedule-making process, Jim Nantz, is accounting for everything besides football that impacts viewership trends. Airbnb prices, weather, local sporting events, and even the economy each have some pull on an NFL fan's likelihood to spend their Sunday tuning into a game. And to maximize viewership, the NFL partners with Recentive Analytics to help predict the impact of even the most niche scenarios. So they hire this AI company who's got their forecasting model, like we've talked about yesterday with Austin Mock or Cynthia Freeland. They've got their little AI models that they do and their applications that they have. And this company applies that to all sorts of various economic factors. Like they're almost like economic forecasters, and they're trying to figure out what would cause people to tune in the most to which games at which time, and they basically turn this all over to the NFL. The person who runs this, the founder of Recentive Analytics, is named Andy Tabrizi. He says, where we really try to focus our efforts is everything that has nothing to do with the NFL. That may sound really strange to say when we're talking about forecasting NFL viewership, but the reason why our model is so accurate is that we've really been able to figure out the NFL as a function of everything else. Tabrizi first started experimenting with prediction models in middle school to help him hustle his friends in fantasy football. He founded Recentive Analytics in 2013, and 4 years later began working with the NFL to forecast ticketing behavior for local clubs and marquee events like the Super Bowl. So right here, right out of the gate, the fact that they've been working with this group for 10 years on some level, and then the fact that now so much of this is tied into the schedule and the way that they do their schedule making, there's got to be an understanding, I think, of when it's like, well, why wouldn't that game get flexed? Why wouldn't this game get put in here? That seems like the bigger marquee matchup. It sounds like that's not at all what the NFL cares about when they're stacking the schedule right now. It sounds like what they're worried about is how does this turn into the biggest moneymaker possible? But like with whatever it is, and the biggest moneymaker may not be the biggest game. So an example of this that they use is that the NFL used Recentive Analytics last year in their application of which games to flex. And so the biggest one that they had a disagreement with the public on last year was last season's Chicago-Green Bay wildcard playoff game was flexed to Saturday night on Prime Video, which caught some grumblings from fans. Traditionally, the marquee wildcard matchup has fallen into the late Sunday afternoon matchup. However, in this scenario, Recentive's model showed that the gravitational pull of the NFC North showdown was enough to flex it to a less traditional TV spot. So people are going to watch this anyway, throw it on Prime, because they'll go get Prime. They'll go find Prime to watch that, whereas they won't go find Prime to watch another lower.
Because Saturday night is the least appealing game, right? Because nobody wants.
And it was like the matchup they felt like.
Because people have dinner plans, they got night things going on.
What do you think, Saturday night or Sunday 8 a.m.?
Oh, because of the.
Which one do you keep an eye on more?
Saturday night.
So you're talking the Europe games?
Yeah.
Saturday night.
You watch more Saturday night.
I hardly watch any 8 a.m. Sunday games.
Yeah, the Saturday night I watch it. But in both instances, I feel like because of routine and everything else with the way the NFL's been, I will have a tendency to forget, oh, yeah, that game's on.
Yeah.
And then it's like, crap, and you're jumping over to watch it. But he says through our forecast on this Green Bay-Chicago decision last year, through our forecast, we were able to show, hey, that game is so interesting to fans that you're not going to lose any meaningful audience just because you're going from Sunday afternoon to Saturday night. The NFL is interested in getting the biggest overall number. So over the course of all of those games, putting that Chicago game on Saturday night maybe results in a little bit of a drop-off on Sunday, but in aggregate between those two windows, the NFL ended up in a better place. The numbers followed. The Bears-Packers game was the most streamed game in NFL history with 31.6 million viewers. Meanwhile, the San Francisco-Philly game Sunday afternoon also set a record as the most watched wildcard game on any network since 2022 with 41 million views on Fox. It says forecasts can be important and complicated when predicting for new factors like broadcast channels or international destinations. Tabrizi said he has found viewership for international games is more heavily tied to game quality than matchups played during traditional timing windows. So you would have a better, like a Dallas-Baltimore matchup would be more of what causes people to tune in rather than like putting it at a time where people, like when you bring up the 8 a.m. thing, putting it at a time where people feel like they can access it more easily. Like, I wish this game was on at noon. They found if you are interested in the teams enough, people are going to go out of their way to watch NFL football. And so whether that's moving it to a streaming platform, whether that's moving it to a day that seems a little less traditional, whatever the case may be, they found that the pull is the brand and the pull is the teams that are playing, which would seem to run counter to what I guess it sort of blends in with what Nance was saying earlier when we were playing that, where he's like, we just put it at 325. It's not that it's a standalone block or anything else like that, which I do wonder if that's anything that the NFL has looked at with this analytics platform.
Maybe. And you know, like, and this is probably something you can't quantify, but like, what percentage of the people by the time 7:30 on a Sunday rolls around and you've watched all day Saturday with college, how many people are just like, all right, I need a break?
Yeah, like I try to save a little bit from being glued to Saturday to spend it all on Sunday. You know, a certain allotment, especially with the Mrs. Roman.
Well, the Mrs. also, like, you're just, we got so much bandwidth in our own brains. You know, like, you're just, it's a lot. You're watching basically since Thursday. You know, you're watching nonstop.
Yeah, that doesn't apply to me or many football watchers. Bandwidth being filled up. Too much football.
They were the only ones who sent of analytics, and one of the things that I guess it kind of says the NFL really started to buy in with them on was they had correctly told the NFL that viewership was going to go down during the COVID season. And they had thought that the NFL's people in-house looked at it and thought, well, this will go up. Nobody can go out. They can't do anything else. They're going to want to be plugged into the games. And Recentive Analytics said typically in the economy and the way everything goes, when something's going up, something else is going down. And there were a lot of different trends they were looking at that were going up. So they told them they thought it would go down. And viewership declined by 7% in 2020. And after that, the NFL's like, all right, you know. So whatever you see on Dallas' schedule today, whatever you dislike or whatever else, just know that it was, in all likelihood, a very heavy impact from an AI company that looked and thought Airbnb prices are going to be a little too expensive in Philadelphia that weekend.
You know, he mentioned Airbnb. Have you thought the World Cup of offering the house? They are apparently going for an insane amount of money.
Yeah, so I heard G-Bag talking about this probably a month or two ago, and they were saying the big hang up for me is, and I don't totally believe this, you have to get all of your clothes out, like a full move out. And I just feel like that could easily be negotiated.
Oh, I feel like it'd be for sure.
I'm like, no, I'm just locking my closet in the back, and that's it. Now they're gonna be like, well, where are we gonna put our clothes?
Yeah, we have
and
a
I'll
month.
be like,
we have a month. We need a month.
How much? How much do you think I could get from a house?
I think you get $25,000.
Month?
A month.
25
maybe
grand?
Maybe more. I think I could get 25 grand.
For Sean's house?
Yeah.
Do they get the grill too?
Easy.
A day, maybe.
The pool?
You've seen those ceilings.
They get the pool, they get the grill, they get everything.
How do I offer this up?
You got to go on Airbnb. Airbnb will pay you like $1,000 too just to sign up.
My problem is where do I go?
Well, I mean,
one of the other wings of the estate.
Yes. You know, like that's the thing. You know, you would pay. You'd have to offer it up basically for the month because we have games from start to finish here.
Yeah.
So how much are you going to spend on a hotel? Or you're just figure conservatively
my in-laws
$200
have
a
an
night.
extra room, but $25K.
If someone offered me 25, now conservatively for a hotel is going to be around $200 a night, right?
Yeah, I'm not
during
going
that
to
time.
I got to go somewhere for live.
He's going into the family business, the bed and breakfast.
I got you,
business.
Sean. Right down the road.
Oh,
I thought about it, but I was like, I told Sarah, I was like, this is a perfect opportunity for us to clear out all the closets, get everything out, and then we could.
They can live with the larva like you in the garage.
Yes.
It's on America's pastime. The Rangers are turning baseball into America's pasta time. It's Choppy's Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next.
it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the set and the pitch. A swing and a liner over third. It's a fair ball. Down the line. Here comes Osuna. He's in to score. Danny Jansen has won it for the Rangers. 6-5. The first Ranger walk-off win of the year. And Jansen is mobbed out at second base as the Rangers stream out of the dugout. It's pandemonium here at Globe Life Field as the Rangers blew the lead in the top of the ninth and came back to win it with 3 in the bottom.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about back-to-back big-time offensive performances? That's what's happened. That's what happened. You get a late game surge. You get a 3-run homer. Oppo Taco from Berger. Getting it up there. The jet stream. The jet stream's back, Sean. Yeah, open the roof 2 days in a row. The ball flies out to right field.
That was a weird home run.
Very weird.
Like an inside-out swing, and the ball just curving right. But as Dave Raymond said, that's the difference with the roof open, right down that right field line.
You're going to be able to find that, so maybe we should have it open more.
You hear that, Sean? Day after, you've already been sucked back into more stadium talk.
Right back in, baby. Right back in.
You're an enabler. That's what you are. You're an excuse-making enabler. I already had
very soft parent.
I already had a Tolo DM me last night say, here we go. Here we go with the choppy.
Yep.
Another open roof topic.
Open roof, baby. Let's go. Another open roof. Oppo home run.
Keep
Rangers
reading those CY memos.
That's right. Rangers win 6-5. They were up 3-2.
What if the Rangers
fired
the roof operator instead of any decision maker?
I fired the roof operator.
You made the wrong decision. You cost us our offense.
Yeah.
The roof opener was the scapegoat.
Yeah, that is a move, Bobby, that he would make, no doubt. So they're up 3-2 going to the ninth. They allow a 3 spot. It's a 5-3 deficit going to the bottom of the ninth. And here they come. And they get a couple of guys on, and all of a sudden you get a tie game, and then you get the victory. This is after Jacob Latz, who had been really, really solid. Really, really solid for them. He pitched 2 innings on Sunday, had to come in on Tuesday night in a 7-1 game, and then he comes out there last night, and he had nothing. He had a big bag of nothing on his pitches.
Props to Josh Young. Props to Zeke. Berger clutch. Berger obviously earlier in the game as well. And this is the walk-off win of the year, and you win the series. You can start off saying, all right, look at the schedule. I know you had talked about the easy schedule strength earlier in the show. I saw Pat Doney post they have the easiest schedule remaining the rest of the way, which would not surprise me. But you win the series against Arizona, and you get this struggling armpit after this. So let's go.
Yeah.
Did Banny ever call back?
No,
I almost tweeted and tagged him after the walk-off. This is what Banny gets for not picking up or calling back. But Pepe, you never heard anything?
Nothing back. Nope.
He's mad.
I should try it again.
I don't know. Maybe, did he get a new number? Is he mad that he saw my photos being in Colorado and I didn't hit him up? But he didn't live in Colorado. I mean, he lives in Colorado the offseason.
I don't think that's it.
That's it either. I don't know what's going on. I wish him a happy birthday.
Top of the order, the first 3 batters in the order of the last 2 days are 4 for, what are they? They are now 4 for 26 in that. It's the 4 through 9 hitters that are crushing it. They're 15 for 43 in these games. So they're hitting 350, and then the top of the order is hitting like 150.
0 for 12 last night, the top 3 in the order.
And what they're going to tell themselves, because it can only be an internal pep talk, because they're probably not going to go get anyone unless they trade a big salary right arm. What they're going to tell themselves is, all right, let's get a little momentum, and we're getting Seager and Wyatt back. And they're going to go, what do you mean? Corey's been here. And then they're going to go, but we're going to get Seager and Wyatt back. Because Seager's missing in action, obviously. 183 last month. It's 111 right now. So that's going to be the internal pep talk. We get Wyatt. Seager gets rolling, and here we go with the easier schedule.
Something's wrong. So their schedule, the stat earlier was they've had the 5th toughest schedule to date in Major League Baseball. And now they, like you said, they have the easiest the rest of the way. Corey Seager struck out and stayed in the box. And he did not know that he had struck out. He's not all there right now.
Maybe he misses Marcus.
Maybe.
That could be it.
Well, if you combine their batting averages, I don't think it matches to 300.
Really?
Go look at what Simeon.
Right now.
I don't think it's a thing. I can guarantee that because Marcus ain't hitting 290.
Well,
190.
Yeah, so it'd have to be. He'd have to hit like 220. If he's hitting 220, it'll get to 300. I don't think he is.
No, because they definitely are doing that because he's hitting 219.
Marcus is?
Yeah, and then Seager's 179. He's not batting 79.
Oh, yeah.
So it's 398.
You know what? That was a really bad indictment of math by the two of us.
Yeah. I guessed right because I got a 620 math on my SATs, and I have no idea how. I went a lot of guessing right, or I cheated.
You're a big C guy.
Big C guy. There we go.
I got a bunch of squirrel moments happening in my mind right now.
The lights.
Well, it's not the lights.
I looked at the lights a second ago, and I had to.
It's not the lights. I'm more fine with these new lights in here than I thought. My problem that I am going to raise hell over if this is the case. Why are the blinds? I'm not gonna sit here for the next 10 years with closed blinds, not looking at them.
Yeah, Aiden, open them.
Are these?
There we go.
Okay, I was like, is this going to be the case now that we don't get to see this beautiful view because of the new lights?
No, open them all.
Why are they all closed?
The AC has to run more whenever the blinds are open because of the heat coming
I don't
in.
care.
Oh, well.
It's morning hours. They can close them when Cansey gets in here.
Yeah, they have to be open.
They have to be open.
Like G-Bag, really, guys,
we need to get those other three open, too.
G-Bag used to put up...
Medford, can you reach that cable right there and get those things open?
This is going to be the next contract dispute. It's just like, I need the blinds open.
Like, G-Bag is... I'm blaming G-Bag for everything. They have that bat cave in here.
Yeah, they got to keep it dark.
We're the home of the Cowboys, no blinds.
And then they they used to put up the flags over these windows.
Right.
And then they probably wanted the outer windows drawn.
I mean, at least give me a picture of the skyline in here.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Right. Just a photo of it.
Now, Sean, you said the next 10 years. Are you breaking news 10 years down the line?
You know, that's a good point. My contract is up at the end of the year, so it is not a 10-year deal. So I mean, based upon these numbers we're putting up, I should get at least
get
a 10-year contract. I would sign it. You know, it look good, Mr. Bob.
Yeah, let's go. Absolutely.
Diamond Cavs are in your home.
Sweating.
Your home of the Rangers. Continuing.
You had asked this just before the segment. How's Miz doing? Did Miz do anything special last night? Jacob Mizorowski of the Brewers. Yes, he did. 7 innings, 10 strikeouts. No walks, 4 hits, no earned. They somehow lose the game. The Brewers lose the game, and he actually left the game due to quad cramping. But he still went 7 innings. I mean, he still was magnificent.
He threw 103 on his 93rd pitch. He retired the final 14 he faced. He finished with fastballs of 102, 102, 103.
In the month of May, he has started on May 1st, May 8th, and May 13th. He has allowed 0 runs, and he has struck out 29 in 18 and a third innings. He has been pretty darn good here.
And Skeens, right?
Skeens.
Skeens started off with a 67 ERA after the first start. His ERA this year is a 1.98. He hasn't he didn't walk a batter in a month.
But he's in the decline. Okay, because
Livy's on SI cover?
No, because what did you say his ERA is?
1.98.
1.98. Last year was a 1.97. Yeah. And the year before that, it was a 1.96. He is on the decline. It's a stark decline.
He is these are 3 of his last 4 starts for Skeens. 7 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 7 strikeouts, no walks. 8 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts, no walks. 8 innings, 2 hits, no walks, 10 strikeouts, no runs. He's untouchable.
Baseball is America's pasta time. There are 27 teams.
Try the veal.
In major
with the pasta.
There are 27 teams in Major League Baseball that allow you to bring a gallon Ziploc bag of spaghetti to the game.
How many teams?
Well, there's 27 teams. that allow you to bring a gallon Ziploc bag.
Who would ban this?
Why would this be a thing?
I don't know. I assume it's like the mayo thing too, right?
Are people bringing like plain spaghetti noodles? I could see that for my kids, but they're not eating with the sauce. You're not bringing spaghetti with sauce to a game.
Oh, there's sauce in it. There's sauce in it.
Sauce in it. Did you guys see, or was this fake? The guy, one of the most brilliant ideas of all time, the guy with the beer jacket.
Mm-mm.
You didn't see the vest that was filled with beer?
No.
So that way he didn't have to go and pay. He was wearing a jacket or a vest, and it was filled with beer. So he could just sit there and consume it out of that.
Wow. That's pretty
genius.
cool. That's
what's the violation while you're walking in?
I would assume none.
It's real. You can buy it. It's $85, but you can buy the inflatable beer jacket.
Look at that.
Oh, my God.
Is that amazing?
And they've got pictures of people like wearing it for real, not just this AI thing.
So you enter and it's got nothing in it, and then you fill it with beer there? Or you bring the beer
you walk in with the beer.
Yeah.
What's the point of buying it in the stadium?
No.
You walk in with the beer already in it. I would think.
Okay, so this is so this one guy went on this crusade to find which stadiums and which food policies allowed you to bring in a gallon bag of spaghetti. Okay, with a very clever, I'm very upset I didn't think about this one. The tagline, imagine the possibilities. But there are 3 teams who do not allow it. The LA Dodgers.
The New York
the
Yankees.
St. Louis Cardinals, those losers. And the Texas Rangers.
Wow, so you just call the Rangers losers.
No, I didn't.
This is what
the
Rangers do. They don't go along with the rest of Major League Baseball on certain things.
So, the Rangers, though, do allow you to bring 2 gallon-sized bags with entry, but only allow a quart-gallon or quart-sized bag for food. So you could bring the gallons, you could go get gallon bags and bring them in, but only with the spaghetti can only be a quart size.
Who wants to eat spaghetti at a baseball game?
I don't know. I do love pasta.
Not at a baseball game.
Hard me up, baby.
You want to sit there with a fork digging into this bag with sauce? That's sloppy. What are you doing?
It is sloppy. I don't get the mayo people either. The people bring a jar of mayo in.
A jar of mayo?
Oh, yeah.
For what?
People who eat mayo with a spoon. You could do that.
There's nothing but free mayo packs inside. I don't believe that.
Who eats mayo with a spoon?
There's free mayo.
There's videos out there. People at sporting events eating the mayo. It's disgusting.
Let me complete my pasta segue because Peyton Russell stopped me in my tracks in the commercial break. Listen to who's voicing the Open for the PGA Golf Championship.
How much has Philly figured in the history of America? And golf? I am at liberty to say, and that says everything. My town has seen it all. Huge moments made possible by men determined to set a new course or tame an old one. Philly demands respect for all it stands for and everything it's seen. Inside stately buildings and on tricky fairways and greens. Here, where independence was declared, we the people are united by love of country, city, and this week, the PGA Championship.
You know who it is?
It's Big Dom, baby.
Big Dom voices the intro for the PGA Championship.
We got great golf courses here. We got discounts. We're going to have all kinds of hot dogs.
Not at Liberty. Not at Liberty.
His Wikipedia page used to be, there used to not be one. Then there was one with like his name. Now it's got a whole outline that includes he was a scholarship athlete at Penn State but never got played. Or never played. He got kicked off the team for unspecified reasons.
Let's talk schedule and Cowboys off season with former Pro Bowl quarterback and Cowboys national analyst Steve Berline takes over the Red Zone after this.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This is your football fix every day at this time. It's the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee, and it's a special version of the Red Zone. As former Pro Bowl quarterback and current Cowboys national analyst for Compass Media is joining us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Steve Berline on the home of America's Team with Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on the show.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you joining us. So we're getting a little bit concerned that the Cowboys Kool-Aid is overfloweth right now. A lot of people, contender, top 5, amazing offseason. What are your thoughts on what the Cowboys have done so far and up to this point after the draft?
Well, this is the most excited I've been. I'm drinking the punch, too, about the Cowboys going into a season. I think when you look at what they've done this whole offseason, everything was done with a purpose that you can really justify and understand. And they identified some areas, especially through the draft, by going with defense on the first 2 picks. I think 2 players that really are going to be impact players early on with Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence. Bringing pressure, and then obviously Caleb Downs offering hopefully stability and longevity and consistent play at safety moving forward. Those are things that really have been a problem for the Cowboys. And the big question obviously is what's going to happen with George Pickens long term. Everybody's asking questions about that, but nobody really has a lot of concerns about the offense. And truly, I think now this year with what they've done, the Cowboys have done this offseason, I really think it's going to come down to whether Dak can stay healthy at this point in his career and whether he can make the big plays in the big games down the stretch that they're going to have to make to be a contender, be a legitimate contender. Because I think they've got enough talent on both sides of the ball now to be able to compete with anybody.
Steve, when you look at the way that offense operated last year and you saw them a ton and you probably saw all those busts on the defensive side and just how difficult it was for them at times to stop opponents. But when you look at the offense and what they're building on, is it reasonable to expect they can perform at that same level or maybe even surpass it, or is there a little bit of regression that might be expected?
Well, I mean, it's hard to tell what they're going to be at from a metric standpoint, from an analytics standpoint with the statistics and all that kind of stuff. Who knows how they're going to measure up versus last year overall throughout the course of the season. But truly what it comes down to, and you guys know this, if you're serious football fans, it comes down to the key plays and the big games that are going to determine whether or not you win that game. The untimely turnover, the taking advantage of a receiver who's open, a missed throw. Those are going to be the determining factors down the stretch in the big games that really make a difference. I don't think production is going to be an issue for the Cowboys. It hasn't been, as long as Dak has been healthy, it hasn't been an issue for the Cowboys during the course of his career. But I do think the question mark, if you can point at anything where Dak really has to prove himself, as we all know, the playoff record and the big games down the stretch, that's where he's got to take it on his shoulders and say, we're in position to win these games. We've got to find a way to get it done with everything on the line. So I think they're going to be very competitive. I'm not worried about the offense as long as Dak is healthy. And I think the defense is going to be good enough. And obviously, they're going to get better with experience with these young players, but they're going to be good enough and impactful enough defensively to compete with anybody.
Steve Berline with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Steve, when you watched all those issues that Dallas had defensively last year, especially through the eyes of a quarterback and how to attack a defense, what did you see? Did you just see flat out that was a team that didn't communicate, that was a team that didn't know responsibilities, or did you just see that's a lack of talent and you need to change over that roster, change over that side of the ball if you want to be better?
Well, I think it was a little bit of both. I think there were injuries that impacted the Cowboys going into the season. DeMarvion Overshown was not healthy going into the season. And truly, I don't think he ever really got into a flow and was as impactful as hopefully he will be this year. You look at the inconsistency and the injuries at safety. There were a lot of busted coverages early in the season. That was a major issue. And, the question about Matt Eberflus as a defensive coordinator, that's been addressed. There was obviously a lot of major communication issues through the first half to 2/3 of the season. I couldn't believe how consistently every single week there was some kind of a busted coverage that allowed for a receiver to be running wide open down the middle of the field. Now, I do think that one of the big issues early in the season last year for the Cowboys was running the football defensively against the run. And the big trade for Quinnen Williams, obviously during the bye week, I think addressed that issue very well. He was a real stabilizing force internally for the Cowboys defensively. If there is still a concern now for me, it's the middle linebacker position and addressing that long term. Are they going to be able to really find a guy they can count on to really manage that defense on the inside from a linebacker, second level position? That's the one area that to me is still a question mark. But, Quinnen Williams, I think, has got a lot of juice left in his tank. That was a great move by Jerry Jones during the season last year by the Cowboys. And, I think that was as significant as anything in terms of impactful and I think reason for optimism going into this season.
Steve Berline joining us here on the home of the Cowboys Compass media analyst for obviously the NFL and college. I'm trusting AI on this, so blame them if I'm wrong. Was Fangio there with you in Carolina in 96?
Yeah, he was. I was with Vic Fangio. He was he and Dom Capers go back a long ways, and Vic was our defensive coordinator in 96, and I think 97 and possibly 98 as well. I can't remember when he left, but he was there with us when we went to the NFC Championship in 96, yeah.
I knew I should have trusted my brilliant football instinct on that. Steve,
that's good.
Explain for us principles of a Fangio defense. A lot of people, Christian Parker, Fangio. What is it like as a quarterback facing it, seeing it with the complications it can present, and how you've seen it evolved from the booth now calling games?
Well, I think one thing that Vic Fangio has proven over the years, and I should say there's three things, but there's one thing that I think really stands out is that consistently his defenses are ready to play. You are not going to see up and down, throughout the course of the season where they play at a very high level one week and a very unacceptable level the next week. That is not going to happen with Vic Fangio in control of the defense. That's first and foremost. Secondly, you're going to see a defense that's going to be very physical, very tough. They're not going to back down from anybody. They're going to challenge teams offensively to make plays and to be tougher than them. The team will play defensively with an attitude of, hey, you think you're going to walk out of here with, without a little bit of blood? That's not going to happen today. You're going to get hit in the mouth and you're going to get hit all day long. That's a mentality that Vic Fangio brings to the equation. Whenever they show the camera on him, and I remember this with Vic, we used to try very hard to try to get him just to smile. He never looks like he's having fun. He never looks like he's just in a good mood. He always looks pissed off. And And that's just kind of the way his mentality is. It's what's, I think, made him so successful at this level. At his age, for how long he's been doing it, he just brings a nasty attitude into every single week, does not accept anything other than toughness and consistent dominance week after week. And it's been a trademark of his defenses everywhere he's been.
Steve, you brought up Dak earlier and not winning the big one yet, having to prove himself in those big moments. When fans see a player who hasn't won, who's been good, they immediately go to, he's a bum, he'll never win. How do former players or current players at the time view a quarterback who's pretty clearly been around to one of the 10 best, but just hasn't gotten it done in the postseason?
Well, I don't think there's a question in the locker room, about whether Dak is the undisputed leader of this football team. I don't think there's a question about whether he has the ability to get it done in the big games. I don't think there's a question about whether or not he is worth the status and the economic pay scale that he's at and he's been at for a long time because of what he's earned and what he's proven over the years. But there still is that question mark. And I think more than anything, it should motivate him. And it should be something that he addresses and gets out in front of and say, hey, coming into this year, it's on me. The organization has addressed all the issues that anybody can identify as being potential issues for this team. Now it's on me to say, okay, let's get this thing to the finish line and let's show that we can go deep in the playoffs and make a run at this. Because we really have nobody to point a finger at or no excuses to make. And I think that's the attitude Dak will bring into it. And the rest of the league, I know, respects him, but I guarantee you, when you get down the stretch, when you get to those big games at the end of the year, or if you're going into the playoffs, I guarantee you that the other team is going to be mentioning the Dak Prescott. They're going to be reminding their team, hey, this guy has not gone deep into the playoffs in his whole career. He's one of the highest paid players in the NFL, in NFL history. And he's never gone deep into the playoffs. Let's see if we can continue that streak. So, that monkey's on his back until he gets it off his back.
Steve, put on your draft tab for us and let us know what you thought about Caleb Downs coming out and some of the other picks that you really loved or you questioned, particularly in the NFC East with the draft that just happened. What did you think of Downs? Did you have thoughts on Reese and Styles, receiver, anything else that happened inside the division and with the Cowboys?
Well, I haven't really, I haven't really studied the division on a whole yet. I've got a few months left before I get into the in-season mode. But in general, I thought the Cowboys did a great job. There was a lot of talk with the George Pickens situation that the Cowboys might go with that receiver that went to New Orleans. Tyson, yeah. I know that the Cowboys were kind of infatuated with him and really focused on him and his abilities, maybe as a difference maker. And there are people painting the picture that maybe the Cowboys might not be able to pass up on him because of the George Pickens situation, especially. But I was glad. I think he went at 9. To New Orleans, and I was really happy when they took that temptation off the board and the Cowboys went with what they should have done, which was either going to be a safety, in my opinion, or an edge rusher. They ended up getting Malachi Lawrence with the 23rd pick, so they addressed those two positions first and foremost, which I thought is where they had their biggest need. But as far as breaking down the rest of the division, I do like what the Giants did, and by the way, opening the season up with the Giants. I think, is that game in New York?
Yeah.
Or is it in Dallas? Yeah, it's in New York. The Giants, I think, they're a team that if anybody asks me who I think a sleeper team is this year, it's the Giants. Because bringing John Harbaugh into it, that immediately brings a credibility and a proven track record of how to be a physical, tough, winning football team consistently. The Giants are going to be transformed just because of him, number one. And then I really like what they did in the first round and then throughout the course of the draft as well. They addressed needs that were big question marks. And I think they're going to be a different team because of it. And the big question for them, again, it's going to come back to the quarterback, whether Jackson Dart can stay healthy, stay on the field, and make the progress that he needs to make from a maturity standpoint as a quarterback. I still think he's one of those guys that believes he's kind of a Superman mentality, that that he's the show, so to speak, and that he's arrived. Well, as we all know, year 2 in the NFL as a starting quarterback is a huge difference from year 1. Teams have studied the film. They've looked at things that you've struggled with. They've identified areas of weakness, and they're going to come out and change it up on you. And you're going to have to show that you can adjust and adapt and develop. So that's going to be the big challenge for New York and Jackson Dart.
Speaking of AI, Steve Berline here on behalf of HeartFlow. 1 in 3, up to 1 in 3 retired professional football players die from cardiovascular disease. Steve, tell us how you're helping with it.
Well, my main goal here with HeartFlow and the Game Film Registry, which is designed truly to get the word out to former NFL players about the issue of heart disease. As you said, 1 in 3 former NFL players is dying due to heart disease. And that is a staggering number when you compare it, especially. It may not sound like a difference when you break it down statistically, but the normal population is 1 in 5. But that's a difference between 20% and 33%. There's a reason for that. Former players need to be aware of it. The word needs to get out, and HeartFlow has addressed it by this new AI-powered, state-of-the-art, first-of-its-kind technology that really analyzes the heart from a 3D perspective, breaks down where the plaque is building up, both hard plaque and soft plaque, which may not seem like a difference to most people out there, but there's a huge difference between that. There's no other technology that can break down and identify the soft plaque, which is really what causes most of the problems, because that soft plaque can break off and get into the arteries and clog it up more significantly than what all the other tests out there now test for. That's the hard plaque. And so it's a state-of-the-art technology. I'm excited to be a part of it. I've gone through the scan myself, and whether the results come out good or bad, unfortunately for me, the results were very good when I went through it. But it confirms one way or the other whether you have issues. And when you get to be our age, I'm now 61. You start losing friends, and for reasons that could have been prevented. And that's the whole purpose of HeartFlow and the Game Film Registry, is to try to identify heart disease early so it can be treated. You can get out in front of it and hopefully make a difference and extend lives.
Well said. Thank you so much for the time, man. We appreciate it. We'll catch up with you as the season gets closer. Enjoy the schedule release tonight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
Steve Berline, former Pro Bowl quarterback, Compass Cowboys Media here on The Fan. It sounds like this could be a very, very messy crosstalk next.
After we get you over to own.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Ladies up in here tonight. No fighting.
We got the refugees
No fighting. No fighting. Shakira.
Why are we playing this, RJ Choppy?
Because
Megan Fox.
for the first time ever, wanted to get the 99.
Vanessa
for the
Williams.
First time ever, the World Cup is going to have a halftime show for their finals. The World Cup final at the Meadowlands, or wherever the hell they're going to call it, New York, New Jersey Stadium. They are going to have Shakira, BTS.
Oh, wow.
And Madonna. They will be your
Madonna?
halftime. Yes, they will be your halftime. This is all curated. So the Super Bowl uses Jay-Z. The World Cup is using Coldplay's Chris Martin. Mr. Gwyneth Paltrow.
Chris Martin.
I don't know if that's a thing anymore.
Yeah, they're married either.
To find the acts?
They're using him to find the acts.
All right. So how will we get worked up over this one, if we will at all?
Well, this isn't this is a North
Madonna,
America thing, right?
She turned her back on America. She moved to London.
Madonna's not American, right? Isn't she British?
But isn't this like the North Americas?
Hey, you know who Madonna was first married to?
Sean Penn.
Sean Penn, your favorite.
Yeah.
So there's no bias there.
Do you think both of them were like, God, we're both terrible? And they're like, let's break it off.
I mean, he's insane. He went to meet with El Chapo.
Sean Penn.
So how like
charity stuff,
how like
too.
unscared of dying do you have to be to go meet with a drug lord?
Yeah. In the Charlie Sheen documentary, he's just sitting there pounding the cigarettes. I think he was courtside the other night next to DiCaprio. So that's Sean Penn public sighting. We got a lot to get to here. This could be a messy crosstalk.
Oh, dear.
On 105.3 The Fan after you tease your show.
We right out of the gate talk about the amazing clutch victory last night. Also, the things that we predicted would happen that in that game, and then did. And then also at 10:20, Carly Treadway joins the show. Will she have gum in her mouth?
She's from Dallas Card Show.
Yes.
She's overthrown Kate.
Yeah, Kate's no longer with us.
Is Kate's
the gum chewer?
Kate is no longer with us.
I mean, she's alive.
You guys just chose not to have her, or she's no longer there?
Sean was really excited about the new lighting in the studio.
Well, she chewed gum and got all over the cards.
No, it was an amicable.
It's stuck to the Willie Mays.
It was that
rookie
Topps
card.
gum that was basically chalk.
How do you guys feel about the new lighting?
Hate it. Whoa. I mean, I'm sure it's good for. I can hate walking into a room, and the boss even said it's going to take time for you to adjust to it. And right now, I hate it.
Okay.
Maybe one day I'll be like, hey, you know what? I don't even notice it anymore. But right now,
I'm not a fan.
Maybe it's that light that is really the
That's
big
the one
problem.
I can't even see you.
Yeah, because it wasn't as blinding as I thought. It was better than I thought, but I'm blaming G-Bag for this.
Oh, why?
Because of the lighting of their afternoon show. It looked like the Blair Witch Project that Wolchuk was talking with a flashlight in front of his face, and it's like the sun is beaming already. I could see us.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, I never noticed any like type of lighting. Chia Fall's wearing sunglasses, and it's pitch black. It's the Batcave in there.
How is that going to work for him?
He had a problem.
Yeah, this was their lighting during a 4 p.m. segment the other day.
Look at it.
It does look like they're telling spooky stories.
Yeah.
You're right.
So now we got these things in here. Look at Choppy trying to look at the PGA
You know
update.
what, though? As long as
Squinting over here.
It is very bright.
There's a Kevin Hagelin fathead over there because it's blinding one of our 1080
Chelsea Wade
co-workers. Chelsea, poor Chelsea.
Yeah,
Gotta look at
Chelsea.
Kevin's head. Yeah,
as long as we have
beat me to the inside.
as long as the Tolos, the Twitch and YouTube fans like it.
Oh, what a good company man you are.
Just,
Good job, Corey.
I mean, to be
happy
fair,
for
he
them.
started by saying he hates it.
That's true.
So it's balanced.
Yeah. So do we? I don't believe this Bassick thing. Bobby came back in the studio and said that Mike was a little bit worked up. Is this true? I think you guys are full of it.
Why both of us?
Because you guys conspired for these.
Corey.
I didn't do anything about it.
Well, Mike called you.
He called Corey.
Yeah, it was 2 minutes after the bit.
Oh,
okay.
Mike called me and said he would like to add something to our segment because he just heard the tease. And I was like, oh, dang, you also just heard that bit, too.
Now, this is the bit Bobby Career Day. Sorry, go ahead.
That suggested Kevin and I conspired to push him out of the show.
What?
Now, I know,
It's not supposed to be public audio.
I know exactly. It was part of the walk-off. Somebody got it and leaked it, and that's
I think
unfair.
you conspired. I think you just did.
Fix this, Tad.
We did not do that. All right. Mike is working his dream job. Matter of fact, instead of being on air with us right now, he's playing golf with Dave Raymond.
Oh.
So I think Mike's doing just fine.
Doesn't he sound like me reading the Chris Young statement?
Yeah. They wouldn't put his initial in the name of the show, KMC. I was the only one that said it. But he called you? Was he?
He was not butthurt. Yeah, he didn't even mention it.
Stupid pranks.
But it was weird that he called me 2 minutes after that bit and was like, I just heard y'all's tease. And I was like, oh. So I texted him. I said, Mike, we did not push you out. You are working your dream job.
Yeah.
And he hadn't
You
heard
have to
it.
tell
and he's
him
like, what are you
that
talking
he was
about?
working his dream job.
He usually texts us. I'm kind of offended. We didn't even get a laugh over Bobby's bit.
Yeah, I know. So he is in town? They haven't left yet?
He was getting ready to play at Dave Raymond's golf course.
Dave's got the golf course.
Is that his Twitter handle, at Dave Raymond?
Yes, he does.
What is it?
It's I don't know if he wants to say. What does he want to say?
Starts with an L.
Starts with an L.
Might be Lantana.
I don't care. It's Lantana.
Landman.
Dave doesn't come on here anyway, so it's Lantana. Yeah,
He does. He comes on with us.
Yeah, not us.
Because he loves us.
As far as I'm concerned, it's a different radio station.
Wow. Really don't feel like you've got the idea of unity and cross promotion at all.
Well, I'm glad that you said that.
Oh, yeah.
Because
I'm just trying to help y'all's promos.
Yeah, cut 17, Peyton, as Peyton Russell is going to join us at the Firehouse in Rockwall tomorrow. This was KNC yesterday.
Do you think more people are excited to see Alec at the card show or Peyton finally being released into the world tomorrow at the Firehouse tour in Rockwall?
See, I think it's Alec because Peyton went too far in his promo. Because I was with Peyton on his promo, but then it felt like they were like, hey, man, you need to talk like 10 more seconds. And he was like, seriously, though, I'm in the world. You should come see me. And I'm like, nope, we should just wrap this thing up.
But
you have access to play that promo? Yeah, see where you find it. And just, I want you to hear it.
Him any suggestions on other things to say?
I wasn't there when they recorded it. I just want to know if you think that is an unfair presentation.
I thought you said you were there with him while he was doing it.
No.
And my thought here is, I understand why you didn't give him any advice.
Yeah,
I'd been like, invite us to his wedding.
Take one of the other roads and don't get caught on the bridge. Yeah, this is called a receipt for that.
Yeah. You didn't get invited us to the wedding?
Yeah. It kind of feels like we helped get him that job.
You like Alec more anyway?
Facts.
Okay, enough of the
big facts.
Enough of the
Come on, K-Dog.
Yeah.
K-Dog. So,
But like you heard the promo again, right?
No, I don't even think I've really heard it clearly.
Okay. Do you want to play it again?
We basically did half the segment promoting the Firehouse tour.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Oh, that's what you call that, promoting the insulting / promoting.
That's what we were promoting KC when we talked about y'all firing Bassett.
Like, it's just content.
Are you sleeping over there tonight?
Yep.
Peyton, for real?
Peyton's house?
Yeah.
Neat.
Yep. Mackenzie cleaned up the whole house last night.
But you don't have a
watched.
second bed.
Request
Oh, yeah, we do. We have a guest bed.
Is she going to be upset?
You just said you had one bed.
Is she going to be upset at how drunk we get tonight?
If we wake her up, she said her bedtime is 9 o'clock. So,
What
9 o'clock.
What time are you gonna head over there?
I don't know.
8:45.
Probably.
we got to take the dogs over. So let's go like after 6, if you can.
Oh yeah, he's setting the time. I don't get to choose.
What can you tell him to expect since the last sleepover was at your house?
I'll tell you what you can expect.
You can't say everything.
Is there a place that sells tacos late at night?
Yeah.
Because when he is absolutely blitzed, he is going to leave your house. Just like he did mine.
I got a Grubhub. Then the police officer will get you.
He got a Grubhub. That's right. He called Grubhub. That's what it was.
They Grubhubbed it.
And then we're going to let Peyton,
Papacitas,
until it gets ugly, kind of lead in and run all the segments tomorrow.
I love it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
We should do the same thing with Alec.
He's going to be Molly Karam.
Okay.
And so he's going to do for us.
What do you mean by that?
He's going to, well, I mean, not in that sense, but he's going to like kind of direct us.
You dress provocatively.
Are you excited?
Because she's got
I'm nervously excited. Yes. All right, we're back tomorrow. Rockwall, Fire Station number 2, We got breakfast. We got Tolo t-shirts as well. Come join us for the Firehouse Tour. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Hey, thanks for Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, my future's so bright I got to wear shades, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing out there? How the heck is everybody in Radioland? 877-881-1053. Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Speaking of contracts, are you contractually obligated to say that every time?
No. Do you want me to change it up?
No. I just wanted to bring up contractual obligations.
Oh, no. Look, you know me. I'm not really good at saying exactly what I'm told to say. This has been a struggle throughout the history of my life.
He gets copy from his endorsements. He's like, nope, not doing that one. He's like, I'm going to say what I want to say here.
But if you ever hear those stupid ticket promos where they're like, they're in the owner's pocket, bleh. If you've ever met me, you would know that I would not thrive in that environment. I would be like, Jerry, 2 questions. First, why are you so great? Like, I would not be able to thrive in that environment. My second question would probably get me fired.
So you're saying the way for Kevin to thrive is kind of a little bit of chaos and uncertainty.
Sure.
That's where Kevin does his best work.
Kind of let me do my thing.
Throw me in the middle of the circus and let me see what happens.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go, too.
By the way,
it's a good natural approach.
I was really disappointed that J.J. Watt's circus tweet got traction from some people yesterday.
Oh, no.
It's like, come on. Like, what are we doing here?
We're upset that we're taking it all over the world, huh?
Yeah, even though that's been the plan unfolding for like a decade.
Are you upset that the NFL is trying to go global? 877-881-1053.
What are you doing?
Just asking a question.
Oh, man. Hold on. See, if this is what I was being told to say, I'd be like, yeah, first with Bad Bunny and the Super Bowl halftime show. Now this, what about America?
Okay.
Actually, I might be able to thrive in that space. If I just knew, see, here's the thing. Everything I tell you would have to be fake or everything would have to be real.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I can middle ground it.
I got you. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Even, I'll tell you this, sometimes, occasionally, on a very rare occasion, Kevin and I will have something that is planned for this segment, but it's more of an idea. Like more of an idea of like, hey, we probably should talk about that.
Oh, a concept.
Yeah,
of a plan.
A concept of a plan, if you will. And we'll walk in here and I'll say, all right, here we go. But there's no script for it, so it never turns out exactly the way we kind of joked about it before. So Kevin, even whenever he is given a script for something like that, never does the same thing twice.
I mean,
except for like you are very into structure too, so that's a weird thing.
Yeah, but my structure. I think that's the issue, right? And look, before anybody complains, trust me, I'm aware of my flaws as a human being.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get better. It's just sometimes
I don't think they're flaws; they're just eccentricities.
Okay,
that's just part of you.
That's
man.
a big word.
Yeah. Sometimes
I'm not sure I know what it means, but I used it.
Just don't do super well.
I think, dude, you're doing great.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, ratings say so.
Oh, I like that. All right. So, yesterday's Rangers game.
Hell yeah.
Was something,
man.
That
was awesome.
We went from, what a nice, sort of a little bit comfortable victory. Well, we've got Mr. Unhittable out there, and then all of a sudden that doesn't work out, and you're like, son of a biscuit, we're going to lose this game, everything sucks, and then you didn't, so go ahead and give me cut number 4. Let's just cut right to the end because the Rangers were victorious.
Here's the set and the pitch. A swing and a liner over third. It's a fair ball. Down the line. Here comes Osuna. He's in to score. Danny Jansen has won it for the Rangers. 6-5. The first Ranger walk-off win of the year. And Jansen is mobbed out at second base as the Rangers stream out of the dugout. It's pandemonium here at Globe Life Field as the Rangers blew the lead in the top of the ninth and came back to win it with 3 in the bottom.
I like to think the excitement that Eric Nadel just displayed right there, it comes from being on our show yesterday, late in the day.
Facts!
I think he had a fantastic time while he was in here yesterday.
Eric Nadel, birthday benefit tonight.
Yes, get your tickets to that, and also make sure that you check out the site so that you can bid on some of those items.
I had a conversation with my wife about that cruise.
Got to be there for the. Got to be there for some of the other items, like the dinner with Chris Young
at Nick and Sam's.
Yeah, dude, they'll bring out flashlights to show you your steak.
Okay, quick question about that. Nick and Sam's is amazing, but here's one of the conversations we had. When they bring out the flashlights, does it ever feel like, Law and Order meat crimes?
Show me your meat. Adrian said that it felt like she was in a comedy movie because everybody's shuffling around and taking glasses and putting glasses down, and she's like, I don't know that I know exactly what's on the table right now. But yeah, I can see where you're saying about the meat crime. Yes, that steak done perfectly again.
Yeah, it's the sirloins every single week. We got to stop this. But anyways, so that's why you should win that.
There's some consistency here.
Yeah, and to talk to Chris Young and stuff.
It was this game last
walk
night.
Walk me through your ebb of emotions, will you?
It was. We had an event for Carter. I'll talk a little bit about that during the C block today, an orchestra event. And when I got home, the game had already started, but I got a chance to watch Kamar Rocker go through 5 innings, and I was very pleased with what he did. 4 scoreless innings. Like the way he maneuvered last night, he looked like a starting pitcher. Let's see some more of those. His mechanics were really good last night. He set them up for success. Then I navigated away when he got pulled because I wanted to see, I needed to finish an episode of something, so I watched that real quick, came back to the game, and saw that we were up, 3-1, 3-2.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, Latz is going in. And right as that was happening, I watched him warm up, and then after he got done warming up, his body language did not tell me he was the same as he typically is for these moments. That was just, maybe that's my read, but I ended up being right about this one. So, and I was very nervous. And then as things came along, I'm texting you guys. I'm like, this is why. We asked the question, Skip Schumacher did not want to go to Latz the night before.
Right.
He had to because Gavin Collier was giving up the booty, and he was like, I can't let this 7-1 game slip away from us. We need a win here. He goes to him on back-to-back nights. This is the 4th time this season he's done that. I just didn't see something in Lat's body language that said he was going to have his stuff, and he did not. And then all of a sudden, the Rangers are down. And I was like, oh, my gosh. So I'm telling Adrian, because she wants to watch an episode of something else, I'm like, let me just get through this inning. Oh, no. This inning's getting longer and longer.
Yeah.
But then, and it was after the Corey Seager moment, where Corey Seager, Kevin, did not know how many strikes he had last night.
Is that why he struck out so many times?
He stood at the plate after he struck out and got back in the box, and the umpire said, hey, you're out. And he just kind of walked back, and that's when Dave Raymond and David Murphy were kind of having the discussion we were having yesterday is Skip did say that it sounds like he's going to have a day off soon. This might be a good opportunity.
The day off is going to be tomorrow. Yeah.
And what Skip told us yesterday was, look, I'm going to give Corey every opportunity I can. And Corey's going to say, hey, I feel good about this guy. He wants to be able to find that confidence, but every pitcher that he's faced, like he's almost facing, is like, oh, I've had pretty good success against this guy.
Right.
So you want to keep giving that guy every chance, but every once in a while you got to be like, go figure it out, dude. Go figure it out somewhere. And last night in that moment was just not his best moment. And that game was not his best either. However, Josh Young gets up, gets on base. Little dink fart right through the infield. Walk here, a hit there. Ezekiel Duran with the smash that sets things up. Kevin.
Do you want me to play that?
Oh, absolutely. This is an awesome hit.
Give me cut number 2 because this is the smashing question.
3-2. The payoff pitch. Swung on and hit deep to left, hooking in the corner. That ball is off the wall. It bounds away from the left fielder, Waldschmidt. Duran at second base with a double. Josh Young scores. The lead is cut to 5-4, and Alejandro Osuna is coming up.
And that hit that he had, Kevin, he worked Seawald there too. He did some really good work to he was already at 3-0. and then he took the fastball down the middle, and then he worked that out and finally found the pitch. And Sewald had thrown a pitch that he didn't like. It was a little in. The next pitch is the same one. He crushes it and gets on base. Great job, because I think that ignited a little spark in those guys that like, all we got to do is do some work and we can win this game.
Right.
And we've seen them. This is what got me last night, Kevin. I've seen them so many times come back late. I was like, this is the one. This is going to be the one. And ultimately, Jake Berger gets one through. He's on. As soon as I saw Osuna at second base, I was like, all we need is get one through the infield.
Yeah, he's fast.
Danny Jansen did just that, and the Rangers end up getting the win. It was an awesome moment last night. They needed that, and I hope that they continue that kind of late-game success with the early-game success as well that puts them in better position for wins.
So I've seen a couple of complaints about this. I have to admit, I wasn't watching for him the post-game, but I'll go back and check it out from the 806. Love Seager, but I'm getting really tired of his body language, and it's affecting his defense now. And then from the 239, where is that? It also didn't look like Seager celebrated the hit with the team on the field. I will admit,
I didn't see that.
I didn't look for that because I was too stoked, but I do believe that one Bobby Belt might feel that way as well. And that's not what you want, because then you start to think about like a Lance Berkman situation where, hey, I need you to be happy for the team, even if you're not thriving in that moment. But Corey, you talked about it. I was already thinking that like we were going to construct the segment of did Gavin Collier's inability to close it out on Tuesday night cost you the win on Wednesday night? And like I looked up the numbers that you said. It was the third or kind of fourth time Latz has pitched on back-to-back nights, like you said, because it was April 4th and 5th, and then he did the 15th, the 16th, and the 17th.
Gotcha,
so if you want to
okay.
count those as two separate, which I think is legitimate. And so, like, he had not been in that situation a lot. And so I thought about what you were saying about the night before, and I was like, ooh, this is going to be the focus of the segment, and that freaking sucks.
Yeah.
But
hey, nice job by Quantrill to come in and get out of that
For
inning
sure.
with less damage.
Because at the time, that is a great point. In the moment, it's one of those things where you're like, hey, good job, who cares?
Yeah.
We're going to lose the game, right? Like, I don't know if anybody else felt that way, but in the moment, I was like, I was glad that Quantrill shut it down, and it was only 5-3, but I was also like, who cares? We're going to lose now a game we were definitely going to win. And then I honestly got mad when it was 5-4 off of that Duran play, because I was like, why are the Rangers doing this to me?
Mm-hmm.
They're just like picking you up to drop you again. They won!
There was something about me that was kind of in that space, but also going, I like who's up right now. Because Berger had already had an opportunity earlier in the night. He had the home run, that gave us the lead, put us in that good spot. But it was, Kevin, it was the Peterson, Nimmo, Seager group that went 0 for 12 last night. And I wanted to go bleh in just a little bit. But then I was like, I like who's coming up to bat right now.
Right.
I think they have a shot to do this thing. And Kevin, we've discussed, if 1 through 4 aren't doing the work, which 4 did his work last night, congratulations, Josh Young, continuing to roll. But if 2, 3, 4, or 1 through 4 aren't doing theirs, somebody's got to pick it up. We just can't rely on those guys for the rest of the season.
Right.
We need Seager to go, if you need to go to a hot tub for a while and just chill, go to the World, what is it, the World Star? No, the World Pools up there in Frisco. Go World Springs. Yeah, go up there and hang out for a day. Just chill. And just get your head back in the game.
I thought you were about to punch somebody 15 years ago for just a second.
Yeah.
By the way, we talked about how unforgiving being a relief pitcher can be. Jake Latz going into that game, 0.83 ERA. It's now up to 2.08.
Yeah.
And his whip went from 0.42 to 0.6, which is still insane. And they got the win. And I think the happiest person in that group might have been Jacob Latz.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, thank you so much for not making this look terrible.
It did. It was, I will add this, I loved hearing Mackenzie Gore tell Skip the other day, hey, I can pitch today if you need me, when Evaldi had to take a day. I know that these guys are competitive and want to play. The fact that they ended the game the way they did last night, that proves it too. Getting that top group to get back into not just being competitive-minded, but also being as skilled as they actually are, That's going to have to come along pretty soon.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We told you we're going to be doing our show at the Dallas Card Show tomorrow. So coming up next, the woman who has overthrown our buddy Kate. It's Carly Treadway from the Dallas Card Show in studio next right here on The Fan. C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you, Corey, I think the person who's overthrown our buddy Kate. It's Carly Treadway from the Dallas Card Show in studio. Carly, how are you doing, and how were you able to eliminate Kate?
I'm doing great. You know, Kate, I worked with Kate for around a year. Very sad to see her go, but I'm happy to be here, and thank you guys for having me out.
I think, she saw
Kate's still alive.
She saw the weaknesses.
Record.
Oh, I was thinking crossbow. That was. I figured that was kind of the Game of Thrones style. Was the way that would go down.
I mean, you should ask her.
Yeah. Well, you said she's still alive.
She texted me back, but I've seen many a murder thing where people take the phone and text from the phone.
Is that what's happening?
I don't think that's what's happened here.
I'm not allowed to give too many details on the whole thing. Yeah.
Like this. Have you, like my wife, seen enough of the Netflix murder crime series to know how to actually get away with a murder, though?
I would say I could be pretty successful.
See?
That is a weird admission on radio. And
honest.
you're being videoed for the DCS socials as well.
She just said she thinks she knows. I think she knows what she's doing.
Okay.
So I think she's okay with it. She's got this figured out.
All right. Now, let's go through the pros and cons of Carly real quick.
All right.
Pros. She was, I love Kate to death. She was on time and she's not chewing gum.
Not one time was Kate ever on time.
Con. She doesn't know who Beck is.
Oh, yeah.
So at the last card show, we opened this Polaroid product and we got a one-of-one autographed Beck Polaroid.
That's cool.
And I was really excited and I looked over at Carly and I was like, huh? And she just stared back at me.
Oh, she didn't even give you like a fake smile and be like, that's so great for you.
And then I just had to go, you have no idea who that is. And then she told me how old she was. And then it just made me sad all across the board.
Have you listened to Alt lately to see if they have any Beck playing?
That is a music station in addition to a collectible
They're in
spot.
this building, right around the corner.
I have not, but maybe I should check it out. I need to, diversify a little bit, I think.
See? There you go.
Yeah.
Or else she just wants us to shut up. Either way. All right. So
She's like, I like the pros more than the cons.
I'm just kidding. We've done a lot of stuff with Carly. You're awesome. Dallas Card Show starts today, and we will be doing our show out there tomorrow, live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for people who they've heard us talk about it a lot, but they still haven't been for whatever reason. Why would you encourage them to get to the Dallas Card Show?
Yeah, so Dallas Card Show this weekend is going on the 14th through 17th. We're the largest card show series in the nation. So we host a show every other month, and then this year we've expanded nationally. So we have shows throughout the entire United States. If you like football, basketball, baseball, UFC, Pokemon, there's a little bit for everyone. Everyone comes out, buys, sells, and trades. And if you've never been, I would highly encourage going just because it's something like you've never seen before. I mean, we have over 700 vendors there, and everyone's just buying, selling, trading. There's so much money going throughout the room and just so many really cool pieces that you wouldn't find anywhere else.
Do you think that there is a new avenue or more product for Angel Reese now that she's been traded?
Okay.
And then in the WNBA.
Stop this.
Personally, I don't dabble too much in the WNBA market, but we will have WNBA cards there. So if you're an Angel Reese fan, I'm sure you could find a nice PC piece there for you.
Tolos are asking, Kevin.
All right.
That's why
I was going to say, I figure Paige Beckers and AZ Fudd might be bigger players
Makes
there.
sense.
But
I can see that.
I hear what you're saying. It is also amazing the different ages. And you'll see an 8-year-old walking around with their PSA briefcase. And you're just like, hold on, what is happening here? How much do you love seeing the kids thriving in the hobby as well?
It's awesome, and it's crazy to kind of see over the years, them kind of develop. So they started out trade up challenges, dollar cards, and now they're moving a couple $1,000 cards. These kids are doing deals that are a couple $1,000s, and it's crazy to see, and it's just awesome that the kids are getting taught business skills at such a young age.
That is a good way of putting it. I do like the business skills aspect of it, but it is amazing. And for people that were asking, I'm sure there are all kinds of different vendors here, but most of the people there are folks who have shops all across the world. Because I know people get concerned about scalpers and people, parking outside the Target and everything like that. But for the vast majority of people who set up there, these are hobby shops from really across the world, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah. So people travel in internationally, even to the show, and then all of our vendors do know what they're doing. They have a good amount of inventory. They've been doing this for a while, and then if you are trying to buy and sell, all of them are buying, so you could take your card around, kind of get different offers and see if something fits.
Or they can crush your dreams like I did to Corey. Years ago, he showed me his 1987 Topps Will Clark. How do you break that news to somebody? Are you heartless about it, or are you nice? You're like, hey, at least you still have your health, when you have to break the news to somebody that their cards are maybe not worth a lot.
I try to be nice about it, but I'm kind of straight to the point on a lot of things. So
see, I think that also giving them the ask them questions. Ask them questions about what it means to them. Why?
It didn't sound like she's doing that.
Why do you like Will Clark so much? Because then you can be like, see, this is why it's valuable to you, and they can walk out that door going, you know what? I need to spend my money on other things, but also keep these Will Clark cards.
Now you're looking at me when you say that, but Kate, it sounds like you don't really do that.
Did you just call me Kate? Did you just call me Kate?
Wow! I've never been more on her side than I am right now, Kevin. That is Carly.
All of the high ground.
She eliminated Kate. Don't forget about that.
She add that one to your
She underscore breaks at Instagram.
No
she
gum.
underscore breaks at Instagram. Let's really get those numbers up so she'll consider coming back on the show.
Oh, and what you're saying, that's her Instagram account?
Yeah, that is.
Is what again?
Is she underscore breaks.
All right, give her the KNC bump.
And I really need you guys to go follow that account, or else she's never coming back on the show, because it really just screwed that up. I'm very sorry, Carly. Sorry.
He is not going to forget about that for the next 2 years.
That is going to bother me for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
So hooray for that. All right, the autograph list that y'all have set up.
3-2-1. Kevin thinks all women are the same. He might go home and call his wife Kate now.
Son of a gun. I'm not going to live this down. Let's please edit this out of all the content. So usually you guys have kind of a theme for your autographs, and it feels like the theme, at least at this show, is Texas. You've got Mac Brown is going to be there, and then you'll have at least 5 other Longhorns players. Does that sound right to you? Are you excited about Mac Brown autographing out there?
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun, and then for me, it's kind of cool. I get to go meet the athletes and do content with them, so
yeah,
that's a lot of fun. I know a couple shows back, we had like a lot of the 99 Stars Stanley Cup winners, so we do kind of go on themes a little bit with our autographs.
Absolutely, and then also Mike Singletary, Quinnen Williams is going to be there, Rocket Ishmael.
Quinnen?
Yeah, Rocket Ishmael is always there every 2 months, and he is the nicest freaking person in the world.
From the 817, hey, this is Pat, longtime Tolo. I have 2 ticket stubs from Nolan Ryan's 7th and last no-hitter. What are y'all's thoughts on the value there? Who would you go to? Like, what table you walking up to and saying, boom, here are my stubs?
Well, that is one of the things I really like about what the Dallas Card Show has turned into, because you mentioned all the stuff. Like, I really like wrestling cards, and wrestling cards are everywhere there. There's all kinds of memorabilia there as well. So I might not be the best expert, but I guarantee you will find a table that can be like, here's why it's worth this much, and this is why, and maybe even give you an offer. Fair to? Do you think that's a fair
absolutely.
breakdown?
I think one of the first questions people would ask, are they like authenticated? Are they graded?
Yes.
And then walking it around, just taking it to different vendors, kind of feeling it out, getting a value, and then before you sell it, kind of find out the market, do a little research on eBay, look at comps, and see if there's anything else out there.
Absolutely.
That's the game that I always love. Like when those kids are running around, they don't just go to one person. They'll be like, all right, I'm going to play this game with you. I'm going to play this game with you. Max out this thing. Come back. Bam. These kids are sharks, dude.
Yes.
They know what they're doing.
No, they really are. Don't underestimate somebody because of their age out there, because they will take you. Now, I was looking at your Instagram yesterday because I know you are a separate human being that is not Kate. And one of the things that you talked about was high-end trade night on Saturday. What can you tell everybody about high-end trade night? Because it's like its own little ecosystem at the Dallas Card Show. Like, you can get your general admission, you can do VIP, but there's also all kinds of other stuff. And some people will call tonight like vendor night. I know Sunday can be dubbed like deal day. What's going on with high-end trade night?
So high-end trade night's going to be off of Bethany. It's within walking distance of the show, and it's in our new location. So we're going to have tables set up, vendors there, and it's just an exclusive high-end trade night that you do need a wristband to go to, and then you can get your wristband from Wax, the sponsor of the trade night, or from the Dallas Card Show. And basically, we're just kind of vetting vendors. We'll have security there. and just a place where people can trade and sell their high-end cards exclusively. And then, obviously, if you're not interested in that, we have our normal trade night, which is after the show on Saturday from 6 to like 2 a.m.
Yes, and I've heard even then, like it might be over at 2 a.m., but the deals just keep on going. Now, speaking of high-end cards, what have you brought with you today? And maybe you can show them off to Corey.
Yeah, I brought a couple cool ones with me. The first one I want to showcase is an 86 Fleer Jordan. So iconic Jordan rookie card. This one is a PSA 7.
I have that card.
PSA 5.
You do not.
You sure?
Yes.
All right.
You should have brought that instead of the Will Clark to start.
You want to throw it over here and I'll...
Oh my God, no. Holy moly.
Are you really that concerned? Is it because that one time I did throw a card?
Yes, it is. All right. Excellent. What else do you have for us today?
57. She said this, but it's 57 to 132.
That is not a numbered on that card. That is just the card number in the set.
Oh.
I know people kind of get
confusing.
it. It is because back then cards weren't ever numbered. And so now within, obviously like the last 20-ish years or whatever, that the explosion in parallel to number cards has taken off. Unfortunately, I feel like people look at their just base set cards and they're like, yeah, this is 16 out of 99. And you're like, yeah, there's like a million of those.
214's asking, is there anyone at the card show that would buy black and white Polaroids of classified military aircraft?
I don't. You know what? Honestly, I probably shouldn't say yes.
Classified.
Oh, yeah, that's against the law. Mm-hmm. I'll go with this easier question. How do I get a Mickey Mantle signed ball authenticated? Because I know you guys always have, usually multiple authenticators out there. Who's going to be there for this show?
Yeah, so we have PSA at this show, Beckett at the show, and then JSA authentication.
Okay.
Will also be there.
Because I feel like for a lot of people, JSA is kind of like the gold standard for items. Obviously, everybody knows that PSA is the gold standard for cards. And I know Beckett just did a big rebrand, and they're hopefully coming back up in the world.
Yes, we'll see.
What else? What else do you got?
So, our Dallas boy, Rookie of the Year, Cooper Flag.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a rookie card from Topps Chrome, Rockstar. So this one is a die cut, which is also a really tough grade, and a PSA 10. So.
Oh, yeah. Getting a die cut is brutal to get graded that high. That is outstanding.
That's awesome. And she didn't throw it either.
What would a card like that go for?
I want to say around $1,500.
Okay. So, Corey, if you want to make that purchase today, we might be able to get you a discount. I'm not sure.
I'll work on it.
Okay.
Tomorrow's payday, so.
Okay. And then what else do you got?
Last up, 2017 rookie Patrick Mahomes from Optic. This is a hollow, and this is also a PSA 10. And this one goes for around $3,400.
Woo! But that is one of the fun things I will say about the card show. I know people will let you know, hey, their prices are their prices. They're firm. They're not changing. But I feel like a lot of places there, especially maybe if you dabble in cash, they're willing to wheel and deal with you, are they not?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say never be afraid to throw out an offer because, doesn't hurt to ask, but you can kind of know if your offer will offend someone.
Yeah.
Based on comps, if it's a $3,000 card, probably not offer $2,000.
Sure.
But
I have this card in my memory. When I was at the card show once, I saw it. So that is definitely, I do have it right there.
Unless you're willing to listen to a speech. You can lowball somebody as long as you're willing to listen to their speech about how your offer was disrespectful. Right. But then again, speaking of disrespectful, what do you think are the percentage chances you come back after my faux pas?
What was my name again?
It's Carly.
Oh, wow.
She _ breaks on Instagram. She _ breaks on
Walter
Instagram.
White style.
Yeah.
Heisman.
I kind of feel like she's going to be like, hey, it's
awesome.
fine. But if you do it again, tread lightly.
I know. I love that.
I sort of feel like that's going to happen just a little bit. All right. Do you think you might come back in 2 months? TBD?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. She'll mostly want to talk to you, though, Corey.
Probably so.
Sorry,
you know what? I'll try and see if we can snag her tomorrow, though.
Okay, all right. Yes, we will be live at the show tomorrow. If she walks by, if Carly walks by and is like, no, and just sends other people up, I'm going to be like, damn, I really screwed that up.
Yeah, somebody said, can you ask Carly, if you can, when you see her out there tomorrow, make sure to score on Kevin. And high five, Carly.
And then from the 972, anyone spending six figures on a card out there, I have seen that happen multiple times. I cannot imagine how many times y'all have seen people drop hundreds and thousands of dollars on cards.
All the time.
See? She just said it's like it's nothing. All the time. No big deal. All right. Well, thank you very much. Where's the show again? Where can people get more information?
Yeah, DallasCardShow.com will have all your information. Check out our socials, Dallas Card Show. And then the show's going to be in Allen, Texas this weekend.
777 Waters Creek Boulevard at the Marriott in Allen. Again, we'll be doing our show there live from 10 to 2. But the card show begins today, goes all the way through Sunday. Like you said, DallasCardShow.com. She breaks on Instagram. It is Carly right here on The Fan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Gets the Pirates a chase.
Reynolds, this should stay up, and it will, and O'Neal's going to get doubled off first. It's going to be a 7 unassisted by Jake McCarthy.
You know, I really wish there was more enthusiasm for that call, but then again, I wish there was a lot of things that would have happened already this morning. From the 601, Kevin, you should have doubled down and said, hit her with your signature, thank you very much, good sir, to end the interview. From the 469, this interview reminds me a lot of the Angel Reese trade coverage. Terrible from Kevin. And then from the 214, Kevin just went full Corey Seager on us, didn't know the at-bat was over.
So you're saying that audio, that he basically abdicated any enthusiasm there?
I see what you're doing because he said abdicated, and he's already putting it in our text chain, communicated.
Yeah.
So, like, I might be done for the day.
This is a segment where we educate people on
did you spend the entire commercial break just working on that?
You know what, Kevin?
You can't deny it.
We will adjudicate that later.
Damn it. I knew it. I freaking knew it.
Yeah, and I will not vacate this position.
Son of a bitch. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. So, that play right there with the general lack of enthusiasm from the broadcaster was the first time that play had happened in Rockies history, and it had been 13 years since you got a left field unassisted double play.
Wow.
So Jake McCarthy is coming in on the fly ball out to left field. O'Neal Cruz thinks it's going to drop, or maybe he's like, well, if I was in the outfield, I wouldn't catch that. And so he was already running. And so because McCarthy was in so far, O'Neal Cruz had no chance to get back. So unassisted double play in the bottom of the first inning last night against the Pirates. First time they've seen that 7U in Rockies history, and the first time in the majors in 13 years.
I bet the manager was hot about that one, too. Like, that's
I could see that.
Errors like that, whenever you make a mental error, or, but, also have a moment like that just happens. I wonder what O'Neal Cruz did to placate his situation. And then, did the manager reciprocate?
Why are there so many freaking words that have Kate in it?
I'm not going to lie, dude. I went and looked up words that end in Kate. And there's
You're an ass.
One 4-letter word. It's Kate.
I almost
there's
said a 4-letter word.
2 6-letter words, 12 7-letter words, 24 8-letter words.
Why?
And 34 9-letter words. 16 10-letter words. There's so many words that end in Kate. We could do this forever.
She_breaks
until this show. We could do this. We could do it until this show becomes syndicated.
I really need to pontificate how many more words we can fit in this.
It's probably the most important thing is that Carly gets vindication.
I hate you guys.
Hate's a strong word.
That's why I used it. All right, so
what are you implicating?
Damn it! What? Somebody needs to fix the English language. It's too Kate heavy. All right. Stop it. If you say NBA 2K or something like, I'm going to lose my effing mind.
I was unable to locate that one.
I think Aiden's coming in to tell Alec more things. I made a mistake. And if it was a mistake, then I would have quit the show. I would have quit the show.
I'm not going to lie, dude. Usually Fridays are the most fun. Today, I have a feeling. I got a feeling about this one.
She_breaks for people asking about her Instagram account for
After the
Carly.
show, there might be an altercation between all of us.
I'm going to have to call myself. You're like, what the hell were you doing? All right. So we talked about the Rangers' crazy comeback. We have more stats to kind of put that in perspective a little bit later in the show. But last night was wild in Major League Baseball. There were 6 games decided by a winning run in the 9th or 10th inning. There were 5 late inning comebacks. There were 4 walk-offs, 8 blown saves, and 27 runs scored in the 9th and 10th inning.
That's insane, man.
It was
So what happened, that was natural progression for the Rangers then, huh?
Yeah, had I known all this was happening simultaneously, I might have been like, we're fine. We're still going to win.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the Rangers Diamondbacks contributed a lot to that because they scored 6 runs in the 9th inning alone, which is more than they had scored the rest of the entire game. But yeah, yesterday was a wild day in Major League Baseball, but that is nothing compared to this. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring your attention to the Chicago White Sox. They won their 4th straight game.
The Rockies haven't.
That's true. The Rockies have let me down, but we still have the White Sox. In their last 23 games, they're 15-8. They are now 21-21. The last time they didn't have a losing record this late in the season, which again, we're not that late. It's a 4th of the way through the season, was 4 years ago. If the season ended today, the Chicago White Sox would be in the playoffs.
Yeah, somebody texted that in yesterday regarding we were saying that they stunk because of
historically.
Yeah, and then they were like, but they're better than the Rangers right now, and I was like, stop it. Don't try and do that to me right now. But here we are when you have a dude that's crushing like they have. I think you just kind of ride that train all the way, baby.
Murakami is playing out of his mind right now. He leads MLB in hard hit percentage, which is probably not surprising if you've seen him play. Maybe more about that in a little bit. Let's go over to the Dodgers. They broke their losing streak. They were victorious 4-0 over the Giants, thanks in part to Shohei Ohtani. 7 shutout innings, 2 walks to go along with 8 strikeouts. Through 7 starts so far this season, he's thrown 44 innings, has 50 strikeouts. His ERA is .82. That's best in Major League Baseball for starters. His whip, .82 as well. And his batting average against, 161.
So still not I guess he's gotten better in the last 5 games.
Hitting?
Yeah.
But to your point, so he's
been down this year.
He did not hit again last night. And I do not, because that's what they've been doing when he pitches. He is not scheduled to be in the starting lineup today. They wanted to give him 2 days off hitting, although the Dodgers did say if there's like a key pinch hit situation, he might come in there. So it does kind of feel like they're experimenting with, hey, what if we don't hit him the day after he pitches as well? And then you wonder if that doesn't work, would they try out what if he doesn't hit the day before he pitches?
This is kind of interesting because you said he has 50 strikeouts as a pitcher.
Correct.
He has 44 as a batter. And his career high is 189. I don't know, Kevin, he's at 39 games at bats. Do you think he will go over 189 this year? And I know taking him off of that, I'm just kind of curious how much the approach to focusing on his Cy Young might be taken away from him at the plate. And maybe even the not hitting every day, part of it too, might be affecting that as well. But they also built this roster and this lineup to be able to absorb that if need be. Like they can still win games.
Could you see a scenario in which the Dodgers come to him and they're like, hey, that's great, we appreciate it, now we need our offensive boost?
Probably.
So we're going to have to kind of switch it up.
You don't win a Cy Young in the playoffs.
For sure.
So maybe they're like, hey, whenever we get to the playoffs, we're going to turn back to Shohei Ohtani, the hitter.
By the way, Max Fried left the start with the Orioles yesterday. I haven't seen an update this morning, but he's set for imaging, and he said he's not really too worried about the diagnosis. And then I want to see what you guys think about this, because I think it's really cool. On one of the video boards in Times Square, they're going to air the entirety of the Yankees-Mets game. And
wow.
I just think for Friday night, I think that's really cool.
In the middle of Times Square.
In the middle of Times Square, they're going to show, Apple TV is going to show the entirety of the game. They've got their digital billboard. It's ready to go.
I do watch the Ryan Seacrest, Dick Clark thing every year for New Year's.
Yeah.
And Times Square is packed.
Rockin' Eve.
Yeah, Times Square is absolutely packed. Are they prepared to have that kind of situation because people will just go and stand there. It's a great place to be.
Yeah.
It's an awesome place to be in the environment that's around it. That's really cool, though. That is a smart thing for the city of New York to do.
Exactly. On a Friday night, there's going to be tons of people out there. So I want to see what that crowd looks like as well.
The ERs better have a lot of medication available.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know it's my fault. Coming up next, the NBA and NHL playoff super segment right here on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the NBA and NHL playoff Super segment. Would you like to start, Mr. Majors, with the NHL or the NBA?
There was a moment last night, Kevin, that I doubted myself. And then I was like, why would I ever doubt myself whenever I made the prediction that Wild series was over?
I mean, for sure, because Colorado didn't make it easy. But go ahead and give me cut number 6, hockey 6. We moved into overtime, and it was 3-3. But here you go.
Natchez, far circle, Natchez. One-timer, Kulak! He scores! This series is over! Brett Kulak with a bomb!
Believe it or not, that was Minnesota Wild radio. No,
Really?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I was obviously,
insane.
yeah, it was. They really wanted their year to be over. They had a bunch of important vacation plans and everything like that. But to your point, it sure did look like that series was about to get a lot more interesting, and it was on its way back to Minnesota because Minnesota took a 3-0 lead, scored all 3 of those goals in the first period, and then there's 4 minutes left in the third period, and it's still 3-1. And it's like, okay, here we go. Just when you think, like you said, I was with you. Just when you think you finally figured this series out, it's going to have another big zag right here. And then Colorado scored a goal, and that made it 3-2. They pulled their goalie and scored again with, I believe, about a minute and a half left in regulation to send the game to overtime.
From the 5-6-1, the Mild got sent home last night. Frauds, imposters, a lot of them. And I don't know. I think that the Stars, Sean may have been right. Like, you just kind of you didn't have to face Colorado, who was probably might torch. Now, that being said, matchups are everything.
For sure.
And maybe Colorado, you have something that you know is a good matchup against them. That being all that, though, last night's game, Kevin, there was a moment when I was kind of looking at stats and I was trying to figure out what was happening. And I saw the block shots from the Wild. They had them 23-11. That was frustrating Colorado through most of the night.
Which we can sympathize with.
Yeah, no, Colorado was very frustrated, but whenever they decided to kind of turn that up a little bit on the hit side, like the hits were matched. That was a good, evenly done physical game later on too. But Minnesota at the second period didn't have anything left against Colorado. You could start to see it kind of turn where Colorado State started taking control of that thing, and they had it in that third period too. And offensively, they were able to get those pucks up and over and into the net, and that was the thing, man. Once overtime took over, I was like, I don't think that the Wild have any shot here. So yeah, there was a moment where I was like, I don't know, but I was right. Colorado's too good, dude,
and
they just kill you with speed, man.
They do. Vegas will try to lock in the Western Conference Finals tonight. They're up 3-2 on the Ducks. That game is essentially a pick-em, so we'll see if we end up getting Golden Knights in the Avalanche or if the Ducks can push that series to 7 games. By the way, sticking in the Western Conference, did you see that the Oilers fired their head coach, Chris Knobloch? And I believe that means that this will be the 6th different head coach for McDavid going into next year. Which, I mean, that's pretty stunning for what it feels like everyone agrees is the best player in the NHL. They have just not been able to break through. And obviously, once their season ended, it sounded like he was not super stoked about the direction of this organization.
Man, do you think Chris Knobloch is going to go be a Maple Leaf, Kevin?
I mean, not necessarily.
He's like, you know what? I want to take on the Cowboys of the North.
I mean, he could. That would be a curious decision because I'd be like, hey, you had 2 of the probably best 5 players in the world and couldn't win. What will you do here?
You got Austin Matthews.
They do. That they do. By the way.
And what, the number 1 overall pick, so...
So maybe you think that kid from, I think it's Penn State, is the answer. By the way, for Las Vegas, I forgot to mention, Braden McNabb was suspended one game for a hit in Game 5. So we'll see if that changes how tonight's game plays out whatsoever. Now, for the Islanders, Matthew Schaefer was unanimously named the top rookie in all of the land. So thought I would mention that, even though technically they're not in the playoffs, still thought it was noteworthy.
That is weird because Avery grew up with a kid named Matthew Schaefer.
Oh, I'll show you a picture.
Yeah.
I don't actually know where he's from.
I mean, he's graduating high school, so probably not.
Okay, probably not. All right. What do you think of the odds that the Carolina Hurricanes go undefeated in the playoffs?
2-1.
Oh, you're going to love this.
I don't know. I just throwing numbers out.
That's too low. 20-1.
Actually, that's a lot lower than I actually really thought.
They're 8-0 right now.
Okay, all right.
They're halfway there. Do you think 20-1 is good enough odds?
Those are great odds
for you to make a run at it.
Yeah, I could gladly throw 4 nickels down on that.
Now to go along with that, that's $20. Now to go along with that, over under, how many games will Carolina lose total in the playoffs?
I mean,
East is weak.
I think Colorado's too good, even though Carolina's playing fantastic hockey. So I'll say 5. I think they lose 1 in this run to close things out. It might be an early one too, because as we discussed the rest versus rust conversation.
Right.
But I'll give them 1 in the Eastern Conference Final, and then 4 on their way to losing the Stanley Cup.
All right, so this is a totally different kind of bet if you wanted to go after, as opposed to could they go undefeated. Over under number of Carolina Hurricanes total playoff losses, 3.5. So if you don't think they're going to win the Stanley Cup final, obviously you should take the over on that.
Yeah, that's a fun... I would have to figure out how to play that to win on both sides.
Oh, I could... Yeah, it would take a certain percentage of money on either side, but I bet we could do the math in the break and figure that out. By the way, I can see how it's easy to look ahead from the 2-1-4. Avs versus the Hurricanes is going to be a crazy Stanley Cup final. I mean, it definitely feels like we're moving in that direction.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, go ahead and give me cut number 5, because this is not the way I thought this game was going to go.
Right side Mitchell. Don fakes the 3, steps left, shoots it, buried it! Donovan Mitchell! Oh my goodness, he hit it from Ann Arbor, and now a steal by Strus. Bounce to Mitchell, laid it up and in! Strus on the loose with the steal!
Now, this game... not without controversy. Also, very timely. Strus is on the loose reference right there.
That was nice.
It's been 30 years. It feels like you can get away with that now.
Important timing.
The Detroit Pistons are up 8 points in this game with, I believe, a little bit less than 3 minutes to go. They have an almost 97% chance to win the game. But then Cleveland breaks off 8 points, forces it to overtime.
Wild.
So it looks bad for Detroit. But then also, Osar Thompson absolutely gets tripped late in the game, which should have, theoretically, led to some free throws. It did not. And I know a lot of people this morning are saying, did Cleveland kind of get away with one there? Their head coach thinks so, because he was like, he tripped somebody. So obviously that's a foul. They did not see it that way. So... And then he just kind of stopped talking, which I think is probably a smart idea for his wallet.
Dude, there's so many times whenever you're in that moment of, I'm going to keep saying something because I'm passionate about it, and it's going to make the point that makes the most sense, and everybody's going to be, you know what? I shouldn't say anymore. That's where he was.
Yes.
Smart decision on his part.
I think he cut it off at the right time, but that game goes to overtime, and they lose. This is the first road playoff victory for the Cavaliers in the entirety of the playoffs. Now, on the flip side, they haven't lost at home all playoffs.
Yeah.
So, obviously, I would think they would close this out in 6. But then again, I told you it was a lock to go 7 with Detroit winning. So maybe they're going to double flip the script and Detroit will win on the road and then we'll go to game 7 anyway.
It was kind of fascinating to watch James Harden do that last night again. He was vintage James Harden in my opinion. Similar
him and Mitchell
flop moments where he got to the free throw line, but also just doing some pretty special things, getting the 30 and leading them last night for sure.
And so, do you think Cleveland wins the series now, or does Detroit still take it down? Cleveland's a 3.5-point favorite for Game 6 on Friday.
Didn't the Pistons coach say something like, "You're going to have to kill us to get rid of us in this playoff series," or something like that?
Well, see, that's where he could have gotten in trouble and been like, "Or trip us and no call." So, that's probably smart.
So I don't know, man. I think this is going to 7. I think this is going to be a back and forth of as long as Cade Cunningham doesn't turn the ball over.
Now.
More time.
Can I just point out, I was wrong about the winner. Definitely. If you followed my underdog plays on Cade, you would have won. I said go higher on his points since he had a career playoff low and he scored 39. And I also said go higher on turnovers. And guess what? He had 6 turnovers. Mm-hmm. So you would have hit both of those. Now, you should not have listened to who I said was actually going to win the game.
Well, you know what? You can't predict everything.
Someday. So that Game 6 is on Friday. Also on Friday, Spurs Timberwolves. Whew. If that series ends in Game 6...
I'm so happy I'd have a Friday. Like, this is the one day this week I don't have lots of chaos with the kids, so I'm excited about this.
Yeah, so if the Spurs win, they're going to move up the Western Conference Finals by 2 days.
Okay.
So they were supposed to be scheduled out for May the 20th through June the 1st. Usually the NBA will only move up Game 1 and 2 and pad out the rest days, the rest of the time, but they said, no, we're not doing that. So if the Spurs win on Friday, they're going to move up the Western Conference Finals to start on May the 18th, and then it would only run through May the 30th. So they would move the entire series forward 2 days if the Spurs close it out on Friday.
From the 6-8-2, teams that are playing the Hurricanes seem to be slower or playing at a catatonic state. And then from the 3-2-1 and then the 2-1-4 consecutively, did Kevin say Kate Cunningham?
No. I did not.
That's hilarious. And I think everybody's just waiting.
It's amazing. Every word in the frickin' English language apparently has a version of it.
Kate.
And I know people are going to be like, at least in your mind it does.
Yeah, he's going to go, we're the Kate and C masterpiece.
If that's the case, you won't hear the rest of me for the show. I'll walk out that door and be like, you should probably fire me.
Oh, that wordplay, that placates me.
Son of a Gunderson. All right, so I don't know why. All right, couple more things for you. Isaiah Evans said he is staying in the NBA draft. He is not going back to Duke. One of the reasons I thought that was relevant, he said he's already met with numerous NBA teams, including the Washington Wizards, Atlanta Hawks, the Knicks, and the Mavericks. So if you think the Mavericks, because our new management team is really good in the draft, would consider trading back, I think Isaiah Evans would be one of your primary mid-first round targets.
Okay.
And then good news for the Knicks, there is optimism that OG Anunoby can return for the start of the Eastern Conference Finals. And that is one huge advantage of them winning so early. And then especially if that Cleveland-Detroit series ends up going 7 games, you'll be able to, give them as much time as conceivably possible. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Jackass on the FM.
My name's Alec. We got the question of the day. Plus, watch out, that deer is drunk. Next on The Fan.
Oh.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to go see Rangers Astros on May 25th. And then also you can see us tomorrow at the Dallas Card Show at the Marriott in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
Kate.
What the hell? That's not clever.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question.
Here's my question of the day. Do I need to text Carly again and apologize for that?
I don't know, dude. The way you over-apologized on the way out, I thought it made you look weak, and that's not the Kevin I know. I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Oh, if you weren't watching the fan cam, I did not cover my mouth for that.
It was. I think you're fine.
Okay.
I think you're fine. And I just hope, like, the smart thing for her to do now is go ahead and tag the show in her next. What is it? She Breaks. I'm wearing the sticker right here. Go ahead and tag everything in her Instagram, and take part in the bit. Create some content to go along with it is what I would do if I was her.
If she changed her handle to I am Carly, I would be dead.
Well, her name is Carly, Kevin.
Yes, I know. I'm saying I would be like, crap.
Well, Corey, thank you for taking the time to educate us about her social media
every
platforms.
other word in the English language has that in it.
And I'm going to tell you to watch out. Those deer, they're drunk. We'll get to that here in just a little bit.
Dude, drunk animals are wild.
They
Let me ask you
technically
this.
are, yes.
I want you guys to both be honest.
No.
Have you ever given alcohol to an animal?
No.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I have morals, Kevin!
But I did hear a story about a guy who gave his snake a bunch of beer. He was really drunk. He was slithering all this way and that. It was an Adam Sandler bit, Kevin.
Wouldn't he just slither straight?
He would slither Kate.
Guys, today...
This is the worst day of my life.
Hey, guess what? I got some barbecue coming for you, all right?
Thank God.
A friend of mine reached out.
I consider this a national holiday because I'm a nerd. Today is George Lucas's birthday.
Hell yeah!
Today is George Lucas's birthday. So for his birthday, the question of the day for Twitch and YouTube to answer, as well as the fan text: who is your favorite fictional character of all time? And if you say Kate, she's very real.
Homer Simpson.
And she was not here today either.
Ooh, that's a good answer. Have you ever seen the SNL sketch of the Star Wars castings? And they have Bobby Moynihan as George Lucas, and he's like, "You will bring me a Diet Coke?" And he's like waving his arms, and he's like, "We don't have Diet Coke. I find your lack of Diet Coke disturbing." And he's just like doing Star Wars lines and waving his hand like he's a Jedi. It's really funny.
My gosh, I'm sorry, Corey.
Oh.
You know who else's birthday it is today, and I'm not making this up.
No way.
It's Kate Blanchett's birthday.
254, you guys need to lay off, Kevin. Y'all might suffocate him.
Yeah, I think we are already. Kate Blanchett, born on May 14th, 1969.
Nice. I really like her. I think she's a phenomenal actress. I really do.
Yeah.
She's done some stuff where you're like, that was very serious and heavy. And then she's done stuff like, Thor Ragnarok, or whatever. You're just like, wow.
Stupid Indiana Jones movie.
What kind of range does this woman have?
Well, good job, Miss Blanchett.
You don't even say her name.
No, I'm just eliminating from my vernacular. I can't meet any new people now.
He is an iCarly fan from now on.
That's right. Miranda Cosgrove. It's actually her birthday, too. There's no way.
No way.
I'm so serious.
You're kidding.
She was born May 14th, 1993.
It's
What is
iCarly's
with this
birthday,
day?
Today's amazing.
This is great.
I love life. But again, the question of the day, because it kind of got lost, who is your favorite fictional character of all time in honor of George Lucas's birthday? And his creation of Star Wars has led to so many different characters being introduced.
I love Corey's answer. That may well have been my answer. He said Homer Simpson. That's a great one. So instead, I will pivot, stick with the theme of George Lucas. It is Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is my favorite fictional character. I know people think Han Solo is cooler, and I understand all of that, but Luke Skywalker's my guy.
In that realm, then, like Homer's a great cartoon character, like the most relatable dad character on the planet ever created, and has done some of the most also very unrelatable things in his life.
Yes,
but only cartoons can do that. I would say Indiana Jones. I know you were talking about the movie, but there were so many moments where I was just like, he's just so cool. And my question was...
Think about his intro in the very first scene. You don't even see him yet, and then you get the whoosh with the whip, and then they pan up to him, and you're like, holy crap!
Yeah, you always wanted to remember your hat because of him.
Yes.
You just, like, he could fight, he could do all these things, he was super smart, and he had this element of cool to him. So that would probably be the one. Like, I spent most of my time I watched Star Wars too, Kevin, but like Indiana Jones. Now the question was he cool, or was Harrison Ford cool?
Yes.
Or was Steven Spielberg just really good at knowing what a cool hero looked like?
See, I think it could be all three of those things, because at the time he was the second pick for the role. It was going to be Tom Selleck,
who's super cool.
Yeah,
also.
and at the time that mustache ruled America.
Yeah, but he wouldn't shave it off.
So that was really cool.
He wouldn't shave his mustache, and that's why he didn't get the job.
That is not true.
He was doing Magnum PI.
Yeah, and they wouldn't let him out of his contract to go film it. That's true. And so George Lucas is like, I know a guy. Well, I guess Star Wars had come out by then. He's like, yeah, George, we all know who Harrison Ford is.
But here's the thing. Then I know you gave up on shrinking. He's still cool in that show. Like, still what he does, he's Harrison Ford. He's just cool. But the story about him and the night that Bill Lawrence and Jason Segel met him and had they went out. I think he took Bill Lawrence and his wife out to drink tequila all night. They walked home. When he got done, he ran up the hill to his house and was like, onward! And everybody was like, he's still the coolest dude ever. Harrison Ford just seems like a cool dude.
I could see that.
I'd follow.
Let's see. From the 214, Dominic Toretto. That just gives me the chance to piss off Kevin even more.
This is Brazil.
Brazil!
And I'm not against those movies. I've seen, like, up until at least 8. Are there 10 now or just 9?
There's too many.
Okay. So, yeah, no, I'm not against those movies. I just feel like I'm going to get beat down with This is Brazil going into that Cowboys-Ravens game.
You absolutely will. I'm glad you're smart. From the 214, Kit Fisto from Star Wars. That's Jagon and Terrell.
Oh, yeah. That is a good answer.
Let's see. From the 817, Michael Keaton's Batman or Hank Hill.
Ooh, I would have guessed Hank Hill. That's a good one.
Let's see.
Selling some propane, baby.
That's right. Kate Austin from the TV show Lost.
Dude, she was a great hero.
I don't think that person means that.
What do you know? Why? What was her problem? She fell in love with too many men?
Oh,
she had the love triangle with
Sawyer and Jack.
Thank you for remembering Sawyer's name. I knew Jack, but I was like, what is Sawyer's name?
It's a good show.
From the 214, Kate Bishop from Hawkeye.
I don't even know who that is. Who was that in
Haley
Hawkeye?
Steinfeld plays her in the Hawkeye show.
Okay.
Let's see. From
you
the
didn't watch Hawkeye?
No, I did. And
wow.
it
was Christmassy.
He's just being oblivious on purpose,
No,
Corey.
I watched Hawkeye. I just didn't remember it because nothing about Hawkeye or anything that he's done is memorable.
That's valid.
When his kids disappear, you're like, okay, can we get back to characters I care about? That's why they put that show on TV. So there's like, no one's paying to see this.
See, from the 903, Woody from Toy Story. That's a solid one.
That is a good one.
From the 25.
Interesting. Woody over Buzz. Do y'all, like, historically, did y'all think that you liked Woody or Buzz more?
I don't know. I feel like Buzz won me over whenever they flipped the switch and he started speaking Spanish.
That was always good.
He learned how to dance.
That's in part 3.
He was he was looked at as a villain early on in the first movie because he was you had Woody and he was the one losing his love.
It's interesting that you frame it like that because in the first Toy Story, Woody to the other toys is the villain because they thought he killed Buzz.
It kind of switches midway through the movie.
All right.
And then both of them redeem themselves in the right way.
Question. Maybe for another day, power rank the Toy Story villains.
Oh.
From Sid, because you got Sid, Prospector Pete, Lotso Huggins.
Yeah.
The doll girl from the fourth one. What is her name? Shoot. The doll girl from part 4. And
sure.
And then do you have to throw in Newman, who is buying the toys and trying to sell them and stuff like that?
Yes.
So I feel like before the 5th one comes out, there's 5 primary Toy Story villains that jump to mind. Yeah, Ken redeemed himself,
He did.
though.
Okay,
he had a nice redemption arc. The only
Stinky
answer...
Pete? Did you say Stinky Pete the Prospector?
Yeah, I said Prospector Pete. But okay, there you go.
The only right answer for the 1 seed is Lotso Huggin Bear. He's
tried
the biggest
to murder
jerk.
them.
Yes, not only did he try to murder them, he's just a jerk.
Yeah.
Like the baby doll was like all sad seeing the girl play with the other toys, and he was like, "You stupid baby, she don't want you no more." Like, come on, bro, it's a baby.
Yeah, Sid was just a misunderstood kid. He needed some better help.
That's right.
BetterHelp.com/KRLD. But yeah, Lotso Huggins, even when they saved him, he was like, good luck dying. And then they have that horrifying fire pit scene where all the toys link hands because they've all accepted they're about to die.
He was such an awful bear, but he smelled so good.
I cried.
Me too. From the 254, is Harrison Ford related to Alec Medford? I'll roll with it.
How would you, if you met somebody and they're like, "Oh, hello, Alec Medford"?
Oh, I've gotten it before.
Do you tell them, "No, that's wrong"?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm like, you're doing a little too much emphasis.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if she was really hot? Would you correct her?
Call me whatever you want. Guys, the deer are drunk.
You hear about this, Corey? You hear about this story?
So police in France are advising drivers to be aware of drunk deer that have the potential to cause issues on the road. And this is not surprising, actually, because last year researchers published a study that showed some chimpanzees in Africa consume the equivalent of 2.5 drinks per day based on the alcohol content of the fruit that makes up a substantial part of their diet. And the same thing is happening here in France. Basically, the deer are eating apples and other fruit that are fermenting and decaying. So they find them on the ground.
That makes way more sense to me because I was like, who's giving the deer beer?
Yes. So basically, these apples, it's mainly apples, but other fruit, they're fermenting on the ground and whatnot as they're rotting away. But hey, it's still food, so the deer's going to eat it. So the deer are becoming intoxicated off of these decaying fruit, and they are running into, especially like the not so urban areas, those rougher roads outside of Paris, and they are causing mayhem on the streets of France and causing accidents, pileups, and some people are even reporting that they're trying to enter their homes and whatnot, trying to break in through the front door.
Whoa.
Drunk deer need to be stopped. They're just like us. Whenever they've had a little bit too much, they can get a little rowdy.
And they have horns.
That's right.
All called antlers.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any other deer facts for us?
Yeah, educate me.
A doe is a deer.
A baby deer?
Female deer. Oh. A baby deer is Bambi.
There you go. That's why he's the best in the business.
I guess.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. I've expanded the list. Are you ready to jump on these NFL team and player bandwagons? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
In the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
And just like that, they're in the red zone. Another play-action pass. Saying in trouble and taken down again by Reuben Bain.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it. Kevin, I have something.
Okay.
This is before you get into NFL schedule talk.
Okay.
This Myles Garrett card from Topps is awesome.
You like it?
And it's NFL related, so I wanted to make sure we get this in here. It's a Myles Garrett Topps card, Topps certified autograph issue. Is that a big deal? Okay. A card's awesome, but he signed it with Chinese characters. And you're like, awesome, he knows how to sign his name in Chinese. No.
I do think that's neat.
He wrote monster in Chinese characters, and I just think that's amazing.
Okay,
it's like I would love to have this card. Now he also did sign like MG95, to go along with it. But that's an awesome card. Is that something that would draw?
Oh my God, yes. I was just thinking I will not be able to afford that.
Would that be like a $160,000 bounty or something like that?
That feels too high.
Gotcha. All right,
on that one. All right. Bandwagons for teams and players. We didn't get into this yesterday, so I expanded out the list just a little bit. Let me ask you this. Of these three teams, assuming you weren't already a fan of one of these teams. Do you think people should jump on the bandwagon of the Cowboys, the Chargers, or the Texans? If you can only choose one bandwagon and you were not from the DFW.
You're not from the DFW. I think this is interesting. The best defense of the bunch, I think, is still going to be the Texans.
Ooh, not Cleveland?
Nah.
Okay.
They have too many quarterbacks.
Is that okay?
It ruins them.
Okay.
At least Stroud can give you some hope.
Sure.
You said the Chargers also?
Yep.
The Chargers, I just don't believe in Justin Herbert still, and Mentor left, and so I think there's a little bit of difference there. And then the Cowboys, I still have to see the defense you don't want to be a Cowboys bandwagoner yet. You need to wait until they're 7-1.
Okay.
And then you jump on their bandwagon.
All right.
So I would say the Texans at the moment.
Alec, if you were to choose one of those bandwagons, Cowboys, Chargers, or Texans, which bandwagon would you be on?
Not the Texans, because screw the city of Houston.
In your face, Reggie.
Yeah, sorry, Reggie.
I mean, Reggie's cool,
And
not the
Figgy
city.
Fig.
They're all cool down there. I love everybody at 610. But their city sucks.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd probably go with the Chargers, and for nothing on the field. They are just the most likable bunch.
Especially on scheduled release day, right?
Yes, their social media team is so fun and so good. And the bit that Justin Herbert does with them where he acts like he hates the cameras and he just runs away from them all the time and shoves the cameras away and doesn't say a word. It's goofy. It's fun. Dayon Henley is one of those names that you're like, oh yeah, I've heard of him. He's a decent player. He's hilarious and he's a good dude. I just saw the NFL's kind of regurgitating some of their social content because there's nothing to do right now, and it was a clip of the national anthem playing at a Chargers game, and they showed Judge Judy on the camera on the Jumbotron. And he goes, holy crap, Judge Judy's here. And he's like, oh crap, she's standing right next to me. And she was right next to him.
Awesome.
And he was like, oh, she is so tiny, what the heck. He was just mesmerized. I love that team.
Okay.
They're just goofy. I like them.
Now, in terms of the players, once again, 3 choices. You can only pick one. Would you jump on the bandwagon of Cam Ward, Garrett Wilson, or Ruben Bain?
I'll say Ruben Bain at the moment.
Ooh.
Cam Ward, I think, we were discussing him off air a little bit yesterday, Kevin, without you. But you were busy. You were busy doing stuff. And we were just kind of talking. He's a fun dude. He really is whenever you kind of watch some of the other things he does. But I'm just not prepared to say that him and Carnell Tate are ready to tear up the league yet.
Right.
But I think, and Garrett Wilson, he's fun, but he's a Jet.
Yeah, and last year was tough.
Yeah, but Ruben Bain, I think you can look at his future career. I'm excited for him.
Alec, Cam Ward, Garrett Wilson, Ruben Bain.
It's hard to not say Ruben Bain just because of all the weird short arm length stuff in the draft process. He should have been a top 10 player, but arm length, I guess. But I probably lean Cam Ward just because I think quarterbacks are easier to root for and just be more interested in. I've said it a few times now. I think the Titans are getting a little bit disrespected. I don't think they're a playoff team this year, but I think that they're going to be better than people expect. And Cam Ward, I feel like he's got a lot more character than he's really been allowed to show because Tennessee sucked last year.
Yeah.
So, maybe if they're decent, he shows a little bit more of that character. And one of our favorite quotes this past season was from him. Once I figure it out, the league is effed. I just like the confidence.
Yeah, me too. Now, Malik Neighbors, the reports were coming out that he had a second knee surgery to alleviate stiffness, but the Giants are still hoping he can play in week 1. That is particularly of note because obviously the Cowboys and Giants are going to play in week 1, but there's also rumblings that they're going to play in week 17. So that would be the first game and then the next to last game for the Cowboys and Giants, but that feels problematic for the Giants potentially.
You think so?
I do.
I think that.
But I also am not rooting for them to win.
Why?
Because they're in the Cowboys division.
Interesting.
You're not rooting for them to win either.
Mm-mm.
All right. Do you want more schedule or do you want to go to H-Han?
Achane.
Devon Achane signs a 4-year, $68 million extension with the Miami Dolphins. Good for him. Glad he got paid. It is also a fascinating decision for a Miami Dolphins team that appears to be going nowhere.
Yeah. So 4-year, how much is that a year, Kevin?
17 per.
All right, so he's the third highest paid running back in the league now, right? But right ahead of Derrick Henry at 15, and then right behind McCaffrey at 19. Saquon's at 20.6.
Okay.
That's their average year.
And I'm not saying he's not a good player. I just don't know what their strategy is.
Smart on his part.
Oh, yeah.
Because to go ahead and cash that in. Now, here's the thing. He's going to be asked to do something more and be a running back that I don't think he is. I think he's that dude is exceptional when in space. I don't think that he's like going to overpower anybody. So they're going to have to really work on, giving him those places, or maybe he has to put a little extra on his body. I was concerned about him being able to carry the load as the individual back and still be the same explosive dude. And I think that's going to happen a little bit, but smart on him to go ahead and cash that in.
For the NFL, the show Quarterback is coming back for season 3. The quarterbacks featured this go around, and you just mentioned one of them a minute ago, Alec. Cam Ward, Baker Mayfield, Joe Flacco, and Jaden Daniels are going to be the 4 quarterbacks featured.
Baker's got a great personality, exciting personality,
right,
whether you love him or don't. Joe Flacco, I sat next to him at the bar in San Francisco. Tall man. Interesting story. Jaden McDaniels, I don't know much about his personality. Right. Cam Ward's kind of fun. I can't say that that's one of those where I'm like, I can't wait for this season.
I kind of hope Cam Ward is going to say more outrageous things.
So too. Yeah.
Because I think that could be really interesting.
But I think there's some interesting stories on those dudes' career paths.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit more about the NFL schedule because we got a whole bunch of information on that front. And then also go back to the Rangers' incredible comeback by the numbers. All of that next right here on The Fan.
Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you guys want to go back into the NFL schedule prior to tonight's release or to the Rangers?
Let's hit some Rangers real quick,
All
and then
right.
we can dive back into the scheduling.
Okay, can you give me cut number 3, please, good sir? Because I said it, when the Rangers even pulled back to within 5-4, I was still kind of skeptical that they would be able to do this, but the tying run right here was freaking awesome.
Here's the set, the pitch, and a swing and a line drive, left field, base hit. Duran around third, he scores. The game is tied. Jake Berger with his 4th RBI of the ball game, and it's 5-5 in the ninth.
So let's start with Jake Berger. That was Jake Berger's first career game-tying plate appearance in the 9th inning or later. It also capped off a career-high tying 4 RBI night. But all of that said, I think his post-game quote about Danny Jansen was even more impressive. This is what he said about Danny Jansen, who got the game winner. Quote, he's a Midwesterner like myself. I'm always going to pull for those guys. I mean, he worked at Culver's, for Christ's sake. That's as Midwest as it gets. That is an amazing quote.
It is true, though.
Sure.
You know Culver's.
I do know Culver.
Yeah, that's awesome. Nice work last night by, Berger having the home run.
Yes.
Significant moment for the
set it up 3-0.
Yeah, that was what we were discussing about. Okay, cool. You can jump on a team. How do you finish? All right, cool. You can finish, but you always finish a little short because you didn't do anything the whole game.
Right.
It was frustrating that your top 3 went 0 for 12, but Kevin, how much love are you going to give to Kamar Rocker here? Like, for his 5 innings, it was 4 walks. He had a few strikeouts. I thought he pitched really well. A lot of pitches, though.
Yeah. So and this is where I know people get bent out of shape about it. I thought he pitched well. I'm not going to say really well because I'm never going to think if you take 100 pitches to finish 5 innings that you did a great job. And control was an issue for him throughout the night, but I thought he pitched well.
Man, I really liked what I was seeing last night from him, though. I hope to get more of it. You give me scoreless innings. And
are you concerned, though, that the walks will bite him eventually?
He's the 5th pitcher.
What?
He's the 5th one.
You would tell me to have a high standard.
You're right. You know what? 9 innings or else.
Okay, I don't need to go that
I like
far.
where you're going with this, though.
That's too far.
Demand more.
Yeah.
No, but he's the 5th pitcher, and this is his learning season.
Yeah.
I need a little more of those types of moments from Jack Leiter right now.
Yeah.
But for him being the 5th, he's supposed to get the bullpen support. He's supposed to kind of waste some of these pitches because he's the 5th dude and learning some of this some more. But he's also supposed to have the bullpen that didn't get worn out by the other 2 guys ahead of him. So that's kind of the hope. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I want more from him, but I'm going to give him love for the scoreless innings, giving you clean slates, going through that thing, and giving look, man, you understand this offense needs everything that they can get.
Yes.
However, I did feel like, Kevin, from these 2 games that the Rangers would take down the Diamondbacks after that first one. Pitching wise, I thought it was good matchups for the Rangers. And then on top of that, this is where this team is. They should be beating a team that's like them at home.
Agreed.
2-3 or 2-1 or 3-0 in a series. That's what they should have done with this one. Now we need Seager. We definitely need Seager to get a break.
And it can be, and I think you'll get that tomorrow. I really, really do. It can be a slow and kind of boring climb up, but that's now 2 straight series you've won 2-1. Would you love it if they went 6-0? Sure. But if you keep winning series, by the end of the season, your record's going to turn out just fine. And in the last 2 games, Jake Berger, 5 for 7 with 6 RBIs. Do you realize in just those 2 games, his batting average has gone up 22 points and his OPS is up 59 points?
And one of the things that Skip talked about yesterday when we were talking, now I know we talked about what happened off the field, but on the field too, is Jake Berger has power opposite field. and he kind of got caught up in trying to pull everything and hit everything to left field, hit those home runs. But he has power oppo. And last night you saw that. He was able to do that. He was able to use it that way. But he's also, what did Skip tell us? He's great at crushing fastballs. Can't give them any reason to not give you fastballs. You got to put them into counts where they have to.
Sure.
And I think that's what Jake Berger's done better since he's gotten back, after taking a day off. And sometimes, again, take a little bit, just a couple moments to breathe, and you can reset everything.
Absolutely. Now, I know people are shouting out Danny Jansen for the game-winning hit.
Awesome.
As they should. But we go to the master of obscure but fascinating statistics, Jared Sandler, for this. Danny Jansen also caught 199 pitches yesterday, the most thrown by the Rangers this year. And in one of the wildest stats I've heard all year, Jared Sandler points out that last night was just the third time this century the Rangers have thrown at least 75 more pitches than the other team and won the game.
Oh, that is a weird stat.
It is.
I just... One of the calling cards this spring, and we thought would be the case, is the Rangers were very good at drawing walks.
Yes.
Last night they had one. Now,
that's a little surprising.
Here's the thing that I love, though, is Alejandro Osuna got that walk in the bottom of the ninth.
My guy.
He goes up to the plate in a moment where everybody's thinking. I loved this conversation that Murph and Dave Raymond were having. Zeke Duran gets up. Are you thinking, let me put one over the fence, or let's just keep the line moving? And Osuna gets up there, he's in a 3-0 count, and you could definitely go, well, I need to hit this fastball. He didn't have a green light.
Right.
He's not getting that on 3-0. Zeke didn't have that on 3-0 either. But he gets up there and he's thinking to himself, maybe I can just keep the line moving. All I got to do is get on base. That's all. Everybody wants to hit the home run, but being able to take and being a young player like that, getting on base, I know he was antsy to make something happen, but he's the game-winning run from second because he drew that walk and was forcing himself to be on base and make pressure on the pitching staff.
This is clearly reflected in his on-base percentage, with 7 walks to go along with 4 hit by pitch. So just think about that. So that's 11 free bases right there versus only 10 strikeouts. That's one of the reasons why his on-base percentage so far this year, 438. Now, it's...
And when he's on, you have to make the teams pay by turning him into runs.
Correct. That is correct. And so I'm really excited about that. Now, we've talked about the team's resiliency late in the game, and this was a stat that I was surprised to learn. The Rangers have scored, now obviously they scored 3 last night, 23 runs in the 9th inning this season. That is the second most runs they've scored in any inning, behind only the 3rd inning. So, I don't know.
Well, that kind of makes sense because you're getting to the bottom of the order, which has been some of your best sometimes.
Or hopefully
but
churning
also
back
swinging
up to
around,
the top.
maybe back to the top a little bit.
But that's incredibly encouraging. Your second most offensively productive inning so far this year is the 9th inning. Now, I'll go back to what you said yesterday. Would it be better if you did not find yourself in these scenarios? Why, yes, I would agree with that. But unfortunately, that has not been the case so far this year.
I'm right by saying that. And I appreciate that you backed up that I'm right by saying that. You also agree with that as well.
I do.
However, don't you like the idea, because this is for the future, that maybe you do get into these tough situation games? Don't you feel like you have a little confidence that they know how to do it?
Yeah.
If they need to get a run or two late in the game, they know that mentality. Because they put themselves in this situation so many times. So maybe you can be a team that goes out there and jumps on a pitcher early, but you can't in the playoffs especially, or in the big games against the good opponents, just rely on that you're going to shut them out for the rest of the game. You might have to do something like that in the 9th inning, and I believe that they know what to do now.
I'm worried that what I'm about to tell you will sound like a nonsense statement. I thought it was way more important yesterday, not that the Rangers won, but that they didn't lose. Now, I realize that sounds like a weird thing to say, but what I mean by that is you had a lead going into the 9th inning to win a series, and you brought your stopper of all stoppers out.
And he didn't have his stuff.
Exactly. You lose that game, That feels like a way bigger deal than the fact that you won.
I agree.
And I know it counts. It would count in the standings the same way. But the fact that, like, to your point about not being intimidated in those situations, they showed it. Your best guy was out there, and he got punched in the face. He couldn't finish anything.
Yeah.
For the first time this season, he's been freaking amazing. And so you still came back and won the game. I think that is incredibly important for the Rangers. And then I will bring you another amazing statistic. The Rangers, when down by 2 or more runs in the 9th inning in the last 2 seasons, are now 2-67. So this is their second time to win. Both of those wins are against Arizona. And I believe that if Seawald never sees the Rangers with a lead again, it will be just fine with him because obviously going back to the World Series in 2023, but last night. But yeah, last 2 seasons, down 2+ runs in the 9th inning, now 2-67. So a huge, huge win for the Texas Rangers. All right, schedule. Can we go through some scheduling stuff?
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and make a prediction. 85 to 90% of people on social media tonight will be like, oh, Cowboys' schedule so brutal. Doesn't matter. They've already got the tweet ready to go. It is a tough schedule, but I think that people kind of fall on that anyway, regardless. So just prepare yourself for that.
All right.
But
15-2.
Oh, my goodness. That would be the best record in the history of the franchise.
You saying they can't do it?
Let me ask you this. I'm being dead serious. It's 15-2, best record in the history of the franchise. You're still nervous going into that divisional round game, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, because you're like,
I know this team.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure about that. All right, for the holiday slate, the Lions and Bears are going to open up the Thanksgiving triple header. By the way, man, it is rivalry Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah.
Because you get Lions-Bears, then Cowboys-Eagles, and then the nightcap is Chiefs-Bills.
Nice.
So not only is it like, obviously, Thanksgiving is a humongous day for people watching football, but you've given them like the rivalry games in all of these.
Yeah. You're trying to attract the biggest audiences for sure.
Yes.
Which you already have them, but you're giving them what they desire.
That is true. Now, on Black Friday, we'll see. This game could turn out to be incredibly important, but it's going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers hosting the Denver Broncos. And then for the first time in NFL history, we said this was going to be the case, you will get a Thanksgiving Eve game. Now, much like Stranger Things last year waited to debut their final season until after Peace-a-thon, I believe the NFL will once again do us that courtesy. They will wait till Peace-a-thon is done, and then they will kick it off with the... No?
Do us that courtesy?
Yeah.
I think they fear us.
Oh,
that's right.
I think they know. They're like, we can't try and compete with those ratings.
Okay.
Take that, Goodell.
Yeah.
Man.
This is the
Roger.
This is the one time the NFL's like, we stand down.
This is a masterpiece town.
Yeah.
All right.
We know.
Yeah. Okay.
There's only one sheriff here.
I like that much better.
Sean.
That's right.
So the Rams are going to host the Packers on Netflix for the Thanksgiving Eve game. That feels like a humongous game, but also it's the first time in the Super Bowl era the NFL has held a Wednesday game in November. We're getting closer
So
to
close.
your dream.
So close.
And also, that tradition's not going anywhere. Because remember I told you Netflix doesn't want the entire NFL package? They have signed a 4-year deal to have this game specifically.
Smart.
So they will have your Thanksgiving Eve, your Peace-a-thon night game, if you will. And they also announced that they're picking up an extra season to do the Christmas Day doubleheader through 2030.
It makes sense to put a game there, obviously after Peace-a-thon for, smart
for fear
purposes.
reasons, yeah.
But think about a lot of people have the next day off.
Right.
A lot of people are preparing. Maybe, somebody is preparing in the kitchen and another person is watching the game. Like, what do I have to do? Now I have a reason not to go into the kitchen and eat a couple snacks off the trays. You know? Now I got a game to watch.
Right.
This is very intelligent work on the NFL.
Now,
which they don't seem to fall short of often.
That is true. I might give you one example where they're falling short, but here's another big time game. It feels like The Packers are going to go on the road to play the Bears on Christmas Day. So that feels like the potential for another big-time game. Now let's go to the exact opposite. The Titans are going to face the Jets in the opener.
Okay.
Do you think that the NFL was too busy putting together marquee matchups that they were like, oh, crap, what two teams do we have left? I got the Titans, and you're like, oh, no. And the Jets. What the hell, Larry? How did you let this happen?
Yeah. Was it AI?
It's AI.
AI screwed everything up.
So The Athletic gave a breakdown saying that they consider things like weather, Airbnb prices, and a whole lot of other stuff to maximize the marquee matchups and potentially monetize some of these matchups even better.
Yeah.
I'm sure TV ratings leads the way.
Yeah, you know what, Kevin? I think when it comes to this, sometimes you just get a matchup that nobody wants to see.
True.
Hopefully, though, that team turns things around, and it becomes a matchup that you're like, you know what? We couldn't live without this one. Do you have a prediction that this one will be one of them?
No.
Okay.
And then also the Titans are going to face the Giants in week 3.
Oh.
So, this is going to be tough to watch Titans games early on. Unless you're a Titans fan, and then, hey, you might be able to win some stuff.
I'm Kevin. Ryan Fowler reporting the Eagles will host Dallas on Monday Night Football in Week 7.
Okay, so that means Week 1, Giants. We think Week 17, Giants. Week 3, Ravens in Brazil. Eagles on Thanksgiving, and then also Eagles Week 7 on Monday Night Football.
There you go.
All right, so you've already got at least 5 of the 17 games locked in. I will tell
Can I
you.
give you 6 real quick.
Oh, yes, please.
We also have Buccaneers at Cowboys Week 5, Thursday Night Football.
Okay, so that means, we've already got 1, 3, 5, and 7. Ooh, I really hope that means the bye is not in Week 6. And so you kick the bye until at least Week 8. As we talked about yesterday, Week 9 or 10 would be good. This is a really fun day to listen to the station. Like, I think every day is a fun day to listen to the station, but especially tonight. Because, Corey, we did this for so many years.
Yeah.
Fred and Blake will be on this, at the second that they start the schedule release special.
Yeah.
And that is always a fun thing, and I'm sure we'll do it tomorrow. It's the nonsensical, but it's so much fun to just look at the schedule immediately, and you're like, I've processed it. 10 and 7.
Yeah, I know exactly what this thing's going to turn out to be.
And so that is something that I think for tonight, if you're not already a fatty, you should really get on board tonight, because that is always really fun to see how that unfolds in real time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's move into the Expressway. Give us one word to describe the Cowboys' biggest offseason improvement and other pressing NFL questions. Next on The Fan, this message.
Stroud off the play fake, looking toward the back of the end zone, and it's intercepted. Intended for Nico Collins, and Jalen Thompson is able to pick it out of the air.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Give us one word to describe the Cowboys' biggest offseason improvement. We've got some other pressing NFL questions, but also a scheduling update. All right, Alec, this is what I've got so far. Tell me if this is what sounds right. Week 1 at the Giants. Week 3 for the Cowboys, they will quote-unquote host the Ravens, and that game will be in Brazil. Week 5, host the Bucs on Thursday Night Football. Week 7, at the Eagles, Monday Night Football. And then we move to Thanksgiving, which is Week 12. You will host the Eagles. And then Week 16 and Week 17 are both home games. Week 16 hosting the Jags as part of Sunday Night Football. And Week 17 hosting the Giants. So far, does that sound right?
It sounds right, and some blanks that I think you can kind of start to guess and fill in as well. I'm starting to feel bye week might be week 14.
Woo!
I think that's what you might be looking at there. Week 18, I think you can go ahead and pencil in the Washington Commanders.
That does seem to be the way. And my guess would be that's going to be a road game then.
Yes.
Although if they ended the season with 3 straight home games, that'd be something.
That'd be pretty cool. And then unless they're going to give you a stupid early bye in week 4, I think you're on the road at Texans.
Okay. All right. I got you. So far, we know for sure 5 of the home games, only 2 of the road games. So you've got 10 games left to fill out the schedule. 4 of them will be home games. 6 will be road games. But if you go off what Alec just said, if week 14 is a bye, that means worst case scenario, your last 4 games are 2 home, 2 road.
Okay. And you hate or love this considering the Week 10 bye situation.
Yeah, no, I like it. I would always rather have a later bye than an earlier bye. I realize you might get in a situation where you get to Week 7 and you're like, well, crap, we really could use the bye now. But just like at the outset.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It just feels like Week 14 is too late.
I'm with you.
So like you might just be sitting there going, we are dragging to get through these next 3 weeks, and
You're
we
right.
still don't have any time, but it might be like this team, maybe Schottenheimer looks at it and goes, all right, boys, we're going to have to be prepared to make it to Week 11, Week 12 before we start thinking about it at all. So y'all better get the things in order. This is fun. Do you think the Cowboys or the NFL loves or hates that it leaks like this throughout the day?
I kind of think, I might be in the minority here, I kind of think they don't like it.
Really?
I think they like hey, you get to do the upfronts on Monday, on Tuesday, build the anticipation, get your marquee holiday games out there, and then we'll give you the meat of the schedule on Thursday. But by the time we get to 7 o'clock, we'll know at least, 12 of these games?
Probably so.
We already
Probably
know
so.
7 of the Cowboys games. But in theory, I'd rather have the Week 14 bye than the Week 4 bye.
Mm-hmm.
But if we could still move it back just a little bit, that would be awesome. But I'm liking the way the schedule closes out. If your last 3 games are host the Jags, host the Giants, at the Commanders, in theory, those would all seem like winnable games. And of course, I realize this can be a stupid exercise, but it's so fun.
Yeah,
It's so fun.
No, yeah, dude. I'm not sitting here trying to be like, I'm making a prediction and I will be right, because good gosh, you
Right.
got to get through. You got to get through training camp first. All right, you got to get through mini camps first. You got to get through, and mini camps are important. Even the voluntary workouts, Kevin.
That George Pickens is not at.
I don't understand why you brought that up.
Oh, you said it was important. I thought we should point out that one of our best players is not there. Okay, maybe it's not that important. Well, wait, hey, we just got to pick a lane. Either they're not important, and so it doesn't matter that he's not there, or they are important, and it's kind of messed up that he's not there.
Or do we?
Well, you don't have
now, this is an interesting conversation, actually, because do you ever do this based on the player? Like, would you say voluntary workouts are important for Jaden Blue?
Yes.
Would you say they're important for Dak?
No.
So like, does that make sense of like, yeah, for some of them, I feel like in a franchise tag season, probably pretty important if you're wanting the big contract from that team. Sure. And especially if you went and shopped around your deal and nobody else was willing to work something with you.
Right.
And you're like, well, this might be my best option is to stick with this team on a long-term deal because they love me. Then maybe you do want to make a better impression on them.
Yeah. Look, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's that important, and I don't really think it matters that he's here.
I think we should be covering it every day.
Oh, my gosh.
All the voluntary workouts.
Okay. Well, we have a show for that. So, and if it is that important, then it should be a huge deal that George Pickens is not there.
Yeah.
But luckily, I don't think it's that important.
He's somewhere in between Dak and Jaden Blue on the importance level.
Yeah, I mean, although he's also going into year 2 with the team like Jaden Blue. All right, so is there one word that you would describe for the Cowboys' biggest offseason improvement? And is it a total give up if I just said defense? Is that a give up answer?
So that they have improved their defense is what you're saying. Because I think secondary is the thing that I'm looking at. I think you made the strongest move to make your secondary better. Whether it's going to happen or not is a different deal. But Christian Parker he's an expert at that. If anything else, we have no clue how he's going to run a defense.
Right.
But we do know that he's been very good in his history of making really good defensive secondary players sometimes elite. Like look at the track record of who he's worked with. You made that there. So you added Caleb Downs. He's stoked about having that guy.
Yep.
He is super excited about having him. You added Jalen Thompson, who Alex says is the best move that the Cowboys made all offseason.
I mean, and seriously, just you got Jalen Thompson and Caleb Downs. Aren't you immediately like, oh, what a hell of an upgrade?
You couldn't stop anybody from throwing the ball if they wanted to on you last year. And that was a terror. Kevin, every time the offense got the ball, I was just terrified of what could happen. So I will say the one word would be secondary. You upgraded your defense, but I know you upgraded your secondary with that. And I think Devin Moore is going to be a player for you. Maybe not this year. Hopefully injuries. I think you might have taken the level up on the guys you already have just a little notch by saying you have a guy in here that is going to make sure they are prepared.
They
didn't look prepared last year.
We can say that we love DallasCowboys.com and still make fun of one headline, right?
Who wrote the headline?
Ooh, that I don't know.
We'll just assume it's Kyle.
But it said Devin Moore's best football likely still ahead of him. And I was like, oh, you don't say. Guy that just got drafted, best football is probably ahead of him.
Okay. You're right.
All right. That's all I was looking for.
I don't even want to put that on Kyle Yeomans. I don't want to do that to him. I would rather.
All right. Who do you not like?
I like Tommy. So
he's going to be on the G-Bag Nation today.
And you know what? Last time I asked him to hop on the show, he said he couldn't.
Oh.
So we'll say he was the headline.
Okay.
Or
All right,
Tommy. Could be Nick Eatman.
Alec, do you have
I like all those guys.
Do you have a word that would describe the Cowboys' biggest improvement?
Happens to be the industry that we work in.
Radio?
Not exactly. The broader spectrum. Communication. Communication.
Good job. I like this.
I think the communication across the board has gotten better, and it started by the second that you hired a new defensive coordinator not named Matt Eberflus. It was that simple. It was hard for you to not make a hire at that spot where you said, yeah, they upgraded. But in my mind, they got an extra base hit on that one. I'm not quite going to say home run yet because he hasn't done the job yet, but they at least got a nice ringing double off the wall with Christian Parker. And then you go and get Jalen Thompson, who is that back-end safety that can play over the middle of the field. He can play deep, single high. He can play anything. He can play the nickel star position. So he's tasked with talking to pretty much everybody on the field and understanding everybody's responsibilities, meaning a lot of communication going on. And then what is one of the biggest endorsements of Caleb Downs that you heard throughout the draft process was his communication skills.
Yeah.
He's always in constant communication with the linebackers, the corners, his other safeties around him, and the defensive line, sometimes getting them set, telling them where to be. You got a lot of dudes that just understand the premise of the job, which it felt like you didn't have last year. And look, to be in the NFL, you got to be best of the best in terms of athleticism. So Kenneth Murray is in the top 1% of athletes out there. But he didn't know what he was doing half the time, and part of it is because I don't think anybody on that defense really did. So you started with the biggest issue, the guy making the calls, and then you got the field generals to help push that message and push that scheme forward. So communication across the board. You might still have a bad game here and there where you're going to give up a bunch of points and you're going to say, well, we're still not talented enough. But you're going to have those games where you say, we shouldn't have won that, but the defense really kept us alive.
I think to ring along with what Alec is saying is from the 469 and from the 817, intelligence.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good answer.
And that goes along with the preparation. I think preparation, I'll steal preparation as my word then. I think that dude, and listening to Broadus ask last week, I think he was asking Wolchuk and Chiafalo and the fellows on the G-Bag Cage, and he was asking them, he was like, hey, when do you think he's going to make the biggest impact, day of or during the week? Yeah. And from what we hear, the week leading up is whenever he does his best work. In-game adjustments with Caleb Downs will probably be beautiful, but the intelligence of these players, Kevin, how many times last year did they just look like they didn't know where to go?
All of them.
And the guys that they've brought in, Jalen Thompson being one of them for sure, and Caleb Downs. Like we've seen the dude. He walks in, first thing he says to the coaching staff is, "Where's the playbook?" He already knows the playbook, by the way. Devin Moore said first day of their rookie workouts, he was already in the playbook and knew it all.
Awesome.
And so, like, the intelligence of this team. I want a smart team. I also want a smart team that can hit the crap out of you.
Sure.
You know, like I don't want just one. So we're getting that right there. I think that's a great one from the Tolos.
Because obviously every once in a while, especially in football, you'd sacrifice a little bit of intelligence for. You're like, oh no, he smashes that person every time.
Yeah, just knock the ball out whenever you hit through him.
All right, I said I would go through some other NFL questions for you. Do you think that it is still a no-brainer that Jacoby Brissett will be the Cardinals' Week 1 starter? It's between him, Minshew, and Beck. He's still a heavy favorite on the betting odds. Do you think that is locked in?
Are the Cardinals, do they want to work a deal out with him that's going to make him like
I don't know. I don't think so.
That's where I'm like, I don't know what deal he's going to get in the right amount of time. You know, that's where I'm looking at this going, it might just be smarter to go with Beck.
Yes.
Unless they convince Brissett, hey, dude, we'll give you an extra $1.5 million if that's going to make you happy. But why would you make a bigger deal with him knowing that that's not the dude?
Yeah, this is his last year under contract. His cap hit is $9.1 million. He'll be 35 as a free agent. So yeah. I'm just like, hey, we could be terrible with Carson Beck.
It's a smart decision on his part to try.
Sure.
But I don't think he's going to be successful in this situation. I think he announced this before they got a quarterback.
Yeah.
And he was like, I got y'all. And they were like, we'll take Carson Beck. And then he was like, damn it.
Who will be the Week 1 starter in Atlanta? By the way, if you think it's going to be Trevor Siemian, 75-1 on your odds. Those other two quarterbacks have injury histories. I don't know.
I'm going to go with Penix.
Okay. Alec, Tua, or Penix?
Oh, this situation is so weird. I think I'm going to go with Penix. Just because I think he's the better quarterback. I'm assuming he's going to be healthy.
Whoa, that feels like a big assumption.
I know, and assuming just makes a you-know-what out of you and me, as my dad always told me growing up. So I don't really want to do that, but I just, for their sake, I hope the better quarterback plays. And in my mind, it's not even close. It's Michael Penix.
So Michael Penix is a slight underdog. He is essentially even money, and Tua is about a minus 135. So it's close, but Tua is the slight favorite to start Week 1 for the Falcons.
Here's the thing that I just don't know. Do players love Tua? I don't know if they love Penix either.
Right.
But Tua never really seemed to.
I could see that.
Have everybody being like, that's my guy. It was always kind of this, I'm still trying to earn their love and everything.
You don't think they're at his birthday party, do you?
Probably not. Now, not because he's a jerk. I just don't know. I don't think he believes in himself.
Okay.
And I think that whenever you're leading, they see it very quickly whether or not you can. And so I think that's one of the factors that goes into it. And I don't know if Penix rallied those guys enough to be like, that's my dude, and this will be a great backup to have in the room. But I don't know if Tua is going to be able to just walk in the room and be like, all right, y'all are my team.
Is wide receiver still a fatal flaw for the Kansas City Chiefs? You look at it going into the season, in theory, Rashee Rice, still your best wide receiver. And I know he has potential, but obviously you have to proceed with caution when it comes to him. Xavier Worthy was supposed to have a breakout season, didn't happen. Could you see wide receiver as being a fatal flaw for the Chiefs?
I think Justin Fields is going to get some receptions this year. Yeah. Sorry.
Is that from 190?
Yeah,
Is that look?
Yeah, our friends at 190 dropped off some brisket, and it's 190 Smoked Meats in Dallas, and it's good. They're also releasing some beef tallow and some pork, some pulled pork at Central Market, so they're awesome. But Eric Chiafalo walking by just looked in here and just goes, wow. So I'm looking forward to getting an opportunity to get a little taste there. But sure. Kevin, I think Justin Fields, thank you, DJ, giving me the thumbs up on that one. Justin Fields might get a few receptions. I think Andy Reid's going to do everything he can to try to get the ball into as many people's hands as possible because they don't have one dominant dude. Travis Kelce is no longer that guy. Yeah. They don't have a dude that can just burn downfield. I told you this earlier this morning, Kevin. One of the great things Andy Reid knew was if you send Tyreek Hill downfield, you will now open up 40 yards of space for Patrick Mahomes to run. And he doesn't have to get hit and beat up by anybody because he does this way that he rolls out and creates more space and then takes off running once he sees it. But I don't believe in Tyquan Thornton, who's a good receiver. I don't believe in Xavier Worthy other than being a 45, 50% catcher. And Rashee Rice, they're going to have to build that relationship back up. But there's nobody that I fear other than Patrick Mahomes being in a groove. If he's in a groove, but last year, Kevin, he never had it.
So I'm just thinking out loud. How long has it been since a team won a Super Bowl without pretty damn studly pass catcher? Because Seattle had Jackson Smith and Jigba. Philly had
two.
They had two. Kansas City with the back-to-back, I think that's when you would look at still Travis Kelce was pretty close to the height of his powers. Before that, the Rams, when Cooper Kupp, it felt like was
Oh, yeah, he dominated
awesome.
that game for sure.
Mike Evans with Tampa. It's been a minute.
Yeah, and a lot of people are like, well, receivers don't make Super Bowl champions. Look at the history right now.
Yeah, and
quarterbacks definitely are at the top of the list here.
For sure.
And they have a dude that strikes fear in defenses.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering do you need to have a guy that can be like the guy at any moment, and if that would kind of be one of their flaws. All right, Cleveland. Who is going to be the starter week 1 for the Cleveland Browns? By the way, Taylor Green, 75-1. You want to get in on that? I assume that would have to be some sort of fight to the death in the quarterback room where he wasn't there that day, and that's how he got to be the starter. Hopefully it doesn't come to that.
Or he was smart and just waited in the corner and then pounced at the very end.
Battle Royal style. You wait till somebody else is getting dumped over and you dump that person over.
Do you act injured the whole time? You just lay there?
Yeah.
Act like you got knocked out early and just kind of lay there and wait.
I realize the reason they don't do it, but I've always wondered when, one of the heavy guys comes out that they're like, oh, he's 500 pounds. Nobody can get him out. Why isn't he just dead weight in the center of the ring? Don't try to throw anybody out until there's one person left. Just lay on your back in the middle. They're all gonna pick him up? Mm-hmm. I don't think
Take
so.
a limb.
I'm gonna go Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
I think he garnered some love in the city of Cleveland, and the fans want him. but I'm going to go with Deshaun Watson just because there's still money there that they want to see that value get used from.
Okay, so consider this, and you're going to love hearing this, Alec, as a well-known Dylan Gabriel hater. Dylan Gabriel was drafted 2 rounds ahead of Shedeur Sanders 1 year ago. Here are the betting odds. Deshaun Watson, -200 to start in week 1. Shedeur Sanders, 3-2, so essentially 1.5 to 1. Dylan Gabriel is 33 to 1. 1 year removed from being drafted ahead of Shedeur Sanders. He has fallen so far off the radar for them. I think Taylon Green might be ahead of him.
So what happens whenever your team is bad at drafting and they draft a bad player? They put him on the field and they're like, this guy actually does suck. Incredible. We can't play him. It's pretty simple.
From the 817, Sanders was a Pro Bowler,
All right.
And he called his people and went, "What the hell is happening?" I talked to his people at the Super Bowl, and they were like, he called me and was like, "What, is this a joke?" And then they were like, "No, you need to leave Paris and come to be in the Pro Bowl."
It's a funny bit. If you invited him all the way out there and you're like, "I'm just kidding, you idiot. You're not a Pro Bowler. What are you even talking about?" Like, that would be...
I'd be a little embarrassed in that situation.
That would be a funny bit if they went in that direction, although obviously I can see why you would not want to go in that direction. All right, do you guys want to fire up some My Buddies and Idiot?
Let's do it.
877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or are they the Mavericks? Let us know. 877-881-1053.
What happened to the Mavericks?
Here's why I bring that up.
Right.
So the Knicks made the Eastern Conference Finals, right? Mm-hmm. They have now made the Eastern Conference Finals in back-to-back years. Then you look at last year, the Timberwolves and Pacers had pulled that off, back-to-back conference finals. And so I'm going down the list. Nope.
Kind of like the Stars, though, getting there but not getting over the top.
Except for the Mavs are the opposite of that because they have never been in back-to-back conference finals. Are the Mavericks idiots because they are one of 7 teams in NBA history that has never been in back-to-back conference finals?
Yeah, I think so. And, I mean, history would say that there was a time when the Mavericks couldn't even sniff the playoffs.
That is a fact.
And we got over that hump, and then we rode this, ride with Dirk where it was a lot of fun. Now, again, we can go back to the 80s and know what happened with Derek Harper. And, gosh, man, Derek Harper was a really good player.
Yes.
But when we look at that era with Dirk, they got there. It was the most miserable moment where you should have won the NBA Finals and you got robbed by Dwayne Wade.
Right.
And then
I still think
you win the NBA Finals and your team should have gone back the next year maybe, or at least had the chance to defend their title.
Yep.
And they didn't. And then, same thing, you make it to the Western Conference Finals, then you have to do some weird stuff, make it to the NBA Finals, and you break the team up again.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So, yes, I'll call it idiots for now, but the flag era has been planted.
So the Mavs, the Nuggets, the Hornets, Pelicans, Grizzlies, Raptors, and Clippers are the only. If you're wondering about the Kings, they did it in 63 and 64. So sure, it's been 60 years, but it still happened. So the Mavericks are one of 7 teams to not do that. Let's go to cut number 10. I really want to know your thoughts about this. Is Dana White an idiot? Or is the MMA media all idiots? Because there's more to this, but it's just pretty much Dana White talking more about how stupid media people are. So I thought I'd give you a little bit of it.
My biggest problem with the media, who the are you and what the have you ever done? Nothing. You're nobody and you've never done anything ever. Nobody's ever depended on you for a paycheck. Who are you to criticize anybody?
So, I mean, first of all, I get his broader point. I feel like there's a whole lot of media companies out there that, those people probably do pay employees. But do you think it's those useless MMA media people He's talking about Ariel Helwani.
No, is
first
he
and
not talking?
foremost.
Is he talking about us?
No.
Okay.
But I think first and foremost, he's talking about Helwani because Helwani responded to that and then people crushed him in his mentions. Or is it Dana White for saying, who the F are you? You're effing nobody. You never done nothing.
I do have a question.
It's a little hurtful.
Where did he do that? Is that on a podcast or a radio interview, or
I saw
did he just shoot a video himself?
No. It was an interview setting.
So he said
there was video.
He used the media.
That's right.
To pontificate.
That's right. That media is stupid.
That media is stupid.
Yeah.
I did say pontificate. By the
You
way.
did.
How'd you feel about that?
Okay. I stopped thinking about that.
That's a weird place to do it, I think, is to be like, hey, and a weird place to leave the cameras rolling. But I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. He's specifically talking about a handful of people that he's trying to take down there.
Now, why this
Weird
outlet?
place to do it, though.
It was with David Senra, who has conversations with the greatest living founders.
Oh.
So,
Gotcha.
do you think he went to Dana White, who did not found the UFC, and say, hey, you're one of the greatest living founders?
Yeah.
Now, did he save the UFC? For sure. But he's not the founder. But do you think that helped him be like, you're right, I'm pretty great. I will be on your program.
I am a founding father.
And do you think it hurt David's feelings in the moment when he was like, media people are stupid idiots?
Probably.
Because he didn't even go, except for you, David.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
You're doing a fantastic job.
Everybody else.
As one of these fantastic founders
Yeah.
of this organization.
Everybody else is the freaking
You're probably right. I did ask you yesterday,
worst.
I was like, if you're the media guy that he's saying that to in that moment, do you just kind of say, you know what, you're right, and try, like, I'm going to end it all right now? And then Dana White's like, no. Or do you think he'd be like, all right, do it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I feel like Dana White's in one of those places where I'm like, I don't know what kind of human he is.
Here's the thing, and this is where I get in trouble in life, Corey. You know exactly what I would do. I would be like, true, Lisa never hit my wife.
Okay.
Like that, because I don't go in incremental steps correctly.
I've told you, we've discussed this. I've been like, Kevin, you try to go for the kill shot
know.
too soon.
It's too far.
Just wait, play the game a little bit, and then get them. Then knock them out.
By the way, did you see Archie Manning stepped out to defend Ole Miss, but like on a week where there's a lot of stuff happening with Ole Miss. Steve Sarkisian just cruised in there for no particular reason. And he goes, all you have to do is take basket weaving and you can get a degree from Ole Miss. Man, that felt like he just was like, hey, people are kicking them. Let's go ahead and add on that.
Yeah, that was a weird approach to that.
Does that make him an idiot, or does Ole Miss need to reflect on their academic standards?
You know what, dude? I did see somebody from Ole Miss who's like, so we're successful, and now everybody's trying to hate on us.
That's how you know you made it. People don't go after nobodies, right? They're like, you don't matter. I'm not going to say anything about you. But once you made it, people are going to tear you
I'm just
down.
kind of curious with all this going on. Is Ole Miss willing to take a look at itself, or are they like, no, we're fine, we're doing okay?
I mean, that's a good question. I am really not sure the answer to that. Hey,
let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 9.
Oh, yeah, now.
Will win a 4-pack of tickets. I should never change that again. To go see the Rangers and Astros. That game will be on Monday, May 25th. First 10,000 fans at Globe Life Field get a All for Texas hockey jersey presented by TXU Energy. You can buy tickets to Texas at Rangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
You know what, man? I cannot wait to do these stories, especially when it comes to spaghetti. Next on the...
When you...
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed out on our Rangers-Astros ticket giveaway, we will do that again tomorrow in the noon o'clock hour. And tomorrow we'll be live at the Dallas Card Show, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen at the Marriott. And right now, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate the introduction. Sorry about the tease out in the last segment, and if I'm a little distracted during this segment because I've been wrecking some of this brisket that our friend from 190 brought up, Kyle.
But can you also tell people why the tease went the way it did?
So I got up to go out to say hi to him and to get some of this amazing brisket. That's first off. So I'm at the door whenever my brain goes, hey, dummy, you have to tease out to the 1 o'clock segment. And I went, got it. Turned around, my foot, the carpet reached up and grabbed my foot and said,
Monster.
You're not going back. And I was like, oh, so I almost dove into Kevin, which would have been a moment where he's on radio. He's live on radio, and I almost dove into him. Caught myself, collected myself, was able to get back over here, but also could not remember what to tease here. So I had to look it up real quick.
Tease.
It all worked out. It all worked out fine. But then after the segment, Kevin, got some amazing brisket.
Their brisket is so freaking tender, man.
So tender. And I mean, one of the cool things, I've known him for a while. He was on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives.
Awesome.
Really interesting story. I don't know if I can tell it completely here.
Okay.
His producer called, the Guy Fieri's producer, the inspirer of Colby's tattoos.
Yeah, right.
Called him up and was like, hey, you have your own barbecue sauce, right? And he was like, yeah. And then he was like, I need to go make a barbecue sauce. And so they made him. He made it the next day, and Guy just couldn't stop talking about how great it was. Kind of a cool story. Local dude, local here in Dallas, over in the East Dallas neighborhood. So appreciate them for bringing up some stuff. G-Bag's already dug in and been like,
yeah. That's why, in case you're wondering, you're like, oh, you're welcome, Eric. You're welcome, DJ. Those are people stopping outside the window of the studio while they're eating.
Yeah, and so we really appreciate all of our friends being able to, we love to be able to feed people too. That's one of the things that I admire the most about Broadus is that Broadus is like, I want to feed y'all. On Fridays, he'll bring food in or whatever it is. He's like, I want to feed my team. And that's one of those things that I always that brings people together. It always brings people together. People that would never get up out of their seat from their desk.
Oh, that's a good point.
Smell something across the room and are like, I got to go check out what that is.
Have you ever had the dream that somewhere, someplace in time, the smell will be so good that person will actually be levitated off the ground and will just kind of glide to...
like a Bugs Bunny moment where they're just following the scent and it just keeps going up their nose. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. One of these days, I bet it happens.
Nice.
Cody said I should have flipped the carpet off. That's you know what? That's right. Call back to yesterday.
Yes.
Whenever I asked the question, what's the most inanimate object you've ever flipped off?
Fireplace.
Now, I do bring up this question based on something that happened yesterday, and I will get to it shortly. But the question is, what's the moment where you thought something bad had happened, but it turned out to be good? And we'll get to that in just a moment, because I had something happen last night. As this has been what we like to refer to as Maycember. I've been saying that all week.
Brandon.
Dude. It turned out to be amazing, didn't it?
It did. But in the moment, when I was still in college...
You still like that kid?
He's at least tied for the best kid.
Really?
It feels rude if I was like, he's better than Noah.
Yeah.
On air. But no, in the moment, we were both in college, and I wasn't thinking, hey, you know what people usually say leads to success? Dropping out of college to have a kid. So in that moment, I was very concerned, but obviously it turned out to be the best thing ever. Made me a better person.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I think Jess made you an even better person.
Yeah, too much. Too far.
I like this version. I like this version.
That's why when Bobby did the newspaper game, I felt it again. I was like, oh, yeah. That dude was a son of a bitch, man. I liked him.
I did not expect to ask this question. Was there a moment where Brandon as new baby was coming. I'm sure he's happy. He's excited.
Right.
Did you ever notice, did he ever let on that it was different? Because he spent, 18 years with you.
Right.
You were the only dude. He was the best man at your wedding.
Right.
Was there a moment where you could kind of see that he was kind of like, okay, and has he gotten past that? If so. Or did he just go, no, this is welcoming to the family. This is awesome.
Yeah, I think it was closer to that one.
Good.
It's amazing.
But it's also how you treated him during that time, too.
Sure.
And I think you just treated him as like, yeah, you're still my best friend, my buddy, my son.
Yeah, I remember when I was asking my mom and sister and saying I was kind of struggling figuring out who should be the best man. And I was like, do you think it'd be weird if I asked Brandon to be the best man? And they both immediately in unison were like, no, we think it would be weird if he wasn't your best man. And I thought that was just like a weird thing that people didn't do. Like when you get older and you're adults and stuff, but I mean, he was still in high school at that point. And then it took one line to know that he was going to be fine, because when he gave his speech, he goes, I think this wedding really shows how far people will go for an open bar. And that was like,
he killed it, dude.
Awesome.
Yeah, he crushed that line. I was like, he's totally right about that, too. Everybody loves an open bar.
That was in the middle of COVID. Everyone's like, free booze?
By the way, make sure to get out to the Dallas Card Show tomorrow.
I'm excited.
See the KNC Masterpiece, but more importantly, see the producer that everybody can't wait to see out in public,
Alec Medford.
I know Sean and RJ are doing a Firehouse thing, and I'm pretty sure they're in Rockwall.
I tracked it. Even with traffic, it's about 50 minutes.
Okay, so to get from one place to the other. So yeah, go ahead. If you want to see Peyton, okay. I say go see RJ. That's what my always suggestion is. But if you want to see Peyton, that's fine. But I think most people are showing up to our event to see Alec. I want to take credit for it, Kevin, but I know what's going to happen.
Yeah, Alec's a draw.
Yeah, he is. And I'm looking forward to him being out there tomorrow. Now, the reason I asked the question, I didn't expect to get into it this quickly. I got a couple sports things, but we'll get to those in a minute, too. The reason I asked the question is last night we went to see Carter and his middle school orchestra do their performance. Now, they did it with they had the chamber orchestra, which is the highest one. That's where he's in. I think he's first chair, but he asked to be moved to second chair because his girlfriend is first chair violin, and she would sit next to him if he was second chair. So he was like, I'd rather sit next to her than be first chair. And I was like, never give up the spot, buddy, was what I told him. I was like, what are you even doing? But he was like, oh, that's the girl. But they're in chamber, then they have the advanced and the intermediate and all that and stuff. And then they brought in full orchestra, which they bring in some horns and the drums and percussion. They also brought in an electric violinist who set up last night and played. They played "Sweet Child of Mine" and they played "Crazy Train." And I was like, then they played "Crazy Train" with the electric violinist. I was like,
sounds
this
awesome.
is insane. And they were supposed to have an electric guitarist play also, but the amp was kind of messed up and they couldn't figure out. Anyway, long story.
Do you think you get in trouble if you're at one of those and you just held up a lighter
in a middle school?
Yeah,
gym.
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
I think it'll be fine.
Great.
You know what? Try it out is what I would say to me. Not to the Tolos.
Yeah.
Try it out is what I say to me.
All right.
Next time, you know what? Tonight I have a choir performance to go to. I don't think it's in the gym. I think it's in the lunchroom auditorium.
Okay.
The combo. And I think, did y'all have an auditorium or did y'all have a lunchroom that was also an auditorium?
No, yeah. We had two separate spaces.
Alec, same for you? Or did y'all was it a combo?
All the way up through high school, we had a combo. And then in high school, we had two separate.
See, elementary school, two separate. Middle school, two separate. Then get to high school, and it's that. So that's fascinating. Well, last night we get there, the whole room is just full. The whole room is just full of parents. No seats left.
Oh.
I'm walking around the gym, looking around, going, I don't know if we're going to be able to sit anywhere. All of a sudden, and this is the moment I thought, this is bad. Out of nowhere, they start wheeling in chairs.
Oh.
So most of the parents that got there before us are sitting up in the stands. we sat in chairs right in front of the orchestra, like right next to it, dude. And it turned out to be an awesome show. So that's that moment where I thought it was going to be bad.
Okay.
But it turned out to be very good. Kevin's obviously more of a life changer than my situation.
Sure.
But that was one of those. Alec, you have one in mind for you?
Just to give you 30 more seconds to think, Alec, if you need it. The most BS thing that schools try to pull off, it doesn't sound like it was this, but when your kids have a performance and then they couch it at the back of a PTA meeting.
They didn't do that.
Oh, you're like, that's some bull crap. I haven't been at the regular PTA meetings, and they're like, it'll be after.
They did let everybody line up at the front door and then tell them at the last second, oh, no, it's around the other side. And so everybody that was at the front of the line ended up being at the back. They were the standing room only folks.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys.
That's not cool.
Alec, did you happen to have one?
Yeah, mine's kind of like big life perspective, kind of like Hagee's, just not involving a child because I don't think I have one. Hey,
you're
you
not
never
married,
know.
But we don't know.
Not.
You never know. But it was probably my most recent, so this is junior year, senior year of high school, I forget which, ACL injury. I just kind of gave up on being an athlete.
I get that.
And in turn, I really focused in on what I actually wanted to do in life, which was this.
Okay.
So I went really hard on like trying to meet people, network, interview people, had the high school radio live stream show. So I really focused in on that because I didn't have practice after class every day. And I wasn't tired all the time. You know, I had a bad knee, which sucked, but I could still talk into a microphone. So I really focused in on that because I really wanted to run. I thought I was going to be a collegiate runner, had a couple D2 offers already. And I was like, I think this is what I'm going to do with my life. I want to be an Olympian. And then that happened. I was like, let's think realistic. Talk radio is pretty cool.
There you go. Talk radio is pretty cool.
It's true.
Even for all of you humans out there.
Oh, I'm a human.
Yeah, that's what I am. Sickos Committee is a Twitter account, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Alec, have you heard of Sickos Committee?
Oh, I love Sickos Committee.
They are currently tracking the MLB spaghetti policy. Teams who will allow you to bring in a gallon Ziploc bag of spaghetti to a game.
Is this because of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
They did add Philly to this list.
Okay.
Their policy was unclear online, but they did find posts that morning that they said they allowed it. So the Braves, Diamondbacks, Orioles, Cubs, Sox, Reds, Guardians, Rockies, Astros, Royals, Angels, Miami, Milwaukee, the Twins, Yankees, Pirates, and a few other teams, Kevin, Giants and Padres and stuff, they allow it. The Rangers, however, this is where it gets interesting. The only teams that allow quart-sized bags of food, but the Dodgers seem the most lax about it, probably allow a gallon-sized bag of food depending on security. The Cardinals also allow quart-sized bags of food, so not just spaghetti. The Rangers are weird. They allow you 2-gallon-sized bags with entry, but only allow a quart-sized bag for food. So you can bring in 2 gallons of stuffs, but food can only be in quart-sized bag, 1 quart-sized bag.
I swear I don't believe I knew that.
Dude, what's crazy is I think I learned this the other day when we were out at Globe Life, and one of the ladies was sitting in front of us, and I was like, "What do you have in that bag?" And she was like, "You can bring in this much stuff."
Would you bring in a bunch of hot dogs on one of those Wednesdays and be like, even better deal, $1 hot dog night, free hot dog night?
But I already paid for those hot dogs, and I bet I paid more than $1 a dog on them.
Oh, no way. Even high end at the grocery store, I feel like, what are we, $5.49?
Is it?
For that 8-pack?
Get you knowing prices.
Give me a second.
So that's a little bit less, but
yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
And then I was gonna have a conversation about Matt Rule and him skirting rules.
I saw that.
I think it's a really smart deal. Actually, I'm trying to figure out what the best deal is, because he's worked a $5 million NIL deal with Nebraska. Nebraska worked the deal, but landed his podcast rights. So they have the podcast and branding to his podcast. This is their way of kind of skirting paying him salary, because they said, we'll go find a deal for you and we'll take the podcast. So instead of giving you a raise, which I think he's already making like $13.5 million.
Oh, well, they've won lots of national titles.
Yeah, he's 19-19 overall after the last 3 seasons, Kevin. But like I think they ranked 71st. Their signing class ranked 71st, and and was in a small number.
Would you kind of like them as part of the contract to force him to keep doing the podcast?
Yeah.
Even if he got fired? They're like, no.
We got this deal, dude. And so they have the rights to that thing. And I just think that's interesting because, A, he could be making more money off of it.
Sure.
But he doesn't have to do anything now. He makes the $5 million and just does the podcast, and he doesn't have to go sell it or do any of the other stuff.
Right.
And they can take advantage of it however they see fit. I'm very curious to see how much more they could make off of that thing, revenue-wise, than the $5 million they paid for it. And that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from the kind of reasonable to the totally wild, would you consider any of these dramatic baseball rules changes? Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag.
Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Pitch to Berger is swung on, hit deep down the right field line. It is slicing deep in the corner, and that ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Jake Berger. He hit it the opposite way, right down the line. And it's 3-0 Texas in the 5th.
And the Rangers would go on to be victorious 6-5 after a bananas 9th inning.
Yes.
From the reasonable to the totally wild, would you consider any of these dramatic baseball rules changes? But also, here's what we think we know about the Cowboys' schedule thus far. If y'all have anything else we should add in there, please let me know. Open the season at the New York Football Giants. Then we skip ahead to Week 3. You will technically host the Ravens. That game, of course, will be in Brazil. Week 5, hosting the Cowboys, hosting the Bucs on Thursday Night Football. Week 7, at the Eagles for Monday Night Football. Then we skip ahead to the Eagles again in Week 12. That is the Thanksgiving game. You will host the Eagles. And then Week 16, hosting the Jags, and that is Sunday Night Football. And Week 17, hosting the Giants. Alec brought up, I think, a very logical outcome is take a look at Week 18, finishing up the season at the Commanders. Although if they wanted to give us 3 straight home games, I don't think I would complain about that. But Week 18 at the Commanders makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. The NFL wants there to be playoff implications when that comes around.
Definitely.
Doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the case. But that's why you schedule those games like that late in the season. Would you rather them say, you know what, we still hope that whatever Week 18 or that last game is, we hope that it's competitive. But these division deciders could be a little earlier, and that would still be productive.
I mean, that's true, but I think frequently...
you get that Colts game in the last one, and nobody cares.
And that's why, wouldn't you steer towards those divisional games? Because you're like, hopefully, first of all, this is for something. But even if it's not, maybe it's for one of the teams to screw over their division rival or another one of their division rivals. Like, hey, if the Cowboys could lose to the Commanders, maybe that would ruin the season for the Eagles or something along those lines.
And then there's also that moment of okay, you know what? We accept our position. I understand, maybe you schedule the Giants and Eagles on that game, and you're looking at it and you're like, okay, this could decide this, but 1 o'clock or noon kickoff is this game. The 3 o'clock kickoff's this game. Well, this was already been decided. Now the Cowboys don't have to care. And I always hate whenever that happens. But I do love whenever you just say we're going to play them at the same time. Coin flip, see who wins today.
I mean,
the scheduling day is a lot of fun.
It really
and I'm going to spend way too much time tonight watching the social media creators and
that's
what they've
your
done.
favorite part. Has that become more relevant to you than the actual schedule?
Yeah, a lot of times I forget what their schedule was. I just want to know who did the production on it and why was it funny and what inspired it. Sometimes it's it's The Office or a show like that, and they try and shoot it like that. So I always like to see the creativity. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, all right, I'm with you on that. All right, so would you be in, or maybe more importantly, would baseball be in on any of these rules changes? Let's start with one we've heard before. Lower the mound. In 1968, the league-wide ERA was 2.98. That was for the whole league. There were 7 qualified starters who had sub-2 ERAs.
Wow.
It was the year of the pitcher, so MLB responded. They lowered the mound from 15 inches to 10 inches. A year later, league ERA went up to 3.61. Batting average went up 11 points. On-base percentage went up 21 points. Do you think they would consider that yet again to try to juice the offense in Major League Baseball?
It feels like the best way to manipulate the market in offense in baseball.
I bet the agents would like that then,
is to do that. It seems like they can just be like, yeah, we'll just do this and it'll change everything every time. And so Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But I think that would be a good idea.
Potential drawback. Some people think the mounds are already different across Major League Baseball. Cincinnati, in particular, comes up a lot. Merrill Kelly, former Texas Ranger, said, our mound at home feels like a mountain compared to Cincinnati's. Another pitcher said the field at the Great American Ballpark has drains towards center field, and it slopes the field and gives you the idea that you're pitching uphill. So even though they've gone out and they've measured it and been like, it's the same, pitchers are like, it's not.
Wow, that's interesting. And obviously locally and playing in little fields as a kid growing up, you'd get on some mounds that were basically like a softball field and it was flat. And then you get to one that was like, it felt like they took a bucket and just put the bucket upside down and then pulled it up and put a rubber on top of it. And we're like, pitch from there, kid.
Gotta be safe.
Kevin, but I wonder, are all of the, and Mike could probably answer this for me, are all of them the same regulation width and roundness?
They're supposed to be.
They are? Okay, all right. In addition to the height. Okay, that's interesting.
Starting pitchers can only come out of the game if they've pitched 5 innings, thrown at least 80 pitches, or given up at least 5 runs.
It's going to change scores a lot because sometimes you get 3 innings in and you're like, dude, you got to get out of this game.
You've only thrown 50 pitches, but it's 6-0, and you're like, you're done.
Was injury okay too? What if you get hurt in that first 5 innings?
I would assume.
They're like, nope, you got to keep pitching left-handed.
But that's a slippery slope, right?
Like the mound.
Then you're like, oh, yeah, my shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, you're fine.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
It's dislocated. Maybe he can't pitch the next week.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like that. We've got something kind of like that coming up in just a second. All right, so to go along with that, Alec, allow teams to concede a game instead of have a position player pitching. All right.
Yes!
So on one hand, I said you can only take out your starting pitcher if you've pitched 5 innings, thrown 80 pitches, or allowed 5 runs. But to go along with that, if you're to the point where it's 14-2 going into the 8th inning, you can just wave the white flag. Now, I think there should be a big show out of it. You have to put your team flag out, and then you pull this little thing, and your flag drops, and it's a white flag.
You got to go hide behind the mound and raise the flag.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the idea that you can concede a baseball game instead of having a position player pitch? Because, think about it, there are position players that could probably throw 100 miles an hour. But you don't want to risk it, so instead they throw these stupid ephus balls or they toss it in there at 50 miles an hour, and it's dumb.
Was there a certain amount of innings you had to go through again?
There was not. We could set those.
Because 7th, if I'm showing up, I know
it's before the 7th inning.
I have
feel
at least
like
7 innings
not.
to drink beer.
Yeah.
So I feel like that.
Make it a cutoff.
Yeah.
Can't be before the 8th inning.
Can't be before they stop selling beer.
I don't mind it. And honestly, I think that's the best thing that ever came from the COVID season of baseball was spring training, whenever those games would just get stupid and both managers would be like, hey, this is pointless.
I don't know, man. I hate the idea that I paid to show up to this game and the winner was decided by quitters.
All right, I get what you're saying. You need a little bit more value for your money. Is that what you're looking for? All right.
Yeah.
I present to you.
But then again, I do want to know. Hold on. I'm sorry, Kevin. Can you imagine being your team's up and the other team quits? How pumped you would be as a fan?
Yes.
If you're the home team and you're just
I feel like we
made them quit, baby.
I feel like we joke all the time about how we're going to win a playoff series in 3 because the other team gives up.
Yeah.
This is the manifestation of that.
Real things.
But you want your money's worth.
Can't do this in playoffs though.
Okay, fair. Get rid of the batting order. All right. Now hear me out. You want your money's worth. I'm going to give you all Aaron Judge all the time. Under this plan, this is, by the way, it's part of a very sprawling, interesting article from The Athletic. All 9 hitters have to hit at least once before they can step up to the plate again. And a base runner can't be chosen to hit, but you can reshuffle the order every single time. But you got to be careful because, what if you put Aaron Judge out there with a runner on and no outs? Is that the time to use him, or do you want to wait for a higher leverage situation? What if that moment never comes along?
I like this idea in theory.
These are going to be the more radical
But
ideas.
it really does take away from like my 7-hole hitter, being a dude that's on fire.
Fact. Man, would like half your lineup get paid the league minimum, and the other half would get $65 to $85 million. So you're like, oh, big season for Aaron Judge last year. He had 97 home runs and 214 RBIs.
1,200 plate appearances.
Yeah. That'd be kind of neat, right?
Yeah. Can I throw a couple out real quick, Kevin?
Yes, please.
All right. Mike suggested this morning. Mike Bassick, our friend, who we love, and we still love to this day.
Fact.
And would never force out. All right. He's working his dream job. We got
talk to Mike all the time.
We had to send that little bird off. Is what we did.
I was hoping he would fly back, but then I learned he was never mine.
Yeah. He was never ours.
Yeah.
He was always his own. He suggested, because Shohei Ohtani can leave the mound but still come back as a DH.
Ooh, okay.
He's always wanted, if a player leaves for defensive purposes, he can come back in and be a hitter again.
Okay.
So if Jock Peterson's in right field and he leaves so we can put a better right fielder in, which please don't put him in right field again, then you could have Jock Peterson come back in to hit in a high leverage situation, and that's good for your team. That's Mike's.
I like that.
My suggestion is obstacles in the outfield. All right, so here's the American Gladiator style. Sometimes in center field, you'll just have this thing that lowers from the roof. Every stadium needs roofs now. And there's some swinging heavy bags, and you have to maneuver around the heavy bags to catch fly balls.
Okay, I want to say that's absurd, but I was thinking of someone in the front row of the outfield with a tennis ball cannon, and you could shoot at that. All right, too far.
The ball's you're watching this fly ball come in, and all of a sudden you get hit in the back of the head with a tennis ball, and Nitro standing out there going, "Yeah, you're out of here."
That's obviously amazing. Now, somebody just said, "Hey, we already have banana ball. We don't need another version of it."
Okay, fine.
I hear what you're saying.
Gotcha.
Let's be more grounded in reality. Let's go with the analytics.
Yes.
No more extra innings. Instead, you get the showdown. Here is how the showdown works.
Give me the showdown.
And I have saved the best for last. You get into extra innings. The game is decided in half an inning. Here's how it works. You're the home team. You get to choose to pitch or hit. And this takes part of Mike's idea. Any player can return to the game. The hitting team starts with a runner at first base, no outs, and selects 5 batters. Ball game's over after 1 run or 3 outs.
Okay.
But there's strategy to this. As you think about it, if you're the manager, do you save your best reliever in the 9th inning of a tied game, or do you wait for the showdown? And we looked it up. Per Fangraphs, a runner on first base with no outs currently carries a run expectancy of 0.48. So not quite half the time, but almost half the time you would get it. But that would theoretically give an advantage to the pitching team. Which do you select? Do you want to hit or do you want to pitch?
Well, Kevin, I'm going to add to this because I want to hit.
Okay.
And for every runner I get on base, I get to take one of their fielders off the field.
Now that feels like that's going to tip the scale against me.
Heck yeah.
So I would also want to hit. But, would it depend on if you're like, oh, we haven't used our best pitcher yet? Hey, we'll pitch.
Yeah.
But
maybe so, yeah.
Otherwise, you're like, I don't know. Corey Seager's 4 for 4 tonight with 3 home runs. Let's go ahead and hit. This would, of course, be over the span of 3 months.
Corey,
that's how long it's going to take.
Stop it.
Okay.
Corey Seager, you get one player in that inning that gets to go up with a metal bat.
Okay. See? You're inflaming people on the fan text, and I'm trying to bring you the very serious baseball idea of a showdown. I'm just saying, if you didn't know what it was, and it was tied, and they were like, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the showdown. Don't you feel like everyone would be like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited?
I'm in on this, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I want showdowns.
Is showdown the most viable idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Since you said I couldn't do fight to the death, yes, we'll do that one.
Look, there are many ideas.
Which one of the Rangers players are you sending out there for fight to the death, though? Berger.
Jake Berger did jump to mind. Man, that's a shame because
he's such a nice dude.
In the past, I would have said Adolis.
Oh, easy.
Before that,
Odor.
Gallo
Kyle.
or Mazzara.
Kyle Yeomans,
he's not at the top of my list.
What?
Because he didn't play in the Rangers. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean.
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Amazing, Heggie. How are you?
I am doing tremendous as well. Thank you very much for asking. So a couple of notes. We've been talking about some things in the schedule. The point spread has already moved for the opener. I told you Cowboys were favored by 1.5 over the Giants. It is now kicked up to 2.5 because people love to effing gamble. It is already up to 2.5, so you got to assume early Cowboy money in on that for week 1. Here's what I think we know, and I know y'all will learn more throughout the show. At the Giants, week 1, quote-unquote, host the Ravens in week 3. That's the Brazil game. Host the Bucs in week 5. At the Eagles, Monday Night Football. Week 7, that Bucs game, by the way, Thursday Night Football. Then the Eagles again, week 12, Thanksgiving. Then what I really like, week 16 and week 17, host the Jags, host the Giants. And logic might dictate that you're on the road against the Commanders in week 18 to finish it out, but that means at least 2 of your last 3 games will be at home. I realize they have a tough schedule based on win probability for other teams, and you never really know for sure, but I like the way the back of that schedule might shake out.
Do we know when the bye is yet?
No, and that's what we were just talking about. So I really, really do not want it to be in week 6. That's the hole that's still in the schedule that makes me nervous, because at least, like, ideally it would be week 9 or 10. So you get the best half of the schedule that you can. Alec thinks it might be week 14.
That's what Wolchuk thinks. I know Wolchuk sent me his, because he's very passionate about trying to get the scoops on these things.
Yes.
So he sent me what he believes to be the schedule at this point. He's still got a few open ones, but he looks like I guess the rumor is the bye will be week 14 after a potential visit to Lambeau Field in week 13.
Which would be interesting then, because then if you have the bye in week 14, you finish out with TBD 15, host the Jags, host the Giants, probably on the road against the Commanders. I'm not going to lie, that does not sound particularly daunting to me.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't for me either. I mean, I think Sunday Night Football with the Jags. I mean, we'll see how the Jags end up. But that's
and honestly, who the hell knows about this Cowboys team either? We haven't really put the defense in place. So
yeah,
maybe this team will be terrible.
Plenty of questions across the board, but that is a pretty late bye. You know, but you usually get that November gauntlet where you're playing like 3 games in 11 days. So maybe getting the rest after that.
Well, and because what's that game going to be before the Thanksgiving game against the Eagles? Because let's say you go to Lambeau after that. Now you have undetermined opponent, host the Eagles at the Packers. Like,
you'll need a breather.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like it could be pretty darn tough right there.
But if you're, on the edge of making the playoffs late, and Jacksonville isn't that good, Washington's defense is so vulnerable. I mean, I know they've added Sonny Styles, but he's not fixing their problems covering and rushing. So, I would feel really good. I think Jaden Daniels' reality, if you're a Washington fan right now, is, man, he could be amazing, but until further notice, the injury concern that we had coming into the NFL is very alive right now.
Agreed.
So I'm not afraid of Washington. I'm not afraid of New York. I think what this is going to come down to is how good are these other teams on the schedule that could have amazing seasons. Houston, Jacksonville, the Colts, Seattle. Are we sure Seattle's going to be great? Sam Darnold is their quarterback. They lost a number of players.
Right.
San Francisco should have not been as good last year. And
somehow were.
Yeah, and I guess they got to travel like 40,000 miles, like 3 times more than the Cowboys. So, I think the season hinges on those 6 teams that are your out-of-division opponents there in the AFC South and the NFC West. And when it comes to predicting strength of schedule, all 6 of those seasons could go either way.
For sure.
Okay, this is funny. So Walchuk sent me his notes, right? Like in the Notes app.
Okay, because you said he loves to like sleuth this out, kind of.
Yes.
Is there a grocery list in there also?
I'm not seeing the grocery list, but I am seeing
to the
him.
Lambeau Field.
I actually am privy to him changing things on the fly.
Okay.
It's like a Google Doc that's being updated, and you're getting that. So
Okay.
he's now just changed the after Thanksgiving game versus Philadelphia. He had it going to Lambeau, but now he's saying the rumor is actually going to Seattle. So still quite a challenging back-to-back game situation there. So this will
makes
be
you
fun.
wonder what that week 11 is, because can you imagine, let's just throw this out there, what if that's the Lambeau one? So I know they like to put them at home, though, so probably not. But, like, could be brutal opponent, then Eagles, then Seahawks. So, like, that could definitely be a tough 1, 2, 3.
And the game before that is the Week 10 versus the Niners, which is always a giant disaster.
Right.
When you have to take those guys on, even though they're maybe not the same version of themselves that we've seen over the last few years.
By the time your show's over, how many of the games do you think we'll have for the Cowboys? Because you have at least 7 right now, and you were just running through. It feels like we're close to getting 8 or 9. Do you think we'll be up to like 13 by the time?
I don't think so.
You don't think we'll be in double digits?
I think they'll lean on their media members like, guys, stop leaking it. We need intrigue for this 2-hour special.
Okay,
If the people driving home listening to Afternoon Drive Radio know their schedule, we could have a lot of leakage here.
Right.
We got deals to pay off. So next leak, you get your press pass ripped. I think that word goes out about 5 o'clock.
Oh, I kind of like that. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 3:40. He's filling in for Krusty today.
Ooh, okay, I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. We'll be live at the Dallas Card Show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The...
team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we are off and running on our schedule release tailgate show with the big presentation coming up at 7 o'clock on NFL Network and ESPN. And, of course, you can listen right along tonight. Fan After Dark with Fred and Blake. It is a perfect evening for the Rangers to be off, especially after the exploits of last night. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the latest rumorooskies in the entire world of sports as we're off and running here, hour number one of the nation. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Chief. Broadus is out today. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Lakeside Studios fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Wolchuk's going to join us a little bit later on in the broadcast. Aiden Butler's coordinating your video. You can watch us online, and please do download that Odyssey app. It's the ultimate Tolo backup. And riding shotgun here with us, a little KNC overtime. It's Kevin Hagelin.
Woo! Now, y'all's guys have helped me out a lot, most recently at spring training when I couldn't talk. So I was like, you know what? I would like to jump in on a little bit of extra G-Bag.
Well, we appreciate you, man. Always good to see you, especially on a massive day like this. Maybe the biggest storyline since lunch is Adam Schefter is saying the Packers will have to be considering Micah on PUP to start the year. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Which would rule him. That's 4 games, right?
Yes.
If you're PUP to start the season.
Yes.
So, I don't know when this Packers game is going to fall. Seems like Wolchuk feels like there's a pretty good chance it's after Thanksgiving.
Probably, but wouldn't you love to see it in week 2 or 4 now? And they're like, yeah, let's make that happen. And it makes sense timeline-wise, right? Considering when Micah got hurt. Feels like it was always going to be tough to have him back for the very start of the season.
Yeah, I would say so. I just wonder how much the NFL has that in mind when they're putting this schedule together. Is there any way they would give you Micah in the first 4 to 6 weeks of the season?
I don't think so. But did you see the story from The Athletic talking about the AI component now that they use in building schedules in a way to maximize everything down to hotel prices and everything like that so the NFL can show their added value every single place that they go? Wow. So you got to think you drop that little tidbit in there, right? Like Micah might not be ready in the first 4 weeks, and they're like, okay, move that Cowboys game somewhere else. But I would love it if it was 2 or 4.
Man, if AI is to thank for this slate that we got on Thanksgiving and the week 1 slate, if AI is making it this much better, it might be the best AI use case yet.
I agree. How much do y'all love that they're like, hey, you're going to watch football anyway. Let's make every one of them rivalry day. You get Bears and Lions, you get Cowboys, Eagles, you get Bills and Chiefs, which is turned into the ultimate competitive rivalry. That's a really cool slate.
Yeah, they're doing a hell of a job with this schedule. It might be the greatest schedule we've ever seen. People are wrestling with, hey, how much do I care about this schedule release? And I get it. In the end, it's a big nothing burger.
Right.
But every single day here on The Fan, we manufacture at least 20 segments talking Cowboys off season. So I appreciate it.
I was thinking about this. I don't know if y'all do this exact same thing. This is always the way I say it. Tomorrow, one of the dumbest, most entertaining segments that we do, predict the Cowboys record.
The old win-loss.
Yeah, that's so stupid, but people love it.
I'm looking forward to it.
I know.
Can you give me a timestamp now?
11 o'cloke.
Okay.
11 a.m.
Right after the Angel Reese trade discussion.
Shut up, Eric. Actually, this is your show. I'm going to shut up. You keep doing your thing.
Maybe you do it on our show. Maybe you've been saving it for the nation.
I might not get invited back.
469 asks, so the schedule makers are purposely screwing the Cowboys to make their schedule harder? No, I would say they're purposely scheduling matchups that will generate the best TV ratings.
For sure, because that game is not Packers-Cowboys. It's Micah Parsons against the Cowboys. So if you take out that key component, that's a neat game. But if it's Micah against the Cowboys, that's a different level of game.
Yeah, and I would imagine they're going to do everything in their power to schedule this thing in
100%.
a way that they at least can assume that Micah will be ready and available. And as much as, like, in one sense you don't want that. You're like, I don't want to have to see Micah Parsons. It's a more winnable game without him on the field, but then there's also a part of you that's like, no, I that's part of the love of sports, like revenge game, who's going to best who in that particular scenario. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, right now I'm excited about that matchup, but if you told me you could play the Packers without Micah Parsons, your chances of victory go up significantly.
Yes, for sure. And Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton right now are literally holding hands and crossing fingers and waiting for that to drop, and it'd be like a week 2 matchup versus the Packers.
I mean, I felt like you knew how good Micah Parsons was when he was on the Cowboys, but when he's on the other team, the fear factor, it really gets in a visceral way into yourself.
Well, and how awesome would it be if you got no Micah from the Packers and hopefully early Giants still trying to work out the kinks for that week 1 game? You're like, all right.
Yes. Well, not only that, and I think the reason the line is moving is the Malik Neighbors knee.
Yes.
Forced a level of insider investigation into, okay, what is the deal with Malik Neighbors? And a number of reports today have suggested, including David Chow, the former pro football doctor, that they were already expecting him to miss week 1.
Oh.
Because of the injury and the timeline. So this second knee surgery probably doesn't push back his return very much because it was just scar tissue. It was more comfort and range of motion. And once you get that cleaned up, things return to normal fairly quickly. But it's the bigger recovery from the torn knee ligament that I guess was already putting him in jeopardy for week 1. And nobody's going to root for injuries on this show ever again after the death threats we got from San Francisco, but they are part of the game. And right now, if you look at the New York Giants wide receiver core, they're probably looking at Malachi Fields, the rookie from Notre Dame, and saying, what can you give us?
Yeah.
Because they lack juice.
I accept that deal.
They have, I guess, Darius Slayton and Calvin Austin, Darnell Mooney.
Yeah, Mooney.
They lost Robinson, who got the Cowboys.
Yeah, Wandale. He was a thorn in our side a little bit.
Slayton, every time I think he's ready to really take off, he's like, never mind. So I don't know about that.
Yeah. And I think week 1's looking good. Week 1's looking good right now.
Put it in the dub category?
Wolchuk already did. I think Wolchuk already guaranteed it.
Hey,
yeah, he's as crotch first as he's ever been. He knows they're winning 1 game next season.
Well,
yeah, and the Giants draft is very interesting. I mean, not only the top 2 picks, but they also got Colton Hood.
Yep.
And then, as I mentioned,
I like
Fields.
Colton Hood.
So they got 4 players who could be something, and it could be the draft class that finally turns them around, but I wouldn't bet on that happening week 1.
Not week 1. You're Colton Hood. You're like, wow, I get CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens to start off my career. Fan-freaking-tastic.
Exactly. And I think you'll see a Harbaugh bump from them, but hopefully not straight away.
Okay, what else do we got cooking here in this world of sports? Salute to the Texas Rangers for pulling it off. Bottom of the 9th last night. You're sitting there like, good Lord, I'm tortured. So, since the World Series, we can't have nice things here. I thought we were supposed to have a good bullpen. There goes Jacob Latz.
I know.
I'm just going to give all of it away after we sung Jacob's praises on the channel yesterday more than we ever have.
Yeah. Do you think Sewald's going to have nightmares about playing the Rangers forever? Because remember, he gave it up in Game 1 of the World Series, and now in a somewhat similar situation, he falls apart as well. Although, then the reliever who replaced him pitched 1 pitch and then lost the game. So I was like, good job.
He's probably glad that it wasn't him, but he does know that he gets a little yipsy when the Rangers are there.
Can I give you a ridiculous fact of the day?
I would love it.
The Texas Rangers went down 2+ runs in the 9th inning in the last 2 seasons. They were 1-67. Now they're 2-67. Both of those wins against Arizona.
Wow. And if you go back to 2023, Game 1 of the World Series, they hadn't won. So this is the last 3 years?
Yeah. So they had beaten Arizona in a separate situation just like this, even after the World Series.
Even after the World Series?
Yeah,
okay.
The worst place Arizona can be in is having a nice lead against the Rangers in the 9th inning. You're like,
so hold on. We've done this 3 times since the World Series,
correct.
And they've all been. That's significant, and that's why Broadus actually took Wolchuk out of the Globe before the 9th inning, Game 1 of the 2023 World Series. Maybe the most infamous act in G-Bag Nation lore.
Alternate history question. Butterfly effect. Somehow, if they stay, do we not get those home runs?
I think there's a chance, dude.
Really?
I think there's a chance. There's something
kind of awesome.
There was something about their presence in that building, and Broadus probably mother bleeping these guys, getting frustrated with the way the game was going at the time, and then just getting some of that negative energy out. And Broadus has said, like, I'm used to listening to Eric Nadel call these games, and good things happen when I'm listening to Eric Nadel. And he got in his car. Bang! There's the dong.
By the way, Eric Nadel, birthday benefit bash, Longhorn Ballroom tonight. If you're interested, can I please give you one more factoid for the Rangers? They've scored 23 runs in the 9th inning this season. That is the second most runs they've scored in any inning. They're only surpassed by the 3rd inning. So take that for what you will. Maybe winding up the back part of the lineup, getting back to the top of the lineup again. But yeah, their second most prolific offensive inning this year is the 9th inning.
So I'm hearing they're pretty clutch.
Yes. Now, they're awful in the 1st inning, but, they're good other innings.
Yeah, that first can get away
30
from
to
us.
15, they're outscored in the 1st inning.
They're off tonight. They'll be back in action tomorrow against the Houston Astros, who did finally get off the snide last night. They beat the Mariners, but they are a team struggling big time, and hopefully the Rangers can continue those struggles because they're going to face them twice over the next couple of weeks, one down there and one back up here, I believe, next weekend.
And you got to take advantage of that, right? Because not only do you get them twice, you've also got the Rockies mixed in. They're terrible. Your next, I think, 12 games are against teams that are all just
10 games under at the quarter pole.
Yeah.
You got to be bad to do that, and hopefully the Rangers can take advantage and have this be the turnaround moment.
Absolutely.
As you're getting through the skin of your teeth, it would be apropos if it happened against the 9th inning against the D-backs.
See? And also, we live in a world where right now, if the season ended, the White Sox would be in the playoffs.
That's something.
Okay. Isn't it?
That's amazing, dude. All right, Ohtani pitched last night. He had a great start, but he didn't hit. And I thought this was a good time to talk about the Ohtani-Seager comparison. Okay?
Oh.
He's going to take off today amid a batting slump.
Correct.
Are we looking for a Corey Seager day off here coming up before too long? In his first 10 games this month, Ohtani accumulated just 3 hits and a double in 36 ABs. Very similar numbers to Corey Seager. Half of his batted balls have been grounders, very similar to Corey Seager. Toward the end, he chased often, which has happened with Corey Seager, and he is about to turn 32, just 3 months after Siegs did.
Has he struck out in an at-bat that he didn't know was over yet, like Corey Seager, too?
That was a rough look last night.
That really was.
And then the error, it was like he was just, I don't know, he wasn't there last night. He just wasn't there.
Schumacher wouldn't confirm it with us yesterday, but my bet would be no Seager tomorrow. When you talk about that day off, because he's off today because they're just off, I would bet he does not play tomorrow. And if he did, it would only be like in a late clutch pinch hit situation. But it is fascinating. I'm more inclined to think Ohtani will be okay because I'm really, really worried about Seager. I don't know what the show's individuals say. I really am.
I was surprised to see Ohtani is already 32 years old.
Right?
I guess you got to spend quite a bit of time over there, so your compass or your whatever, your gauge for how old a guy must be based on how long you remember him being in the big leagues. It's a little bit off with the Japanese guys, but yeah, he is 32 years old, and that's when it kind of can happen. By the time you're 35, if you were just an all-star, you're no longer an all-star, and if you were a Hall of Fame level player, you're probably just an all-star.
No, I think you're spot on about that. Can I ask you guys a question about that?
Yeah.
I talked to a couple of people in the Dodgers organization. One of them I used to manage here. And one of the things they talked about was that Shohei Ohtani was dead set on wanting to win a Cy Young. Do you think like that? I'm not saying singular focus, but that majority focus could also be what's impacting his struggles at the plate.
I could see it. I think what I'm thinking is around this age, for the first time in your life, Father Time's like, hey, you can't swing out of your shoes and barrel that thing up anymore.
Right.
Your reflexes, your quickness, it's all coming back to earth a little bit. Here comes Father Time. What's the correction you're going to make? Jock Peterson at 34, 35? Right. He's got to be so safe that he's just walking and hitting singles and gives you the rare home run when it just all comes together.
Yeah.
You don't want to go there. You still got to slug.
And that's the thing about Corey Seager, right? If you're concerned about that, how many times have you seen him leg out a single or try to score from second on a single, you're like,
yeah.
How many days is that going to cost us?
Yeah, no question. You hold your breath. You got another seg in you, Higgs?
Let's do it.
All right, let's roll. We got the champ on the other side. We got Wolchuk's top 10. Chief filling in for his broadcast responsibilities. Wooly Bully's going to be here before too long, Chief. Where are you taking us in the meantime?
Let's go ahead and celebrate National Buttermilk Biscuit Day all together as a nation next year on the Fan.
welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, plus Hagee. Kevin Hagelin, KNC Masterpiece, sitting in with us.
This is one of my all-time favorite bands. Freaking love Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, me too, dude.
Bulls on Parade, second album. Good stuff.
We got the champ. We got the top 10. We got a college football darty coming up. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Top 10 here in just a minute. Here's Lucius with your champ.
Come with it now! Come with it now! Some of those that run forces are the same that burn crosses.
Yeah, I used to love that dude, bro. Oh, my God.
Let's go.
Oh, my
man.
God.
Karaoke night. Fan
album.
We gotta make this happen.
Yeah. Some riot music. Okay, so going for 2 today at 5:30 is this clip right here. We have a young man doing wheelies on his mini bike. Anybody ever here had a mini bike before? A mini motorcycle?
No.
I used to beg and plead my dad.
too.
Dad, please.
Constantly.
Dad, please. I'll do anything. I promise. I'll make A's.
Can I get a
room?
four-wheeler?
Daddy, I clean my room every day.
Yep.
Just begging.
Just lying your balls off, too.
Just do it. I wash the car on the weekend, Dad. I promise. It's a mini bike, please.
My parents were too scared. My brother got a motor scooter when he was in like 6th grade, and the only way he could ride it around the neighborhood is if he was in his entire football uniform. Helmet, shoulder pads, pants in the pads, soccer shin guards on.
God.
Like, that's how stressed out they were. There was no chance I was getting one.
Pops didn't want me to get the motorcycle bug.
Yeah.
Oh.
Even though he has mad bikes, he didn't want me to get the motorcycle bug.
Yeah.
How about that? All right, so this young man was doing wheelies in a empty parking lot in the neighborhood. Looks like it's right by the clubhouse, and some people were upset at this, so they came out and confronted him.
What does that say right there? No motorized vehicles.
On the grass.
Yep. Have your dad call me. Have your dad call me. What is on? Honestly, you're not supposed to be doing it.
I'm not a child.
Okay? You're not supposed to be doing it.
Okay. Call the police. I don't know.
What?
Call the police. I don't know.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will. What's your name?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, don't worry about it. That's a funny name. Yeah. How old are you?
Don't worry about it.
How old are you?
Why do you want to know?
Let's go.
Because you shouldn't be doing this.
It's a
Nobody's here. I don't understand. I don't understand how this affects you.
They don't like it. They don't like it.
Nobody likes it.
Okay.
No.
We have to pay insurance on this crap. Okay.
I'm not destroying anything. I'm
It's
literally.
not that. It's if you fall and crack your head open.
I'm wearing a helmet.
Oh, you got a helmet on.
I'm wearing protective gear. I'm riding a mini bike.
I know.
Don't do it in an area.
Find a track and practice.
Where?
Something useful. Wheelies aren't going to do shit. Learn how to drive.
Oh, you got a helmet on.
It's a community.
Okay, real quick, 2 things. Did that dad kind of S all over the helmet industry when he's like, oh, what's that going to do?
Yes.
And did you picture that lady as having kind of the moo-moo with the rolling pin when she was pointing at him and stuff when she was yelling at him?
Probably a gin and tonic in one hand. Yeah. Too much lipstick on. The whole deal, curlers in her hair. Yeah.
Definitely has glasses. She's got the bag over the curlers too, right? To help keep them in place.
Yeah, she's got a robe on still.
It's a community. It's a community.
The insurance claims are the best, too. That's when you know you're beat.
I know.
Well, it could end up costing us because if you hurt yourself, you know what, forget about it. Go back
That guy was asking helpful questions. Go to a track. Where?
I did see a kid doing wheelies in a parking lot once. I was holding a soccer practice. This kid's doing wheelies, and he's like, you could tell he just got a motorcycle, and he's seeing what it can do.
Yeah.
And he laid that thing down so hard. We heard it go whop, whop, and then and right as I look over, he's like doing unintentional cartwheels.
Oh yeah, the semi flips.
Yes. Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness. So I ran over there. His phone was broken, so I let him call his mom. His mom comes up there in hysterics. I would be I would be very terrified. To the point about your dad, I would be terrified if my kid was on a motorcycle.
Yeah, he probably sold that bike after that. After that situation.
Yeah,
It's probably on Facebook Marketplace right now. Got a few dents, but
if at first you don't succeed.
Did you guys see the video of the motorcycle that was in an accident recently?
Yes.
Stuck up on the lights, the street lights?
Yeah, that was cool.
It's like, I mean,
No, I'm gonna now.
Dude, you need to check this
survived.
out.
Yeah.
He did survive, okay, because I didn't know anything about it other than just seeing a clip of a motorcycle stuck on the street lights at an intersection.
Yeah, he ran into some kind of vehicle. His bike went, but it flew him like 30 feet in the air, and then he got snagged by his belt or something on the street light.
Wow.
Yeah, he was good.
Gosh.
Yeah, they just had to have a fire engine come get him down.
I just saw the bike stuck up there. It was ridiculous.
Oh, that's a different one. No, I saw the dude up there.
Oh, you saw the? Oh my gosh!
So a dude was caught by his belt loop. Saved his life.
That's the luckiest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, we got Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Here is Eric Chiafalo.
He's about to have a mega church after this one.
Oh,
God is real.
Yeah, dude. All right, happy National Buttermilk Biscuit Day to those who celebrate.
Maybe the best breakfast bread.
Ooh, is it? It's yeah. I mean, I guess because French toast is kind of its own.
That's an entree. That's a breakfast entree.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, I also got caught up watching the video. So what I'm assuming happened is the motorcycle went off the car because that silver car's hood is crushed in. So it had to have like flown off that to get up,
bounced up into the.
That's your fault for making me watch.
No,
that video.
I mean it's an insane
crazy.
video.
Yeah.
And the fact that it didn't fall down, I mean, think about the wreckage that would have happened if it didn't get stuck up there. Another car is getting smashed,
Also,
probably
you know
through
where
the
it was?
windshield.
It was at a mall. The street name is Mall Entrance.
Oh my!
So this happened like right in front of a mall.
Yeah, that was crazy, dude. Okay, 877-881-1053. We have the top 10 chain restaurant biscuits. Now, this is from a gentleman named, or a lady, excuse me, Marcy Wynn. And she is writing for Ever After in the Woods, a website that Wolchuk has sent me saying, hey, it's Biscuit Day. Here's your list. So I said, yes, sir. Here we go. She has ranked these. Number 10 is a bad biscuit. This isn't like, oh, you made the top 10 and you should be proud of yourself.
Okay.
This is number 10 sucks, number 5 is decent, and number 1 is awesome.
Oh, okay.
So that's how this particular list is going to go. Do you have a place in mind when you think about biscuits?
Absolutely.
Okay, where is that?
Red Lobster.
Okay, 100%.
Yeah, that might be a
cheddar
cheater
base.
biscuit.
No, it's on the list.
Not,
it's on the list.
I dated a girl once, and she made some of those, and I was like, I need to marry this girl. And she goes, it just comes in a box.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I was
they
like,
do. Yeah.
you really undercut one of your
Out of
high
the
points right
frozen
here.
section.
Yeah.
They are legit,
So glad
though.
you said that.
Yeah. I was like, and I'm out.
You know, I think chain-wise, like, it's hard to get it wrong, you know? Even the
dryness. Some of them get dry on you.
Okay.
Okay,
I think the Popeyes.
Yeah, the Popeyes can do that. Even though this
You can
lady,
shut a dog up for 4 days, you get my Popeye biscuit.
Have I ever told you about Colby and us at the Popeyes in Arizona? We went to get chicken, and like they go, hey, we're out of biscuits right now. And Colby was pissed. And he goes, would you like to wait until you make some more? And he's like, well, how long is that going to take? And they go, 15 or 20 minutes. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. I was like, all right, so we're not waiting. And he goes, yeah, all right, I'll wait. I was like, oh, okay.
that's a man who loves his Popeyes biscuits.
He's like, that's the reason I came here. So,
well, then he's going to appreciate this list because old Marson here appreciates the Popeyes biscuit. Lucius, any biscuits that stick out to you?
No, but Churches is slept on.
Okay.
Churches is slept on. It's real honey,
yeah,
buttery.
A little sweet.
Yeah, looks like it's homemade type vibes.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
You can usually tell by looking at it pretty quickly. Is this going to be, like, how much effort did they put into this biscuit?
This might not be technically a biscuit, but those little mini biscuits on the chicken minis.
oh, at Chick-fil-A?
Okay.
I was going to ask about that because they're on
Is
the
that a
list
yeast
here.
roll?
That's like a different kind of. It's not your traditional biscuit, but for this list, it qualifies. And they you can tell they paint the top in some type of glistening butter situation. They are pretty good. Yeah. They are pretty dang good.
Because you're right. It's the appeal of the look that's going to like maybe tilt you 10% one way or another before you even eat it.
Absolutely.
You also have the full biscuit that you can get the breakfast sandwiches on at Chick-fil-A. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
But I wouldn't call them. I wouldn't say it necessarily hits the standard. The Chick-fil-A standard of being better than how most people do it.
Right. All the emphasis is on the chicken. They're slacking on the actual biscuit itself. Yep. The chicken's doing all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
214 Woody says if Church's chicken isn't number one on the list, it is flawed.
That's what I'm talking about, Woody, bro.
Woody's got respect. We have the 601 Carl's Jr. and Bojangles.
Ooh.
Okay.
I had Bojangles. I don't know the last time I went to Carl's Jr.
I don't think I ever have. It's the Hardee's, it's the Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Those two, I think of them as one and the same. I don't know that they are at all, but I've never been to either one of them. Let's see here. The Red Lobster biscuits are getting a ton of love here on the text, and I do think that it really pops that you can just go to the store and make them yourselves. Like, people are probably eating the Cheddar Bay biscuits
What percentage of people do you think get drawn to Red Lobster for those biscuits first and foremost?
I would think it's probably like 25 to 30%.
Ooh, that is a hefty number.
Dude,
all right.
those biscuits, because aren't they unlimited?
Good.
Isn't it just like they're just bringing them to you?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a selling point. Okay, so we get into the list here. The worst biscuit. Congratulations to Cracker Barrel. She describes them as dry disappointments. Okay, that is her least favorite.
Oh, in your face, country store.
She says, good grief, who left these hockey pucks in the oven overnight? She was not a fan. At number 9, you have...
I do like Cracker Barrel, though, by the way. I do like that spot.
Yeah, I mean, they bring it pretty strong.
I'm surprised they're so bad.
I know.
I would assume they're killing it.
They're making rocking chairs and stuff. They don't have time to perfect everything.
You got a whole flea market to manage.
Time for all of it.
Sugar cane soda.
Do love that soda. Yeah. You got the Wendy's Grease Bombs. Okay, that is the second worst of the biscuits.
I like their biscuits, though. I guess what I said about 5 minutes is going to hold for me because I think they're all probably pretty good still.
Yeah, okay. So your bar.
And then what they do is they butter them. They're calling them grease bombs. I call that perfection.
Yeah, no, I think the butter is such a necessity for any biscuit. Like, before I put a jelly on there, the butter goes first. Like, when you do biscuits and jelly, aren't you putting butter on it first?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. Okay, the next biscuit here. At number 8, you have Burger King's Identity Crisis biscuits, is how she phrases them. Flaky, yes. Actually a biscuit, jury's still out. Ouch. This lady's in her bag on this, I will say. Like, she did put a lot of effort into it. At number 7 here, you have, and this, of course, is the 4th worst biscuit on the list, McDonald's Middle of the Road Offering. She says, McDonald's biscuits are the definition of meh. Not terrible enough to complain about, not good enough to crave. The buttery crust deserves a golf clap at best.
I like it.
You fan of that?
Yeah.
The old McDonald's?
Bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit?
Yeah.
Like,
see,
if
I
you
go
just woke me up
sausage.
and said, hey, we're getting these, I'd be like, yes, that's a win.
Was that ruined at all for you by the McGriddle? Or is that a not?
Yeah, I don't
okay.
do those.
Yeah.
You don't do the McGriddles?
Mm-mm.
Fascinating.
Wait, isn't that
weird.
the pancake?
Yeah.
Oh, those are freaking incredible.
I don't think it's like it's like an entire breakfast plate in a sandwich. You know,
it's a one-stop shop.
Yeah. It's
you
funny
literally
that y'all
just sold
agree,
it.
what it is. But you're on opposite sides for the exact same reason. Chiavello's like, yeah, that's right.
That is exactly what it is. I think it's fantastic.
I can't have the maple syrup in there.
Really?
Yeah.
I love a maple syrup sausage bite with eggs and cheese. Let's go. At 5, your most mid biscuit is the KFC dense but decent attempt. Okay?
Yeah.
Colonel Sanders might know chicken, but his biscuit game needs some workshopping.
The outside of it just isn't right. The inside of the KFC biscuit is tremendous.
Well, what's on the inside that counts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in this case. We have Bojangles. Cake-like contenders. Okay, so now you start getting into the ones where she's like, okay, these are solid. Okay, Bojangles, she's got some respect for.
I want to see if Babes pops up on here.
See, these are just the chains.
Okay.
So these are chain biscuits because, yes, when you talk about Babes biscuits, oh my gosh.
They're really good.
With the honey and the butter, like the sliders, you can make the fried chicken sliders.
Oh,
It's insane.
That's
dude.
a good idea.
Yeah, it's so good. So Bojangles, she likes quite a bit. At let's see here, we have the Red Lobster, legendary Cheddar Bay Beauties. Not technically a breakfast biscuit, but who cares when they're this magnificent? Red Lobster's Cheddar Bay biscuits are the rock stars of the seafood world, upstaging even the actual lobster, she says. Ooh. So it sounds like she's going to Red Lobster for the biscuits.
Agreed.
Chick-fil-A's Buttery Breakfast Champions. Now we get to the Chick-fil-A. She's a fan. Overachievers of the fast food world, she says. Consistently excellent without showing off. And she appreciates the structural integrity that deserves engineering awards.
That is an underrated part of the biscuit, is it not?
Yeah, is it going to fall apart on me with bite number one?
That's a great point.
And you can make any biscuit edible with the right sausage gravy.
For sure. Yeah. It's a cure-all.
You have at number 2, Hardee's Fresh Baked Flavor Bombs.
Wow.
Unsung heroes of breakfast, according to this lady. The Hardee's, I'm going to have to try them. Never been to Hardee's.
Yeah, this is a bucket list thing, I guess. Do we have it here? Do we have Hardee's here?
Yeah.
Okay.
We do, don't we?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you where. I'd have to Google Map
that thing. Right? Yeah. They exist.
But number one.
Do you ever sit there and do the math? Like, how much is rent here?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
How much are employee costs?
Yeah.
How are you selling $30,000 of breakfast sandwiches when I never see anybody at your drive-thru?
I'm with you, man.
I
Shout
wonder.
out to Burger King.
Parking lot's empty.
Thank you. That's what I think. Sorry, man. That's what I think all the time.
Number
I'm
one,
sorry.
it's Popeyes, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chief. We got a college football darty coming up next. What's in store with that?
Well, the 2014 playoff is ruffling some feathers. And which team has the most expensive roster? 877-881-1053. That's next here in the nation. But Tolos, let's go ahead and take control of that financial future. And I would encourage you to do what Wolchuk and I did.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Alrighty, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Our countdown to the NFL schedule release continues. The fun underway at 7 o'clock, Fan After Dark with Fred and Blake, but the rumors keep flooding in. We'll be back on those in a little bit. Here's Chief with your college football.
Yeah, man, Walchuk keeps sending me some updated stuff, so I'll hit it for you in the hodgepodge here in a couple of minutes. But how are we feeling about a potential 24-team playoff in college football? Nobody seems to like it. Right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much to drink.
Okay, that too much to drink line is ringing a little bit louder right now, as I discovered apparently part of the reason why Sark was calling out Ole Miss for the basket weaving stuff earlier this week, as Ole Miss has been kicked in the nuts plenty over the last 3 or 4 days, thanks to Kiffin and guys like Sark. Their head coach Pete Golding was at Alabama when Arch Manning's recruitment was going down, and so Nick Saban was still the coach there, and they were doing everything in their power to try and get Arch to Bama. And so one of the ways that they went about it, Pete Golding, who was, I guess, the main recruiter guy at that point for Alabama to get Arch there, he suggested, hey, be careful about going to Texas because, you know, Sark's got that drinking problem.
Oh, wow.
And that's well documented, right, about Sark from his USC days.
Yeah.
And so I think that is still eating at Sark, and he's looking to punch at particularly Pete Golding at every turn.
Yeah, you know, it's tough, but I think that negative recruiting, doesn't it venture into all sports? Like, if we would throw out, like, requests for these stories on text, you know, I'm very involved in the local soccer community, and right now is all the tryouts and all the commitments for the next year. And there are so many coaches on Facebook right now telling stories about the rumors other coaches are saying about them. Like,
wow.
I
it's a dirty
think
game.
Careers are on the line. Legacies are on the line. And I think, unfortunately, you know, a lot of coaches are willing to lie to kids and make up stuff in order to, you know, try to have a winning season or get what they can. I wish there was more integrity, but it doesn't surprise me there isn't.
No, not at all. Not at all. Now, we have the potential 24-team college football playoff, right? The expansion was from 4 to 12. I think the 12's been fun.
Yeah,
now all of a sudden,
great.
Is it 16 or is it 14? Is it 16? Is it up to all the way to 24? Here was Paul Feinbaum on Get Up this morning with ESPN. He is firmly against it.
The right number is probably 4, but we have 12 and we're going to 16 or 24. 24 is the worst possibility, I think, in the history of this game. Why, Greeny? Because it is going to devalue, dilute, and perhaps destroy the greatest football season of them all, and that's the regular season in college football. The big games at the end of the season are going to be meaningless. This is not the NFL where you try to position for a wild card or a home field. There just simply aren't enough good teams, and I respect Jim Phillips. You introduced me to him, Greeny, a couple of years ago, and he's become a very good friend. But the fact that the ACC campaigned against Notre Dame by pushing Miami is just laughable, that now he's talking about Notre Dame being a championship-worthy team. They weren't a championship-worthy team. They lost 2 games, and they really didn't have that much of an argument. But the point is that television and all these other forces are driving it. This is about the Big Ten, and they're getting a lot of help. And the SEC is right to say, no, we don't want that. And by the way, the most important thing Jim Phillips said, if I can say this on ESPN, is that ESPN doesn't want it either. And right now, they control the CFP.
Okay, so ESPN doesn't want the 24, and so I think that that is an important point.
That's
here.
interesting. Too diluted?
Yeah, I think so.
Where's the risk for them?
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe just the regular season games definitely become diluted. So how many regular season games are you airing on ESPN that people are like, it really doesn't matter who wins this because both these teams will end up in the playoff when it's all said and done. Heck, they're letting 24 teams in there.
And they've probably done a lot of research on scenarios. I think 24 is too many. I don't know why they went straight past 16. I would like to see how 16 would work. But the thing that jumps out to me is that how important it is that they have some sort of an element of a round 1 bye for the best teams. So I think they're working to preserve, the playability of it. But I think it's unnecessary fear. I don't think anything's going to go away with the regular season. I mean, the NFL regular season is fine. We love the games. We love fighting for playoff positioning. You love fighting for seeding, right? Like one of the top 4 spots, you're going to get to play one of the bottom teams. There's value in that. Having a home field advantage, if there's that, there's other ways to engineer this. I think jumping from 12 to 24 just seems like greed and. And then on top of that, like the element that we had a couple of years ago where the teams that had the buys weren't even making it beyond round 2. Like, I don't even know how much you want the buy as compared to the momentum.
Yeah, as opposed to just having that first game on your home field.
Yeah.
Because the teams that were getting the home field advantage in that first round, they were rocking and rolling, and you get to have your campus be on fire, more money, all that kind of stuff for you as a program, compared to you get the bye week and now you're just a little bit more sluggish. You've seen that play out firsthand, so it's interesting. I think the SEC is looking to they want it to move to 16. That's where they kind of want to draw the line. The Big 12, Brett Yormark, the commissioner, they want 24. We like 24. We want 24. That's what he says. There's too many teams getting left out, and 24 teams provides the type of access that is warranted. So
at 24, I'm convinced those teams really don't have a chance.
No.
At 12, the Power 5 teams have had chances.
You just saw. Saw Miami be able to go on a run.
Yep.
And
Ohio State the year before.
Yeah, they were not one of the super high seeds there. I think they were like an 8 seed or something. So yeah, I don't know. I think 24 is doing a little bit too much. But you make a pretty good point. Like college football, the rabid nature of it, fans are still going to care about it. Those individual games, even if hey, both these teams are going to make the playoffs. We're not fighting for the playoffs, but we're fighting for the seeding and things like that. I'm sure you could still make a
winning
case
the conference still has plenty of to it.
Plenty of lore.
Trying to imagine that the 24th best teams could go on that type of run after seeing what we just witnessed.
It's insane. It's insane to even consider. Even winning one game.
Yeah.
It's just probably
staying within double digits is probably
right. Those spreads are 3 touchdown spreads. So, yeah, I'm hoping that if they do any expansion, make it 16 and then just stop it there. Now, the most valuable rosters in college football, would you like to make a guess who in 2026 has spent the most for their roster?
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw out Ohio State. Seems like a pretty good guess.
Number 3.
Okay.
Ohio State is number 3 at $43.5 million.
Wow.
They have a $43.5 million roster, and they do not lead the country. I thought it was interesting. Texas Tech, Big Oil Texas Tech, they're at number 9.
Okay. So they still have room to grow.
36
with their budget.
$0.3 million.
God, imagine the Longhorns and the Aggies are spending a massive bag on this. Is either one of them number 1?
Texas is number 1. Just shy of $48 million. Like, the pressure in Texas this year, it's always big. It's going to be monstrous. Like, potentially the final year of Arch. You've added so much in the portal, and they were disappointing as all hell last year.
Yeah.
And now all the boosters are going to be looking around. Sark, we gave you the most expensive roster in the country. You better go do some damage. And that damage better lead to at least an appearance in the Natty. Miami's number 2, $44 million. And I think because of their playoff run, they were keeping so much money along their playoff run, like they were getting all sorts of bonuses, basically. And they got to keep all of it. It wasn't having to go rev share with the conference. So Miami, I think, got a nice jolt in the arm.
And they rolled that back into the budget?
They rolled that back into the budget.
Investing in the program, you love to see it.
Yeah, so Miami, $44 million. You have Ohio State, LSU, Oregon. Those are your top 5. Texas, Miami, Ohio State, LSU, Oregon. Then you get Notre Dame. Then there's Texas A&M at 7. Just shy of $40 million. Alabama, Texas Tech, Tennessee. Those are your most expensive teams. You have outside looking in on the top 10, Ole Miss, Georgia, USC, Oklahoma, and Michigan.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
College football, Darty in the books here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. Look at this, 1 hour down already. We got a full 5 here for you today. We have an eye on NFL schedule rumors. The release party starting at 7 o'clock with the Fan After Dark. This is the tailgate show, schedule release tailgate show here. It's the G-Bag Nation. What do we have next, Eric?
We got a sports hodgepodge. I will give you some of the Walchuk ideas for the schedule. He is updating it in real time for us, and apparently the legendary interrupting nature of Brian Broaddus has gone on for generations. Next in the nation.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Tommy Yarish coming up from DallasCowboys.com at 3:40 for Krusty's Corner. Send Brian some love on social. Let him know that he is missed. And send Wolchuk some love as well, although he's going to be in here within a couple of hours. Just had a little recital situation there for little toddler Eliza. So precious. Here's Chief with your sports.
Got a little hodgepodge for you. Cowboys sked, a couple of updates. And, man, you know, we've always heard Broadus interrupt us, and we thought, man, is this personal against us? Is this something he has a vengeance, like he doesn't think what we have to say is important enough, and he wants to chime in? Apparently, that's not the case, and I'll prove it to you right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Okay, I'm excited for the idea of the social media teams for each NFL team cranking out fun content in regards to the schedule release. All right, the San Diego or the LA Chargers have been the 1 seed over the last, 3, 4, 5 years. Their creativity is pretty fantastic, leaving all sorts of funny Easter eggs, making fun of people at a high level. We'll see how the Cowboys do. They had like a little teaser, and it had Tyler Guyton, Tyler Booker, and Tyler Smith. The 3 Tylers, and they were all wearing, I don't know, it's like looks like they're wearing some type of Star Wars gear. Like, I don't know if there's going to be like a Star Wars twist on this or something. If you want to take a little peek-ski at this video, I don't know what they're really doing, but they're in these robes with the hoods kind of covering their faces up a little bit. Like Revenge of the Sith kind of vibes. I'm just guessing Star Wars. That's the vibe I got from it. But that's what they did as like a little 15-second teaser video that they dropped yesterday, okay, and lead up to the NFL schedule release.
I would like some explanation. I'm going to jump in the comments, Chief. I think Star Wars, Sith Lord type of stuff is the best guess.
Okay, thank you.
But who knows? It seems like a little irrelevant right now. You know, it's not a Star Wars summer or anything, is it?
No, I don't know what their I don't know
Star
what
Wars
their
always
plan
that
is.
hot.
Yeah.
You can do a Cowboys schedule release promo with a Star Wars theme
It
just
might
out of nowhere?
be. Yeah, I mean, Hagee was pretty aroused by the Star Wars Dallas Cowboys collab, if that is what it is. So we'll see.
I just Googled it, Sith Lord, dude.
Isn't that crazy?
You sure you want to do this?
Yeah, dude.
Cowboys? Are you sure?
Yeah.
You don't want to disrespect anybody.
Yeah,
in
that's
the
a good-
brass,
that's
maybe
a
the ownership or something like that.
They got Jerry in the video. Well, it's also been reported by Yahoo Sports that the NFL will not be reviewing teams' videos, their social videos for the schedule release, where they're cracking jokes on people. They will not be reviewing the team's videos for jokes surrounding Mike Vrabel and Rossini. So the league is letting teams use their own judgment regarding potential content about Vrabel's connection with Diana Rossini.
So they're not going to block Vrabel-Rossini jokes?
I guess not.
Okay.
It is just your own judgment as a team.
So they're saying if it's actually funny, we'll probably let you get away with it. But don't you dare make a distasteful joke that isn't funny.
The ceiling is the roof.
That's when you really get in trouble.
It better be funny.
Yeah.
It better be funny. But the pressure's on for the Chargers social media team because they have been so good, and everybody's anticipating whatever reference they make to Rossini and Vrabel is going to be pretty dang top tier. So looking forward to all of that. Now, Wolchuk has sent me his notes app, which is basically a Google Doc, and he's just constantly updating things in regards to the schedule based on the way he is, what he's hearing about it. So he thinks their bye week is going to be week 14. So you get the Eagles Thanksgiving game.
I like it.
A little
like
late
that.
season bye.
Yeah. I mean, middle of the season makes sense, but if you're looking for extra time to get right for the playoffs, assuming the goal is the playoffs, that extra week to get healthy could pay off in ways you couldn't possibly imagine.
Especially after that crazy November stretch where you have all these games so close to each other. It makes plenty of sense. So the Week 14 bye is what Wolchuk is saying. He's also noting, as he's toloing right now, we have the Mandalorian and the Grogu movie coming out next Friday, which is Star Wars related. So I guess maybe they're trying to kind of jump on that particular wave right there.
Do you get paid for that? Like if you're the Cowboys and those three Tylers, are you getting paid for doing some Star Wars type stuff?
It's hard to imagine that the Joneses aren't collecting some level of a check here for promoting your shows, right? I mean, they're businessmen at the end of the day. So he's thinking, of course, we know the Giants game. Week 2, he thinks, is home versus the Commanders. Then you have the Ravens game in Brazil. Then you go to Houston in Week 4. Bucks Thursday Night Football Week 5. Then to Lambeau to take on potentially Micah Parsons and the Packers.
He might not be back by then. That injury was like December 15th, 17th.
Yeah, it was late. It was late in Denver.
So week 6, we're like 10 months out from injury.
That might be like his first game back.
Yeah.
Micah's first game back.
Yeah.
As the Cowboys come into Lambeau Field. Walchuk thinking that is going to be week 6.
I'll take it.
Then you go on the road again, Monday Night Football in week 7 versus the Eagles. Okay, so that's your first 7 weeks. Walchuk's feeling good about those first 7. Thinks that's what it's going to be. Road, home, home, road, home, road, road.
Is he piecing together leaks, or is he guessing, you think?
He's piecing.
Okay.
No, he's piecing together. I think he's probably sourcing some of this stuff. He's scouring the internet. He's seeing, this team, they announced for sure that they're playing this game here, so the Cowboys can't be playing them that week. So we're open on week 8, week 9. We don't know what's going to happen. Week 10, home versus the Niners is what Walchuk is thinking. Week 11, he's not sure. Then you get week 12 through 18, he's got it figured out. At least that's what he's thinking. Eagles, Thanksgiving, at Seattle, Monday Night Football. After that Thanksgiving game. So you're going to go Eagles at Seattle, bye week 14. Then you go to L.A. to take on the Rams, so you get a nice little buffer between Seattle and the Rams. Then you got Sunday Night Football at home, week 16 versus the Jags. Week 17 at home versus the Giants. Week 18 on the road versus the Commanders. That's how Walchuk's feeling right now.
That is fantastic. Salute
Walchuk's
to Zach.
in his bag, dude. He loves this. He's fired up for this.
He and Brian both love it. Yeah. Which, is a theory that I've had for quite some time about how this became so big. Are you ready for it? How did the NFL schedule release get so big? You see where I'm going with this? I think insider-type dudes obsess about this because they want to be the smartest guy in the room.
Oh, for
sure.
They
want to out-insider one another.
For sure.
So after a decade of them having insider-offs in the build-up to this, there's been so much engagement and tweets about it that it's become a big deal.
I believe
they
that.
manifested this. Insiders trying to one-up each other manifested this into a legitimate news event. Thanks,
Look around.
guys.
We built this. Look around.
That's right.
Look around you.
Yeah.
We built this.
2 thumbs back at us. It looks like it's also George Lucas's birthday today, according to the 817.
Cool.
So you got a lot of Star Wars stuff going down. That's what's happening. We'll see if the Cowboys are taking a little Star Wars theme into their social schedule release video. Now, this is going to be fun here, and I hate to do it at his expense with him not here. Believe me, if Broaddus was here, we would still be doing this. But he just so happens to be out right now for the first time in a long time. And we know that Broaddus is known for being, what is he, Lucius? He's the Interruptosaurus Rex.
Interruptosaurus Rex.
That's what he is.
Fossil he is.
That old fossil. And we know he's somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 to 100,000 years old. He won't totally tell us, but he's been around a long time.
Brian, can you turn your mic off?
That's what the people were saying back on 1939, July 4th, 1939, during the Lou Gehrig Appreciation Day at Yankee Stadium. You had Gehrig delivering his famous Luckiest Man farewell speech to a crowd of over 61,000 fans between games of a doubleheader. And so in the speech, he addressed his recent diagnosis of the ALS, which is often called the Lou Gehrig's disease at this point. Well, we have discovered some archival footage of Broaddus watching this Luckiest Man speech in real time, and he's been doing the interrupting thing forever.
For the past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad Greg. Today,
Man, this popcorn is stale, isn't it?
the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
How can the guy be lucky? I mean, seriously.
What's he got? He's got the, is it typhoid?
Wouldn't you consider it
Or scurvy? I think it's scurvy. I think he's got scurvy.
with such a fine-looking man as is standing in uniform in this ballpark today?
He's not going to be looking so good. Seriously. He can't even hit anymore. He's going to be looking like a candy cane all bent over soon.
Oh, God. I mean, very, very aggressive, intrusive thoughts that Broadus can't help but let fly out of his mouth in real time. Okay, so it's not just us. It's not just you, Dawson.
No.
He's not essing on your takes.
No.
It's even Lou Gehrig in like the most vulnerable moment of his entire existence.
Yep.
In front of a 60,000 plus people crowd. There he is, Broadus, complaining about stale popcorn and complaining about the idea that Lou Gehrig's not going to be able to hit anymore. Lashing out. This is who Broadus has been forever. And it doesn't just stop there, okay? So that was back in 1939, and I think that was sort of Broadus's prime.
It's a hell of a throwback Thursday. Appreciate it, Eric.
It is, man.
July 4th of 39.
Yeah.
Broadus is back there interrupting the fans at the original Yankee Stadium.
Just doing his thing, being himself. We appreciate that. Now we fast forward to December 8th, 1941. FDR addressed a joint session of Congress and the nation. And this is a date which will live in infamy. And here was Broadus interrupting the entire thing.
December 7th, 1941.
Who did it?
A date which will live.
Was that Germany or was that Japan?
The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked.
Watch, he's going to say Germany, I
by
bet.
naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
That was my next guess.
The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation.
Does he speak Japanese?
Government.
I didn't know that.
Its emperor.
Has he always known Japanese, or is that like you think, like once he lost use of his legs, did like make his brain stronger?
On the Hawaiian
Hey, speaking of Germany, why does he wear that mustache, the Hitler guy? It's just a dumb mustache, right? Like, why does anybody take them seriously? Is that like considered attractive there in Germany?
Oh my God, bro.
So aggressive, asking the most ridiculous rhetorical questions that no one can answer. There he is, Broadus in his prime, back in the late 30s and early 40s. He's been interrupting for hundreds of years.
Could you imagine? I mean, being Wolchuk, getting interrupted Game 1 of the World Series. You know?
Yeah, dude.
There's no way he's going to hit a home run here. They haven't done it all year. I mean, seriously. We can beat the traffic. We'll be back in our beds at 10 o'clock.
We can listen to Nadell and Hixie on the way. He is incredible. We love him, and we appreciate that he stays true to himself.
He does.
No matter the decade.
Thank you, Chief. There it is.
I bet he's going to say Germany right here. Still just hitting me, bro. I bet she's going to say, hold on, dog. You got to hear this. Hold on.
Was suddenly and deliberately attacked.
Watch, he's going to say Germany, I
by
bet.
naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
That was my next guess.
Thank you, Broadus.
Yeah.
What a legend.
Yeah. We're sitting here in studio after a Cowboys game listening to the Shoddy press conference, and it's like, bro.
Yeah, he's talking over. He's like, watch, he's going to say this. He's going to say this.
Okay.
It's close.
We got the C-Note coming up next. Then Tommy Yarish going to join you from DallasCowboys.com coming up at 3:40. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just...
with a C note. Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. The NFL schedule release is just over 3.5 hours away. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, is going to join you for Krusty's Corner coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. We'll get the latest from him. I wonder if the guys in the building have seen schedules yet. Like, I've seen the preseason schedule that's not public, but we're at the Fan. We're a degree of separation further from, inside the star right now. I wonder if Tommy has seen it yet.
I know, has his eyes gotten a glimpse of that?
Yeah.
And he's just having to shut his mouth for the next, 3 or 4 hours.
I mean, I guess
we'll dig it out of him.
We'll try. We'll try here coming up at 3:40 or so. Tyrann Mathieu explaining why he predicts Caleb Downs to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Quote, I think Caleb has a great shot to have 100 tackles, 3 sacks, 3 picks. That's sort of my expectation for him. And, Jerry's going to roll out the red carpet for him. So, I guess that by that he means Jerry is going to be singing his praises at every turn. Could you imagine Jerry maybe trying to talk networks into giving Caleb Downs more love, writers into giving him more love? I could see that. Who was it last week? Skip Bayless said when Troy Aikman went after the Cowboys that you could expect a phone call to go into Fox with Jerry saying, hey, you're letting your guy impact my brand negatively too much here. Are we partners or are we adversaries or something like that? And I thought that was a very interesting point by Skip Bayless because of the time that he spent at Fox.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I do think it is – I think it's likely in one sense because obviously it makes Jerry look good, makes Cowboys look good. We drafted that guy. I think there's also going to be a lot of the voters that have been hyping up Caleb Downs now for like 3 years that kind of get to prove themselves right. Hey, I've been telling you since this kid was a freshman in Alabama he was going to be the man. And now look, I just put in the vote for him to be Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
And then to what Tyrann Mathieu said, that's kind of what we were talking about last week when we were going through the odds for Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Caleb Downs is like 7th or 8th on the list. So you kind of got a pretty good opportunity to make some money on it. And how you piece that together, how does a safety, he's kind of a hybrid, but a safety kind of player win Rookie of the Year defensively? It's because you're the kind of guy that's doing a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
You're in position, you're making a bunch of tackles. You're getting TFLs. You're knifing in on blitzes and sacking the quarterback a couple of times. Get your hands on a couple of footballs. You force a fumble here. You get an interception there. Now all of a sudden you look at the body of work and it's like, okay, he didn't lead the league in anything. It's not, oh my gosh, this was a ton of interceptions or a ton of sacks. It is he had a buttload of tackles, had a handful of sacks, had a handful of turnovers, played like 100% of the downs.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And the Cowboys defense got better, I think, is a huge part of it. Can you go?
Great point. Great point.
If you make this defense average from giving up a league worst 31 points per game, you jump to average, you make the playoffs, and then you're going to need some splash plays because safeties, they could be in position and make all the tackles and deter the quarterback from throwing it into their area and not get recognized for jack squat.
100%. And you saw that from Mike Sando when he sat down with us and he's making the case against Darren Woodson for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
It's like these guys that they just don't care about tackles. And to some extent, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. You can watch Shamar James make 15 tackles versus the Jets.
Yeah.
Go watch the game.
Yeah.
Did Shamar James have a good game? No.
We're cleaning up after the damage has already been done.
Yeah, you allow the catch 15 yards down the field, you made the tackle. Who cares? Oh, he ran for 15 yards, then you made the tackle. Who cares? It's Jalen Smith racking up a bunch of tackles, but what were the quality of those tackles? So it'll be a nice notch on the belt of Caleb Downs. Oh my gosh, he's got 100 tackles or something, cool, but that's not getting it done. You got to have some sacks. You got to have some splash turnover type plays, and he's the kind of player, and Parker's going to put him in the type of position to be able to do that.
Yeah, give me some TFLs. Give me some a very low missed tackle rate. I'm pretty sure Caleb Downs is going to be able to do that immediately.
Yeah, he's solid.
But I mean, that would be more picks than he had in any college season. He had 2 in each. Not horrible. 2 picks in a college season is pretty good. You play 14 games, you play 16 games, something like that. But it would be more sacks than he's had in his entire career. So I think Christian Parker would have to have a plan to deploy him better than Ohio State did, or more aggressively.
That'd be a fun... Maybe I can do it somewhat on the fly, but that would be a fun thing to look at. Like, how often was he blitzing at Ohio State? Or at Alabama? Because I do think that'll be something, if you're a nickel kind of player, that's a thing you see. Yeah. Those guys are... You're as much of a run defender as you are a pass defender. Mm-hmm. And so I think Parker is going to want to, especially with the Cowboys and how they're going to probably have to try and manufacture the pressure. They don't have the Micah Parsons. It's like, you're the dog, I know you're getting pressure. Christian Parker is going to be like, okay, I got to dial things up here, and that's the thing you love about Caleb Downs. I can put him in coverage. I can put him and make him play behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and as insistent as they were that their edge players can drop, maybe that comes together for you. And I know some people are against great edges or great pressure players dropping, but when it's part of a sophisticated scheme and you have talented defensive backs who can get in there and finish, I absolutely love it. It's just another way of offering that deception to the quarterback. Great stuff from Tommy Yarish, who again is going to join us in about 15 minutes or so. We go to DallasCowboys.com, and this is on Tyler Booker's impact in his rookie year. One of the reasons to feel better about this offense is Tyler Booker year 2, Tyler Booker healthy. Can we get those things? On plays where Booker was on the field, Dallas rushing success rate was 43%. When he was off, it dropped 5% to 37.8. Just one player drops it 5%. Cowboys success rate increased when Booker was on the field. Additionally, the Cowboys averaged 4.6 yards per carry when Booker was on, 4.4 when he was off. You talk about moving that line of scrimmage. Defenses stuffed 11.8% of runs with Booker on the field, 16.2% when he was off. You got stuffed 4.5% more often when Tyler Booker was off the field. That is incredible. And they did a great job of running gap schemes behind him. Booker finished his rookie season with 5.9% quarterback pressure and allowed, which was third best among the rookie class behind Tate Rutledge and Gray Zabel. Booker's 5.9% pressure allowed percentage ranked 13th in the NFL among all guards who played 400 or more snaps, and Booker's credited with allowing 6.5 sacks last season. Only he allowed 1.5 sacks when blocking one-on-one, which was also third best among the rookie guard class. And I know last year a lot of the conversation was about, like, why did you take Booker at 12? Can you take a guard at 12? But when it comes to positional value, I'm seeing more and more where it's smoothing out between guard and tackle. And teams are starting to realize that maybe the interior is just as important. And apparently some of the numbers are starting to back this up.
For sure. I mean, we were talking about it in lead up to the Super Bowl. The best teams, what did they have? They had the interior defensive linemen. Yeah. The interior defensive linemen are now starting to become a premium position. You're seeing those guys get paid and the way they can affect the quarterback. So then on the flip side, all of a sudden, okay, if we're going to be treating defensive tackles like a premium position, then the guys that have to slow those guys down, inevitably they become a premium position, right? And so now you're starting to see, and you've seen it sprinkle in, but even this year, I mean, the Dolphins at 12 take Caden Proctor. He's playing guard this year. Now, I do think they have the plan for him to become a tackle at some point, but then you have the Penn State guard, Iowane, at 14, going to Baltimore. Baltimore is known for being a really good draft team, like one of the more respected front offices in when it comes to drafting and scouting.
DeCosta said he feels like the league's starting to copy him.
Yeah, exactly. And so they take a guard at 14. So I don't think it is going to be as much of a talking point moving forward of, oh my gosh, can you really take a guard that high? Yeah. Because, and I mean, even I think Maui Noah, is it Maui Noah? I think he gets picked 10 to the Giants. I think he's playing guard.
He is.
At least in year one, we'll see if he moves out. Yeah. But like it's extremely important. You go back to Brady all those years ago. Man, I can deal with pressure off the edge, but gosh dang it, that pressure up the middle is a beating. Well, And you need some guards to keep that pocket clean.
Yeah, I love it, and it's crazy how this arms race has affected the defensive line, and the search for guys that can handle them is really what it's all about, because you got to have some sort of an athletic freak to be able to go backwards and then stop and handle like a 270-pound guy who's exploding forward out of a 4-point stance. He's going forward the way a human body is built to. So you got to find a guy who can go backwards and then anchor and not get pushed over.
Yeah.
Like the level of athletic freakishness that's involved there, it actually makes me think of Everson Walls, who joined us at the Super Bowl, talking about how he had the gift of being able to run backwards.
Oh yeah, that was his superpower.
He was one of the slower corners in the league running forwards, but running backwards, he was the fastest guy in the league, and that allowed him to see the game in ways that ultimately contributed to his unbelievable 13-interception season. But Tyler Booker was not even one of the 3 second-year guys Blogging the Boys is looking at. Dudes who should take a big year 2 leap for this football team. Donovan Ezeraku had 16 and a half sacks his senior year. This is the biggest opportunity, isn't it? Had the labrum surgery, going to miss a lot of the offseason. When he shows up in Oxnard, how much stronger is he? Is he going to be able to add some power to his repertoire? How many moves can he add in a year where he's coming back from a surgery? But his pressure rate was so good last year, Chief. I believe the improved coverage is going to get him home. I'm going to ride Ezeraku over-under, sacks in 2026, 7.5. You going over-under?
Ooh, I like this. It's so tough. If he wasn't coming off the injury, I think I would feel amazing about the over on that, especially with Christian Parker putting him in position to succeed. It's kind of a coin flip for me.
Okay, how about Revel? Does he hold his starting spot for the year?
Okay, that's another big one. I mean, you would like to think, with the way that Broadus and Walchuk and all these guys scouted him coming out and him being a first-round talent, and then now being that far removed from the injury and having Christian Parker, whose expertise is the secondary. I think that Revel's going to be really good this year. I think he will at least be starting caliber good. He won't be losing his job.
Yeah.
Unless he is just totally short-circuited from all that's happened to him. The confidence super low, the Eberflus stuff, and then the injury, whatever. But I think that Christian Parker and the new defense, I think he will be solid.
Sometimes the injury just doesn't come back close enough to 100%, and you're dealing with a lack of balance, a lack of strength, a lack of quick twitch in there that used to be there.
Yeah.
I assume that's coming back, because the way that he played in college that made the scouts talk about him, he should be one of the more athletic and explosive guys, capable of making a lot more plays than he showed last year. Then Trayshawn Holden, the really Oxnard star last year out of Oregon. He's fun to watch. He's slow, but he goes up and snags that thing, and would not be surprised at all if Trayshawn Holden finds a way to get active on a couple of game days coming up this season. Krusty's Corner, Tommy Yarish going to step in and tell you everything you need to know about this football team and the schedule coming up next to the Nation.
But first, let's get you that brand new vehicle, Tolos, in the 817. That is my backyard, and we have the all-new Alliance Hyundai. It is here, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, I-35 in Golden Triangle. And I spent a few years in the car business. I got to tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. Him and his wife, Heather, a true dynamic duo. They are fantastic. You are going to love working with them. And what they're doing at Alliance Hyundai is second to none. All right, from the moment you walk in, you feel the difference. Honest deals, real care, and a team that's truly passionate about taking care of you and your vehicle. And the thing I love about Alliance Hyundai is you always get the best deals. You really do. Whatever you're looking for, the Elantras, the Tucsons, the all-new Hyundai Palisades, they're amazing vehicles. You'll get the best deals on that if you go to Alliance Hyundai. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And how about this? No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. That is a game changer. You can enjoy quick turnaround service. You can relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business. business.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, the Firehouse Tour continues with Peyton Russell on the scene. Rockwall Fire Station #2 with a Tolo t-shirt and breakfast for everyone who rolls out. Come join us Friday morning in Rockwall with Pepe on the Fan.
Texas, let's talk Wagyu. Better yet, let's taste it. Booth Creek Wagyu is now open at Park Village in Southlake. Stop in and experience it for yourself with a complimentary sample of our Wagyu beef. And for the first 250 customers who spend $100, we're including a free ribeye. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit us in Southlake or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Ready for spring and get rewarded at Walgreens. It's the perfect time to refresh your home and your wallet. Get up to $150 in instant savings at Walgreens this week with digital coupons available in the Walgreens app. It's so simple to save. Just open the app, find the Lightning Bolt, and clip to get instant discounts. Look for the Lightning Bolt on your favorite household brands, including Tide, Crest, Dawn, and Charmin. Stock up on all your cleaning and everyday essentials for a sparkling clean spring. Offer valid 5/10 through 5/16 at participating locations. Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. When it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Shopping here. Do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
You know, our competition makes fun of us for carrying and covering the Rangers. What? Spread that word to your fellow baseball friends that here at The Fan, you can count on us for Rangers news, insight, and, of course, Hall of Famer Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks calling the game, something our competition doesn't have. This is your loud and proud home of the Rangers. We are The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All righty, welcome back. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king. Us, Brian, Tommy Yarsh. Corner.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Yeah, buddy, Brian is he's out. He's going to be out for the next couple of shows. I think he's going to be in studio tomorrow, though, for a brief appearance. So we'll get his reactions tomorrow to the Cowboys schedule release coming up at 7 o'clock. But joining us now from DallasCowboys.com, it's Tommy Yarish here on The Fan. Good afternoon, Tommy. How you doing?
Good afternoon, guys. I'm doing great. How are y'all doing?
We're doing outstanding. It's a big day here for the Cowboys and the other NFL teams as they get to see what dates their known opponents will be coming into the stadium or they'll be going to theirs. But my question for you, Tommy, just to get this started, have you seen the schedule yet?
Be honest, Tom.
No. I'm being honest. No, I have not.
So you're not privy to something like that operating inside the building? Have you talked to anybody that has?
Probably, but they haven't told me, like, hey, I've got it. I try to, stay out of everybody's hair, and I'll do my part when my part comes across the table, whenever that is. So maybe sometime here soon, but yeah, I'm not privy to it yet.
What do you think would happen? What's the punishment for an NFL employee that gets a hold of that thing and releases it early with this big TV show coming up tonight?
Great question. I don't want to find out is my answer. I like my job. I like covering this team, so I will do everything in my power not to find out.
They haven't threatened you then, huh? They haven't said this is what's going to happen. They're just trusting that you're just such a professional and you're a little bit scared.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I try. I definitely don't want to lose my job. So,
no, you and me both.
I'm good with waiting. Like everybody else.
That's right. Okay, so how difficult do you think this schedule is with the NFC West and the AFC South teams in your best estimation?
It's pretty tough. I think that, obviously you play the reigning Super Bowl champions for the second straight year. That's never easy. This Seahawks defense is really, really good, and their offense, bringing back Jackson Smith and Jigba, that's going to be a challenge. You go up against another great offense and the Rams, and those are two big tests in year one for Christian Parker. So, my biggest question there is, when in the season do those come? Is it in the earlier part to where, maybe this unit doesn't have everything clicking just yet, and that could, maybe not spell the best news for the Cowboys defense. But yeah, that's probably one of, if not the toughest division in all of football. I think they had 3 12-win teams last season, if I'm not mistaken. So that's certainly not easy. And then on the AFC side, too, it certainly doesn't get any easier. The Texans' defense is, I think, the best in football. Trevor Lawrence really started clicking towards the back half of the year last year. And then the Colts, if they can get healthy, they can look really good and really promising, too. I know I'm leaving somebody off, but it's all right. So yeah, it won't be easy, and it's going to be really interesting to see how these games are stacked up against one another, how much rest this team has in between games, and so on and so forth, to kind of get a gauge for how prepared they'll be going into each game.
Is there any way the NFL puts the Packers game in a place that Micah Parsons wouldn't be there?
I would highly doubt it, because you're letting some serious TV value go there. I don't know what exactly his injury timeline looks like to the point where you could say, okay, this is going to be a late season game. It has to be a late season game. But I would expect that if I'm just thinking of, hey, we're trying to schedule this so we can get all the best players on the field, and of course Micah being the big storyline in that game, I would probably expect it to be around time that he's around, and whenever that may be.
Rashawn Gary's probably a little offended. You think that's the biggest storyline? I mean, he's making his return to Lambeau, dude. I mean, that's gonna be fireworks.
Well, that's another one. Sorry, Rashawn. I didn't mean to offend you there, pal. But there's a couple there.
How you feeling week one about the Giants? And it especially looks like Malik Neighbors is going to be out. Got to feel good about starting with a dub at this point, don't you?
Oh, yeah. If you're the Cowboys, obviously you never want anybody to be injured, but you will certainly take them being without Malik Neighbors. It'll be John Harbaugh's first game as a head coach. So, might not have everything clicking day one. So if you want to catch somebody, that's typically when you catch them. And I've always thought so much of Harbaugh as a coach. I think what he did with the Ravens was fantastic, just a model of consistency and winning over his time there. And that's exactly what I feel like the Giants needed. Is they going to all set the table week one? That's the big question. I think right now Dallas is more prepared for that game. If the game was tomorrow, I would pick the Cowboys in it. But I think that certainly is going to be interesting to see how that team kind of develops and grows. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the Giants are pushing for, a top spot in the division or a wild card spot when we come to the end of the year. I think that much of not just John Harbaugh, but their defensive line. I think that, to win in this league, you have to have a great pass rushing unit. And boy, do they have one. So I'm excited to see how they kind of develop over the course of the year. But if you're Dallas, I think you're happy with that being the opener. I think that sets up pretty well for you to start the year off.
It's Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You talk about that Giants front defensively and how impressive it is. Where do you think the Cowboys have improved the most? What portion of the Cowboys defense are you most confident in?
I would say, so I'll split that into two. The part they've improved the most, I think, is their secondary.
Yeah.
I think the bar was 0 when you started the offseason, but when you add Caleb Downs, Jalen Thompson, Kobe Durant, you hopefully get Deron Bland and Savon Revel back. I think that's a significantly better unit than you threw out there last year. And then what I'm most confident in, I think, is their defensive tackle room. I mean, I'm good with Kenny Clark and Quentin Williams all the time. I feel like Otito Ogbonnia might have a pretty solid role in this defense, and we'll see where this group wants to use LT Overton and how much he'll be used. If it is that 4-eye spot that Christian Parker has said can be pretty important in his scheme at times. So those would be how I would split those two. But really, the secondary is going to be fascinating to watch, especially at corner, just because there are so many question marks injury-wise with the Blands and probably not so much Revel now. I think he's trending in a good direction to be able to go for you. But we all remember what Jerry said about Bland with the foot last year. It was worrisome. How he's got a ton of time to recover now. So you would hope that certainly he's coming out feeling good.
We were just talking about Donovan Ezeraku and what he did his final year at Boston College and how much, it underproduced his rookie year. Do you think he can have the breakout year 2 performance that could, sort of stir the drink here for the Cowboys coming off the edge?
He could, yeah. I don't know if I don't necessarily know if I would bank on him doing that, but I don't necessarily need. If I'm thinking of it of this Cowboys defense and the staff that is being built here, I don't know if I necessarily look at it as like we need you to have a breakout year. I think you just want to see gradual improvement. I think that we're just. Little by little, it doesn't mean he has to have a 10-sack season, no. But if you're hitting around the 6 to 8 mark, where you're seeing him grow as a pass rusher and still do what he did last year, which was play the run pretty well, I think that's a successful season for Donovan Ezeraku. Then you just hope that the supporting cast around him, like a Rashawn Gary and Malachi Lawrence and James Houston, everybody else that they've got in that arsenal, does their job too. Because this team was not that great at getting to the quarterback last year, so. They don't need to just get pressure. They need to get sacks this time around. So I'm just looking for growth from Ezeraku in that department. I don't know if, you necessarily need a 12, 15 sack season. I mean, if you get that, sure, that's great. You never say no. But if he's improving then in that department, then I think you'd be pretty satisfied.
Who are you more year 1 excited for? Is it Jayshon Barham or Malachi Lawrence in terms of impact?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think what that's going to be today, just because of how the rooms are both shaped, probably Barham, just because I kind of feel like if the season started today, he's probably your Mike linebacker. I don't know if he would wear the green dot, but he could. And just because I don't know if there is another one on the roster at the moment, Christian Parker has said that he's going to take reps at Mike this offseason. So if that's the case, then, if the season started today, then I would think Barham, just because, they need somebody in the middle of the defense. They don't have one right now. Can they go out and get a veteran, tomorrow? Sure. But as of right now, it seems like he would be the leader in the clubhouse, or one of them in that department. So I would expect him to have more of a prominent role if that's the case, versus Malachi Lawrence, who will still get plenty of snaps and plenty of playing time, but it may not be as much as you would see from Barham if he's the man in the middle of this defense.
Tommy Yarish here with you, DallasCowboys.com. How smooth of a ride do you expect this summer to be with George Pickens?
Based on everything I've heard, which is not a lot, I would expect this summer to be smooth. Whether that means he shows up for voluntary stuff, which I don't think he has up to this point, or mandatory minicamp, or even just training camp, I don't foresee there being any major drama. I think it's just both sides understand where they're at. I think George Pickens wants to be in Dallas. He wants to keep playing with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. And it's beneficial for him to, go to training camp and get that time on task. I know they've been, he's been training with Dak at personal fields or personal training sessions, whatever it may be. But whenever it is that Pickens shows up, I feel pretty good about the fact that there won't be, too much negative noise or anything like that surrounding it, and you'll see a lot of the same kind of wow plays that you saw from him a year ago.
Love it, Tommy. Thanks for your insights. Enjoy the schedule release show tonight, and we'll try to catch up with you real soon.
All right, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Salute. There he goes, Tommy Yarsh. Okay, Wolchuk continues to update his projected schedule. 3 open dates. Just weeks 8, 9, and 11 is all he's got here. So Wolchuk will be in the next hour or so. He'll expound on those things, Chief. But what do we got coming up next?
Got a Newsbag Nation where beer drinking World Cup fans are about to be in heaven next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though. 972-GO Men's T, mensteclinic.com. Jump in there right now. Schedule your appointment. And you go to one of the 5 DFW Men's T Clinic locations. They'll take blood real quick. They'll tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then they're going to optimize that number for you. Yeah, look at that. We live in a great time here in the 21st century where we can optimize the amount of testosterone in our body. It's like a fountain of youth, really, is what you're looking at, and it's unfortunate, but it's real. We get older. By the time we're late 20s, early 30s, our body's producing less and less testosterone. You see it in the athletes, don't you? Oh, early 30s, starting to get kind of washed, right? Now, they can't do this, but we can. They can't go get extra testosterone, but we can. And the best place to do it is with Men's T Clinic. They've set the industry standard for testosterone replacement therapy. You will get a performance upgrade, health benefits across the board, everything from the boardroom to the bedroom. mensteclinic.com, 972-GO Men's T. Tell them we sent you. They'll get you a complimentary vitamin B shot and some in-body composition analysis, get you baseline numbers on everything you need to know and everything you need to track. So don't go this alone. Do it with a professional medical expert from Men's T Clinic. Get optimized at mensteclinic.com. Salute.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cleveland Cavaliers went on a 9-0 run to force overtime and won Game 5 to take a 3-2 lead in the series against the Detroit Pistons. James Harden led the Cavs with 30 points. Donovan Mitchell added 21. When a series is tied at 2, the winner of Game 5 goes on to win the series 82% of the time. Game 6 is Friday night in Cleveland. The winner of the series will face the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texans, do you work in industries such as trucking, agriculture, or construction? Then you might be operating equipment that we want to help you upgrade or replace. The Texas Emissions Reduction Plan provides funding to help Texans upgrade or replace their old equipment and vehicles. From trucks, tractors, forklifts, school buses, and more, we have grants that can benefit you and your business. Want to be the first to know when new grants open? Sign up for email updates at texasvehiclegrants.org. That's texasvehiclegrants.org.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
What's up, fools? Main event Jay Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's Chumba.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See T's and C's. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We continue with the countdown of the NFL schedule. And we'll talk more about the Cowboys' schedule and which games have the power to change how you look at them, maybe shift your expectations coming up at 4:20. Wolchuk's on his way in. If you're on Wolchuk's Twitter, he's got his updated schedule projections, the latest one coming about 30 minutes ago. He thinks he's got 14 of the 17 games wired. Okay, so we'll get Wolchuk's thoughts on that here in the next 45 minutes or so, Chief.
Which should make the next 3 games pretty easy to figure out.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you have an open week on the Wolchuk schedule here after they go back-to-back road games. So, of the 3 remaining teams you have, who you playing at home?
Yeah.
That's Arizona. So maybe week 8's Arizona. Week 9's the Colts.
I think he's hoping for a couple of more leaks that could allow things to fall into place. So, by the time we get to 7 o'clock, in 2 hours and 55 minutes,
we'll beat him to the punch.
I think he might have it locked for you, so you got to stick around here. It's time for a news bag. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, I think the World Cup fans are going to be pretty excited about this one here, right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Also got a little Caleb Downs update here from Khaki Kevin Walker that I will share with you. We were talking about the idea of him being a blitzer, a pass rusher at times, a jack-of-all-trades sort of hybrid player in Christian Parker's scheme. I will give you some of his numbers here from his time at Ohio State. But behold, ladies and gentlemen, have you seen this, Lucius? I sent it into your DMs. The Miller Time MVP match ball. This is a soccer ball made of Miller Lite, okay? And it might just be the most prestigious trophy of the tournament here as the World Cup rapidly approaches. And so you have Miller Lite giving you the chance to score a Miller Time MVP match ball. It's about 50% larger than a standard soccer ball that holds up to 12 Miller Lite cans. And it comes with a display stand and is reloadable. Okay, so you don't get the beer in the ball.
Okay.
But imagine a soccer ball, and then you have different slots all throughout the ball where you can hold Miller Lite beer cans. Okay?
So you slide in the full beers, almost like is this a cooler? Is this a soccer ball cooler that you slide beers into?
Okay, that's what I want it to be. And all the stories that I'm seeing on it, nobody's specifying like, oh yeah, and this keeps your beer cold. I'm assuming that's why you would want to do this. You put 12 cold beers into this cool soccer trophy looking thing, just a soccer ball.
That's a koozie. But it's got 12 slots in it.
It's got 12 slots in it.
Yeah.
And so it looks really, really cool. It's limited edition. It's going to drop online on May 20th, and then they will drop it again on June 3rd. So I think this is going to be kind of a, while supplies last situation. I don't imagine that they have a ton of these, but on May 20th and then on June 3rd on the Miller Lite website, you'll be able to purchase one of these things. Now, guess the cost of it. Have you seen it, Lucius?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty cool. Definitely a collector's item.
Definitely a collector's item, right? Like, even if you're like, I'm not a Miller Lite guy, or I'm just not a beer guy in general. If you're a soccer fan or just a sports fan at all, having this up on some sort of mantle, man cave style thing, that's a cool thing to have.
Even as we're questioning its functionality, is this going to make your beer drinking experience better? I don't know. It might just make your beers warm.
Yeah. How do the beers stay in there? You see how it's like there's some on the bottom of it?
I know, because it's a 360 deal. So you ultimately have some beers hanging upside down, which probably can't be great for the fizzy nature. Right?
No.
But
it's going to agitate.
But by the time you're on beer number 10, 11, 12, you probably don't much care. You're Stone Cold Steve Austin, and that beer's just flowing. So
imagine.
What do you think this costs? Eyeball it.
$79.
Lucius, what do you...
$200.
Oh, you guys are about to be so excited, dude. $19.75.
Let's go.
Reflecting the year 1975, Miller Lite was created.
Now I feel like it's going to be kind of cheaply made.
Okay. That's the other side.
Too light.
Yeah, you get what you pay for kind of thing.
That you're probably never going to want to put beers in there because the first time you pull one out, the stitching's going to pop. And now your Miller Lite soccer ball for the World Cup is ruined. But I love this kind of commemorative stuff, especially because the tournament only comes around every 4 years.
Yeah.
So, $20, I would gladly part with that. I'm running into World Cup stuff right and left now, and I feel like it's trying to vacuum my checking account up even before the tournament starts.
Oh, yeah. Every time you turn around, there's a World Cup something or other. Hey, buy this for the small price of $89.99. It's a T-shirt.
Yeah, we got a T-shirt. We got a polo. We got little stuffed animal, World Cup stuffed animals. They're trying to get you $20-$30. So.
Jeez.
Yeah,
but this is cool. This is cool. I'd buy this.
I think I'm saving all my money though, trying to get into games, and like the minimum get-in price is starting to hover around $500. We need the market to fall out of that thing over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I don't know. I haven't. The only thing I've seen is just that the hotels in all of the cities that are going to be hosting have been a little underwhelmed with the amount of bookings. So I don't imagine there's as many people coming from overseas to try and attend some of these games. So I would imagine like you just hop on there 24 hours before the game or something like that, snag a ticket.
That's what I'm thinking.
Is that kind of your plan?
That is.
Because you're just trying to get into the building for one of these matches. You and your daughter?
Any games that I can do, yes, without having to spend four figures.
Yeah. You know, that's the goal.
I've given up on watching the top teams play or USA play. That's not going to happen. I'm not dropping $3,000 for me and Abby to go to a game.
It's just simply not in the budget, man.
No.
It's not in the budget. And how could it be? All right, Walchuk just gave me the OTW text. All right, he's buzzing in from young Eliza's little, just awfully timed, scheduled recital.
Yeah.
Who's putting a recital in the middle of the afternoon in the middle of the week? Like, how many parents are sitting at work right now bummed that they didn't get to see their kid perform? I don't know. That's a Saturday. At the very least, that's a Friday night extravaganza.
Yeah.
I'll see you at 7:30.
Yeah, everybody pick up your kids and come back because the recital is tonight at 7:30.
Bang.
After dinner.
Yeah.
Come on back.
Are you kidding me? Like, what's going down here? But glad Walchuk got to make it. He will be here shortly. Now, we were like I mentioned, we were talking about Caleb Downs and the idea that, man, if he's going to have a big year, he's going to just be doing so many different things. Defensively, Christian Parker's going to be moving him around and playing that hybrid nickel spot. You're going to be doing some blitzing. You're going to be hanging out in the backfield a little bit, hopefully sacking the quarterback. And it's like, how often did he really do that at Ohio State? Now, I believe what we have is this is just for last year at Ohio State in the Fat Patricia defense. Pass rush snaps, the amount of snaps that he was getting after the quarterback, basically, only 20. So they just didn't do it. So when you look at his numbers, you're like, man, he didn't really have. It's like we're projecting that he could be a guy that could get some sacks for you, get some TFLs, stuff like that. Well, it's just not something he was really asked to do at Ohio State. But I think projecting him in Christian Parker's defense, I would expect to see him doing a fair amount of that because Christian Parker, I mean, he's going to be getting creative on it. He is. And it's going to be multiple. He's going to be moving guys around, and he's going to be changing looks at the snap, and part of that's going to be, oh, here comes Caleb Downs flying off the edge, knifing through, and making some plays. So I'm excited for that.
If you only tried it 20 times out of the 800 or 900 snaps, I'm assuming that he played for Ohio State last year, and you have a couple of sacks, like your hit rate is 10%, I think 5 or 6 is within range if the NFL coach wants to be that aggressive with you.
Right.
You know, you have to really trust the players around him, the linebackers essentially, to be able to go get those guys or him to get home, you know, and you just don't know. Like that safety thing, it should be fairly easy, but there is a knack for going after the offensive line has turned their head. There is a brief second where the offensive line is going to not look at you. Can you jump through at that exact second? The running back is going to get distracted. Can you time it up to slice through there, or are you getting picked up? And it's like a sixth sense. There's like a spidey sense to being that secondary player that can get all those sacks, and you don't know they can do it until they do it. A lot of guys just, you know, they get picked up. I'm imagining Caleb Downs is going to have the combination of preparation and instincts to go get that job done.
Agreed. And then just Christian Parker with the design, creating just good opportunities for him, right? Like he's an expert at trying to confuse quarterbacks and offensive linemen. So looking forward to seeing all that kind of stuff, and hopefully we get a Rookie of the Year for for Caleb Downs. Now, elsewhere here at the news desk, how about the police in France? If you're driving around, listen to us on the Odyssey app in France right now. Beware, warning drivers in rural areas to be on the lookout for drunk deer exhibiting erratic behavior.
Barley fermenting in their gut? What's happening here?
It's the fermented fruits.
Fermented fruits.
They're getting after it. We've seen this before with some, I can't remember which animal it was, but there was a story maybe last year where there was some animals that were getting hammered from fermented foods of some kind. And that's what's happening right now in France with the deer. Can you imagine? I mean, the deer in the middle of the road is the all-time disaster. How many nightmares have been caused by a deer trotting through the streets? Now all of a sudden you got a hammered one prancing around. Okay, so just be careful.
That increases your level of difficulty quite a bit. And I think the concern with a deer is it's going to do a tremendous amount of damage to your vehicle.
100%.
You're chalking that up immediately. You're looking at multiple thousands of dollars, but they can kick through your windshield and murder you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As they go airborne, they're going to look at your windshield as a good landing spot. So bang, hoof goes right through that, and then they try to escape, and they're kicking the living hell out of you as you're in that seatbelt, just in your last moment. You can't escape.
Was this something that you are familiar with, being where you're from?
Yeah.
And just the deer in the Pacific Northwest running around?
They come through your windshield and they kick the hell out of you.
Golly, that's a bad day.
They're trying to escape. They're trying to get out of there. We had a lot of deer, elk.
Just trying to get to your daughter's mid-afternoon, midweek recital.
Yeah.
And then you get deer antlered right there in the face. Lucius had the story the other day about the bleep hole of the week, who was the Hawaiian tourist who was lobbing rock grenades at the seal, and he got his butt whooped for it. And it looks like this is going federal on him. So he's looking at two different charges that could have him behind bars for 1 year each. So that'd be 2 years, $70,000 worth of fines. So this guy's going to pay the price, and that's exactly what should happen.
This is probably what a lot of people needed to see. As far as you're over there, you're on vacation, you're cracking a couple of coldies sitting there on the beach, you got a little bit of redneck in you, or maybe crazy Russian. Look like the name, maybe this might be a crazy Russian guy.
Yes, his name is insane.
Where we're from, a lot of people, if they see wildlife after they're cracking them, that's how they hunt. That's when they do some of their best hunting. And the dumb ideas are flowing. You don't want to do that in Hawaii.
You don't want to do that, dude.
They're getting different agencies on the horn just to see if they have some jurisdiction so they can one-up each other in an attempt to... the beach justice has already been meted out for this guy.
Yeah, he's going to be in a world of trouble. Never to be seeing the beauty of Hawaii ever again.
No, that's a lifetime banning.
And finally here, a little heartwarming story. I do like hearing that Tim Duncan has been repaying Greg Popovich in a very heartwarming way. We know Greg Popovich has dealt with some strokes, some health issues, and apparently throughout the rehabilitation, you have Tim Duncan being like in the gym with him and being like basically by his side throughout his rehabilitation, getting himself back on his feet. So tip of the cap to Timmy D.
Yeah, it's tough to see Greg like that, isn't it?
It is, man. It is, but he's still dialed. Like you see him after Wemby throws the haymaker elbow at Naz Reid's neck.
Yeah.
The next day you see the face-to-face Greg Popovich. He's talking with Wemby, giving him some words of wisdom. They lose game 1 they lost? He's in the film room breaking stuff down. Here's how we're going to go about this. Mitch Johnson, you have the whistle. I got the wisdom.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I like that you have that perspective because I thought like watching him walk and then watching him talk a little bit that maybe he doesn't want to be making public appearances anymore.
Yeah.
But you're confident he's still up for it?
No, well, I mean, I think it's a little bit more behind the scenes. You see like a random picture of him talking with Wemby. I don't think he's trying to be in front of eyeballs, but he is trying to assist the Spurs.
All right, which game on the Cowboys schedule has the power to shift your expectations of what this team is capable of the most? We'll give you the latest latest schedule leaks and talk Cowboys football with you coming up next year to the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
All right, we just had a news bag. How about some good news for my people in the 817? The all-new Alliance Hyundai. It is here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get you that brand-new vehicle located in Fort Worth. That's my hometown, I-35 at Golden Triangle, and I spent a few years in the car business. I absolutely love what my guy Ryan Watson is doing. He's the owner, big-time Tolo. His wife, Heather, is amazing. You're going to love working with them. What they're doing at Alliance Hyundai is second to none. Seriously, from the moment you walk in, you can honestly feel the difference. It's honest deals. It's real care. It's a team that's truly passionate about taking care of you and your vehicle, and you always get the best deals. That's the thing. You go to Alliance Hyundai, hey, I want that Elantra. Best deal possible. Tucson, no problem. We got you. The all-new Hyundai Palisades, ready to drive home that same very day. You can capitalize at Alliance Hyundai. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And I love this, man. No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. It's honestly a game changer. You can enjoy quick turnaround service, relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
May in Texas means one thing. Your AC is about to work hard and your energy bills are about to go up. Don't wait for that first brutal heat wave. Right now, the pros at Window Nation can upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows, and their Buy 4, Get 4 free sale is live. That's half your windows for free, and you can get zero down, no payments, no interest for 2 years. Custom-built windows from Window Nation, measured 3 times, installed in a day or less, backed by a lifetime warranty. Over 45,000 5-star reviews online at windownation.com. Hurry, sale ends soon.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Sean and RJ's 2026 Firehouse Tour rolls on. It's your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Tolo item. Where are we going to be tomorrow, Roberto?
We'll be in Rockwall at Firehouse number 2 at 920 Rockwall Parkway. And Sean, our one-of-a-kind giveaway this time is a Tolo-themed collectible t-shirt. Huge thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Branch and Dillon Law Firm for supporting our local firefighters.
We'll see you tomorrow morning in Rockwall with Peyton Russell for our Firehouse Tour with the Fan.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was just at Staples. They're having a huge 40th anniversary sale.
40 years. Note to self, send flowers.
Up to 50% off. Save on chairs, paper, balloons, and more.
Balloons?
Yeah, Party City is now at Staples.
Surprise!
But the anniversary sale is only 2 weeks, so...
Quick, celebrate 40 years of savings at Staples with up to 50% off. Shop chairs, paper, break room supplies, and more. 2 weeks only in 523.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry.
This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
It's home selling season, and what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. Then, your local Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. One customer said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing. Amazing. Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hi, this is Tony Alberti with East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars. I know there's a lot of uncertainty right now. That's why we stock vehicles for every budget, and they all look like $1 million. We're known for some of the best custom trucks in DFW, built right with quality lifts, wheels, and tires. And at East Dallas Motor Cars, I hand select every vehicle, from luxury sedans to family SUVs. Easy financing, fast turnaround. Don't see what you want? Call me. We get inventory daily and can find it or build it. Visit EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Jim Follow here, Tolos, and I'm so fired up because CertaPro Painters just came into my home and gave me that brand new paint job, and I could not be happier. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and you can trust them to get the job done right. I know firsthand they take pride in what they do, and the process is worry-free. Free estimates, reliable communication, and professional painting, all at the right price, and that's what I'm about. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's Tea Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's Tea Clinic today.
All right, welcome back. We got a text from Broadus at the break. He said, I think we nailed it or really close. And we're going to get you what Broadus believes to be the Cowboys' schedule here in just a moment. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Wolchuk has texted as well. Chief, is this the same sked? Are they projecting both the same thing?
Yeah, they both have the same team, same time, same days.
I love it. All right, so that's a good sign. We got two sources. Double
on the schedule. Right? We can run with it.
It's fit to print, and we'll take your thoughts here on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. How do you feel about a Week 14 bye? I love it. Let's get healthy before the playoffs. You know, you're kind of at the mercy of luck. But I think strategically, if you're thinking what is the absolute best way for this season to end, it's to get into the playoffs healthy, and the latest possible bye, I think, increases your chances of making that happen. Okay, you're going to open with the Giants. We know that. Week 2, Washington. Week 3, Baltimore. We knew that. How important is a hot start? I do think it's important to the Jones family to make people believe.
And I think it might be important for inside the roster to make them believe.
Well, and I think it's even more important when you just see the teams that you have in the first 2 weeks. Like, you should be able to handle the Giants and the Commanders.
Yeah.
If you're starting with tougher teams, then you kind of understand, okay, we came out of the gates with some difficult opponents. You can maybe chalk it up moral victory like you did last year with the Eagles, right? That first game was like, man, hey, the Cowboys were right there. Maybe should have won that game. They lost, but you still had some confidence. When you start with the Giants and the Commanders, you feel like you should start 2-0.
So, yes, I love that, and I agree. The Cowboys are 2-0 to start the 2026 NFL season, assuming health. But then things could get away from them, Chief. Baltimore Week 3 at home. We'll see how good the Ravens are. I think that's a wild card team right now in the AFC.
Yeah, and that's the neutral site in Brazil. So it's a home game, but it's in Brazil.
You got at Houston week 4.
I think that's important because after the long travel with the Brazil situation, you're burning a road game, but you only have to go to Houston.
We'll take it.
You don't have a huge flight after that.
That's not a bad compromise. Tampa at home. Will Tampa be better or worse than the Cowboys?
I think they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
I think they're in that same sort of tier where you're hoping for the playoffs.
Then at week 6, but with a question mark next to it. Broadus has question marks by 3 of these games. Week 6 is at Green Bay. I'll take it. I don't know if Micah Parsons will be back. That'll be 10 months after his injury. Less than 10 months after the surgery. Sometimes the surgeries can take a couple of weeks after an ACL. But even if he is back, I don't know how close to 100% Micah Parsons is going to be. That's not going to be vintage prime game-wrecking Micah Parsons 10 months removed from tearing his ACL for sure.
Right, especially as we got the news today, as we mentioned at the top of the show, where Micah could be placed on the physically unable to perform list to start the season, missing the first 4 games. So it could be one of his first games back, but I'm sure if this is what the schedule ends up being, he will have week 6 circled as like, I am definitely going to be ready by then.
Broadus texted us his schedule projection. We're 6 weeks in at Philadelphia week 7. We've been talking about that one for a couple of days now.
Monday Night Football.
Week 8, Arizona. That's the red flag game, just as it was last year. You lost to Arizona, and it lets you know you are complete dog water. Right?
Yeah, you're not legit.
You might be in the process of justifying the losses to Carolina and Chicago because they're trending towards playoff teams here as we get into November of 2025. But you just lost to Arizona. You got to hold that L. And, that was the confirmation. And if it happens, week 8, after you run this gauntlet, you start 2-0. There's an argument to be made. You could be underdogs in your next 5 games. So we'll see how they are going into Arizona. Indianapolis is week 9 in Indianapolis. That probably give Daniel Jones time to come back?
Yeah, I would think by then Daniel Jones should be available.
San Francisco, week 10. I predicted their downfall last year. I was horribly wrong.
Because they had the Warren Sharp easiest schedule in the league.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it going to be tough again this year?
Yeah, let me pull that up real quick.
We got Tennessee week 11 at AT&T Stadium. They're probably not good yet. Then Thanksgiving.
The Niners have the 8th easiest schedule in the league this year.
Okay. They just keep losing guys, but they did last year. McCaffrey's older now.
Kittle off the injury.
Yeah.
For Warner off the injury, even though he's just he's a different breed. He's going to be an animal. But yeah, they're not the same version of the Niners that you remember from the last time you faced them, for sure. But that's just a team that the Cowboys rarely find success versus. But it's nice to get week 10, 11, and 12 all home games.
Yeah.
3-game homestand. That's nice.
Yeah, San Francisco, Tennessee, Philadelphia there, 10, 11, and 12. And just a final thought on San Francisco, is Christian Parker going to help remedy what has been a Cowboys issue with Shanahan coaching tree offenses for a long time? And hopefully that's something that he and the Fangio system can excel in. Not the Fangio system, the Cowboys defense, but definitely influenced by Fangio amongst others for Christian Parker. You got to add Seattle on week 13 is Broadus's projection, but that one has a question mark next to it. I don't think that's not a good thing. By the time you get to week 13 in Seattle, it's cold and rainy. And if you're a Southern team, that can be a rude awakening for 3 hours.
Yeah, now they've shifted gears into, okay, now we're in playoff mode. We got to start really gelling at the right time. At least you get an extra, you play that Thanksgiving, so you get the long break. But then it's also the Monday nighter. So an extra day of rest if you're trying to spin the tail on the positive.
But then you get the bye week 14. Love that. Then 15 at the Rams, 16 Jags. That's where your playoff hopes could die. Right? You're coming out of the bye, you're thinking, wow, they really did us a favor. We get to come out of the bye and maybe play the NFC favorite right here, but we got to go to their house. Can we pull that off if your playoff life is on the line? If you can't, the next week you get to host the Jags. I'm assuming they're going to be incrementally better than they were last year. It seems like they got good momentum, good coaching staff. And then you finish with the Giants at home and you go to Washington and... yeah, assuming that health is equal, not a big believer in Washington for a number of reasons, most of them on defense, and I just don't think one off season is enough to fix it.
Yeah, and a really great text from a legendary Tolo in the 940. San Francisco always hurt. You see them in week 13. By then, they might just be a mash unit.
Yeah.
Because that's a team that is always just totally banged up.
Absolutely.
So that could help. I think one of the things, too, is it felt like the offense started to decline a little bit as the season waned. Like the final month or whatever of the season, the offense wasn't quite hitting the way you wanted it to. And so seeing if Javonte Williams and Shoddy and Clayton Adams can continue to evolve throughout the season where the offense was so amazing and then they kind of started to bog down a little bit. And you saw some good defenses. You saw the Vikings. You saw the Chargers. But when you get late in the season, now here's Seattle with Mike McDonald having 10, 12 games worth of film on you.
Yeah.
Like, how are you able to, in the season, continue to sort of reinvent yourself and sustain the offensive dominance throughout the season? Where you go Seattle, Rams, those are two defenses that are legit.
One of my thoughts going into this show and this season is just, I'm so curious if Mike McDonald can keep that together, because I think his hat is in for one of the top coaches in the game. If he's not in consideration already, if he follows up that year, winning the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold, with another amazing year where, your defense is amazing, but it's not a superstar riddled defense. This is a defense full of above average to really good players. Obviously, Nick Ammanwari was the toast of the NFL last year, and that's the straw that stirs that defensive drink for him. But I'm not sold it's going to happen. I'm not sold it's going to happen for Sam Darnold. I'm not sold they can let Kenneth Walker go, bring in Jadarian Price. And for about the first month or 2 months of last year, Seattle had some big moments, but they looked vulnerable. I don't know. I think they got hot, and they were playing their best football at the right time, and they benefited from both conferences being down last year. But I'm not assuming Week 13 is going to be a nightmare.
Okay, so you're in Seattle. That's obviously difficult. I do think there's a question about not only just Sam Darnold in general, but now they lose Clint Kubiak, the play caller. So what type of drop does the offense have? I do think you can guarantee, unless they have an onslaught of injuries, that Seattle defense is going to be dominant. I mean, they're going to be legit. So that is something that even if Seattle maybe isn't like, oh my gosh, clearly championship on one side of the ball offensively, I do think defensively that's going to be a hell of a matchup between the Cowboys offense and the Seahawks defense.
And maybe a combination of a great running game and the best wide receiver in football with Rockwall's, Jackson Smith and Jigba doing what he did and looking for an encore performance from a breakout campaign into the absolute top of the wide receiver power rankings in the NFL. How important is a hot start? Threw that out there for you. Again, important to the Jones family. Maybe beating the Cowboys last year was what made the Bears believe. But I don't know if I actually buy it. I think how good you are is more important. Confidence is good, but confidence is fragile because it's one ass kicking away from totally evaporating, right? And I always remember Kellen Moore's first 3 games as coordinator under Jason Garrett.
Yeah, they came out just guns ablaze.
The show they put, was it Miami?
It was Miami. That was when Miami was at an all-time low. They were selling off parts. They were just getting molly-whopped, and the Cowboys were a part of that.
Put like 45 on them.
Yeah.
And every national publication wrote an article about how Kellen Moore was the next, they were talking about him like we've talked about Ben Johnson the last 3 years. That Kellen Moore was next. Those stories were null and void before the ink even dried. as by the time you got to week 4, 5, and 6, Cowboys reverted back to a boring, stagnant, and stale offense. And, it wasn't the schematic evolution we were hoping for, and we actually had to wait 6 more years and all the way through the Mike McCarthy era before Shoddy and Clayton Adams finally brought it upon these shores. Which game could they win, though, that would change what you think is possible for this football team? I was gonna say Rams, but I mean that's so late. Seattle's so late.
I know. Yeah.
What's the game early in the season? Is it going 3-1? Is it figuring out a way to beat Baltimore or Houston?
Yeah, beating Baltimore or Houston, I think, would go a long way for you because I'm expecting a Baltimore bounce back. And then Houston's defense, again, it's similar to Seattle. Even if their offense is not going to be overly challenging, their defense is so good. How can you as an offense? That was something that we always were annoyed by with the Kellen Moore. You talk about those years, or Jason Garrett, Mike McCarthy. It's like, yeah, they can look good versus the okay to below average defenses, but when you get a legit defense in here, all of a sudden you look like an offense that doesn't belong on the field. So, and I think they made incremental improvements with that last year, where it's like, hey, Green Bay was a really good defense, especially to start the season, and would you put up 40 points or whatever in that tie game?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you took steps with Shoddy and Clayton Adams last year for, hey, our offense is legit, and even when we go up against really good defenses, we can still be awesome. It started to wane as the season went on, Chargers, Vikings, but that Houston game, I think, is one, like, man, if you go to Houston and you can put up 24 to 28 points on that defense, that's going to be encouraging.
Yeah, especially if the tackles are playing better. If you have, hopefully Clayton Adams learned last year about the tackles and how important it is to run more than you're trying to pass protect with them. Mm-hmm. And he's got the right plays and more volume of running plays, I think is something I could look for. But Broadus texted us his projected Cowboys schedule. Moments later, Wolchuk texted the exact same thing. So we believe that is what is most likely going to be revealed when the show starts at 7 o'clock. Our schedule release tailgate continues. We got some fantasy wide receiver rankings. Where are the Cowboys guys, and how high would you take them? It's next year on The Fan.
But first, Toles, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy, all right? Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, we'll be live from the Dallas Card Show at the Marriott in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. Come on out and see us because it's one of the most fun yet ridiculous segments of the year. The NFL schedule is out, so give us your Cowboys record prediction. Join the show or come and see us in Allen at the Dallas Card Show, 10 to 2 right here on The Fan.
Get ready for spring and get rewarded at Walgreens. Refresh your routine and feel your best this season, all while saving big. Get up to $150 in instant savings at Walgreens this week with digital coupons available in the Walgreens app. Just tap, clip, and save instantly right from your phone. It's incredibly convenient. Look for the lightning bolt on your favorite brands, including Tide, Olay, Always, and Pantene. Discover incredible value on the essentials you love, from household staples to personal care favorites. Offer valid 5/10 through 5/16 at participating locations. Restrictions apply.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at Pro Football Week 1. Kansas City hosting Denver on Monday Night Football, and Kansas City currently a 2.5-point favorite. I think Kansas City's star quarterback is going to be back and going to play in this game, and I think Kansas City rises back to prominence this year. I like Kansas City to win that game by 3 or more. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%. And that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
With Green Mountain Energy, making a positive impact for the planet is as easy as flipping your light switch. Call 1-866-GREEN-TX to power your home with renewable electricity. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Like our original gold-rimmed Bluebell homemade vanilla, the country's gold standard of ice cream flavors since 1969. Its hand-cranked taste takes you back to simpler times. That's why we put the word home right on the carton.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Kroger stores and all Lowe's supermarkets.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000.
The average car payment in America is now nearly $800 a month, and many auto loans stretch longer than 6 years. That means millions of drivers are paying for vehicles long after they're ready for something new. Most people don't actually have a car problem, they have a loan problem. That's why more drivers are calling D&M Leasing, the nation's leader in automotive leasing. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, your one local healthcare partner you've trusted from the beginning, always ensuring the widest access to the right care at the right time at the right value. Believe in a world of wellness knowing Blue Cross will forever keep your story at the center of everything they do.
Hear from your favorite Rangers each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan, and Wolchuk has entered the building. A good afternoon to you, sir. Looking good.
Woo. What's up, boys?
Looking like a dad.
Yeah, man.
How was the recital?
It was good.
Nice.
I was proud of Eliza. You know, they did a lot of twirling and up downs, and, you know, she tried to do the best that she could, but a lot of it was just kind of wide-eyed, smiling, waving, and it was adorable.
Okay, 817's going to hit you with a hard baseball question as you enter the building.
Oh.
Simeon hit a dong today. He's now hitting above 220. Is it possible we traded the wrong guy to the Mets? That's Adam in Arlington.
Is he referring to he'd rather have traded Seager?
I don't know.
That's right. Yes, I think it's 100%.
No. I mean, in fact, top 10 worst contracts in all Major League Baseball. We didn't get to yesterday in the bases. We can go through some of it today, but Seager is 5th on the list.
Nothing would warm my heart more than seeing the Rangers score 8 runs a game for the next couple of months. But after that, just watching Simeon have a level of success and being happy playing baseball again, that would do it too.
Yeah.
You know?
That's our guy.
So I hope him nothing but the best, but I strongly feel like Simeon's pretty much washed, and this is probably like one of his last gasps of stretches of playing winning baseball. We got fantasy wide receiver rankings from Sharp Football Analysis. Where should be Pickens and Lamb? Where are Pickens and Lamb? They're not number one. That goes to Puka Nacua.
Okay.
I mean, coming off of 1,700 yards and 10 touchdowns. Yards per route led the leagues. Did a lot of great things. I wouldn't take Nacua. If I'm in a fan, I think there's too much risk with Nacua right now. Like, he's trying to come back after rehab. Is he like one of these guys that might totally crash out? Like sometimes crap just gets off the rails, and I don't need to risk that on my fantasy team.
I get it, man. I get it. Especially if you're taking a guy like number 1 overall in this scenario. There's a lot riding on him. Hopefully he's gotten himself cleaned up and he's feeling fresh and he's got the past in the past by the time we get to week 1. But it's been a touch and go 6 months for that guy.
It
and
has.
the injury stuff too.
The injuries.
He's a battering ram.
He is. He plays.
You know?
It's just his play style. But he's tough as hell. The issue is he could be suspended at any minute. I feel like he's one bad run in now to where the league's going to have to throw a suspension on him.
He bites another chick. I mean, it's over.
Oh, my gosh. One more, weird touchdown dance celebration with a TikToker, and he's going to be riding the pine.
I mean, he's an absolute animal as a player. Is part of that the residual of the alcohol the night before? Like, is he kind of playing with a BAC of 0.02, 0.03, and that explains why he's the most feared blocking wide receiver in the game? I don't know. Like, how much does alcohol impact his personality and his play style? I'll let somebody else find that out, at least in round 1. Jamar Chase, second highest ranked wide receiver for fantasy purposes. He led the NFL in targets last year with 185.
I was thinking, where's JSN? JSN's got to be pretty high.
He's number 3.
Okay.
Yeah, 119 catches, 1,793, and 10 touchdowns. That one feels awful safe, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, their second receiver still Rashid Shaheed. They don't have the tight ends. They're going to eat up a bunch of targets. In Cincinnati, Joe Burrow is an injury risk. I think Smith and Jigba might be the play. Amon-Ra St. Brown, number 4, as reliable as it comes, and as we unfortunately experienced last year, tough as hell, played through the injury. Justin Jefferson, number 5, with Kyler Murray now taking over at quarterback there. I imagine that could go really well. Justin Jefferson might be back on top. Mm-hmm. Drake London at 6 in Atlanta. That's interesting. So even Drake
Over
London
CD?
with a rough quarterback situation. I think the situation with the Cowboys is just that they're going to cancel each other out.
Yeah, and they both were phenomenal last year. Like, I need to pull up where did both finish last season in terms of fantasy rankings. Like, both of them were still, one would get a touchdown, the other would get 100 yards. Basically every game it would seem like, if not both would score.
Yeah, I think it's just the idea that they're, probably going to end up with 12, 13, 1,400 yards each, and some of these other guys, because of their situations, could go for 17, 18. Lamb was wide receiver 9 in yards per route run. was the key stat that Warren Sharp gave you for Lamb. And then with Pickens at number 9, flourished in his first season with the Cowboys, running the full route tree for the first time, led the team in targets, catches, yards. He was at 14-29 with 9 touchdowns. All those were career highs. 18 targets in the end zone were tied for second in the NFL. That's big. 53% of his targets resulted in a first down or touchdown. 5th highest rate for a wide receiver last season. 24% of the team's targets with him and Lamb on the field together. So there is a lot to like there. I wonder if you're going to be throwing as much into the end zone out of red zone looks for him next year. Like, if Clayton Adams is trying to optimize, I know what I was saying last year, we're not running enough. We need to get closer to 50-50, and we especially need to run it in the red zone. How about you, Wolchuk?
I'm with you. I think running efficiency would definitely help with that. Javonte Williams inside the red zone, maybe even Dak using his legs. I love that quarterback draw. There's something special about that. Maybe Phil Maffa can give you a little bit of something there. And then Michael Trigg, I feel like, could be the ultimate X factor with his ability to high point the football, the basketball background. I've mentioned it. I've used the comparison to the way he plays is kind of Gates-esque as a receiving tight end. And Antonio Gates was a touchdown machine. So I'm with you on that. It looks like based on PPR, and if you're not playing PPR, what the hell are you doing in fantasy? You had Pickens finish 5th and CD 9th. So the rankings aren't too far off projecting into this year in that case.
Did you guys see this Mike Evans graphic on Twitter from Baker Muse?
No.
Would Mike Evans be the greatest wide receiver in your franchise's entire history? Obviously, there's 5 categories. Obviously, probably, could argue either way, probably not, and no. There's only 4 teams in no. Niners, Lions, Patriots, and Vikings. I guess that would be Jerry Rice, Megatron. Who's with the Patriots?
The best Patriots wide receiver.
Romeo Dobbs, they paid a ton of money to.
Best wide receiver in franchise history.
In franchise history. Randy Moss, Wes Welker, Deion Branch,
Gronk,
David Givens.
Yeah. Troy Brown.
Maybe they're considering Wes Welker. I'm not sure.
Terry Glenn.
Vikings, obviously, with Randy Moss, full career, and Chris Carter. But anyway, 22 of the teams said obviously. For the Cowboys, they said probably. Mike Evans has had a better career than any Cowboys wide receiver, Wolchuk. Does that offend you?
Yeah, you're not putting him over Michael Irvin. That's for damn sure. And then even Drew Pearson has Super Bowls to his resume, and I get it's a different era. But no, what Mike Evans has done statistically is absolutely incredible, but in no world would you put him ahead of Michael Irvin.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. I thought, and if you're just lining them up, you got to control for generation at some point, but like Drew Pearson could be offended by that. I think Mike Evans has accumulated a lot. Obviously, he's a champion as well. But I don't know. I guess I just don't look at him in that same upper echelon, and I don't think I'm being a homer there. We got football's finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Yes, a respected voice is buying in on the Cowboys, and we asked the question: is Shoddy to thank? Next in the nation, but first, I want to tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can check them out at greystone-roofing.com. We've had some crazy storms so far this storm season here in North Texas. Not your typical hailstorms, tennis ball to baseball size hail. That is insane. That can impact everything. Compromise your entire home, roofing, gutters, windows, siding. And the mistake that people make after a storm like this is they let the first guy who knocks on their door take control of the situation. Please don't do that. All right, damage at this level requires real experience, someone who understands full scope restoration, not just patchwork. That's why I tell people to call my friends at Greystone Roofing. You can reach them at 469-202-7205. They know how to assess the damage properly, deal with the insurance the right way, and handle a project of this size from start to finish. So if your home's been hit, this is not the time to guess. Call Greystone Roofing today, 469-202-7205, and get the right team on your side before this gets worse. Or check them out at greystone-roofing.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver confirmed that he would be proposing a new 3-2-1 format to the NBA lottery that would flatten the odds and give the 3 worst teams in the NBA a lower percentage of winning the lottery. All 4 teams that are picking in the top 4 of this year's draft made moves this season to tank, and clearly Silver wants to curb that somehow. The real solution would be taking away draft picks. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Many of you want a home equity loan, but you don't want to refinance your current mortgage. That's why we have great second lien home equity loans at TexasLending.com. You can get your home equity loan done in your primary residence, a second home, and even on investment properties. Call TexasLending.com today to find out more. Get a free quote. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have the schedule release coming up at 7 o'clock officially, but Wolchuk and Broadus feel like they got this thing dialed, so we'll reset you on that. Went over it at length back there in the 420 segment, about 425. If the Odyssey app and you want to go back and check that out, you can look on Wolchuk's Twitter as well. We'll be talking about that with you coming up throughout the show, though. 2 more hours to go. Then Fan After Dark. Perfect night for no Rangers game with the schedule out. We'll be reacting for the next 2 hours. Then Fred and Blake are going to take over, and here's Chief with the finest.
All right, scale of 1 to 10. How much are you buying this Cowboys offseason? 877-881-1053. Right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Just big credit to Walchuk, just dadding his balls off today, and then also just making calls, putting this puzzle piece together. He came in, was he sweating and a little huffing and puffing when he walked in here, Dawson? I think he was. This is a guy who's been juggling fatherhood and being dialed at his profession over the last 10 hours. This has been a hell of a work day for you, and we appreciate your presence.
Well,
all right?
I appreciate it, man. You're absolutely right. This was a terribly timed recital. What are we doing? And I guess because they're
brutal.
2 years old,
It's
so
brutal.
it's 3:30 in the middle of the day. It's fine. They're just twirling and spinning around. But it wasn't ideal, especially on schedule release day. I mean, this is like Brian and I's mini Super Bowl. It's like an ultimate crossword puzzle trying to put this thing together. But it's been a lot of fun, and I think we've got this thing pretty nailed.
Yeah, the idea that they didn't take you and what you have on your schedule today into consideration when they put this whole thing together, it's bordering on disrespectful. And I don't want to keep agitating you on it because then you're going to get ticked off and then you might start flying off the rails and calling people out that you shouldn't.
You're right.
Okay,
You're right. I need to calm down.
So I want to calm you down, but I think you're right, and I'm just glad that you're here.
Thank you. Dangerous business trying to calm down the woolly bully.
It can be tough. It can be tough, man. Now, one of my favorite National Football voices, Robert Mays, he's actually on the podcast with David Hellman, who, of course, we had on just yesterday during Krusty's Corner. And they're going through kind of their off-season reports here, and they're going team by team. Are you buying what they've done in the off-season? Listen to Robert Mays, again, super educated across the board, and listen to him talk about why he's buying this Cowboys off-season.
Jalen Thompson, Caleb Downs, PJ Locke is now your third safety, and you do enough up front, hopefully. A lot of this hinges on Malachi Lawrence, but based on all the resources they had and where they ended up, I think I'm okay with the roster moves on defense. This is a lot, just me having a lot of faith in Christian Parker and me thinking this is the right choice. And I think part of this and why I'm buying the Cowboys path overall is that I'm so pleasantly surprised by how the Dallas Cowboys have operated over the last year or so, and a lot of the behind the scenes hiring practices, the mindset, a lot of the things that they've done are things that I would have liked to have seen them do for a while. I do think that there have been moments over the last 2 or 3 years when I've thought to myself, does this team actually want to win? Do they actually want to win? And I was very open about that. And you look at what they've done over the last couple off seasons, the hires they've made, the coaching staff that they've built, and you combine that with some of the stuff they did this year and the fact that they are pushing their chips in a little bit. I'm buying this version of the Cowboys. It's imperfect, and I do think that there are still questions about the defensive roster, but based on where they started and where they are now from January 1st to this moment, I can get on board with what the Cowboys have done.
Okay, so I think that's a pretty level-headed take. He's acknowledging, over the course of many years, like we all have, is winning priority number one for the Cowboys? And you could look at some of the moves that they make or don't make and question that. And now he's at a point now where over the last 2 off seasons, starting I think with the shoddy hire and the staff that he's put together, and then now filling in the pieces on the defensive side of the ball with Christian Parker. And Robert Mays is a guy who goes training camp to training camp. He's pretty intimately involved with a lot of these teams, and he's been on Christian Parker for 3 years now. So he's definitely champion nationally of the Christian Parker hype train. And so he's maybe got a little bias in there, but from everything that he's seen, and he's been up close and personal, knowing a lot of people and talking to a lot of people, Christian Parker is the next guy, and Robert Mays is fully buying in on that. But with the way they put the staff together, I think we've all been excited about that. With the shoddy thing initially was kind of deflating, but then it's this Clayton Adams stuff, the way they've built the offensive line room and things like that. You're okay, they're going outside the box here, and I think a lot of it is credit to them maybe falling ass backwards into shoddy,
yes,
to some extent,
so. Yeah.
and then he's really opened up some eyes in that building with like, this is how we need to approach it.
You know, I think one great thing about a lot of successful companies is they know who to hire. Like, so it's not like you're getting shoddy, brilliant tactician head coach who's like, guys, I got the answer to the test. You got shoddy, the headhunter. Right? Mm-hmm. You got shoddy, the human resources dude that's like, I'm going to go find the best and the brightest out there. So for that, in that avenue of am I buying it, it's a 10 out of 10. I've said some crazy things about how much I believe in shoddy over the last 12 months here on this radio station. But my problem is, if you want to win it, you got to pick a year. Unless you have Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady, you got to say, this is our 2-year window, and we're going to do crazy, irresponsible things. And the only crazy, irresponsible thing the Cowboys have really done with this team is Dak Prescott's contract. You know, everything else is, oh, well, we gotta sacrifice here because Dak's contract, right? Do crazy stuff and fix linebacker. And then maybe I'll believe it, you know? So 10 out of 10 for the long term. But for this one season, I'm still like a 5 or 6.
Okay, yeah, and I think I fall in line with you a fair amount. I think the guys that they've brought in, they've identified in free agency and in the draft of like, these are quality dudes, but I do think there's just, you want more. So I'm with you. Big picture, I love where this is moving, but also if you really wanted to win right now, I think you probably left a little meat on the bone in terms of player acquisition this offseason. Yeah. You wouldn't leave yourself with as many holes if you were really trying to just go for it. And I think they should be in that mode right now.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously wanted to address linebacker more than they did. They tried to go and get Quay Walker. They tried to do Nakobe Dean. They wanted to team up together in Vegas, so that didn't work out. And then their pivot point was D. Winters, who's a good player. How good will he be? We'll see. I mean, I do think the 2-1-4 drastically overrating an offseason with no major additions of proven talent and a DC that's never actually done the job with a bunch of unproven rookies. Like, that's fair skepticism. I mean, I do think on defense, you know, regardless on how we feel about it, they brought in guys that at least Christian Parker feels. Rashawn Gary's a proven player, and he's going to be a fit for what I want to do. Tito Ogbonnia, not a big name, but has been a proven player in the NFL.
He's a good
fits
player.
What he wants to do.
Yeah.
D. Winters was a starter for every game last year on a defense that made the divisional round and was a pretty damn good player. So at least he's proven. Jalen Thompson, maybe not a household name, one of the better safeties in all of football, and they gave him the biggest free agent contract that they've handed out in the last decade. So they did add some proven quality veteran players on defense. Maybe they're not the glitz and glamour names that you would have liked. And then, yes, they have filled it in with unproven rookies. But I think at Caleb Downs, I know I'll speak for myself. You guys know this. I think he's going to be an absolutely sensational player, difference maker year one. We'll see about Malachi Lawrence, Jayshon Barham, Devin Moore, these type of guys that I do think are going to have to play a role. So there are question marks, but they're certainly trending in the right direction. And I get the pause of we got to see it with Christian Parker, but it is hard not to get excited when anybody that you talk to or anybody that's interviewed is like, yeah, this dude is a freaking rocket ship that is just ascending and could be a head coach in 2 years. Everybody in the league loves him, and he seems like he knows what the hell he's doing. So there's a lot of optimism right now. How will it happen on the football field? With Shoddy, to me, it does come down to wins and losses. You won just as many games last year with a healthy Dak Prescott as you did the year before under Mike McCarthy with no Dak Prescott. And I do think that matters. So as good as the offense was for Shoddy, jury's still out for him. How good of a head coach are you? But it's trending in a positive direction.
Okay, did you guys see old Devon Achane get in the bag?
Yeah, nice bag.
Yeah, it is.
What do you feel about this?
It's 4 years, $68 million.
Crazy.
$32 million guaranteed. Okay, so he becomes the third highest paid running back in the NFL. Saquon, Christian McCaffrey, and then there's Devon Achane. And, I mean, clearly the Dolphins have decided that this is one of the few guys that they want to retain and sort of build around a little bit. So, and he's been awesome. I mean, how many touchdowns? This dude, 3 years. How many touchdowns?
40?
25?
35.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, 35 touchdowns in 3 years, hitting the ground running, and maybe a lot of credit, of course, to Mike McDaniel dialing it up for him. And he probably had half of those touchdowns in that Broncos game when they put up 70 on Sean Payton. But I mean, it's been a really productive situation, and he's a guy that is awesome and dynamic out of the backfield as well.
Yeah, you're getting chunk plays.
Yeah.
on a Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor type of level from him.
Yeah,
and you're getting rush success rate. You know, I don't know if he's worth the $17 million or whatever they're going to give him a year, but he's as close as it gets to being worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a dangerous game when you're paying running backs, in my opinion. But he's young enough and he's explosive enough. He can really be a difference maker for you, and not only making plays as a running back, but then also as a pass catcher. So, I mean, I get it, and they get ahead of some big deals that are coming down the pike here, like Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson. Yeah. Those guys are probably going to get paid before the start of the season. And I think those are the two headliner names in terms of young backs in the NFL. Those are the best two. So it'll be interesting to see which one of those guys gets their deal first, and then the other one comes over top and beats it. But I think the Dolphins were like, hey, we definitely don't want to let Gibbs or Robinson get their deal and blow the money up even more. So let's just get in here now. But congratulations to the former Aggie. I thought it was funny. How much do you guys think a Miami Dolphins Tua jersey would go for right now? He's now with Atlanta.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, Miami Dolphins Tua jersey, $20. I like that. I like that bid.
$50.
You can get it on the NFL shop right now for $14.99. Wow. If you want an authentic, like legit stitched Tua Dolphins jersey, you could get it for $14.99 in an adult size. And if you want to get one for your kiddo, you can get it for like $6. I mean, that's what's happening.
I mean,
right
at some point, there's a novelty value to it. Like, is that in 12 years from now? Is that 5 years from now? Is there an ironic comedy play to be had right now at a watch party to rock the Tua jersey? But that's authentic and stitched.
Yeah, it's a legit jersey.
Yeah.
For $14.99, man. That's how it goes. It's like 4 months ago, that was probably a $185 jersey. Yeah, it's $14.99.
I wonder how much
like
a Diggs jersey would be, or a Micah jersey. Like, how much are those going for the Cowboys?
Yeah. Why don't you look up a Diggs jersey right now? A Cowboys Diggs jersey, if they still have those on the NFL shop, what would that run? Now, we live in a world now with so much access, right? Where, I mean, there's cameras everywhere. We're all walking around with our own cameras. I can invite you into any moment of my life if I want to.
Yeah.
And so, if you want, you can go into the bathroom with DK Metcalf.
I saw that.
You have that opportunity.
This was hilarious.
DK Metcalf on his Instagram story. Now, it's off-putting. He is clearly sitting down on the toilet throne, and he's just taking a picture of his feet and his pants down at his ankles. That's all you can see with the tile floor. It's a nice tile. And then he writes in the caption, make sure you get them parasites out you. So I guess he's going through some type of parasites cleanse. This is a guy that really only eats candy.
Oh, do you think he took some sort of a supplement?
I don't know what I mean, listen, I'm sure we all got
doing a colon cleanse.
I'm sure we all got some parasites floating around in there. We're probably all due for a little bit of a cleanser, a little detoxer. But there's DK Metcalf inviting you into one of the more intimate moments and vulnerable moments of his existence right there in the bathroom.
That's just weird.
That's too much access.
Yeah.
You know what? I think that's where we can put the roadblock. Like, we're good here.
I didn't realize how, like, immature or meatheadish DK Metcalf is, you know? I didn't have that on my bingo card because he seems so nice and easygoing. He doesn't seem like he's the Beavis and Butthead of the wide receiver position, you know?
Yeah.
But I think he's got a lot more Gronk in his game.
Yeah, he might, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even think we've seen bathroom shots of Gronk.
No.
Like, I could see Gronk doing the Fudge Dragon stuff and laughing and having fun about it with his boys, with his brothers.
Little fudge trout.
Here's DK. But part of this is a PSA, right? So that's where the credits due. He's trying to remind people, hey, you probably got a parasite floating around. Maybe get that thing checked. Gut health's important. All right, now this is the same DK Metcalf that rode on he was carted off of of a football field in the middle of an NFL game just so he could go number 2 ski during the game.
Hey,
He didn't want to prairie dog walk that thing Lamar Jackson style.
No.
So they pulled a cart for him in the fourth quarter of a Lions game when he was still with Seattle a couple of years ago.
There's some impulsivity and some judgment calls in there that leave something to be desired. I mean, he attacked the fan in the stands last year, got suspended 2 games.
Sure did.
Nearly cost them the playoffs. They lost to Cleveland week 17 because he wasn't there.
To be fair, he was doing us all a favor. Like, nobody wanted to watch that crappy Steelers team in the postseason. He was trying to assist the rest of us.
We were all hoping like Baltimore. Come on, get into this thing. Let's go, please.
For that, DK, we thank you. And it's a good point from the 972. Like, it continues to be the most interesting personality in all of football, the wide receivers.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Hey, Divas for a reason.
Puka's biting people. And DK's dropping parasite deuces right there on his Instagram.
Bacons and lamb.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the personalities are definitely magnified. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. We got to run. We got the Expressway coming up next, G-Bag of the Day, as our schedule release tailgate party continues here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. I wanted to chat about the Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, we highly recommend you call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Why? They'll make sure you don't settle for less. And, when you're hurt, not your fault, due to somebody's negligence, the guilty party, what are they going to do? They're going to try to blame you. And then when that doesn't work, they're going to try to get you to settle for less. They're going to put the insurance adjusters, the lawyers, everybody they got, an entire team trying to get you to settle for less. It makes sense that you should have the best you can possibly get to pursue what is fair for you. Hurt, not your fault. These settlements can go 6 or 7 figures. Why? Why so much money? Well, you're talking about pain and suffering for the rest of your life. You're talking about quality of life, playing with the kids, the grandkids. How do you put a number on that? The Frankels know how. Maybe you can't do your career anymore because you're banged up, right? You need career re-education, vehicle replacement. The lost wages will start accruing instantly, and that could be a very significant amount by itself. Ambulance ride can be 5 figures. Hospital stay, yeah, you're going up there quickly. So, hurt, not your fault. Call the Frankels. They'll make you whole again. 214 or 817-333-3333. FrankelFirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Tolo's the day has finally come. After seeing Lucius and Vegas and Alec out at the ballpark, I'm finally being let out into the public in my hometown tomorrow morning. Come see me, Peyton. That's right, Sean and RJ's 2026 Firehouse Tour rolls on. It's your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Tolo item. We'll be in Rockwall at Firehouse Station number 2 at 920 Rockwall Parkway. Our one-of-a-kind giveaway this time is a Tolo-themed collectible t-shirt. Huge thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Branch & Dillon Law Firm for supporting our local firefighters. I'm just so sick and tired of being left out of remotes, so please show up and make me look good tomorrow morning in Rockwall at our Firehouse Tour with the Fan.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you. Cheers to savings.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Window Nation.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you can get them with no money down, no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. It is time now to hit the expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts. Wolchuk, how confident are you in this schedule that you and Broadus both texted us nearly simultaneously last hour?
Yeah, I'm pretty damn confident. I mean, Brian and I... Sorry about that, phlegm fighting. We've been on the phone together like 6 different times today trying to workshop this. The only thing that I don't have for sure will be the times. You know, it's possible that this, I'm thinking Seattle. It's at Seattle. I'm pretty confident. Week 13, I'm seeing Monday Night Football rumored. I've seen other people say like that's going to be a 325er on Sunday. But I'm like 90% sure we've got this thing nailed. So I'm excited for the Cowboys schedule release video, whatever they're doing Star Wars related with the 3 Tylers. I think that'll be interesting. And we'll be able to check. It's like almost a mock draft. Like how close did we get to this? But I'm very confident that Brian and I and all of our forces together have been able to piece this thing together pretty accurately.
Now, I don't mean to brag, but I have seen the official Cowboys pregame show schedule. Both Chief and I.
The preseason.
The preseason.
Ooh,
preseason
have you
schedule.
Now? Okay.
Yes. And
we're grinding here too.
We haven't been greenlit to share it, and we won't because it could get us fired. And I don't think anybody would even care.
I do. We
about
gotta work
it.
these.
But I have seen that, and I think the interesting takeaway from the schedule that you and Broadus have worked on is it's a great chance to start 2-0 going into Brazil against Baltimore. But then immediately after the second week, like you go through 5 straight weeks where you might be dogs in these games. You could be underdogs in 5 games in a row here from week 3 through week 7.
And you're playing some quality defenses. I mean, that's going to be a test week 4 going to Houston, and that's right after a Brazil game, and I think that one made sense because it's like the short travel. I was thinking maybe they're going to be an early bye. We do have it pretty confirmed that it will be the week 14 bye week, so that'll be late in the season. And you've got, like, if that ends up being a Thursday night game against the Bucks, which I was like, is that really going to be Thursday night? But it seems like that will be the case, week 5 at home. You've got multiple kind of mini buys built in. So you'll have a long week of prep before what is reportedly at Green Bay, week 6, and then you'll have another one, of course, with Thanksgiving before week 13 at Seattle. Then you'll get your actual bye. So you've got kind of like week and a halves built in here where you got the mini buys for Dallas. But you're right, man. I mean, like the Texans are one of the best defenses in football. The Ravens, I think, are going to bounce back. The Bucs are a team that has been an NFC South Division champ and is trying to get back into the playoffs. And then we'll see what version of Green Bay you get. Philly's always tough. And then maybe you've got a little bit of a reprieve with Cardinals, Colts, but we know the Cardinals have not been an easy out.
Yeah, you do get a reprieve there, and I think the reprieve might continue with San Francisco and Tennessee. Those games are at home, and then Thanksgiving, and I don't know how good Seattle's going to be. It's a lot of fun to look at the schedule and project what you think is going to happen. But I think the most important schedule topic right now is something we won't know until late September or October. But it's how good are these teams that you're going to play from the AFC South and the NFC West, and it looks right now like it could be horrible. It looks right now like 6-11 is possible, even though you might be a better football team.
Yeah.
You could end up with a worse record because of how massive this schedule is. So you kind of you need some regression from about 3 or 4 of these teams when you look at Houston, Indianapolis, Jacksonville. They all had good years last year. We need San Francisco to take that significant step back that maybe we imagined last year. And same goes for Seattle. And Arizona, you got to kick the curse. For crying out loud. At least you don't have to go to the desert this year, but you're going to play the Cardinals again. Okay, good news on the sked. Malik Neighbors, it's the insiders are saying he's probably not going to be able to play week 1. And it's not as a result of the second knee surgery that he had to have. It's just the timeline. And then there's reports out of Green Bay that Micah might start on PUP. I know Adam Schefter said that this morning. And on Broadus and Wolchuk's projected schedule, that's week 6. So, he might be playing his second game. He might be playing his first game of the season, or he might not be playing at all. It's right around the cutoff time. Okay, what else do we have cooking here for you? We do want to salute the Texas Rangers. They are off tonight, but how about a little 2 outs? So what last night? Duran, Osuna, Berger, Jansen bringing it home for the 6-5 win with 2 outs after Evan Carter got the second out there in the ninth. Corey Seager starts the ninth and gets out, and you're like, oh, geez. Just stick a fork in me as a Rangers fan. It looked like rock bottom.
It did.
I wonder how many. I would love to poll the amount of Rangers fans that turned the game off.
Right?
I mean, how many people woke up this morning and were like, oh my gosh, they won that game?
They did. Man, it was glorious.
It's the night of comebacks.
The Mariners had to place catcher Cal Raleigh on the 10-day injured list with a right oblique strain, first IL stint.
So much for that slump bust, man.
Of his 6-year career, first time on the IL.
That's crazy. I saw that earlier and I was like, is this real? That's impressive. You don't pull fat.
I guess it got him out of the slump. He hit the dong, but he pulled his oblique all at the same time.
So everything he had into it.
He's going to be out. The mental reset. He'll just come back and he'll be ready to roar.
Hopefully not.
NBA playoffs are off tonight. You're going to get Spurs Wolves tomorrow. And you're going to get Game 6 Detroit Cleveland on Friday. So looking forward to the resumption of those series. The NHL playoffs resuming tonight. Incredible last night with Colorado down 3-0. They came all the way back to beat the Wild 4-3.
Yeah.
Stars weren't getting past that, were they? No. The Avs are finally once again at the height of their powers. Tonight, Canadians and Sabres Game 5 with that series tied at 2, and Anaheim hosting Vegas in Game 6 with the Golden Knights up 3-2 in that one. All right, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Oh, yes, we're here. The Dream Team is here. I keep this TV on in here on ridiculousness.
Okay.
Oh,
nice. It's fantastic.
Just so I can see Chanel West Coast.
Yeah.
Oh. Like, I don't know, man. There's something about it, dog. I like Chanel West Coast.
The teeth?
Teeth, everything. Just a weird, goofy look.
The laugh.
All of it. All right, man.
The McGuffies.
The McGuff. Yep. She having
I'll never forget when she got just peppered with that dodgeball.
They tore up,
back
bro.
to back.
They did.
Dang, dude, brought her to tears.
Yeah. That was definitely bullying.
She's still making music?
Uh-huh. She sure is. Yeah, follow her. On Reddit, too, I follow her. Every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, we do G-Bag of the Day. Our winner and champ so far, going for day 2 right here, is a young man doing wheelies. He's practicing his wheelies on his mini bike in an empty parking lot in their neighborhood, all right? So there's nothing over there. It's an empty parking lot. Looks like it's by a clubhouse or whatever, but people are upset about it. Him practicing this. So they step on outside and confront him, and this is why it's G-Bag of the Day.
What does that say right there? No motorized vehicles.
On the grass.
Yep. Have your dad call me. Have your dad call me. What are on? Honestly, you're not supposed to be doing it.
I'm not a child.
Okay? I'm not a child. You're not supposed to be doing it.
Okay. Call the police. I don't know.
What?
Call the police. I don't know.
Maybe I will. What's your name?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's a funny name. Yeah.
It's a funny
name. How old are you?
Don't worry about it.
How old are you?
Why do you want to know?
Let's go. Because you shouldn't be doing this.
It's nobody's here. I'm not. I don't understand. I don't understand how this affects you.
They don't like it. They don't like it.
Nobody likes it.
Okay?
Nobody likes
You have to get
it.
insurance on this crap, okay?
I'm not destroying anything. I'm
It's
literally.
not that. It's if you fall and crack your head open.
I'm wearing a helmet.
Oh, you got a helmet on. Okay.
I'm wearing protective gear. And I'm riding a mini bike.
For everything, I know.
Don't do it in an area.
Find a track and practice.
Where?
Something useful. Wheelies aren't going to do shit. Yeah. Learn how to drive.
Learn how to drive. Wheelies are going to do this. Learn how to drive.
Do something for the community.
Did that devolve into trying to give him advice?
Yeah.
What's up, Fred?
It wasn't working.
Yeah.
It wasn't working.
Learn how to drive. Be productive.
Fred Davis in the
Member of
building.
society.
Oh, he's got a helmet on.
Yeah, Coach JB of the Fan just walked in here. Oh, man. Shout out to you, Fred. Okie dokie. Let's do this one right here. Perfect for a ladies' night. Eric sent me this one right here, and he was right. This is good for a lady situation.
Hey.
Charles Barkley has a crush on Cleveland Cavaliers forward Max Strus.
Oh, this is a weird dynamic.
Yeah, he has a crush. Ladies, tell me if you agree.
Max Strus played great. Okay, I'm thinking what everybody's saying. That's a pretty man.
I don't think everybody's thinking that.
Can I ask you a question? Yes, you can. What are you attracted to him about him? I'm not attracted to him, but I can get said he's attractive. He's a good-looking man. What are you attracted about his good looks? His face. His face. He's a good-looking man. Ponytail, too. You like the ponytail? You like the fact that he's wearing
and the headband?
Ponytail, boo-boo. A T-shirt? I told y'all about the T-shirt. I told you. I don't believe in the man bun thing. But is a T-shirt?
But you're able to overlook that.
Hey, listen, man, don't be hate. That's a pretty man. Nobody said it was hating. I just asked you what was attractive to you.
I just don't think. I'm just surprised that was your takeaway.
I gave him his flowers on basketball all night. Is it the eyes? So you were looking in his eyes? I would not look him dead in the eyes. Why? When they come out after that, I did that. I made that mistake with Tom Brady one time. There's nothing but gibberish.
So hold on. So you're putting him in Tom Brady's class?
Come on, man. Wait a minute. What are we talking about? Yes, what? He's in Tom Brady's class. Wow. Yet he's a better shooter than Tom Brady. I have this then. So you have a type.
Got a type, bro.
Wow.
Kenny was on him, bro.
Kenny definitely turned it up, man.
What do you like about him? What's your favorite part?
Grab your type.
Is it the eyes?
This might be the first time since they joined ESPN that I feel like this show's kind of breathing a little bit.
Good.
Kind of back.
Because it was kind of stuffy and clunky at first.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they probably didn't get the rhythm. You know, you never knew when it was on.
I mean, they're almost throwing it to it like it's a segment. Like it's a segment of Sports Center sometimes, which I don't appreciate.
No, me either.
I have another ladies' night clip for you. A little Road Rage Riz. I call this How I Met Your Mother. My man is on a motorcycle. Another motorcycle clip. Look like a little road rage situation. Girl's mad at him. He's recording. Listen to this.
What the are you gonna do?
Why so angry, Mama?
I'm in my lane. Why are you in my lane?
Why so angry, Mama? Why so angry, Mama?
What?
I said, why are you so angry, Mama?
Sorry, honestly, if you're being nice,
I'm sorry.
People are irritating, they're rude, and people are just evil out here, and I just thought you were evil. So
I know, no. I'm sorry, Mama.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mama.
I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay.
No, I'm not ever like this. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm so sorry. You want a Chipotle card? I was gonna use it, but
No, it's fine. You take it. I was gonna get Chipotle right now, but no.
Please, so is I.
Go get some.
Okay, I don't.
You have a nice day, okay?
If people were like you, the world would be better. I'm so sorry.
What's your name?
Gianna.
Angel, nice to meet you. Just have a better day, okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry for scaring you.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry for yelling at you.
No, you're fine. Don't worry.
I'm safe on this.
You too. No, it's okay.
Wow. A woman said she was sorry, bro.
A whole bunch of times. Not even once. A whole bunch of times. And stood on it. Didn't even say, I'm sorry, but you could have, or whatever. It was just straight up me. I'm sorry.
I was ready to take Angel home.
He better, I hope he got
she
that
was
number.
ready too.
Yeah. I hope
she went into bedroom voice right there roadside.
That went wild. That was wild.
What a turn.
She offered to feed that man.
Yes.
You want my Chipotle card?
Wow. That's awesome.
I mean, he's either taken or rolling like Charles Barkley. You know what I'm saying? He's not picking up those signals.
I'm not going. It's hard. It's hard, bro. It's hard to catch when ladies are flirting at you.
It is. That was pretty obvious, but
yeah, I mean that was right out there.
Yeah, but who knows? In the moment, maybe he's like,
that mama got her.
Yeah, mama.
What'd you say?
Yeah. My mama.
Yeah. I softened her up.
Yeah. I used to call girls mama a lot. My girl doesn't like it.
Hey, mama.
I got it from Elvis Presley. Hey, mama. Tell you what, mama.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah, mama. All right, let's see. Oh, this was great earlier. This was great. I don't know if you heard this one, Woolchuck. Interruptosaurus Rex Broadus.
Oh, yeah.
Interrupting FDR. Franklin Roosevelt.
Yeah, this is incredible archival footage, man.
Yeah, Throwback Thursday audio right here for you guys.
December 7th, 1941.
Who did it?
A date which will live.
Was that Germany or was that Japan?
Who did it?
The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked.
Watch, he's going to say Germany, I
by
bet.
naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
That was my next guess.
The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation.
Does he speak Japanese?
Government.
I didn't know that.
Emperor.
Has he always known Japanese, or is that like you think? Like once he lost use of his legs, did like make his brain stronger?
He's like Professor X.
Hey, speaking of Germany, why does he wear that mustache? The Hitler guy. It's just a dumb mustache, right? Like, why does anybody take them seriously? Is that like considered attractive there in Germany?
It's so perfect because it's so true.
It's so broad.
It's so accurate.
Nail on the head, dude.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh, I love this part.
Was suddenly and deliberately attacked.
Watch, he's going to say Germany, I
by
bet.
naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
That was my next guess.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
God bless Bobby Bell.
God bless Bobby.
What a legend.
Freaking
hilarious,
incredible,
bro.
Well, yeah, we need as many of those as possible.
Yeah, please.
That's
so funny,
Yeah,
dog.
we're workshopping more as
I
we
love
speak.
all types of historic moments with brothers.
all of them. Yeah, I mean, everyone you can think of.
Oh my
I need
god!
Broadus interrupting the Tom Landry's fired press conference.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Let's just put a list together, man.
Nico
We'll get it
announcing
done.
the trade of Luka.
Fantastic.
Good stuff. Yesterday's a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Doctor, Pastor, and politician, Frederick Douglass Haynes. Going to a praise and worship service. They said this lady right here was hitting all the notes and holding the notes. Unfortunately, they were the wrong notes.
Order my steps in your way. Order my tongue in your way. Guide my feet in your way. Wash my heart in your way. Show me how to walk in your way. Show me how to talk in your way. When I need a brand new song to sing. Show me how to let your praise
Not the right key.
Good
She can hold the
night.
notes. She's got a diaphragm. She's pretty good at singing.
no
She's just
freaking
not tone deaf.
A little pitchy.
Yeah.
Can't hear anything else but that.
Oh wow! Is it the mini bike troll? Is it Charles Barkley with a crush on Max Struth? Is it Road Rage Riz? Broadus interrupting FDR addressing the country in 41, or Lady hitting all the right notes there at worship service, all the wrong notes. What do you think here? I'm going to go with Broadus interrupting FDR. Chief, how about you?
Yeah, I have to.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense to pick anything else, really.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, you got to go with the Interruptosaurus.
By a unanimous score of 4-0. Broadus might be returning as a 5-time champion when he returns next Thursday, right? He's out Wednesday to Wednesday.
Wednesday to Wednesday, yep.
All righty. So, send Broadus some love on social. Let him know that he is missed. Congratulations. He is once again your G-Bag of the Day champ, even in AI form. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup with some LA Live.
All right, it is a ladies' night edition of LA Live. We'll get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, alright, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. All the small it'll make you dance with some of everything. Everybody get high.
I gotta say this, and I know women don't hear this a lot, but I'm gonna be honest, because we don't call you ladies out when it comes to this, but I really wish that women would get a little bit better at flirting. You know, because ladies, you're not good at it, and as men, we don't ask for nothing because we're horny. So we just let you say, y'all can just say whatever. Got y'all thinking y'all can say anything to anyone. Not everything is a compliment. Sometimes I think making fun is like a compliment. Like I'm not like a tall guy, and I'm not insecure about it. But that don't mean you could just say anything to me. These girls be coming up to me like, aren't you a cutie patootie? No, bitch. Ain't cute over here. I'm a gangster. Don't play with me. I'll put on my do-rag right now.
I never could tell when they was flirting. I never could tell when the ladies were flirting, bro. But for some reason, your old lady can tell when the girls are flirting, though.
Oh, she likes you.
Yeah.
You searched the perk.
Yeah. How did you know?
Wait a second. What?
Damn, I missed that.
I think I could probably tell if my old lady was flirting with somebody. I think the spidey senses would fire pretty good there.
Yeah. You're right.
Wait a minute.
You're right. Like, girl, I'll show you all your teeth as you're laughing. Out of here. What is
I haven't
that?
seen that in a while.
Yeah. Hey, this is LA Live. I haven't seen that in a while. It's hilarious. This is LA Live for Thursday, May 14th, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition. LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies that listen to this here station. You are appreciated. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. The Dallas Wings play tonight. Minnesota Lynx. They're in the building tonight. 7 p.m. College Park Center, Arlington. That means Olivia Miles is back in the DFW.
Okay. Welcome back.
She's back in the DFW. Putting up them numbers, so we get to see that tonight. You know, there's no basketball on, so I'm definitely watching this.
Shoot, yeah.
Yeah, starting at 7, so I'll probably watch it here. Here. The Lynx star, what's that name? Nafisa. She's out with an ankle injury.
All right.
So it's going to be a whole lot of Olivia Miles, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Here we go.
Is Azzy Fudd, she's still out?
I think so. I think I did see something that she was out tonight, but I'm going to double check that.
I want to see the battle of the rookies.
Come on.
Yeah.
I got Grant Afseth. I guess this was 45 minutes ago. Available.
Oh!
Let's go.
Let's go!
Yeah, Wings PR confirmed that too. She's available tonight.
Let's go!
With that right knee, she was questionable ahead of the game.
We got Fudd and Miles tonight, baby. This is what the streets want right here in Arlington. The Wings versus Indiana Fever game was the second most watched NBA game on ABC and ESPN. Second most watched.
Dang.
Yeah,
impressive.
How about that?
Ladies Sports Era.
You want to know what the number one was?
Reese and Clark.
Yes!
Gotta be, right?
Yes!
Yeah.
Yes,
Makes
it
a lot of
was. 100%. Both of these games featured Caitlin Clark. With that being said, let's do a little reaching and preaching right here. Going to the Craig Carden Show. Radio Hall of Famer Craig Carden. Tyrone Johnson doing his thing on the mic. Pause. A.K.A. Ty Johnson. He has a hot take about Miss Caitlin Clark. Is he reaching or preaching right here?
The Caitlin Clark thing is over because she's not the best player in the WNBA. She's not the best guard in the WNBA. She's not even the best guard from her college class because that's Paige Beckers, who plays for Dallas, who beat them in the season opener. This could be a situation where we look back on Caitlin Clark, and we're not going to look back on her like she's Michael Jordan. She's Jeremy Lin.
Whoa.
This is just insanity. She's going to fumble this, and it's because of two things. Who would have thought? She decided to roll up with Morgan Wallen. Morgan Wallen says the N-word liberally, says it more than I do, and I'm black, and her bitching and moaning to the refs nonstop. But when we look back on this, we'll go, this girl had the world by the balls. She had everybody loving her. People who hate women's sports were tuning in just for her. And when we look at Jeremy Lin and look at her, we're going to find out that at the end of the day, it was the exact same thing.
Hot take right there by Mr. Ty Johnson. Woo. Is he reaching or preaching when it comes to Miss Caitlin Clark?
I mean, that feels like a reach there, dude, to go Jeremy Lin on this. Like, if you want to say she's not going to reach the heights that she was built up for, then I could maybe I could get there. But she's top 6 in scoring right now. I mean, it's obviously 2 games into the season, but she's top 6 in scoring. She's second in assists in the league. Like, as long as she's staying healthy, she's still a bucket, and she's underrated with her passing.
Yeah, I mean, her first season was more than she was 4th in MVP voting as a rookie.
She's a 2-time All-Star.
That's already.
She's already better.
Yeah,
she had like 9 assists last night, didn't she?
Yeah.
Had like 9 assists, something crazy.
Yeah, I think she's a top 10 player in the game. I don't think Jeremy Lin was ever even a top 30 player in the NBA. But yeah, I think what Chief said is accurate. Like, there are better guards. I don't think she was in the same draft class as Paige Beckers.
No,
Beckers
Paige was
drafted a year after.
Paige is better than her.
Yeah.
I mean, Paige is a better all-around game. You know, she's a better defender. But, yeah, I mean, I think Caitlin Clark is an offensive player, to your point of assists, and also as a shooter. She's certainly not somebody that's going to drive as well as Paige is. But, no, Caitlin Clark is a very good basketball player. She just got to make
her threes. Like, her goal should be, I want to be the Steph Curry of women's basketball.
100%.
But her best season, it was 35% from 3.
And then she was hurt last year.
If you're going to be, if that's your thing, and you can make over 40, I think she could win MVP. But not with those shooting numbers.
Yeah, and I haven't watched her in these 2 games, but she must have. I mean, she's got a better repertoire now because, I mean, she's only shooting 18% from the three-point line. She's still scoring 22 points per game right now in the first couple games of the season. So, developing some other aspects of her offensive game. But, yeah, the 3-ball needs to be certainly more consistent.
A lot of people walked out there with a Morgan Waller, too, right? Lots of people.
Oh my God, that's like the whole thing.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Drake walked out there. Marshawn Lynch just walked out there with the dude. I didn't see the N-word video that he said. Has anybody seen it? Was he just like rapping along with something, or was it like some adjectives in front of it?
I haven't seen it. He's making it seem like he's setting records with the usage.
Yeah,
though.
he
The
just says
usage
it all the
rate is
time.
apparently high.
Like, what's going on?
I haven't seen one highlight.
I haven't seen one either. All right, so we agree the old man is probably reaching a little bit right there for the timeline because of the Jeremy Lin.
It is a hot take that I would venture into last year at this time, because after her rookie year and all the hype
and the injuries,
you drill down into it and you're like, okay, she's not the greatest.
Yeah,
there is something to it. That the players could be like, she's getting the credit and she's being covered like she is the best, but we're way better. She just went viral, And you can't put your finger on what makes an athlete go viral all the time.
It's an amazing shooting she does, brother.
Yeah, I mean, she's pulling from the logo at Iowa.
She's got range.
It's amazing.
She was making half-court buckets. I guess it goes back to a 2021 TMZ release video, Lucius, where he's outside his house, and I guess a neighbor on their doorbell cam picked up him throwing out that word.
Was it with some adjectives in front of it behind it? Was he telling that in what to do?
No, I think he was just kind of saying a bunch of stuff, and it wasn't directed at anybody. He just threw the phrase out.
Like that girl from the, was that a home whatever that was?
Oh, my gosh, yes. Yeah.
She used it the most ridiculous way.
Farting in or whatever it was.